In the realm of universal memories, the awakening of all-encompassing combat Qi shocks the mercenaries. Luo Chen awoke amidst a gruesome pile of corpses, the sole survivor of a massacre in his village. The men of the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps dragged him back from the brink of death. When the testing stone shattered before their eyes, a kaleidoscope of colors pierced the confines of the camp's tent. The mercenaries stood in stunned silence, all-encompassing combat Qi. A chilling mechanical voice resonated deep within his mind. The central memory system of the realm has been activated. Captain Tyen gazed at the astonishment and ecstasy reflected in the boy's eyes beneath the radiant glow, his expression grave. Child, this talent is both a blessing and a death. Warrant an invasion from another realm? Fierce adversaries approach. Witness how Luo Chen, in alliance with Xiao Yan, defies the heavens. Chapter 1. My name is Luo Chen. Cold, bitingly cold, akin to countless venomous serpents, frantically slithering up his spine, gnawing at him, ultimately burrowing deep into the recesses of his mind. Each bite was accompanied by searing agony, as if someone were violently prying open his skull with an iron rod, forcefully cramming in icy fragments of memories that were neither his own nor welcome. Ugh, a suppressed groan, reminiscent of a weary bellows, painfully escaped his cracked and bloodied throat. His eyelids felt as heavy as if burdened by a 1,000-pound stone. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he managed to pry them open just a sliver. His blurred vision gradually focused. The first thing to assault his senses was color vast, nauseating patches of viscous dark red. They soaked into the rough, cold earth beneath him, like a monstrous and malevolent curse, spreading wantonly, outlining countless twisted and broken forms. These were corpses, the frail, hunched body of an elder, the terrified, contorted figure of a woman, the innocent yet eternally frozen visage of a child. Severed limbs lay like discarded, tattered dolls, cast aside in a display of unimaginable cruelty, strewn haphazardly across the mire of dark red and charred black. An oppressive stench of blood, mingled with the acrid odor of charred flesh, formed a thick, rusty-scented wind, forcefully invading his nostrils and mouth, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. A violent spasm gripped his stomach. An intense urge to vomit surged up his throat, but he lacked even the strength to lift his head, helplessly allowing the acrid liquid to sear his esophagus. This hell? As this thought crept into his mind, the forcibly intruded fragments of another soul's memories ignited like a fuse, exploding with a deafening roar. Qingshan Village, a tranquil hamlet nestled at the edge of the monster mountain range, untouched by the world. The curling smoke, the golden wheat fields, children frolicking beneath the ancient locust tree at the village entrance, and indistinct yet warm smiles. Those were his parents, his companions, the backdrop of all that constituted his serene existence. Then came the night, the jarring, inhuman shriek rent the tranquility asunder. Eerie green or crimson lights flickered to life like ghostly flames in the pitch-black forest beyond the village, emanating an aura of greed and destruction, surging forth like a tidal wave. The air was filled with terrified screams, desperate wails, the thunderous collapse of homes, the sickening sound of claws rending flesh, and the crackling of flames devouring wood, all converging into a maddened, despair-laden symphony of death. Father, mother, from the fragmented shards of memory, the soul belonging to the 12-year-old boy Luo Chen emitted a heart-wrenching cry, yet it was drowned out by the greater chaos and cacophony. A burning, heavy beam descended with the weight of annihilation. Darkness enveloped his vision, plunging him into eternal silence. The fierce headache assaulted him once more, akin to countless steel needles frantically stirring within his skull, brutally amalgamating the thoughts of the modern youth Luo Chen with the remnants of this terrified, blood-soaked 12-year-old villager's memories. Who am I? The corporate drone toiling late into the night to write code, or this orphan lying amid the ruins of blood and fire, witnessing his home's utter destruction? His consciousness floated amidst the agony of rejection and amalgamation, akin to a drowning individual futilely struggling within the icy, blood-soaked sea of memories. The excruciating pain radiating from his body-broken bones, bruises, the jarring of internal organs ironically became the last vestiges of his tenuous awareness. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of complete submersion into boundless darkness, a sudden sound grating metal and heavy footsteps pierced through the pervasive stench of blood and death, approaching with an assertive force that tore open a corner of this hellish realm. Damn, it's truly horrific. Not a single survivor. Search carefully. See if there are any still breathing. Damn, the stench of blood. This must have happened recently. Boss, over here. There seems to be some movement. The voices were coarse and hoarse, imbued with a heavy accent and unmasked shock and anger. They were not the voices of those monstrous harbingers of destruction. They were human voices, the voices of the living. A fierce desire to survive ignited within him, akin to a dying ember hurled into boiling oil, exploding into a blaze. With every ounce of remaining strength, Luo Chen attempted to lift his hand, striving to emit even the faintest sound. A mere syllable would suffice. Yet, his body felt like a marionette, shattered and carelessly reassembled, completely unresponsive, producing only a muddled, indecipherable ha-ha from his throat. The heavy footsteps halted beside him, casting a shadow over him. "Good heavens! Still just a child!" exclaimed a voice laden with shock that a weathered face, etched with the marks of hardship and shadowed by stubble, suddenly loomed closer, blocking out the dim sky. Blood and sweat adorned the visage, eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Luo Chen's face, reflecting an unsettling blend of astonishment and pity. "Captain, come quickly. This kid is still alive. What a tenacious spirit." "Alive?" Another voice, deep and resonant like thunder, approached with hurried steps. "Step aside. Let me see." The imposing figure, known as the captain, squeezed through the crowd. He was a true giant, standing nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a moving iron tower. His bronze skin glimmered with a metallic sheen under the dim light, and his bulging muscles strained against the blood-stained and dusty leather armor he wore. His square face, marked by strong features, boasted thick brows and a prominent nose at that moment. His deep-set eyes were filled with astonishment and gravity. He crouched down, his movements surprisingly gentle, as a large hand, calloused and stained with mud and dark crimson blood, carefully reached toward Luo Chen's neck. The instant those rough, warm fingers made contact with the cold skin, Luo Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. This slight reaction sparked a glimmer of hope in Ironhead's eyes beneath his bushy brows. "There's a pulse. Weak, but it's there." Ironhead's voice rang out with unwavering authority. "Vacancy. Hurry. Bring me the revitalizing powder. Damn it, be gentle. This kid is covered in wounds." "Yes, boss," responded the man named Hazy, who had first discovered Luo Chen. He scrambled to search through a bulging leather pouch at his waist. Ironhead ceased speaking, his hands deftly examining Luo Chen's injuries, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Broken bones, extensive bruising and abrasions, internal injuries. It was nothing short of a miracle that this boy had survived to this point. His coarse fingers brushed against Luo Chen's icy arm, feeling the faint yet remarkably resilient spark of life within, and the weight in his heart was replaced by an overwhelming sense of responsibility. "Hold on, kid." Ironhead's voice was low, yet possessed an oddly reassuring clarity, as if it could penetrate the chaos of Luo Chen's mind. "I am Tyen, the captain of the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps. If you've met me, it means your life is not yet forfeit. Stay awake. Do you hear me? Hold on." Before he finished speaking, a sharp, pungent liquid, laced with a peculiar fragrance of medicinal herbs, was forcefully poured into Luo Chen's mouth. Where the concoction flowed, it ignited a fiery line within him, instantly rekindling his nearly frozen blood. A faint yet distinctly warm current began to spread from his stomach to his limbs, forcing away the bone-chilling cold and numbness. A violent cough erupted, pulling at his wounds and bringing forth a searing pain. Yet this agony served to pull Luo Chen's consciousness fully back to reality. He struggled to open his eyes, and through his blurred vision, he beheld the worried and resolute face of Tyen, along with several unfamiliar faces similarly marked by concern, hardship, and blood. They were clad in armor made of leather and metal plates, reeking of blood, sweat, and the distinct odor of magical beasts, their worn weapons hanging at their sides, their gazes sharp as hawks. Mercenaries. This was a band of mercenaries who danced on the edge of death. "He's awake. Boss, he's awake," Hazy exclaimed in delight. Tyen ignored his subordinate's excitement. His gaze locked onto Luo Chen's eyes, as if seeking some hidden strength. "Kid, do you remember your name?" "What happened, name?" Luo Chen's consciousness remained in a state of chaos, as fragments of memories belonging to two souls clashed and merged violently within his mind. Amidst the turmoil, the shard of memory belonging to the village boy, imbued with boundless sorrow and yearning, suddenly crystallized, overshadowing all the surrounding clamor. Luo Chen, he moved his cracked, bloodied lips, summoning every ounce of strength to utter 2 faint syllables. This was the name of the original owner of this body, and it became the sole anchor he could grasp at this moment, a testament to his existence. "Luo Chen," Tyen echoed, gently patting Luo Chen's uninjured shoulder with his rough hand. A fine name. Listen, Luo Chen, the village is gone, but you are still alive. As long as you live, there is hope. Now, do not think of anything else. Close your eyes and rest. Leave the rest to me. Tieshan's words formed an undeniable barrier, briefly separating him from the overwhelming bloodshed and despair. Luo Chen's taut spirit suddenly relaxed, and an immense weariness surged over him like a tidal wave. In the final moment before losing consciousness, the last sight that met his eyes was Tieshan's steady, resolute gaze, as if it could bear the weight of mountains. Chapter 2. The struggle of Qi consciousness ebbed and flowed in the darkness, akin to a small boat adrift on a gentle stream. The excruciating pain in his body had not subsided. However, it felt as if it were enveloped by a warm current imbued with the essence of herbs, distant and blurred. No longer was there the oppressive silence and the piercing wails of despair. Instead, a rhythmic murmur, the crackling of the campfire, and a soothing, deep snore filled the air. Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes. Before him loomed the gray-brown canopy of a tent, supported by thick timber, draped with heavy, oil-soaked hides. At the center, a roaring fire blazed, its flickering flames dispelling the chill of late autumn and casting a warm glow that illuminated every corner of the tent. The air was thick with a complex aroma, mingling the scents of roasted meat, sweat, leather, herbs, and a faint metallic tang of blood. He lay upon a bed strewn with thick animal pelts, covered by a brown wolfskin blanket. The pain persisted, particularly in his chest and left arm. Each breath bore a dull ache. Yet, compared to the near-death state he had experienced amidst the heap of corpses, this was a world apart. Fragments of memory no longer clashed chaotically. They had been smoothed by an unseen force, clearly divided into two parts, one belonging to modern youth Luo Chen and the other recounting the brief, tranquil 12 years of a village boy named Luo Chen, culminating in a catastrophic disaster that obliterated everything. This was the temporary camp of the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps. He had survived, dragged back from the brink of hell by these rugged men who danced on the edge of danger. The tent flap was lifted, and a slender figure entered. Holding a steaming wooden bowl, it was Heisei. Upon seeing Luo Chen awake, a broad smile spread across his face as he hastened toward him. Hey, young Luo Chen, you're awake? How do you feel? The boss says you're as tough as an iron-backed wild boar. Even the king of hell won't take you. Here, drink this bowl of meat soup, specially brewed by old Zhang, with a touch of herbs to replenish your qi and blood. Heisei's voice boomed with the distinctive cheerfulness of a mercenary. He thrust the wooden bowl into Luo Chen's hands. The bowl, though rough, was sturdy, filled with thick soup containing chunks of meat and wild vegetables, exuding an enticing aroma. Luo Chen's stomach promptly betrayed him with a rumble. Thank you, brother Heisei. Luo Chen's voice remained hoarse and dry, yet he could articulate his words. He struggled to sit up. Don't move. You've broken several bones. Heisei quickly pressed him down, squatting beside him as he watched Luo Chen drink the hot soup in small sips. Take your time, it's hot. You have no idea. When we carried you back that day, you were as cold as an ice block, nearly out of breath. If it weren't for the boss's precious revitalizing powder keeping you alive, and old Zhang's painstaking efforts to set your bones and apply medicine. Heisei's voice trailed off, his tone deepening as he shook his head, choosing not to continue. The warm soup slid down his throat, bringing a soothing warmth that chased away the chill within. Luo Chen silently savored the broth, embracing this rough, yet genuine warmth. He listened to the boisterous laughter and hearty banter of the mercenaries outside the tent, the resonant sounds of weaponry being sharpened, and the distant, faint roars of magical beasts. Within him, the vast void of fear and uncertainty seemed to be momentarily filled by this vibrant display of life. Brother Heisei. Luo Chen set down his half-finished bowl of soup and lifted his gaze toward Heisei, the leader of the Taizhan Brigade. Boss. Heisei grinned broadly, genuine admiration evident in his expression. He has gone out to patrol the camp. Our leader is the backbone of the Taizhan mercenary group, a master of the great fighter level. In the vicinity of the Beast Mountains, who wouldn't give a thumbs up when the name of Iron Fist Taizhan is mentioned? If it weren't for his kind heart, considering that you still have breath, he paused, as if recalling something. By the way, you're quite extraordinary yourself, such a severe injury, and yet another would have perished long ago. When old Zhang examined you, he muttered about your remarkable constitution, broad meridians, suggesting you might be a promising candidate for cultivating fighting energy. Cultivating fighting energy. The four words struck Luo Chen like a lightning bolt, igniting a spark of interest within him. Fighting energy. The world of Dou Qi. This was a stage where strength reigned supreme. Within the fragmented remnants of the original owner's memories lay a vague yearning for cultivation. He suddenly recalled the sensation of awakening amidst a pile of corpses, as if something deep within him had been forcibly roused. alongside the knowledge and information belonging to a modern soul that had been implanted within him. Fighting energy. Luo Chen instinctively murmured. Hey, are you interested? Heizi's excitement surged. In our mercenary group, aside from the boss being a great fighter, there are a few other fighters as well. I'm barely a 3-star fighter myself. Cultivating this art requires innate talent. One must possess elemental affinity. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and dark. One must embody at least one. Without that foundation, no amount of effort will yield results. He proudly patted the hilt of his dagger at his waist. At that moment, the tent flap was lifted once more, allowing a rush of cool air to sweep in. The tall figure of Tyen appeared at the entrance, shaking off the dust and leaves from his clothing. His gaze swept across the interior, landing on Luo Chen, revealing a rare warmth on his face. Awake? You look much better than yesterday. Boss. Heizi quickly rose to his feet. Tyen brigade leader. Luo Chen struggled to sit up to pay his respects. Lie down. Tyen strode over, pressing Luo Chen back down. His gaze lingered on Luo Chen's face for a moment, scrutinizing and subtly probing. How are you feeling? Can you move? Much better. Thank you for saving my life. Brigade leader, Luo Chen expressed gratefully. Tyen nodded, shifting his gaze to Heizi. Heizi, go fetch old Zhang. Let him see how well this lad's bones are healing. He paused, his gaze returning to Luo Chen with an unprecedented seriousness. Go to my tent and bring me my black iron box. Heizi was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if understanding something, his face displayed astonishment. He glanced at Luo Chen and then back at Tyen, responding emphatically, yes, boss. Before promptly turning and exiting, the tent was left with only Tyen and Luo Chen. The crackling of the campfire filled the silence, creating an atmosphere that felt strangely heavy. Tyen did not speak immediately, merely tending to the fire, coaxing the flames to burn more brightly. Luo Chen's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, an instinctual premonition stirring within him that something momentous was about to unfold. Soon, the tent flap was lifted once more, and Heizi entered, cradling a heavy, entirely black metallic box devoid of any ornamentation. Following closely behind him was an elderly man with graying hair and a gaunt visage, carrying an enormous medical kit. It was none other than old Zhang, the physician of the mercenary group. Boss, I brought the box. Heizi carefully placed the box at the foot of Tyen. Old Zhang approached Luo Chen without a word, extending his withered yet remarkably steady fingers to meticulously press and examine Luo Chen's chest, arms, and legs. His touch was gentle, yet conveyed an undeniable professionalism. Ah, the bones are aligned properly, and the vital energy is beginning to flow, old Zhang remarked. This young man possesses an astonishing recovery ability. He resembles not a human, but rather a small magical beast. Upon completing his examination, he withdrew his hand and nodded towards Tyen, a hint of astonishment flickering in his murky eyes. His life is preserved. With a month of recuperation, he should be able to move without hindrance. Tyen grunted in acknowledgement and bent down to retrieve the heavy black iron box. It appeared to be secured by some intricate mechanism. He deftly pressed several inconspicuous protrusions, and with a soft click, the lid sprang open. Inside lay a soft black velvet cloth, upon which rested a fist-sized stone, translucent and glimmering as if sculpted from crystal. Within the stone, a misty vapor seemed to swirl gently, emanating a faint yet pure white glow. Chapter 3. All Attributes. The air within the tent grew suddenly still. Both Heizi and old Zhang's gazes were intently fixed upon the crystal stone, their expressions a complex blend of tension and anticipation. The flickering firelight reflected off the stone's smooth surface, casting enchanting glimmers. A testing stone? Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. Fragments of the original owner's memories revealed to him that this was a rare item used to assess one's aptitude and attributes for cultivating fighting energy, an item that ordinary villages could never possess. Why did the leader, Tyen, carry this with him? What was his intention for testing himself? Without offering any explanation, Tyen carefully lifted the glistening testing stone from the velvet cloth with his steady, powerful hands. The stone radiated a gentle and mysterious luminescence in his bronzed palm, as if it were alive. Young man, Tyen's voice was low and serious, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Luo Chen's face. Place your hand upon it. Do not think of anything. Just relax as much as you can. Luo Chen's heart thundered within his chest. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the tumultuous thoughts and inexplicable anxiety surging within him, slowly raising his only movable right hand. His fingertips trembled slightly with tension as they inched closer to the softly glowing, icy-cool crystal stone. At last, his palm fully made contact with the smooth, chilling surface of the testing stone. In that fleeting moment of contact, a faint yet extraordinary hum resonated, as if echoing deep within his very soul. Luo Chen felt a weak yet exquisitely pure current of icy energy surge forth from the testing stone, coursing through his palm and, like countless slender ice serpents, forcefully infiltrating his meridians. As the current of air swept through, an indescribable sting and tingling sensation coursed through the delicate meridians within his body, which had just been nourished and repaired by the rejuvenating powder. Ugh! Luo Chen let out a muffled groan, instinctively attempting to withdraw his hand. Do not move. Steady yourself. Tai Shan's low growl resonated like thunder, imbued with an irresistible authority. Luo Chen clenched his jaws, enduring the peculiar pain, resolutely pressing down on the testing stone. In the tent, a pin drop could be heard. Haizi and old Zhang held their breath, their eyes wide and fixated on the testing stone. The crackling of the campfire seeming excessively jarring in contrast. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The white mist, which had originally flowed lazily within the stone, appeared to respond to some unseen stimulus, beginning to swirl faster and grow increasingly radiant. The soft white light intensified rapidly, becoming somewhat blinding. It's reacting. Such powerful light. Haizi could not help but exclaim. Old Zhang furrowed his brow, murmuring, the brightness exhibits a high affinity. What attribute could this be? Is the white indicative of light? Or perhaps a special mutated attribute? Yet, the transformation did not cease. Just as the pure white light became almost overwhelming, bursting forth from the surface of the crystal stone sizzle, a slender, yet dazzling golden beam erupted unexpectedly from the core of the crystal, akin to the first ray of dawn piercing through chaos, abruptly tearing through the pure white halo. Gold attribute. Haizi exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. While it was not unheard of for the testing stone to register multiple attributes, such a clear distinction and the purity and intensity of the luminous attributes were exceedingly rare. But this was merely the beginning. As if ignited by that golden light, a vibrant emerald beam, a robust earthy yellow glow, a gentle azure light, and a fervent crimson flame burst forth from the crystal in a tumultuous flood. Wood, earth, water, fire. My heavens! Old Zhang's voice trembled, his face contorting with shock. Yet, it did not end there. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The cerulean hue representing speed and sharpness. The violet of thunder, embodying fury and destruction. The profound and devouring shadow of darkness. And finally, a nearly imperceptible, yet exquisitely pure and sacred white light flickered once more. Scarlet, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, black, and white. These pure and intense attributes clashed and intertwined within the crystal like a rainbow forcibly crammed into a narrow glass vial, creating a cacophony of brilliance. They vied for dominance, colliding fiercely, casting the entire testing stone in a surreal, kaleidoscopic glow. The entire tent was illuminated by this dazzling spectrum of colors. Shadows danced wildly upon the hide walls of the tent, as if an unspoken and intense elemental storm were unfolding. A complete spectrum? Haizi gasped as if grasped by the throat, his face flushed, eyes bulging, mouth agape as if a fist could fit within, his voice emerging in a strained, absurd tone filled with disbelief. How is this even possible? Old Zhang trembled violently, staggering back a step until he collided with the wooden pillar of the tent, barely regaining his balance. His emaciated fingers quivered as they pointed toward the radiant testing stone, which shone like a miniature sun. His lips quivering yet unable to utter a single word. Having practiced medicine for half a lifetime and traversed many lands, he considered himself well-versed in the world. However, the spectacle before him, which defied all logic and was utterly unheard of, shattered his entire comprehension. Taizhan, whose eyes had always been as steady as mountains, now churned with turbulent waves of astonishment. Shock, elation, disbelief, and a hint of profound, inextricable concern surged within him like a chaotic whirlpool. The hand that cradled the testing stone turned white from exertion, trembling ever so slightly. The prismatic light reflected upon his resolute face, shifting in an unpredictable dance. Just as the brilliance reached its zenith, seemingly on the brink of shattering the crystal stone, a sharp crack echoed, piercing the air with a heart-stopping clarity. As if unable to withstand the violent energy within, the uniquely shaped, incredibly hard crystal testing stone revealed a distinct crack, resembling a lightning bolt. Soon after, a second and a third appeared. Web-like fissures rapidly spread across the entire transparent sphere. The kaleidoscopic light, rather than diminishing under the strain of these fractures, erupted like a volcano pushed to its limits, bursting forth with a dazzling brilliance that seemed poised to pierce the tent's ceiling. With a thunderous boom, the radiance abruptly extinguished. Countless tiny, shimmering shards of crystal tumbled from Tieshan's fingers like celestial debris, clattering against the animal hide floor and scattering everywhere. The tent was plunged into an ominous silence. illuminated only by the reluctant flickering of the campfire in the corner, casting shadows upon the three faces frozen in sheer shock, alongside the ground strewn with glimmering fragments. The energy of the entire system had erupted. The testing stone had shattered. Silence enveloped the space. Within the tent, only the occasional crackling of burning wood from the campfire and the heavy, labored breaths of the three men broke the stillness. The air felt as if it had solidified into heavy lead, pressing down upon each person's chest. Heisey stood rigidly, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, fixated on the cascading shards of colorful crystals slipping through Tieshan's fingers, as if witnessing the most horrifying scene in existence. The muscles of his face contorted, and strange sounds escaped his throat, yet he could not articulate a single coherent syllable. Old Zhang, leaning against the rough wooden pillar, trembled uncontrollably, his age-spotted hands gripping the medicine boxes strapped tightly, his knuckles turning white. His murky old eyes widened in terror, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread and a bewildering confusion in the face of an unknown miracle. Taizhan, the mercenary captain of great renown, had also lost his usual steadfast demeanor. His bronzed face, under the flickering shadows of the campfire, bore muscle lines taut as if chiseled from stone. Slowly, excruciatingly slowly, he opened his palm, allowing the last few shimmering shards to slip from his grasp. The pair of eyes, deep as an abyss, now surged with unprecedented tumultuous waves of light, a brilliant explosion, alongside the figure of a youth sprawled upon a beast hide, equally dazed and bewildered. A talent that exists solely in legends, the full elemental affinity. How could it possibly manifest in a child just extracted from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Iron Mountain took a sharp breath, his chest heaving violently, the sound of his labored inhalation starkly resonating in the oppressive silence of the tent. He forcibly suppressed the tempest within, his gaze piercing like tangible steel needles, instantly directed at the still-dazed Luo Chen. His voice, strained and nearly hoarse, carried a weight that demanded attention. Luo Chen. That low exclamation reverberated like thunder in the chaotic recesses of Luo Chen's mind, jolting him from the overwhelming shock of witnessing the shattering of the crystal stone. Instinctively, he turned to Iron Mountain, meeting those eyes, sharp enough to penetrate the very soul. Iron Mountain's voice was terrifyingly deep, each word seeming to be extracted with immense effort from the depths of his throat, laden with a heavy burden. Do you understand what you possess? Luo Chen opened his mouth, yet his throat was parched, rendering him voiceless. He certainly comprehended. The resplendent hues, the full elemental affinity, a legendary talent capable of shattering the heavens, a gift that even the protagonist, Xiao Yan, had not possessed. It was as if he had struck a jackpot. A colossal elation erupted within him like magma, nearly overwhelming him. However, the profound and unshakable gravity and concern reflected in Iron Mountain's eyes extinguished the fervent flames of his excitement like a bucket of icy water, sending a shiver down his spine. Chapter 4. A gift, yet a crisis. At that moment, a cold, rigid voice, devoid of any emotion and seemingly emanating from the deepest void of the universe, unexpectedly resonated within the very core of Luo Chen's consciousness. Detection of intense energy fluctuations meets activation criteria. Host life signs stable. Mental fluctuations intense, meeting binding standards. Multiverse Memory Core System initiating. Core module loading 11,050. Scanning host status. Host, Luo Chen. Age, 12 years, physiological. 23 years, consciousness. Status, severely injured, recovering. Soul fusion, stable. Talent, full attribute elemental affinity, awakened state. Strength, none mortal. Core ability module, photographic memory, activated. Auxiliary modules, basic detection, activated. Basic analysis, activated. More modules await unlocking. Energy reserve, 001, extremely low. System initial activation and binding completed. A cascade of cold, clear, and orderly information flowed over Luo Chen's consciousness like a waterfall. There were no dazzling golden lights, nor ethereal melodies, only the purest and most mechanical presentation of data. Those words floated in his awareness, succinct yet imbued with an unfathomable profundity. A system. Indeed, it was a system, the quintessential accessory of a transmigrator. Moreover, a multiverse memory core, photographic memory, detection, analysis. Luo Chen's heart raced violently within his chest, almost threatening to burst forth. A tremendous impact surged forth in relentless waves, nearly suffocating him. Ecstasy, shock, bewilderment, and disbelief churned within him like boiling magma. Iron Mountain, Black Z, and Old Zhang could only observe as Luo Chen, upon hearing Iron Mountain's inquiry, transformed from a state of confusion into one of profound astonishment and an indescribable euphoria. His gaze shone with an astonishing brilliance, as if something deep within his soul had been ignited. Almost immediately, his expression morphed into one of sheer peculiarity, as though he had encountered an incomprehensible existence. His pupils dilated slightly, and his breath momentarily halted. Luo Chen, Iron Mountain furrowed his brows, calling out again in a voice laced with a barely perceptible urgency and concern. What has happened to this child? Has he been stunned into silence? Or has this talent itself brought about some unknown influence? Luo Chen suddenly jolted, breaking free from the icy flow of data that had ensnared his consciousness. He blinked forcefully, striving to suppress the tumultuous waves of emotion and the nearly uncontrollable roar that threatened to escape his lips. He turned to Iron Mountain, the mercenary leader who had pulled him back from the brink of despair, and with difficulty, he swallowed hard, managing to utter a few words in a hoarse voice, trembling in a manner he himself did not fully recognize. I don't know. That light, that stone exploded. He opted for the most cautious response. The existence of the system was his greatest secret and support at this moment, and he could not risk exposing it. Iron Mountain gazed deeply into Luo Chen's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the layers of youth to uncover the surging secrets of his soul. Silence enveloped the tent once more, broken only by the crackling of the campfire, which illuminated the colorful shards of crystal scattered on the ground, casting an eerie and fragmented glow. After a seemingly interminable span of 7 or 8 breaths, Iron Mountain finally exhaled a heavy sigh. He leaned down, extending the hand that had previously held the testing stone, now dusted with remnants of crystal powder. His movements were deliberate and slow, yet imbued with undeniable strength as he gently pressed it upon Luo Chen's uninjured right shoulder. The hand was rough, robust, calloused, bearing the marks of a mercenary's life and the passage of time. The warmth of his palm seeped through Luo Chen's thin clothing, radiating heat and vigor. Luo Chen, Iron Mountain's voice was low, resonating like distant thunder across the land, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. Each word struck Luo Chen's heart with clarity, echoing in the ears of Black Z and Old Zhang, who remained in a frozen state nearby. Listen, child. His gaze was sharp as a blade, locking onto Luo Chen's eyes, as if imprinting every thought of his soul. What you witnessed, what you felt, the vibrant light. Iron Mountain paused, seemingly weighing his words carefully, before finally articulating, that was a gift, the most extraordinary offering bestowed upon mortals by the gods. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat, but Iron Mountain's tone abruptly intensified, akin to a hammer striking down, the seriousness in his eyes transforming into an icy severity. Serving as a death warrant. A death warrant? Luo Chen instinctively echoed, a chill creeping up his spine. Yes, the voice of Taizhan was resolute and irrefutable. The vast expanse of the Dou Qi continent was teeming with formidable beings, where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Those with exceptional talent faced a stark choice, to ascend as a true dragon soaring through the heavens, or to become, in the eyes of others, the finest furnace or the most perfect quarry, their brilliance a source of envy. To possess such talent was to bear the burden of jealousy, once revealed. The allure would attract not merely goodwill, shadows lurking in the darkness, malicious spirits, ancient monsters yearning to transcend their limits, and madmen pursuing ultimate power would descend upon you like hyenas scenting blood, ready to tear you apart and extract every last ounce of value, leaving you trapped in a struggle for survival with no hope of escape. Every word pierced through Luo Chen's mind like ice-cold needles. The euphoria that had surged within him upon awakening the system was swiftly doused, replaced by a chilling sense of foreboding. He recalled the villains from the original narrative, those who resorted to any means necessary for the sake of rare flames, powerful techniques, and the enhancement of their strength, Soul Palace, Soul Clan, and the hidden forces in the shadows. Tieshan's hand tightened slightly, conveying a weighty pressure. Everything that transpired here today, the shattering of the testing stone and the radiant hues, must remain confidential. He suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the still-stunned Heizi and Old Zhang. His eyes bore the commanding aura of a grand dome master, imbued with the chilling authority of one accustomed to wielding life and death. Heizi jolted, awakening from his stupor, his face paling instantly, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Almost instinctively, he straightened his posture, clenched his right fist, and struck it heavily against his heart, producing a dull thud as he declared hoarsely, "Boss, I, Heizi, swear to the heavens, by the soul of Dou Qi, what I have witnessed today shall remain buried within me. Should I betray this oath, let my Dou Qi rebel, my body explode, and my soul never find peace." Old Zhang trembled as well, swallowing hard with difficulty, his frail fingers quaking as he pointed towards the tent's peak. His voice hoarse, yet resolute. "I swear upon my lifelong medical aspirations that what I have seen and heard shall vanish into the earth. If even a word escapes my lips, may my medical skills be rendered null, my hands severed, and my death be unkind. The weighty odes resonated like brands, searing into the fabric of the tent, once illuminated by vibrant hues and now shrouded in darkness. Tyen finally nodded slightly, the sharpness in his gaze softening, though the gravity of the moment remained undiminished. He turned back to Luo Chen, his tone a touch gentler yet still burdened with significance. Luo Chen, from this day forth, before all, you must present yourself as an ordinary child who has merely survived by luck, possessing a modicum of cultivation talent. Your attribute shall be designated as wood. Remember, until you possess the strength to defend yourself, and even to instill fear in others, your ordinariness is your sole shield. Understood, Captain. Luo Chen nodded vigorously, his heart racing. Yet, the weight of Tieshan's words and the reality of the system's activation ignited within him an unprecedented flame after his initial shock, a desperate obsession to survive against all odds and to grow ever stronger. Tyen gazed into the depths of the youth's eyes, where the radiance was swiftly settling, and his heart, heavy with worry, felt an added layer of complexity. He waved his hand, commanding, Haizi, old Zhang, you may leave. The camp's alert level has been raised to its highest. No one is permitted near this tent. Yes, Chief. The two men, as if granted a reprieve, cast a reverent glance at Luo Chen before bowing and retreating, cautiously closing the tent flaps behind them. Inside the tent remained only Tyen and Luo Chen, amidst a scattering of shattered, multicolored crystal remnants. Tyen silently approached a corner of the tent, retrieving a thick piece of beast hide, meticulously gathering the glimmering shards from the ground and wrapping them securely. His movements were slow and burdened, as though he were collecting the embers of a miracle that had just extinguished, yet could ignite a conflagration at any moment. Luo Chen reclined on the beast hide mattress, observing Tieshan's broad back while sensing the cold, suspended presence of the Multiverse Memory Core system panel within the depths of his consciousness, with words like photographic memory activated, basic detection activated, and basic analysis activated, emanating a faint blue glow. Ecstasy was buried deep, while anxiety was suppressed. An icy, resolute determination forged slowly within his heart. As unyielding as steel, he needed power sufficient to protect himself, to safeguard the secret, to uphold the extraordinary talent that the commander referred to as a life and death talisman. At that moment, distant shouts from mercenaries training outside reached his ears, accompanied by the dull sounds of clashing energy. Curiously, he turned to glance out the window. Ding. Low-tier energy utilization mode detected. Target, basic combat technique, mountain split palm, yellow tier low level. Analysis module activated, energy trajectory capturing in progress. Action analysis 15. Chapter 5. Is it merely a yellow tier technique? The system will upgrade it for you. Commander Tyen wrapped the shimmering, otherworldly fragments of the testing stone tightly in the beast hide, concealing them in the hidden pouch of his inner armor. The gesture resembled that of burying a secret potent enough to overturn the world. Only the crackling of the campfire remained in the tent, the air heavy and oppressive, making it difficult for Luo Chen to breathe. Wood element. Tieshan's deep voice shattered the silence. He turned, his face now a mask of solemnity, the shock and worry replaced by an unyielding gravity. Approaching Luo Chen's resting place, his imposing figure cast a thick shadow. Remember, Luo Chen, from this day forth, you will be perceived by all as a budding talent of the wood element. Wood element energy is gentle, vibrant, and excels in nurturing and recovery. It is the most common and least conspicuous in our mercenary group. Tieshan's gaze was sharp as an eagle, unwaveringly fixed on Luo Chen's eyes. Remember, until you possess the strength to protect yourself, do not reveal your talent. It is a matter of life and death, and not a moment of complacency is permitted. Luo Chen nodded vigorously, his throat dry. I understand, Commander. The all-element talent was an extraordinary treasure, yet also a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Tieshan's warning etched itself into his heart like a brand. Power. He had never yearned for power so desperately. Only through immense strength can one safeguard this secret, establish a foothold in this harsh world, and seek a semblance of justice for the countless souls of Qingshan village. Upon witnessing the unwavering resolve in his eyes, devoid of the youthful naivety and recklessness, Tyen felt a slight alleviation of the heavy concerns that lingered in his heart. He pondered momentarily before turning to his simple cot, adorned with a complete bear pelt, and bent down to retrieve a small chest, forged from black iron and marked by the passage of time. The chest bore an intricate locking mechanism. With a series of soft clicks, Tyen opened it. Inside, there were no treasures of gold or silver, but rather a few tomes crafted from animal hide or some resilient bark, alongside several jade vials of varying sizes. His rough fingers glided over the tomes, ultimately pausing on one with the darkest hue, seemingly steeped in countless years and sweat, a deep brown bark book. He lifted the tome with an almost reverential seriousness and returned to stand before Luo Chen. Qing Mu Ju, Taishan presented the tome to Luo Chen. The ancient characters on the deep brown cover radiating a tenacious vitality, an advanced technique of the yellow rank. It is one of the treasured legacies of our Iron Rock Mercenary Corps and is particularly suited for practitioners of wood attribute fighting energy at the foundational stage. It is balanced and harmonious, placing minimal burden on the meridians, allowing for the cultivation of pure and enduring wood attribute fighting energy. While its offensive capabilities may not be exceptional, it possesses unique merits in nourishing the body and healing wounds, making it ideally suited for your current circumstances. Advanced yellow rank. In a place like Qingshan Village, even low-level yellow rank techniques are treasures of the village. Luo Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he extended his hands to carefully accept this technique, which bore the heavy expectations of the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps. The bark tome felt slightly weighty in his grasp, imbued with the unique scent of aged wood and a profound sense of history. "Thank you, Captain." Luo Chen's voice brimmed with sincere gratitude. He understood the immense weight of this trust and gift. "There is no need for thanks." Taishan waved his hand, his expression still grave. "The technique is yours. How far you can progress depends solely on your understanding and perseverance. When cultivating fighting energy, one's mindset is paramount. Avoid arrogance and impatience. First, try to perceive the wood attribute energy in the world around you, guiding it into your body, following the routes described in the technique to condense your fighting energy into a cyclone. This is the first step, and also the most crucial one. It cannot be rushed." He pointed to the tome. The first 3 layers of the heart method and operational diagrams for Qing Mu Ju are contained within. Attempt to comprehend it. If you encounter any uncertainties, you may ask me when I return from my patrol. Remember to conceal your talents well. Taishan reiterated his admonition, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Understood." Luo Chen replied solemnly. Taishan gave him a deep look before turning on his heel and striding out of the tent, the heavy curtain falling to sever the noise of the outside world. The tent fell silent once more, leaving only Luo Chen and the flickering shadows of the campfire. Taking a deep breath to quell the excitement and the faint ache in his body, Luo Chen immersed himself entirely in the Qing Mu Ju in his hands. He gently opened the deep brown bark cover. The pages were resilient, adorned with intricate illustrations of the human meridians, accompanied by densely packed annotations in fine script. The ancient text, imbued with a unique rhythm, elucidates the process of sensing the ethereal wood attribute energy particles that drift between heaven and earth. It describes how, through a specific rhythm of breath and focused intention, one can draw these particles into the body, guiding them along designated meridian pathways for refinement, ultimately condensing them into the seed of a swirling energy vortex within the dantian. Luo Chen observed with utmost seriousness, as the meticulous reasoning of a modern soul intertwined with the residual, vague comprehension of the original master regarding the world of combat energy, striving to grasp the meaning of each word and the trajectory of the illustrations. The Qing Mu Ju, as Iron Mountain had indicated, indeed emphasized a gradual and solid foundation, with a relatively gentle operation route that deftly avoided many fragile and sensitive meridian nodes. Just as he was fully absorbed, his gaze sweeping over an illustration depicting the pivotal turning points of combat energy within the hands Xiao Yan, Sanjiao Meridian. He silently recited the obscure incantations regarding the transformation of wood energy and the interplay of curves and straight lines. Deep within his consciousness, the cold, mechanical, and emotionless alert of the multiversal memory core unexpectedly resonated once more. Information carrier detected. Target, Qing Mu Ju, fragment, high yellow tier. Loading information. Illustration parsing, textual analysis. Energy model reconstruction. Analysis module activated, deep scan initiated. Warning, multiple redundant energy operation nodes detected. Warning, low efficiency of key energy transformation detected, with energy condensation rate below 30. Warning, potential meridian conflict risk points detected, located at the convergence of the hands Xiaoyang Sanjiao and Foot's Juyan liver meridians. Optimizable pathways discovered. Logic loopholes and energy operation identified. Segments of high-tier energy models available for fusion, database index, Imu Chongqing body basic volume, fragment of the ancient Green Emperor's longevity scripture. Establishing optimization model to eliminate redundancies, rectify conflicts, enhance transformation efficiency, and merge high-tier segments. Model reconstruction complete. New technique model generated. Mayan Qingdi Chongqing Ju, low mysterious tier. Would you like to infuse it? Luo Chen stared in astonishment at the sudden system prompt, his eyes widened in shock. This system could be utilized in such a manner. Chapter 6. Stepping onto the path of cultivation. A cascade of chilling data streams, marked with glaring red warnings and shimmering with enticing blue light of optimized pathways, instantaneously filled Luo Chen's consciousness. The once intricate and profound Qingmu Ju illustrations and incantations now appeared riddled with flaws under the system's keen scrutiny, resembling a subpar map fraught with cracks and dead ends. Luo Chen's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, only to be released abruptly, causing it to race violently. Blood surged towards his head, leading to a momentary dizziness. Low mysterious tear. In just a few breaths, the system had thoroughly analyzed, deconstructed, optimized, and even fused segments from its database. Unknown origins, but grandly titled Imu Changxing body and fragment of the ancient Green Emperor's longevity scripture, elevating it by an entire tier. This was truly unprecedented. A tremendous ecstasy surged through Luo Chen's heart like a tsunami. However, he bit down on his tongue, using the pain as a reminder to remain composed. Captain Taizhan was just outside. He could not afford to cause any disturbance. Infusion. Deep within his consciousness, Luo Chen resolutely issued the command. Host command confirmed. Infusion of Mu Yanqing, Di Chong Shengju, low-level profound stage, model initiated. Energy guidance in progress. There was no excruciating pain akin to enlightenment, nor were there dazzling phenomena. Instead, a stream of cold, pure, and vast information flowed silently yet distinctly into the depths of Luo Chen's memory, akin to a gentle trickle. A completely new and infinitely more intricate diagram of meridian pathways. A more exquisite and profound method of breathing, and insights into the deeper aspects of what attribute combat energy, such as growth, nourishment, resilience, and longevity, were all deeply imprinted in his soul, as if they had been innate. In an instant, Luo Chen felt his comprehension of the Qingmu Ju elevate from that of an ignorant apprentice to the esteemed realm of a master who could establish a sect. The previously obscure incantations became clear and comprehensible, while the complex diagrams in his mind spontaneously unraveled and reassembled into the most optimal and efficient energy pathways. He closed his eyes and, following the newly acquired method of Mu Yanqing Di Chong Shengju, attempted to adjust his breath. With each inhalation and exhalation, the rhythm transformed into a prolonged and peculiar cadence, resonating with the natural laws of the universe. As he engaged in this distinctive breathing, he keenly sensed a change in the previously still air within the tent. It appeared as though countless tiny, vibrant green specks of light floated in the atmosphere. Like sprites in a forest, they had once been scattered and chaotic, yet at that moment, drawn by the unique rhythm of his new technique, they began to cautiously converge towards him. Basic detection module activated. Environmental analysis would attribute energy particle concentration, moderate, affected by campfire and trace metallic interference. Particle capture efficiency, 13. Ongoing optimization. The cold prompts flickered in the recesses of his consciousness. Luo Chen remained undistracted, his mind extending like invisible tendrils, gently guiding the green light particles that had been attracted to him. He refrained from hastily absorbing them into his body. Instead, according to the guidance of Mu Yanqing Di Chong Shengju, he first formed an extremely subtle and nearly imperceptible affinity field around his body. More green light particles were drawn in, coalescing to envelop him in a hazy, life-infused mist of pale green. In the corner of the tent, near the campfire, a few resilient blades of unknown grass, emerging through the seams of animal hide, appeared to grow even greener, their leaves standing slightly more erect. The moment was ripe. With a thought, the pale green affinity mist, as if imbued with life, slowly permeated inward, enveloping his body. Countless cool, vibrant green specks of light, like gentle streams, seeped through his skin and pores, delicately entering his being. Energy infusion. Operational route. Mu Yanqing Di Chong Shengju basic circulation, optimized path. The efficiency of the qi refining process is 899 and continues to improve. As the cool green light particles entered the meridians, they were immediately guided by an invisible force, following a route far more intricate and fluid than the original version of the Greenwood technique. This path skillfully bypassed all redundant nodes and areas of potential conflict highlighted by the system, even tracing enigmatic spiral patterns at several critical turns and convergence points, greatly enhancing the efficiency of energy condensation and refinement. Luo Chen could clearly perceive this transformation, thanks to the superior perceptual assistance provided by the system. The previously restless green light particles quickly became docile and pure along this optimized path, with delicate streams of pale azure energy being extracted, flowing through the resilient meridians like the purest emerald solution, nourishing the damaged tissues along the way and bringing an indescribable sense of comfort and coolness. The pain in his chest and arms seemed to gradually alleviate under this invigorating energy. The condensation of fighting energy required an immense accumulation of such energy. Luo Chen remained unhurried, fully immersed in the wondrous experience of the flawless operation of the technique for the first time, his mind clear and detached from self-awareness. In the Dantian, a faint yet remarkably pure azure essence, brimming with vitality, began to quietly gather. Akin to the first wisps of nebulae birthed at the dawn of the universe, time slipped by silently. After an indeterminate duration, the tent flap was gently lifted, and the imposing figure of Tyen entered, bringing with him the coolness from outside. His gaze immediately fell upon Luo Chen, his brows instinctively furrowing. He sensed no strong fluctuations of fighting energy, precisely as he had requested. However, Luo Chen's state evoked a peculiar feeling even in this seasoned master. The youth sat quietly with closed eyes, his breathing long and even, imbued with a peculiar rhythm. His complexion was no longer the pallor of blood loss, but radiated a healthy, warm sheen, reminiscent of parched earth receiving nourishing rain. What astonished Tyen the most was the air surrounding Luo Chen, particularly near the palms resting on his knees, which appeared to exhibit an almost imperceptible distortion, as if viewed through warm air, or like countless tiny lives joyously stirring. Even more startling to Tyen was the thick, lifeless wolfskin blanket beneath Luo Chen, where several previously dry and withered grass stems now displayed a faint, tender green hue, as if awakened by an invisible life force. This revelation stirred a tempest within Tieshan's heart. He was intimately familiar with the greenwood technique he had given Luo Chen, though balanced and nourishing. It should not have exhibited such purity and vitality on the first attempt, especially given Luo Chen's still healing injuries. The effect was comparable to intermediate-level wood-based techniques of the profound rank. Could it be attributed to the universal talent? If wood was merely one of the attributes, perhaps it revealed a purity that transcended a singular attribute? Tyen could only forcibly suppress his astonishment, attributing the cause to this possibility. He dared not delve too deeply into his thoughts, nor did he wish to voice them aloud. At that moment, Luo Chen exhaled a long, murky breath. The vapor, upon leaving his body, bore an almost imperceptible faint azure hue, swiftly dissipating into the air. He slowly opened his eyes. They were clear and bright, as if cleansed by the purest spring water. The previous confusion, fear, and fatigue wrought by pain seemed to have been largely washed away by his recent cultivation. In the depths of his gaze, there resided a newfound, restrained yet tenacious brilliance. Captain. Upon spotting Tyen, Luo Chen hastily attempted to rise. Do not move. Tyen swiftly stepped forward, pressing him down with a sense of urgency and inquiry he himself was unaware of. How do you feel? Did you experience any discomfort during your first cultivation? His eyes, sharp as lightning, scrutinized Luo Chen's complexion and aura. It feels wonderful, Luo Chen replied, a genuine smile illuminating his face. He could sense a faint yet undeniably real warmth flowing within him, brimming with life, alleviating much of his pain. Following the method you provided, I believe I can truly perceive those green specks of light. They are quite soothing. He carefully moderated his description, revealing only the excitement and slight astonishment befitting a promising novice, deliberately omitting any mention of the system's transformation or the profundities of the Mu, Yin Qing, Di Chang Shengju. Tyen attentively sensed Luo Chen's aura. Indeed, it was comprised solely of pure and gentle wood attribute fighting spirit, with a rather weak intensity, likely just enough to draw energy into the body and coalesce a hint of fighting spirit, entirely consistent with the normal response of a first-time practitioner. Besides that overly pure sense of vitality, there were no other anomalies. Good. Excellent. A great weight lifted from Tyen's heart, replaced by immense joy and a hint of indescribable complexity. He patted Luo Chen's uninjured shoulder with substantial force, eliciting a wince from Luo Chen. Yet his face radiated a joyful grin. Kid, your talent surpasses my expectations. To draw energy into your body and condense fighting spirit on your first attempt. And with such pure and gentle fighting spirit, it will greatly aid in your recovery. It seems the Qing Mu Ju truly resonates with you. Excitement sparkled in Tyen's eyes, as if he envisioned the future beacon of hope for the Tyen mercenary corps rising steadily. Take good care of your injuries and cultivate diligently. Once you've healed, I will personally teach you combat techniques. Our Tyen mercenary corps has a promising successor. Feeling the weight on his shoulder and the unmasked expectation in Tyen's gaze, warmth surged within Luo Chen's heart as he nodded vigorously. Yes, Captain. I will certainly strive to improve. He lowered his gaze to his palm. The intricate patterns on his hand were vivid, seemingly still imbued with the subtle sensation of guiding that immense vitality moments ago. The pure wood attribute fighting spirit bestowed by the Mu, Yin Qing, Di Chang, Shengju, danced around his fingertips, gentle yet restrained. Only he knew that this seemingly benign azure aura concealed an immense life force and the chilling brilliance of a central memory capable of upheaving this world. The path to strength began within this small space of his palm. Chapter 7. The Prodigy, Part 1. A month passed swiftly in the camp of the Tyen Mercenary Corps, located on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range, like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers. In the corner of the camp, the beast hide tent belonging to Luo Chen had long ceased to be a place filled with the acrid scent of blood and medicinal herbs. Instead, the air was infused with the fresh aroma of grass and wood, mingling with the warmth of sunlight filtering through the animal hides. Beside the campfire, several tender green blades of grass, which had bravely pushed through the edges of a wolfskin rug, had now unfurled into vibrant leaves, gently swaying in the soft breeze that seeped through the tent seams, adding a touch of life to the rugged camp that seemed almost incongruous, yet brimming with vitality. That lad is truly remarkable. Black Z squatted at the entrance of the tent, holding a wooden bowl brimming with meat broth, his eyes wide as saucers, fixed intently on the somewhat slender figure at the center of the tent. His gaze darted between Luo Chen's agile left arm and chest, where just a month prior, thick, medicinally soaked cloth had bound a gruesome injury, broken bones intertwined, internal organs damaged, a sight too harrowing to behold. Yet now, there was no trace left of the wounds. Luo Chen was clad in the smallest size of a rough cloth shirt from the mercenary group, faded and worn, with his exposed skin a healthy shade of wheat. His muscular lines balanced and fluid. Although still bearing the slight fragility of youth, he seemed to possess astonishing resilience and explosive potential. He stood in a standard horse-riding stance, hands cradled before his dantian, his chest rising and falling steadily with deep, rhythmic breaths. With each inhalation, it was as if he absorbed an invisible vitality, transforming him into a sapling flourishing under the sun. Old Zhang, your old adage about 100 days for healing broken bones has surely faltered in the face of this lad's recovery, remarked another burly mercenary, jabbing his elbow into the ribs of the equally astonished old physician beside him. Old Zhang's white beard trembled as his bony fingers stroked his sparse facial hair. His cloudy eyes filled with disbelief. Extraordinary, truly bizarre. In my decades of practice, I have never witnessed such rapid bone growth, such remarkable healing of internal injuries. No tonic can rival the strength of his constitution. This young man is akin to a high-tier magical beast clad in human skin. No, even a high-tier magical beast's offspring cannot compare to such absurdity. He shook his head, his tone laced with skepticism towards his lifelong experiences. One can only conclude that this boy is a natural prodigy for cultivation. His foundation is astonishingly robust, coupled with the wood attribute fighting energy. Remarkable, simply remarkable. His recovery ability is astounding. The murmurs of the crowd reached Luo Chen's ears clearly. He gradually ceased his practice, exhaling a long breath infused with a faint azure hue, opening his eyes to reveal a clear gaze filled with latent brilliance. As he felt the surging energy within him, now magnified several times over compared to a month prior, flowing like a pure azure stream, and the invigorating sensations coursing through his body. His reverence for the central system of the myriad realms memory deepened even further. The system-optimized techniques not only boasted terrifying training efficiency, but the immense vitality they contained for nourishing the physical body and healing injuries far surpassed his wildest imaginings. Such effects were beyond what even advanced yellow-grade techniques could achieve. The disparity between profound-grade techniques and yellow-grade techniques was indeed like heaven and earth. Enough with the chatter. A steady, commanding voice interrupted, as the imposing figure of Taishan pushed through the surrounding mercenaries, striding forward with purpose. His sharp gaze immediately fell upon Luo Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe, a fleeting glimmer of undeniable astonishment crossing his eyes. 1 month, merely a month, the youth who once lay among the corpses, on the brink of death, had now undergone a remarkable transformation. His aura was composed, his vitality abundant, and his gaze piercing. There was no trace of the frailty associated with recent injury. A tumult of emotions surged within Taishan. Luo Chen's recovery exceeded his expectations once more. The purity and vitality of his wood elemental energy seemed to transcend the boundaries of the Qingmuju. Could the augmentation from an all-encompassing talent be so formidable? This thought surfaced again, only to be forcibly suppressed. Regardless, this was a fortuitous development, an extraordinary blessing. Captain, Luo Chen respectfully saluted Taishan, his movements fluid and natural. Taishan nodded slightly, a rare smile breaking through his typically stern demeanor, rendering him particularly genial. Good lad. Such vitality, even I am a bit envious. He stepped forward, his palm, large as a fan, thudded heavily on Luo Chen's shoulder, sensing the firm resilience of his muscles and the vigor emanating from him. Satisfaction deepened in his eyes. It is all thanks to the captain and everyone's care, as well as Uncle Zhang's medicine, Luo Chen humbly replied. Stop with the flattery. Taishan chided playfully. Then, with a serious expression, fixed an intense gaze on Luo Chen. Now that you've recovered, your energy should be nearly condensed, right? It's time to learn some real skills. At this proclamation, the mercenaries gathered at the tent's edge perked up, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. No matter how exceptional one's training talent, it ultimately must be tested in battle. They were eager to witness what surprises this boy, who had achieved miraculous recovery, could bring to combat techniques. Luo Chen's heart raced slightly, an intense desire igniting within his eyes. Yes, Captain, I am ready. Good, Taishan proclaimed with a booming voice, leading Luo Chen out to the training area beyond the tent. Combat techniques are the methods of utilizing battle energy. They serve as the bridge that transforms internal energy into offensive and defensive power. Unlike those large sects with their meticulous teachings, I will merely demonstrate. The final understanding rests upon you. Today, I shall teach you the most fundamental yet practical close-range combat technique of our Iron Rock Mercenary Corps, the stone-shattering palm, a low-grade yellow tier technique. Before he could finish his sentence, his demeanor shifted dramatically. The earlier warmth vanished instantaneously, replaced by an aura as formidable as a boulder. Emanating a sharp intensity, he stood firm as a mountain, his right arm slowly rising, fingers converging into a palm. With this motion, a visibly rough, earthy yellow energy surged forth from his dantian, swiftly enveloping his entire right arm, ultimately coalescing at his palm. That hand appeared as though it were encased in a thin layer of rocky armor, exuding a sense of weighted power. Watch closely, Taishan bellowed, his waist and hips suddenly exerting force as he pivoted, driving his shoulder forward. The palm, now glowing with yellow light, cleaved through the air like a colossal axe, accompanied by a deep, resounding whoosh. Boom. A muffled sound echoed forth. The target was not a physical object, but rather the very air itself. Wherever the palm wind reached, the air seemed to be instantaneously compressed and solidified, forming a visible, earthy-hued energy that resembled a tangible force, akin to a rock projectile hurtling forth, striking fiercely against a nearby training post. Crack! The robust wooden post shattered in response. Splinters flew from the fracture, as if truly crushed by a heavy hammer. A murmur of awe rose among the onlooking mercenaries. Although merely a low-level yellow-tier martial technique, its power in the hands of the esteemed grand martial artist, Tyen, was undeniably formidable. The concentrated energy and explosive force embodied the essence of the stone-shattering palm, culminating in a swift and devastating release that could obliterate stone and sever wood. Luo Chen observed Tyen's movements intently, contemplating the flow of martial energy, silently marveling at the display. Chapter 8. The Prodigy, Part 2. Tyen withdrew his palm, the earthy glow from his arm gradually dissipating. He turned to Luo Chen and solemnly inquired, "Did you discern the nuances? The route of energy flow resides within the pivotal points of the hands Tianlung Meridian and Yangming Large Intestine Meridian. The force stems from the unification of the waist and horse stance, twisting to channel energy, instantaneously infusing the palm's edge with the entirety of one's strength. The martial energy serves as the root, the force as the trunk, and the will as the blade. Only through the harmonious convergence of these three can one shatter stone and sever gold." Luo Chen nodded vigorously. He had been utterly engrossed, absorbing every detail during Tieshan's demonstration. At the moment Tyen initiated his martial energy and executed the palm strike, a cascade of notifications flashed across his vision. Alert! Low-tier energy application mode detected. Target, martial technique, stone-shattering palm, low yellow tier. Initiating deep scan. Energy trajectory captured, 100. Muscle force model constructed, 100. Martial energy node operation path analyzed, 100. Identified optimization points, 3. Discovered potential for enhanced energy utilization, 278. Model reconstruction completed. Optimized version of stone-shattering palm generated. Power increased by approximately 32. Energy consumption reduced by 15. Proceed with infusion? The frigid data stream flooded his vision once more. Tieshan's seemingly exquisite palm strike was instantaneously deconstructed under the system's scrutiny, revealing its strengths and weaknesses with clarity, along with superior solutions. Infuse. Luo Chen decided without hesitation. Confirming host command. Initiation of optimized version of stone-shattering palm infusion. The intricate techniques of force application and a more efficient martial energy flow were instantly imprinted into his muscle memory and innate martial instincts. Now, give it a try? Tyen stepped back, granting space, his gaze imbued with scrutiny and encouragement. He did not expect Luo Chen to succeed on his first attempt. Mastering martial techniques was far more challenging than merely grasping foundational practices, requiring countless repetitions to attain the delicate balance of force application and martial energy coordination. He stood ready to offer guidance and corrections. Luo Chen took a deep breath and approached the center of the training ground. He mimicked Tieshan's stance, spreading his feet apart, sinking his waist into a horse stance, lowering his center of gravity. His mind delved into his dantian, summoning the pure azure martial energy. Following the optimized model etched in his mind, the martial energy no longer surged chaotically through his arm, but flowed like a precisely guided stream, swiftly converging along the most direct and efficient meridian branches, gathering with remarkable speed at the edge of his right palm. Simultaneously, the waist and hips sank slightly, the spine taut like a bow. A surge of power arose from the soles of the feet, intricately twisting through the waist and hips, transmitting like a whip to the shoulders, and then flooding into the arms. A sharp shout erupted, not a violent roar akin to that of Iron Mountain, but imbued with the vigor of youth. The right palm sliced through the air with lightning speed. The movement was crisp and clean, devoid of any hesitation. The trajectory of the force was as precise as if measured by a ruler. Whoosh! A remarkably refined pale azure light, akin to a finely honed blade of jade, instantaneously enveloped the edge of Luo Chen's palm. This radiance, while lacking the weighty grandeur of Iron Mountain's earthy yellow glow, was far more concentrated and pure, possessing a penetrating sharpness. Its speed was also swifter. The gust from the palm cleaved through the air, producing a sharp, fleeting tearing sound. Bang! The pale azure palm print struck accurately upon another intact hardwood post nearby. There was no deafening explosion, only a muffled sound, akin to a heavy object sinking into decayed wood. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. All the mercenaries, including Haizi and Old Zhang, seemed to be ensnared by a spell, their expressions utterly frozen. Their eyes were fixated on the wooden post. There, on the surface of the sturdy post, a distinct palm print, measuring a full inch in depth, was starkly visible. The edges of the palm print were smooth, as though cut by the sharpest of blades. Even more startling, from the center of the palm print, a network of cracks spread outward like a spider's web, covering most of the post. Strands of pure wood attribute combat energy lingered within, subtly eroding the wooden fibers. One strike, merely one strike, in this initial attempt. Although it did not shatter the post like Iron Mountain had, after all, the disparity in combat energy strength was immense. This terrifying penetrating force, this precise exertion of power, this extreme refinement in the application of combat energy. Was this truly something a novice, having merely practiced for a month and just beginning to learn combat techniques, could achieve? Shattering stone palm. One mercenary murmured in disbelief, his voice dry. Did he just utilize wood attribute combat energy? Can the wood element even produce such penetrating power? Another mercenary's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The wood attribute combat energy has always been known for its gentleness, longevity, and restorative properties, typically considered weak in terms of offensive capability. Yet Luo Chen's strike upended their understanding. Haizi's wooden bowl clattered to the ground, soup spilling everywhere, yet he remained oblivious. His mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, his jaw nearly dislocated. Old Zhang's fingers, which had been stroking his beard, froze mid-air, the wrinkles on his aged face stretching in sheer shock before suddenly contorting again. Iron Mountain's expression was the most captivating. His usually steadfast visage, akin to a towering mountain, now resembled a lake disturbed by a boulder, stirred into tumultuous waves. Shock, exhilaration, disbelief, and even a hint of absurdity flickered across his face. He had witnessed the finesse of Luo Chen's technique, the remarkable efficiency of his combat energy's pathway, and it seemed as though he were not a learner, but rather a seasoned practitioner with years of experience in combat techniques. Furthermore, the manner in which he wielded the wood attribute combat energy completely transcended the original framework of shattering stone palm, introducing a unique penetrating and eroding characteristic. This was not something that could be imparted by the Greenwood formula. What a prodigy! A mercenary finally reclaimed his voice, trembling with a broken resonance as he shouted. Genius! This is true genius! Another mercenary, flushed with excitement, vigorously waved his fists. For the first time, just the damned first time, back in the day, I struggled for half a month, kicked by the boss, just to barely grasp the threshold of this flawed palm technique. Blackie, having finally regained his spirit, leapt up, pointing at Luo Chen, his voice wavering. Little Luo Chen, are you even human? The training ground erupted in cacophony. Gasps of astonishment, bizarre cries, and incredulous discussions nearly drowned out Luo Chen. All eyes fervently focused on the somewhat slender youth at the center of the arena, as if witnessing a living miracle. Luo Chen slowly retracted his palm, gazing at the distinct imprint and spiderweb-like cracks on the wooden post. feeling the minuscule depletion of his internal energy. And listening to the tidal wave of admiration around him, his heart remained tranquil, even hinting at a smile. Only he knew that behind this seemingly stunning blow lay the cold and formidable computational power of the multiversal memory core, transforming the most complex techniques into instinctual muscle memory. He lifted his gaze, meeting Iron Mountain's eyes, which were still roiling with tumult, yet now ablaze with fervent expectation, and revealed a shy yet confident smile. Chapter 9. Xian Level Combat Skills, Part 1. A year quietly slipped away amidst the frost, rain, and snow at the periphery of the Beast Mountain Range and the coarse shouts of the mercenary camp. The campfire of the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps still blazed. Yet the boy they had once unearthed from a heap of corpses had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming an undeniable star at the heart of the camp. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on a massive slab of azure stone at the edge of the camp, the soft morning light filtering through sparse branches, casting mottled shadows upon him. His eyes were gently closed, breathing long and rhythmic. With each inhalation, it seemed as though he absorbed the vibrant life of the surrounding forest. Within him, the azure energy cultivated from the Green Emperor's longevity technique flowed like an unceasing stream through his broad and resilient veins, having grown more than tenfold compared to a year ago. This pure, restrained essence, imbued with immense vitality, subtly formed a faint azure halo around him, invigorating the flora nearby. 9 segments of combat energy. He was but a step away from condensing his combat energy core and entering the realm of combatants. This pace, anywhere in the continent of combat energy, would be hailed as the epitome of genius, especially in a resource-limited place like the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps. Countless times, during solitary nights by the campfire, Iron Mountain gazed towards Luo Chen's tent with a complex and inscrutable expression. Awe, elation, anticipation, and a hint of deep-seated worry. He knew all too well what kind of treasure his greenwood technique was. A high-level yellow-grade skill, traditionally requiring years of arduous practice to reach 9 segments of combat energy. Yet this lad, merely after a year, Iron Mountain could only attribute it all to the terrifying talent for what affinity and Luo Chen's nearly superhuman focus and perseverance. He could vaguely sense that the fighting aura cultivated by Luo Chen was far more refined and infused with vitality than what the Qingmu Ju should encompass. Yet he opted for silence. Genius often possesses qualities that set it apart from the ordinary. What left the entire Iron Rock Mercenary Corps astounded, even somewhat numb, was Luo Chen's exceptional performance in combat techniques. The training ground had long since transformed into his personal stage. The low-level yellow-tier shattered stone palm, rending wind leg, and overlapping waves fist, along with the mid-level techniques vine bind, with spirit shield, and even the advanced yellow-tier technique Qingmu Gangjin, regardless of the technique or its attribute. As long as Taizhan demonstrated it once, elucidating the aura circulation diagram and the methods of exertion, Luo Chen would close his eyes in concentration for a brief moment. Upon reopening them, the technique seemed to be etched into his very bones, effortlessly at his command. His movements were as precise as those depicted in textbooks, and his aura flowed with an astonishing smoothness and efficiency, far surpassing that of his peers at the same level. Watch closely. This technique, the Vine Serpent Strangle, hinges on the transformation of fighting aura. It is akin to vines entwining, a blend of softness and strength, locking the enemy's joints. Taizhan had demonstrated this mid-level yellow-tier technique. Luo Chen observed it once, and then immediately executed it. The pale blue aura left his body, transforming not into clumsy vines, but into several agile, serpentine green energy snakes, darting like lightning, swiftly wrapping around the joints of the training post. A series of crisp cracks echoed as the resilient wooden post was brutally snapped. Qingmu Gangjin. Focusing energy to a single point, it erupted instantaneously, like ancient wood splintering. Taizhan had demonstrated this advanced yellow-tier technique, delivering a palm strike that unleashed a burst of azure energy, exhibiting formidable power. After a moment of concentration, Luo Chen lightly placed his palm against another massive test stone. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, a clear handprint silently emerged on the surface of the stone, surrounded by a web of fissures. A thread of exquisitely pure wood attribute aura, like a maggot burrowing into bone, penetrated deep into the stone's core. Moments later, the entire boulder emitted a dull cracking sound, collapsing and shattering from within. The subtlety of its internal force and the precision of its control left Taizhan gasping in astonishment. A monster, a prodigy. Is this boy even human? The mercenaries' awe and murmurs had long since become the daily backdrop of the camp. From initial shock and fervor to a now habitual acceptance, tinged with a hint of affectionate indulgence. Haizi often clapped Luo Chen on the shoulder, grinning widely. Little Luo Chen, when you become successful, Don't forget that your brother Haizi once served you soup. Luo Chen would always respond with a smile, though his heart remained clear. He understood that the root of it all lay in the cold, yet powerful central memory of the myriad worlds deep within his consciousness. Each time Taizhan demonstrated a technique, the system scanned, analyzed, and optimized at a frenetic pace, instantly infusing him with the most perfect model. He felt like a machine programmed with perfection, simply executing faithfully to yield results that transcended limits. This almost surreal experience, while it brought about a rapid enhancement of his strength, also left him with a faint sense of unreality, as if he were deprived of the genuine process of exploration, trial, and enlightenment. It seemed that the yellow-tier techniques had reached their pinnacle. Luo Chen gazed at his long, powerful palms, the azure aura swirling within, as if they were an extension of his will. Although the system's optimization was formidable, the framework and energy levels of the yellow-tier techniques were ultimately limited. What wonders would the mysterious tier hold? A powerful surge of desire and challenge arose within him. It was as if he could hear the whispers of his heart. That morning, when Luo Chen concluded his training, the imposing figure of Iron Mountain appeared before him, wearing an unprecedented seriousness tinged with a hint of anticipation. Young man, it seems that the Huang-tier combat skills have become trivial for you. Iron Mountain's voice resonated deeply, his gaze piercing, as if it were a tangible force directed at Luo Chen. Your comprehension and mastery of combat energy have far exceeded my expectations. Today, I shall impart to you something truly significant. Something truly significant? Luo Chen's heart raced, an electric premonition coursing through his entire being. Iron Mountain's voice was not deliberately subdued. Rather, it carried a proclamation-like weight. The surrounding mercenaries instantly perked up, halting their activities, whether it was forging weapons, polishing leather armor, or preparing breakfast, fixating their attention on the scene. Could it be that the chief? Blackie gasped, his voice trembling with disbelief. Iron Mountain paid no heed, striding purposefully to the central training area, designated for testing advanced combat skills. At the edge of the open space stood a massive block of dark basalt, towering as high as 2 men and as unyielding as iron. This was the hardest target the mercenary group could procure. Even the most formidable fighters would struggle to leave a mark on it. Clear the area. Iron Mountain's commanding voice boomed, an invisible pressure emanating from him, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat, creating a larger circle around him, all holding their breath, eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. The Xian-tier combat skills. The captain is actually going to teach Luo Chen the Xian-tier skills. Luo Chen's heart thumped vigorously in his chest, his blood surging, igniting a flutter of exhilaration within him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions, and locked his gaze firmly on Iron Mountain at the center of the field. Iron Mountain came to a standstill, facing the basalt giant, standing 3 zhang away. He slowly closed his eyes, and his aura instantly grew dense and profound, akin to a towering mountain rising from the earth. A wave of earthy combat energy, far more potent and refined than when executing Huang-tier skills, surged forth from his dantian like a waking dragon, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Buzz. Intermediate energy utilization mode detected. Target. Combat skill. Cracking star hand. Low Xian-tier. Initiating deep scan. Priority elevated. Alert. Complexity of energy operation pathways increased. Enhancement. Surge in combat energy nodes. Identifying critical nodes. Warning. Energy explosion requirements vastly exceed Huang-tier. Dynamic balance calculations for muscular coordination model being constructed. Redundant energy circuits detected. Identified bottleneck in combat energy conversion efficiency, located at the intersection of the Han Xiaoyan and Han Taiyang meridians. Identified optimizable aggregation nodes. Establishing optimization model to eliminate redundancy, correcting bottlenecks, and enhancing aggregation. Model reconstruction complete. Optimized version of cracking star hand model generated. Power increased by approximately 20. Energy consumption reduced by 10. Burst speed enhanced by 15. Would you like to infuse? The icy stream of data cascaded over Luo Chen's consciousness, interspersed with glaring red warning markers. The complexity of Xian-tier combat skills indeed stood in stark contrast to that of Huang-tier. The densely packed energy nodes and the intricately intertwined operational routes impose demands on muscle coordination and explosive timing that far exceed anything previously encountered. Were it not for the system, an extraordinary external aid, Luo Chen felt that merely looking over the diagram would leave him dizzy. Focusing intently, Luo Chen commanded, confirm directive. Initiating model optimization for energy-guided neuromuscular coordination calibration. A flood of information, far grander and more intricate than before, surged into his mind, accompanied by subtle adjustments deep within his body. This time, the learning process was not effortless. Luo Chen sensed a slight mental fatigue. as if his brain were engaged in high-intensity calculations. At that moment, Tyen suddenly opened his eyes wide, a brilliant light shooting forth, akin to two beams of solid gold. Crack the rock and shatter the stars, he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. With a powerful stride, Tyen thrust his right foot forward. The ground trembled beneath him. The earthy-colored fighting spirit around him surged violently, akin to a raging magma flow. The energy was not evenly distributed, but instead wildly converged towards his raised right arm, particularly focusing on the outstretched fingers of his right hand. Luo Chen's pupils constricted. With the system's assistance, he could clearly observe the fighting spirit within Tyen roaring like a torrent, coursing along numerous complex main and branch meridians, ultimately compressing and layering at specific acupuncture points in his right arm. That hand, in an instant, transformed into an entity seemingly sculpted from the purest yellow jade. Heavy and solid, radiating an unsettling energy vibration. The space surrounding his palm subtly warped, as tiny particles of dust were repelled by an invisible force field. With a decisive strike, Tyen's right arm shot forward like a siege crossbow brimming with power. The monstrous yellow jade hand, infused with terrifying strength, did not strike directly, but rather extended its fingers into a claw-like grasp, seemingly slow, yet imbued with a titanic will to tear the earth asunder. A piercing sound echoed as an enormous, earthy-hued claw projection tore through the air, unleashing a sharp crack that sent chills down the spine. Wherever the claw shadow passed, the ground was plowed into a deep chasm. At the edges of the shadow, countless tiny, brilliant points of light spun at high speed, vanishing like fragments of stars, an anomaly born from the extreme compression of energy. Boom! The colossal yellow claw crashed down upon the dark basalt boulder. There was no stalemate, no resounding aftermath. The impenetrable basalt shattered as if struck by a divine hammer, exploding into countless sharp-edged fragments that shot out like cannonballs in all directions. All that remained was a vast pit and swirling dust. Within the dust, the residual earthy fighting spirit crackled like a living flame, continuing to erode the debris. Chapter 10, Profound Class Battle Techniques, Part 2. Silence. An oppressive silence. All the mercenaries watching, including the experienced old Zhang, felt as though their throats were grasped, eyes bulging, mouths agape, yet no sound emerged. Only heavy breaths rose and fell in the stillness. The might of the profound class battle techniques surpassed their wildest imaginations. Is this the power of a grand battle master? Several mercenaries have begun to mimic the movements of Tyen, striving to master the profound martial arts, yet after much effort, they still achieved no results. Tyen slowly retracted his palm, the earthy yellow glow on his arm gradually dissipating. His chest heaved slightly, clearly indicating that this strike had taken a considerable toll. His gaze, sharp as lightning, pierced through the lingering dust, landing upon Luo Chen, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible breathlessness and anticipation. Did you see clearly? The flow of battle energy lies within the heart, the small intestine, and the three burning spaces must work in concert, compressing layer upon layer, converging in the palm. The force must draw upon the might of the earth, advancing unyieldingly. One's will must be as unyielding as shattering rocks and splintering stars, invincible. Its complexity and peril far exceed the yellow tear. His words were abruptly cut short, for Luo Chen had moved. In the moment following Tyen's demonstration, as the dust had yet to settle, Luo Chen had already closed his eyes. He was not reminiscing about Tyen's movements. Rather, he was fervently digesting, comprehending, and mastering the exquisitely optimized model of the shattering star hand that the system had just imparted to him, a streamlined essence directing the flow of battle energy, the intricately precise mode of muscular coordination, the unique method of instantaneously compressing and unleashing vast energy. After a few breaths, Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his clear gaze, it was as if countless streams of azure data flickered past, replaced by an unprecedented focus and an eagerness to engage. Unlike Tyen, who settled into a low stance to accumulate an earth-shattering momentum, Luo Chen leaned slightly forward, grounding himself as if he were a taut bow ready to unleash its arrow. Within his dantian, the pure azure battle energy surged forth, no longer a gentle flowing stream, but a rushing river. A soft hum resonated as a faint azure halo emerged from his body, not heavy, yet profoundly concentrated. He gradually raised his right hand, fingers splayed like claws. The movement was fluid and natural, devoid of any stiffness. Optimization path initiated. Battle energy convergence node locked. Energy compression rate enhanced. A chilling prompt flashed in the corners of his consciousness. As his intent directed it, the immense azure battle energy did not surge toward his entire arm, but was instead guided by countless invisible, precise conduits, bypassing all redundant circuits, converging instantly at the fingertips and the Laogong acupoint of his right hand. Compress. Further compress. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixed on Luo Chen's hand, which shimmered with a jade-like luster. Unlike Tieshan's oppressive, mountain-like presence, the air around Luo Chen's palm warped with intensity, as if subtle, electric-like azure threads danced and entwined between his fingers. An atmosphere of piercing sharpness permeated the air, as if capable of penetrating any obstacle. Shattering star hand. A clear, resonant shout, imbued with the unique sharpness of youth, echoed throughout the training ground. Luo Chen lunged forward, his right claw striking out with lightning speed. Lacking Tieshan's earth-rending grandeur, his movement was swifter, more agile, and more refined. With a whoosh, a condensed, ethereal azure claw shadow, akin to a bolt of azure lightning, instantly tore through the air. The claw shadow was not large, yet it was more solid, its edges swirling with countless rapidly spinning azure star-like flecks that shimmered with faint light. These starry fragments bear a peculiar, wood elemental energy of erosion, wherever they traverse. The air emits a faint sizzling sound, as if being disintegrated. The speed is astonishing, so swift that the onlookers catch only a fleeting glimpse of a green flash. A dull, heart-stopping sound of penetration resonates. A precise azure claw mark indelibly imprints itself upon another intact, equally formidable piece of basalt. There is no earth-shattering explosion, no spectacular scene of debris flying in all directions. Time seems to freeze for a moment. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of countless stunned eyes, a clear, half-foot-deep five-fingered claw print emerges on the surface of the obsidian basalt, as if branded there by the sharpest of chisels, its edges as smooth as a mirror. More terrifyingly, from the center of the claw print, numerous fine azure cracks spread like living creatures, swiftly enveloping the entire stone. Within these fissures, pure and life-eroding wood elemental energy fervently penetrates. The sound of cracking resonates sharply, akin to teeth grinding. With a thunderous rumble, the massive basalt block, seemingly stripped of all support, collapses entirely from within, crumbling into a pile of uniformly sized, smoothly cut stones. The surfaces still emit tendrils of wandering azure energy. Silence. A more profound stillness than after Iron Mountain's strike. The wind appears to cease its flow, while the crackling of the campfire becomes unbearably jarring. All mercenaries wear expressions frozen in stone, their eyes bulging as if to leap from their sockets, fixated on the pile of fallen stones before abruptly turning to the youth in the center, who slowly retracts his hand, his breath slightly hurried. Is it successful? Just once. Merely a single attempt. His first encounter with the profound-level combat skill. Has he truly manifested it? Although its power pales in comparison to that of Captain Iron Mountain's devastating blow, its terrifying penetration, exquisite energy erosion, and seemingly effortless control, can this truly be the capability of a human being? The voice of the young man is like sandpaper, hoarse and dry, tinged with a bewilderment that suggests a shattered worldview. The wood elemental energy achieving such penetration and erosion. Am I dreaming? One mercenary pinches his thigh hard, wincing in pain. He did it just like that? Another mercenary gestures in disbelief, his face a portrait of astonishment. A prodigy, absolutely a prodigy. Old Zhang mutters to himself, oblivious as the herbs in his hand tumble to the ground, his bleary eyes fixed intently upon Luo Chen, as if wishing to see through him entirely. Iron Mountain stands rooted in place, his robust form resembling a statue forged from iron. The muscles on his face twitch slightly, his gaze a profound whirlpool, roiling with waves capable of engulfing all. Shock. That scarcely suffices to describe it. Exultation. That is a given. Yet more than anything, it is a soul-stirring impact he himself had never anticipated. He sees it most clearly. Luo Chen's recent strike showcased an extraordinary mastery of energy manipulation and remarkable precision in technique, revealing an optimization that transcended the original Shatter Rock and Fracture Stars technique. This was not mere imitation. It was an instinctual comprehension and application of power at its most fundamental and efficient level. Was it a gift? Iron Mountain dared not ponder too deeply. Luo Chen slowly exhaled a breath imbued with faint azure starlight, having expended nearly half of his internal energy. Yet it was still significantly less than the consumption indicated by the system prior to optimization. He gazed at his trembling right hand, now brimming with an unprecedented strength, relishing the terrifying might unleashed in that fleeting moment, far surpassing the power of yellow-tier techniques, a wave of indescribable exhilaration and satisfaction flooding his heart. This was the essence of profound tier power. Though still in its infancy, the door to this realm had been pried open through his innate talent and the system's support, revealing a vista that captivated his very soul. He raised his head to meet Iron Mountain's eyes, which burned with a fierce flame, filled with a complex array of emotions: shock, ecstasy, pride, and an almost reverent expectation, as if witnessing an unparalleled gem illuminating the world. Iron Mountain spoke not a word, but strode forward with purpose. That once mighty hand, weathered by hardship and capable of shattering mountains, descended upon Luo Chen's shoulder with an unprecedented gravity and a barely perceptible tremor, a gesture imbued with restrained strength. This child's future was boundless. A thought quietly surfaced in Iron Mountain's mind. Chapter 11. The exorbitant gathering of energy. The night enveloped the world like ink, thickly draping the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps camp at the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. The campfire flickered in the evening breeze, crackling softly, casting shadows that danced across the rough contours of the tents and elongating Iron Mountain's imposing, slightly burdensome silhouette. He paced silently, like a restless beast, outside Luo Chen's tent, where only the rhythmic sound of steady breathing could be heard. His bronze visage, illuminated by the firelight, was shrouded in half-light, while his thick brows knitted into an unresolvable knot. The eyes, usually as steadfast as mountains, now surged with deep resignation and a hint of subtle anxiety. 9 stages of energy. The miraculous achievement Luo Chen had attained within a year was etched into the hearts of every mercenary like a brand, becoming a heavy yet sweet burden for Iron Mountain to bear. The child's talent was astonishingly terrifying, as dazzling as it was worrisome. Consolidating energy into a vortex and stepping into the realm of fighters marked the first true watershed on the path of cultivation, as well as the first perilous threshold. Blacksea's words, tinged with regret and bitterness, echoed like a curse in Iron Mountain's ears. Boss, I was too reckless back then. I charged in 5 times. Each failure drained my very marrow, and my level plummeted. The last attempt succeeded, but my spirit was exhausted, my foundation damaged. Now, I have reached the rank of a 3-star fighter, yet I fear this is as far as I, Blacksea, shall go. And what of Iron Mountain himself? Had it not been for the excruciating effort to acquire a 2nd-tier Qi condensation pill back in the day, which marginally enhanced his success rate, he would have likely succumbed to the misfortunes of a plummeting realm, and the prospect of achieving his current level as a Grand Master would have been utterly unattainable. What Luo Chen desperately needed was the Qi gathering powder, a 4th-tier elixir, a guarantee of 100% in coalescing Dou Qi spirals. This was a treasure so coveted that countless minor clans and factions would risk their fortunes to obtain it. A mere few 100,000 gold coins? That was but a cold figure. More crucially, amidst the outer regions of the Beast Mountain range, where could the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps find such prestigious auction houses? Where could they establish connections with alchemists capable of producing 4th-tier elixirs? Taishan's gaze pierced through the seams of the animal hide tent, as if he could see the young man seated cross-legged within, lost in the depths of his cultivation. The weight of the secrets and futures resting upon that child's shoulders was so profound that even he, a man who had navigated the treacherous edges of life, felt a pang of trepidation. Clenching his fists until the knuckles turned white, he ultimately exhaled a sigh, heavy and nearly inaudible, which mingled with the chill of the night breeze. Silently, he turned away, his tall silhouette marked by a subtle stoop, gradually fading into the shadows of the camp. Inside the tent, Luo Chen had not genuinely entered a meditative state. The suffocating aura of Taishan, the captain, loomed like a tangible cloud outside the tent. How could he possibly remain oblivious to it? That barely audible sigh pierced his heart like a fine needle. This captain, who had pulled him back from the brink of despair, who regarded him as a cherished kin, was now ensnared in an insurmountable predicament for Luo Chen's sake. Qi gathering powder. Luo Chen silently repeated the term in his mind, feeling its heavy weight. Hundreds of thousands of gold coins. A fortune capable of overwhelming the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps. He could not, and would not, allow Taishan to shoulder such a burdensome weight for his benefit. The cautionary tale of He Zi and Taishan's own harrowing experiences vividly reminded him of the colossal risks associated with forcibly attempting to break through to the Dou Qi spiral without the aid of elixirs. While one could recover from a fallen realm, injuring one's essence would lead to a true dead end. Restlessness coiled around his mind like creeping vines. Luo Chen forced himself to calm down, his consciousness whirring like a high-speed gear, frantically sifting through the ocean of his memories. Alchemist, the most esteemed profession in the world of Dou Qi. The Qi gathering powder was indeed crafted by the hands of an alchemist. The criteria for becoming an alchemist flashed through his mind like lightning. A primary affinity for fire attribute Dou Qi, intertwined with a hint of wood attribute. Fire and wood. Luo Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled. He possessed an all-encompassing affinity. Both fire and wood were firmly within his grasp. Soul power? The strength of a transmigrator's soul, combined with the enhancements gained from a year of systematic cultivation, undoubtedly surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The theoretical requirements were entirely within his reach. Yet, just as the flicker of hope ignited, it was doused by the cold reality. Fourth-tier elixirs. Luo Chen felt a bitter pang at the corners of his mouth. Even if he were exceptionally gifted and possessed formidable soul power, capable of immediately embarking on the study of alchemy, how could he possibly concoct a fourth-tier qi gathering powder? Such a feat demanded terrifying control over one's soul, a vast reservoir of experience, and an exquisite understanding of medicinal properties. This was no task to be accomplished in a day or two. Distant waters could not quench immediate thirst. Was he truly left with no choice but to forcibly attempt a path fraught with thorns, potentially leading to utter ruin? Unwillingness surged within him. A profound sense of discontent surged within his chest. In that moment of chaotic thoughts, teetering on the brink of despair, an audacious, even heretical notion, akin to a meteor streaking through the darkness, illuminated his consciousness with sudden clarity. I am a being of all-encompassing attributes. My fighting energy can be transformed at will. The wood attribute fighting energy inherently harbors boundless vitality and possesses a natural affinity for the medicinal properties of flora. The wood variation Qing Emperor's longevity technique masterfully governs wood attribute energy, even invoking the life force of plants. If I could extract the essence of the primary medicinal ingredients needed to concoct the qi gathering powder, ink leaf lotus, serpent saliva fruit, spirit gathering grass, and the essence of a secondary water attribute magic core, much like an alchemist refining the essence of a potion, this would not be alchemy, but rather the extraction of the purest source of medicinal power. Then, using my own body as a crucible, with the pure wood attribute fighting energy as a guide and protector, I could directly absorb and merge this immense medicinal power within myself, harnessing its formidable energy to forcefully impact the fighting energy vortex. This idea is utterly preposterous. Directly incorporating the volatile essence of medicinal materials into my body, a moment's carelessness could lead to a catastrophic clash of energies, resulting in shattered meridians. This is infinitely more perilous than forcibly assaulting the fighting energy vortex. However, the original text states that the materials required for crafting the qi gathering powder are also exorbitantly priced. Are there alternative materials that could replace the crafting of qi gathering powder? Buzz. Searching. Ding. Search successful. Found alternatives. Purple leaf orchid grass, bone washing flower. First order would attribute magic core. Luo Chen's heartbeat quickened, blood rushing to his head. The immense risk was accompanied by an indescribable allure. If successful, he would not only save a fortune on the qi gathering powder, but also perfectly leverage his innate talents, paving an unprecedented path. System. Luo Chen urgently called out within the depths of his consciousness. Analyze the feasibility of this plan, based on my current physical condition, control of fighting energy, and the level of the wood variation Qing Emperor's longevity technique. Objective. Safely extract and absorb the medicinal essence of purple leaf orchid grass, bone washing flower, and the first order wood attribute magic core to assist in condensing the fighting energy vortex. Buzz. Host command received. Feasibility analysis initiated. Scanning host status. Peak 9-stage fighting energy, primarily wood attribute. Meridian strength. Excellent. Refined by wood variation Qing Emperor's longevity technique. Precision of fighting energy control. Extremely high, optimized and trained by the system. Mental strength. Far surpassing peers, aided by the soul system of the Transmigrator. Target material analysis. Purple leaf orchid grass. Main ingredient. Containing gentle wood element spiritual energy and qi gathering factors. Easily guided. Bone washing flower. Auxiliary ingredient. Containing refining energy. Requires neutralization. First order wood attribute magic core. Energy source. Containing pure wood element spiritual energy and trace chaotic beast essence. Requires purification. Extraction method simulation. Utilize the ultimate vitality fighting energy of wood variation Qing Emperor's longevity technique to permeate the materials, stripping away impurities, guiding the core medicinal essence to flow out, not through flame refinement, but through source affinity extraction. Internal fusion simulation. Using wood attribute fighting energy as a guide. Construct multiple buffering and guiding circuits, prioritizing the absorption of gentle qi gathering factors, followed by the gradual fusion of refining energy and magic core spiritual energy. Risk assessment. Residual impurities in medicinal materials, potentially leading to energy contamination, impact from magical core beasts, potentially causing mental disturbances. Uncontrolled fusion of medicinal power, potentially resulting in meridian overload. Establishment of a computational optimization path with a multi-layered energy filtration system to enhance the design of a segmented fusion model for mental barriers. Comprehensive evaluation. Feasibility of the plan. 80. Key preconditions. The host must possess basic knowledge of medicinal material identification and pharmacology, ensuring the absence of inferior quality and incompatible substances. Precise control over the extraction process is essential to maximize the purity of the medicinal essence. The procedure must be conducted in an absolutely safe and undisturbed environment. Recommendations. The host should systematically study the fundamentals of materia medica, mastering the identification of medicinal properties and preliminary extraction techniques. The moment's breath grew heavy. The chilling sound of the system's notification resonated like celestial music in his ears. The glaring red risk point remained, yet an 80 success rate, in stark contrast to the less than 50 chance of a forceful attempt, felt like a chasm between heaven and earth. Furthermore, this path could be achieved solely through his innate talent and diligent effort. No external assistance was required, no exorbitant gold coins needed, nor did he have to pressure Captain into taking risks. The torch of hope had been ignited, dispelling all shadows and agitation. The astonishing light in his eyes radiated sheer ecstasy, a euphoric resurgence from despair, coupled with boundless aspirations for a new path. To study the intricacies of medicinal knowledge, to grasp the essence of pharmacology, to refine extraction techniques. The goal was clearer than ever. Why seek external aid for energy dispersion? His very body served as the finest alchemical furnace. His energy was the most exquisite catalyst. Outside the tent, the night remained profound. Yet within the young man's heart, a luminous pathway to the realm of combatants and to infinite possibilities had begun to shine brilliantly amidst the darkness. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, his gaze transforming into unwavering resolve. Tomorrow, he would commence his journey with. This first step must be taken with unwavering certainty. Chapter 12. The Study of Pharmacology. The following morning arose with the dawn. He had arranged with the previous night to learn pharmacology, much to his delight, who eagerly agreed to guide him the next day. At the edge of the camp, stooped with age, cautiously organized his treasured basket of herbs and a few gleaming small tools for digging and scooping. His face, marked by age spots, bore a long-awaited, almost reverent excitement. Upon spotting's tall figure emerging through the morning mist, S' cloudy eyes sparkled as if two dusty stars had been polished anew. Here you are? S' voice brimmed with uncontainable joy as he patted a brand new, slightly smaller herb basket beside him. This is especially for you. For us gatherers. These tools are our lifeblood. Thank you, replied as he took the basket. Feeling its weight, a blend of the fresh scent of newly carved wood and the resilience of the beast hide straps. Gazing into his eyes, filled with pure and unreserved anticipation. A warm current surged within him, accompanied by a profound sense of responsibility. Let us go. While the sun has yet to grow fierce and the dew remains, it is the perfect moment for foraging. Old Zhang, with a medicine basket slung over his back and leaning on a polished rattan staff, led the way into the lush mountain forest outside the camp. Luo Chen followed closely behind, his steps light, yet his gaze resembled that of a keen-eyed hawk, surveying his surroundings with acute awareness. Basic detection module, activated. Environmental scan, concentration of wood element energy particles, high. Multiple faint life energy responses detected. A chilling prompt flickered in the recesses of his consciousness, yet Luo Chen deliberately stifled the urge to rely on it. He understood that while the system could inform him of the entities present, it could not impart the invaluable herbal knowledge that old Zhang had acquired through decades of toil and peril. Thus, he resolved to primarily depend on old Zhang's guidance, using the system as a supplementary tool. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the light abruptly dimmed. Towering ancient trees obscured much of the sky, allowing only dappled rays to filter through. The humus layer beneath their feet was soft and thick, muffling their steps. A myriad of bizarrely shaped, vividly colored plants flourished unchecked, and the air was saturated with the rich, complex aroma of foliage. Stop! Old Zhang suddenly crouched before a nondescript, serrated leaf plant with a ring of dark purple at its edges. He gently extended his gnarled fingers to brush aside a few fallen leaves, revealing several smaller plants topped with pale yellow flowers the size of grains of rice. Look, young Luo Chen, do you recognize this? Old Zhang's voice was hushed, imbued with the solemnity of imparting a treasured secret. Luo Chen focused intently, recalling the fragmented knowledge old Zhang had previously instilled in him. Is it purple pearl grass? He ventured cautiously. Exactly. Old Zhang grinned, revealing a few sparse yellow teeth, his eyes shining with approval. It is indeed purple pearl grass, a first-tier herb, not particularly rare, yet it serves as a crucial ingredient in our mercenary hemostatic powder. Observe the purple edges of the leaves. The deeper the hue, the older and more potent the herb. The little yellow flowers should be harvested before they bloom, as their medicinal properties are mildest then. Once they open, the efficacy diminishes significantly. As he spoke, he carefully used a specially crafted small wooden spade to excavate the plants, roots and soil intact, placing them into Luo Chen's basket with the gentleness one might reserve for cradling an infant. Remember, gathering herbs relies 3 parts on keen eyesight and 7 parts on meticulousness. Do not be greedy, and do not harm the roots. Leave some for the mountains and a path for future gatherers, Old Zhang advised as he rose and continued onward. Not far along, he paused once more beneath an ancient tree that could be encircled by several people. Its gnarled roots twisted and coiled, and amidst the moss at its base, a few inconspicuous mushrooms, pale brown with slightly curled edges, were quietly thriving. This is called earth ear mushroom. Old Zhang pointed at the unassuming fungi. It may appear trivial, but should one suffer internal injuries, particularly from earth attribute combat energy, crushing this and mixing it with a bit of old wine for both external application and internal consumption can be more effective than many second-tier elixirs. But remember, only harvest those that are pale brown with curled edges. If they appear dark and shiny or grow too symmetrically and beautifully, they are almost certainly toxic. In herb gathering, preserving one's life is paramount. If uncertain, it is better not to touch. Luo Chen listened intently, etching every word of Old Zhang into his mind. Imitating the elder's posture, he crouched down and leaned closer to the earth ear mushroom, meticulously observing its color and shape. He gently touched the cap with his fingertips, discerning its texture, and used his nose to identify the faint, earthy aroma it emitted. The system's detection results provided the best validation and supplement. Target detected, earth ear mushroom, non-toxic. Component analysis, rich in soil attribute repair factors and gentle wood attribute growth agents. As they continued their journey, Old Zhang transformed into the most diligent guide. He occasionally pointed at the vine entwined around an ancient tree, adorned with pale blue, trumpet-shaped blossoms. That is the blue heart vine. The sap within its stems is excellent for counteracting snake venom, but it must be fresh to be effective. At other times, he would part a dense cluster of ferns, revealing several dark green, palm-like grasses with thick leaves. This is the 7-leaf palm. If crushed and applied to fractures, it can significantly accelerate healing. However, it is crucial to find a complete set of 7 leaves, as the efficacy diminishes with even 1 leaf missing. He not only taught Luo Chen to identify these plants, but also elaborated on the harvesting seasons, the parts to collect, methods of preparation, medicinal properties, and common toxic lookalikes. His knowledge was vast and pragmatic, devoid of the flowery theories found in textbooks, and instead drawn from hard-won experiences. Rich with the scent of earth and the sharpness of blades, Luo Chen absorbed this wisdom like a parched seedling yearning for rain. No longer merely a passive listener, he began to observe, reflect, and inquire actively. Upon spotting a herb with peculiar silver streaks on its leaves, he would ask, "Uncle Zhang, this silver streak herb resembles the star spot herb you mentioned yesterday. How can we distinguish their medicinal properties?" If he discovered 2 similarly colored mosses on a decaying log, he would meticulously compare their textures and olfactory differences. Old Zhang gazed at Luo Chen's increasingly bright eyes, sparkling with curiosity and contemplation, his heart swelling with joy. He had taught many mercenaries who wished to learn a few basics, but he had never encountered a child like Luo Chen, who grasped concepts effortlessly, made connections, and even began to develop his own insights. Such talent seemed destined for the path of alchemy. As the sun rose higher and the mist in the forest dissipated, the two paused by a stream to rest. Old Zhang, nursing his sore back, watched as Luo Chen energetically cleaned a handful of water lantern grass, a hemostatic herb that thrived in water. His eyes filled with pride and satisfaction at having found a worthy successor. "Little Luo Chen," Old Zhang remarked, taking a sip from the bamboo tube filled with stream water and wiping his mouth. "These precious secrets of mine won't last long with you around. With your sharp mind and sensitivity to medicinal properties, I dare say, given the opportunity, you will undoubtedly become a true alchemist in the future. Someone who stands shoulder to shoulder with the likes of the Battle King and the Battle Emperor." Luo Chen paused in his task, raised his head, and offered Old Zhang a sincere smile. "Uncle Zhang, what you've taught me is invaluable. Becoming an alchemist feels far off. For now, I just want to master my skills and help our mercenary brothers shed less blood." The words were simple, yet akin to a warm current, instantly soothing the heart of Old Zhang. His eyes brimmed with warmth as he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Good child. For your words, I shall dedicate my frail old body to impart all that I know." Chapter 13, Hemostatic Powder. In the days following his return to the camp, Luo Chen appeared to be bewitched, no longer content with merely identifying and gathering herbs. He transformed the assorted low-grade medicinal materials piled within Old Zhang's tent into his experimental ground. Utilizing the fundamental principles of herbal properties imparted by Old Zhang, coupled with his own exquisite mastery of wood energy through the Mu Yin Qing Di eternal life technique, he began to venture into the initial stages of herb fusion. Basic analysis module activated. Target herb combination, purple pearl grass, coagulation vine powder, a small amount of rock salt powder. Herbal properties simulation, purple pearl grass, primary hemostatic and tissue generating. Coagulation vine, promotes coagulation factors, rock salt, trace amounts enhance permeability and preservation. Energy reaction prediction, positive accumulation, stable fusion without conflict, moderate. The system's assistance was akin to the most sophisticated instrument, validating each of his concepts step by step. With utmost care, Luo Chen controlled his fighting energy, meticulously mixing the powdered herbs in precise proportions, then enveloping them with his pure and gentle wood energy, permeating, guiding, and attempting to gently activate and blend their core medicinal factors. This process was far more mentally taxing than executing combat techniques, demanding extreme patience and intricate control over the energies involved. Failure was a commonplace occurrence. The powders either reacted not at all, charred instantly, or emitted an acrid, bizarre odor. Yet Luo Chen remained undaunted. With each failure, the system provided precise feedback and optimization suggestions. He resembled the most dedicated craftsman, gradually adjusting the ratios, the temperature and penetration speed of his energy, and the blending techniques. On the evening of the third day, within old Zhang's tent, Luo Chen held his breath. A small handful of deep brown powder suspended in his palm. Enveloped in his pure wood energy, the powder emanated an extremely subtle, gentle, and enduring herbal fragrance, faintly tinged with a peculiar vitality that invigorated the spirit. Occasionally, minuscule azure glimmers flickered across the surface of the powder. Success! A surge of uncontrollable ecstasy erupted in Luo Chen's eyes. He carefully withdrew his energy and poured the powder into a clean porcelain bowl. Uncle Zhang, take a look at this. Luo Chen's voice trembled with excitement as he presented the bowl to old Zhang, who was busy organizing herbs. Old Zhang, puzzled, accepted the bowl and leaned in to inhale the gentle, enduring herbal aroma, which instantly rejuvenated his spirit, brightening his murky old eyes. He pinched a small amount of powder with his frail fingers, scrutinizing it closely, before cautiously licking a tiny bit with his tongue. Old Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, a flush of incredulity washing over his face. As if scalded, he hastily set down the porcelain bowl, his trembling fingers quaking with excitement. This taste. The medicinal potency is pure. So pure. Old Zhang's voice was hoarse, tinged with an excited tremor. The regenerative power of the purple pearl grass, the hemostatic effects of the blood-congealing vine, and an indescribable essence of nurturing. This medicinal potency surpassed the first-tier hemostatic powder I have concocted by at least 30%. No, it could very well be 50%. Furthermore, its properties are extraordinarily gentle, with scarcely any irritability. Xiao Luoqing, how did you accomplish this? Luoqing scratched his head, displaying a bashful smile. I merely followed your teachings regarding the medicinal properties and combined them with my own understanding, then attempted to meld them using my fighting spirit. Perhaps luck was on my side? Luck? Nonsense. Old Zhang was so exhilarated that his beard trembled. He suddenly grasped Luoqing's arm with astonishing strength. This is talent. A gift from the heavens. I have spent a lifetime working with herbs and have never produced anything of this caliber. A hemostatic powder. The finest hemostatic powder. Our Iron Rock Mercenary Corps will be fortunate in the future when our brothers are injured. As Old Zhang spoke, his eyes became slightly misty. What fine creation. What are you shouting about, Old Zhang? The tent flap was abruptly lifted, and Taishan's booming voice penetrated the air. Behind him trailed several curious mercenaries, including Zi. Old Zhang, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered and thrust a porcelain bowl into Taishan's hands. Captain, look, Xiao Luoqing made this. A hemostatic powder. It surpasses anything we can buy. Taishan paused, glancing down at the unremarkable deep brown powder in the bowl, then at the flushed, exuberant face of Old Zhang, and finally at the somewhat bashful Luoqing. Mimicking Old Zhang, he pinched a bit of the powder, inhaling deeply and feeling its texture with his fingertips. Although he lacked knowledge of pharmacology, years of combat had made him intimately familiar with the efficacy of various healing powders. The aroma emanating from this powder seemed to awaken a flicker of his dormant fighting spirit, imbued with a reassuring vitality. Is it truly better than what we purchase? Taishan's voice quivered with disbelief. What does this signify? It means the mercenary corps can save a considerable sum on purchasing hemostatic powders. It means our brothers can recover more swiftly after sustaining injuries. It means there is an increased chance of survival on the brink of death. Absolutely true. I would stake my head on it. Old Zhang proclaimed, thumping his chest. My goodness. Xiao Luoqing, you are truly remarkable. Zi was the first to react, letting out a joyful cry as he rushed forward and lifted Luoqing off the ground in a bear hug. A genius. Xiao Luoqing is our Iron Rock's lucky star. The hemostatic powder, No longer shall we be beholden to those unscrupulous merchants. Throw him up. Toss Xiao Luo Chen up in the air. The tent erupted in a cacophony of excitement. The jubilant shouts resembled a volcanic eruption. The mercenaries surged forward, lifting the somewhat dazed Luo Chen high above their heads. Rough, strong hands cradled his body, repeatedly tossing him toward the tent's ceiling. With each ascent, he was met with thunderous cheers and faces flushed with gratitude and admiration. Xiao Luo Chen. Well done. Our treasure from Iron Rock. A genius. An unparalleled genius. The mingling of cheers, laughter, and the resonant sound of hands pounding chests created a symphony that nearly threatened to overturn the entire camp. The flickering glow of the campfire danced wildly against the tent walls, illuminating every ecstatic face. Outside the crowd stood Tyen, observing a young boy being tossed into the air, his astonishment quickly morphing into a warm smile. Even this rugged man felt a moistness in the corners of his eyes. He clutched tightly to a porcelain bowl filled with deep brown powder, as if it contained the very hope for the future of their mercenary group. In midair, Luo Chen experienced the sensation of weightlessness, only to fall back into the reliable embrace of sturdy arms, the deafening cheers ringing in his ears, stirring his heart in a tumultuous manner. The hemostatic powder within that bowl represented not merely the first achievement of his pharmacological studies, but also a tangible proof of his first steps into the realm of medicine. He felt distinctly the resonance between the fighting spirit of the Mu Yin Qing Di longevity technique coursing through him and the properties of the herbal medicines. The path leading to the gathering of energy, to the realm of fighters, and to the hall of alchemists, was now vividly laid out before him amidst the exuberant cheers and the rich brown powder. Chapter 14. Searching for medicine after a month of diligent study under Old Zhang. Luo Chen had grown increasingly adept at identifying medicinal herbs and understanding pharmacology. Sensing that his 9-stage fighting qi was on the verge of a breakthrough, he resolved to share his method with Captain Tyen. The campfire crackled in the night, its flickering flames reflecting the youthful, yet resolute face of Luo Chen. Standing before Tyen, he unveiled the plan he had long contemplated, not relying on the gathering powder, but instead using his own body as a crucible to directly absorb the essence of the herbs to impact his fighting spirit's vortex. Nonsense. Tyen abruptly turned, his bronze face taut under the firelight, eyebrows furrowed, and eyes betraying unmasked fury and concern. His large hand struck heavily against the wooden post supporting the tent, producing a dull thud that momentarily shook the flames. I have my own means regarding the gathering powder. You need not concern yourself with it. His voice was resolute, imbued with an authority that brooked no argument. Your method? I have never heard of such a thing. Are you willing to wager your life and future? If something goes awry, if your meridians are severed, if your essence is harmed, how can I face the brothers I pulled from the brink of death? Meeting his piercing gaze, Luo Chen did not waver, his eyes clear and determined. Captain, I know you have my best interest at heart. However, the gathering powder is worth over 10,000 gold coins, and one must have connections to procure it. I do not wish to burden the entire mercenary group for my sake, potentially forcing my brothers into more perilous missions to earn money. He paused, his tone imbued with an unusual steadiness for his age. As for my method, it is not without merit. You are aware of my unique constitution. For the past month, I have studied pharmacology day and night with Uncle Zhang, and my understanding of medicinal properties surpasses that of the average person. Moreover, my control over wood-type energy and vitality has become exquisitely refined. I can assert with confidence that the probability of success exceeds 80%. The effects may even be purer and more compatible with my constitution than the gathering powder. 80%? Tieshan's brows knitted tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he sought to dissect Luo Chen's soul to uncover the truth behind his words. Young man, on the path of cultivation, a slight deviation can lead to catastrophic consequences. A 20% risk is enough to plunge you into irretrievable ruin. Captain, Luo Chen stepped forward, his tone imbued with earnestness and undeniable confidence, a certainty forged from meticulous preparation and precise control. Without assurance, I would never jest with my future. Consider my training in combat techniques. Have I ever failed even once? Are you still uncertain about my mastery over power? This method may be perilous for others, yet for me, it is the most suitable and secure path. Please, place your trust in me. Inside the tent, silence reigned, broken only by the crackling of the campfire. Tyen fixated on Luo Chen's eyes, where youthful impulsiveness and luck were absent, replaced instead by an unwavering determination and a near-prophetic confidence in his strength. He recalled Luo Chen's prodigious aptitude for martial arts, the astonishing efficacy of his self-made hemostatic powder, and the steady, composed aura that had increasingly enveloped him over the past month, an aura befitting a skilled apothecary. This lad seemed perpetually capable of conjuring miracles. Tyen breathed heavily, his chest heaving as the anger and astonishment in his gaze gradually transformed into a profound struggle and contemplation. He remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Luo Chen to nearly believe he would refuse once more. At last, Taishan abruptly waved his hand, his voice low yet resolute. "Haizi, old Zhang, Typhone, come in at once." The tent flap was lifted, and the three entered in succession, their faces marked by confusion. Taishan's gaze swept over them, ultimately resting on Typhone, the vice captain whose face bore a striking resemblance to his own, equally steadfast and resolute. "Typhone, tomorrow I will take Luo Chen, Haizi, and old Zhang into the mountains. The camp and our comrades are in your hands." "Into the mountains? Chief, this is a critical juncture." Typhone hesitated, then glanced at Luo Chen, seemingly grasping the implications. "Cut the chatter," Taishan interjected, turning his attention to old Zhang and Haizi, his voice grave. "Our targets are purple leaf orchid, bone-washing flower, and a first-tier wood attribute magic core. The quality must be the finest. This is crucial for Luo Chen's breakthrough into the realm of combatants." "Breakthrough into combatants?" Haizi exclaimed, his voice rising in shock as he swiftly turned to Luo Chen, concern etched in his features. "Little Luo Chen, you." Old Zhang paused, his cloudy eyes suddenly sparkling with clarity. He regarded Luo Chen intently, as if comprehending the reliance on his unique method, and nodded vigorously. "I understand. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the herbs will be secured." Finally, Taishan looked at Luo Chen, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, which ultimately resolved into a heavy admonition. "Boy, remember your words. An 80% certainty. If it drops even a fraction, I will break your legs and ensure you do not act recklessly." Luo Chen felt warmth in his heart and nodded emphatically. "Yes, Captain." The following day, as dawn's light began to filter through, four figures quietly departed the camp, vanishing into the deeper, darker expanses of the monster beast mountain range. Taishan led the way, like a blade drawn from its sheath, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, the aura of a great combat master subtly emanating, driving away weaker beasts. Old Zhang followed closely, his seasoned eyes searching among the dense foliage for their targets. Luo Chen was positioned centrally, the basic detection module having quietly activated, his mental energy extending like invisible tendrils, cautiously perceiving every energy fluctuation around him. Haizi brought up the rear, vigilantly guarding their flanks. Deep within the mountains, ancient trees towered, casting deep shadows that obscured the sun. The air is thick with the rich aroma of humus and the fresh scent of vegetation. Yet it also conceals unseen perils. Vines entwine like gigantic pythons, while exotic flowers bloom in the darkness, exuding an enchanting glow. Iron Mountain deliberately slows his pace, occasionally pointing out to Luo Chen the signs left by dangerous poisonous insects, toxic plants, and magical beasts, imparting knowledge on survival and combat within the dense forest. Time slips away amidst their search. Sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense canopy, casting dappled columns of light. A trace of fatigue and gravity is etched upon the faces of the group. The purple-leaved orchid and the bone-washing flower are already rare, and finding specimens of good quality is even more elusive. As for first-tier would attribute magical beasts, luck is paramount. Just as noon approaches, at the zenith of sunlight, the elderly Zhang, walking beside Luo Chen, suddenly twitches his nose, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "Wait, that scent is the bone-washing flower, and it is of considerable age." He points to a gap in the stone wall partially concealed by massive ferns. Almost simultaneously, a notification echoes in Luo Chen's mind. Ding. Strong wood attribute and tempering energy reaction detected. Target, bone-washing flower, superior quality. Location, 30 meters to the left front, in the damp crevice of the stone wall. Warning, intense life energy reaction detected nearby. Energy attribute, wood, intensity, peak of first tier. Distance, 50 meters, rapidly approaching. Be cautious, a magical beast is near. Luo Chen and Iron Mountain simultaneously exclaim. Before their words can fully resonate, a thunderous crash reverberates from the dense forest ahead, as trees are violently snapped. A wild and fierce aura sweeps in like a tempest. Following this, a massive shadow, cloaked in dark green moss and hardened chitin, bursts through the underbrush, resembling an uncontrollable war chariot, scattering broken branches and leaves, revealing itself to the onlookers. It is a magical beast resembling a rhinoceros, yet of a far greater size. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and exceeding 4 meters in length, its body is enveloped in a thick, ancient bark-like dark green carapace, adorned with moss and small vines. A robust horn gleams with a shadowy metallic luster atop its head. With each hoof striking the ground, the earth trembles slightly. Its blood-red eyes fixate fiercely on the group, particularly on the several enticing pale flowers, the bone-washing flowers, nestled within the stone crevice. Wood-armored rhinoceros. Peak of first tier. A spark of excitement ignites in Iron Mountain's eyes, and rather than retreating in fear, he exudes a sense of exhilaration. Little Luo Chen, watch closely. Today, I shall teach you how to combat these tough-skinned beasts. Blackie. Protect Elder Zhang and little Luo Chen. Iron Mountain bellows, his imposing figure advancing rather than retreating, charging headlong towards the rampaging wood-armored rhinoceros. His earthy yellow fighting spirit erupts around him, enveloping him like a heavy rock armor. Beast, witness my palm. Iron Mountain's voice booms as he stands resolute against the oncoming rhinoceros, refusing to flinch or evade. His right arm, muscular and coiled, gathers the earthy yellow fighting spirit into his palm, invoking the high-level yellow-tier combat technique, shattering palm. Yet this time, the momentum he wields is starkly different from when he taught Luo Chen, brimming with a fierce and bloodthirsty intent. Boom. The earthy yellow imprint of the shattering palm crashes against the side of the rhinoceros's horn as it charges forth. A deafening clang of metal resounded. The collision of ferocious power generated shockwaves that were visible to the naked eye. The ground at the foot of the Iron Mountain caved in with a resounding crash, sending shards of rock flying. Miraculously, the colossal charge of the wood-armored rhinoceros was halted, its massive head being forcefully knocked to one side, emitting a painful roar. Enraged, the wood-armored rhinoceros propelled itself forward, its sturdy hind legs driving into the earth, its enormous body exhibiting remarkable agility as it swung its tail, encased in a thick wooden armor, like a colossal battering ram, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air, striking fiercely toward the midsection of the Iron Mountain. What a splendid opportunity. The fire of battle ignited in Iron Mountain's eyes as he swiftly raised his left arm in defense, a solid, earthen-hued shield of energy materializing on the outer side of his arm. Thud! The wooden tail collided with the rock shield, producing a deep, resounding echo. The shield flickered violently, and Iron Mountain was propelled backward by the tremendous force, carving 2 deep trenches into the ground, yet his footing remained steadfast. Remember, when contending with such a physically powerful and defensively robust beast, a direct confrontation is ill-advised. One must seek out its vulnerabilities and strike when it is unprepared. As Iron Mountain skillfully defended against the wood-armored rhinoceros's frenzied charges and tramplings, he shouted guidance. His movements were grand and fluid, each impact unleashing astonishing force and shockwaves, showcasing the prowess of a grand combat master while adeptly controlling the rhythm, allowing Luo Chen to discern every detail. Its joints, particularly the inner side of its hind leg knee joint. The armor there is the thinnest. Its eyes, that is the weakness. But do not attempt recklessly, as it could retaliate fatally. Beware of its buildup of power. When its front hooves scrape the ground and it lowers its head, it is preparing to unleash a savage charge. At this moment, one must either dodge and advance or, like me, interrupt it with greater strength. Iron Mountain resembled the most patient of mentors, elucidating the art of combat for Luo Chen amidst life and death struggles. He alternated between direct confrontation and evasion, utilizing sturdy trees as cover, enticing the wood-armored rhinoceros to crash into them, thereby exhausting its stamina. Each application of energy, each moment of exertion, was executed with exquisite precision. Luo Chen watched, captivated, his eyes fixed intently. The system's deep scan had long been activated, fervently capturing every intricate detail of Iron Mountain's movements, the flow of energy, the muscle exertion patterns, as well as the attack modes and energy nodes of the wood-armored rhinoceros. A torrent of data surged within his consciousness, analyzing and storing the information. This was far more vivid and impactful than any combat technique diagram. The struggle persisted for the duration of an incense stick's burning. Although the wood-armored rhinoceros possessed remarkable defenses and boundless strength, it ultimately became a plaything in the hands of the seasoned Grand Combat Master, Iron Mountain. Its movements began to slow, its breaths labored like a bellows, the weighty wooden armor cracking under the relentless bombardment of Iron Mountain's powerful strikes. Dark green sap oozing from the fissures. Almost there. A glint of cold light flashed in Iron Mountain's eyes as he seized the moment when the wood-armored rhinoceros charged and missed, its old strength waning and new power yet to arise. He slipped to the side like a wraith, swiftly closing the distance to the beast's relatively weaker flank. Shattering stone, shattering star. This time, it was no longer a lesson. Iron Mountain let out a low roar, unleashing a low-tier advanced combat technique with ferocity. His entire right arm was suddenly enveloped in a tangible, earthy yellow radiance, the palm transforming into a formidable hammer of destruction. Imbued with the terrifying will to shatter rocks and stars, it struck fiercely against the fractured armor of the wood-armored rhinoceros, landing a blow upon a wound from which dark green blood flowed. With a muted thud, reminiscent of a heavy hammer striking decayed wood, there was no earth-shattering explosion. The concentrated earthy yellow energy, akin to a drill bit, instantaneously tore through the rhinoceros's resilient muscles and internal organs. A violent surge of energy erupted within its body, letting out a heart-wrenching howl. The massive creature froze momentarily, its crimson eyes losing their luster, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash, causing the earth to tremble thrice. Dark green blood gushed forth like a stream from its nostrils, and the gaping wound at its side, staining the decomposed layer beneath. The battle concluded, clean and decisive. Iron Mountain slowly retracted his hand, the earthy glow dissipating from his arm, his breath steady, though beads of sweat began to form at his brow. He turned to Luo Chen and said solemnly, "Did you observe clearly? Power, timing, weaknesses, and the application of combat techniques. Each element is indispensable. In a life-and-death struggle, there is no room for flamboyance." Luo Chen nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with shock and understanding. Every detail of that battle was etched in his mind like a brand, perfectly corroborated by the system's analytical data, elevating his comprehension of real combat to a new level. "The magic core. Quickly, excavate the magic core," exclaimed Black Xi, the first to react, excitedly drawing his sharp dagger and swiftly dashing to the side of the wood-armored rhinoceros's corpse. Old Zhang hurriedly pulled Luo Chen aside, carefully navigating the bloodshed toward a crevice in the stone wall. There, several pale flowers, resembling bells with peculiar bone-like patterns on their petal edges, thrived quietly amidst the damp moss, exuding a refreshing and pure aura. These were the bone-washing flowers, of exceptional quality. Good, excellent flowers. Old Zhang's eyes sparkled as he gingerly used a specially crafted jade spade to uproot them, placing them into a designated jade box for preservation. Meanwhile, Black Xi, suppressing the overwhelming stench of blood, skillfully sliced open the rhinoceros's hard skull with his dagger. After a moment of exploration, a wave of ecstasy erupted on his face. "Found it. Indeed, I have found it. Boss, little Luo Chen. Old Zhang, come quickly and see." Shaking with excitement, he presented a crystal the size of a pigeon egg, perfectly round and radiating a soft, pure emerald glow, emerging from a mass of red and white matter. Within the crystal, delicate wood-like patterns seemed to flow gently, brimming with vibrant life. It was a first-tier wood attribute magic core of peak quality. Iron Mountain gazed at the emerald core in Black X's hand, then at the jade box in Old Zhang's grasp, finally resting his complex gaze upon Luo Chen. With the bone-washing flowers, the magic core, and the exquisite purple leaf orchid found 3 days prior in another hidden valley, all 3 primary ingredients were assembled, and all were of superior quality. This lad's fortune, or perhaps, by fate's design, seemed to be truly favored. Returned to the camp, Iron Mountain inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and issued his command solemnly. Chapter 16, Breakthrough of the Fighter, Part 1. 3 nights later, the Iron Rock Mercenary camp lay in a profound silence. Most of the tents had extinguished their lights, with only the central bonfire blazing fiercely, dispelling the chill of late autumn and casting flickering shadows on the solemn faces encircling it. Taizhan, Haizi, Old Zhang, and the deputy commander Tyen formed an unyielding circle, their backs pressed against one another, vigilantly guarding the empty space at their center. Their gazes were intently fixed upon the young boy seated cross-legged in that very spot. Luo Chen had his eyes closed, his breaths deep and steady, as though he were melding with the surrounding night. Before him lay 3 items neatly arranged, an open jade box containing 3 deep violet leaves of the purple orchid, their veins glimmering like golden threads, exuding a gentle aura. A smaller jade box housing a few bone-white washing bone flowers with flowing patterns, and a magical core radiating a soft emerald glow, brimming with vibrant wood elemental energy. The bonfire's flickering light danced across Luo Chen's youthful visage, casting a resolute outline. His fingers gently brushed against the cool edge of the jade box, as if they could perceive the immense vitality and pure medicinal potency harbored within. A probability of 80 lingered in his mind, the system's simulation model swirling repeatedly in the depths of his consciousness. Was he anxious? Indeed. Yet more than that, he felt a fervent anticipation akin to a chrysalis on the verge of breaking free, coupled with a resolute determination to forge ahead. Tieshan's broad hand rested firmly on the weighty hilt of his sword, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He observed Luo Chen's tranquil figure, memories of the blood-soaked ruins of Qingshan village flashing through his mind, along with the miraculous feats the boy had accomplished over the past year, and the image of the wooden-armored rhinoceros crashing to the ground. Ultimately, all his worries and struggles coalesced into a deep, resonant admonition that shattered the heavy silence. Kid, the path you choose is yours alone. Whether you become a dragon or a worm, Tonight will determine it. Go forth with all your might. If the sky falls, I will bear it for you. Luo Chen's tightly shut eyelashes quivered slightly, and a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He did not open his eyes, but lightly nodded, as if acknowledging Tieshan's faith, while also rapping upon the door that led to the realm of fighters. A gateway to a broader world. The bonfire crackled, and the night breeze rustled through the treetops, emitting a low, mournful sound. In the center of the camp, the youth took a deep breath, the pure azure fighting spirit within him awakening like a slumbering dragon. He spread his hands, palms upward, as the gentle and vibrant wood-type fighting spirit unfurled like a blue mist, delicately enveloping the three awaiting medicinal herbs. This was the moment to break through to the realm of fighters. With a long, steady exhalation, he seemed to draw in all surrounding noise into his lungs before releasing it gradually. Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes, his clear gaze now reflecting an icy calmness akin to a tranquil lake, imbued with a confident understanding of power. Buzz, the essence of the azure fighting spirit, surged forth from his dantian like a reawakened stream, swiftly converging into the palms of his hands. No longer was it the gentle, nurturing force. Instead, it was propelled to its zenith by the wood transformation Qing Emperor's longevity technique. Pulsating with a unique rhythm and boundless vitality, a cerulean aura coalesced in the palm of his hand, expanding like two diminutive, life-infused azure nebulae. The initial step, extraction. Luo Chen's gaze first fixated on the violet-leaved orchid. With a subtle shift of thought, the cerulean energy nebula in his palm suddenly delineated several exquisitely refined tendrils, resembling delicate azure threads, which gently and precisely entwined themselves around the leaves and roots of the orchid. Extraction module activated. Target violet-leaved orchid, superior grade. Energy penetration pathway optimization. Impurity removal core, Qi factor guidance. Under the precise assistance of the system, the azure energy tendrils, seemingly imbued with life and intelligence, deftly evaded the superfluous structures within the plant fibers, intricately penetrating, entwining, and enveloping the leaf's gentle golden glimmers of Qi factors. Visibly, the orchid's plump leaves rapidly dulled and withered, as if all essence had been siphoned away. Above Luo Chen's palm, a thread of exceptionally pure, soft purple mist, exuding a gentle golden radiance and rich herbal aroma, was meticulously guided by the azure tendrils, coalescing into what resembled a miniature purple galaxy, suspended in midair, emanating a refreshing ambience. Old Zhang's murky eyes were fixated on the purple mist, his emaciated fingers trembling with excitement. Such pure Qi essence. It surpasses direct consumption by more than tenfold. This lad's mastery over wood attribute energy is simply extraordinary. Next came the bone-washing flower. Luo Chen repeated the process, allowing the azure energy tendrils to entwine around the few pale white blossoms. This time, the flow of energy danced with an even more exquisite rhythm, imbued with a peculiar oscillation frequency. Target, bone-washing flower, superior grade. Energy attribute, refinement, purification. High-frequency oscillation separation initiated, neutralizing frenzied factor, guiding refinement of essence. The petals of the bone-washing flower silently disintegrated into powder under the oscillation of the azure energy tendrils. A stream of milky white energy, far sharper than that from the violet-leaved orchid, imbued with a coolness and potent purifying aura, was extracted. This energy flow was remarkably vibrant, subtly resisting, yet ultimately yielding under the embrace of Luo Chen's pure wood attribute Qi and the confines of the system's preordained energy field, distinctly floating alongside the earlier purple mist. Lastly, there lay the emerald first tier would attribute magic core. This was the true centerpiece, containing the most volatile energy. Luo Chen's expression grew gravely serious. He slowly brought his palms together, gently gathering the suspended purple Qi essence and the white refining essence above his hands. Subsequently, he emitted a thicker, more refined stream of azure Qi, which coiled toward the verdant magic core like a sinuous spirit serpent. Buzz, the magic core seemed to respond to the stimulus, its emerald light suddenly intensifying as a surge of wild, life-infused, and ferocious energy waves erupted forth. The surface of the core even manifested subtle, ethereal images of wood-armored rhinoceros, emitting a silent roar. Warning, magic core energy activated. Bestial will impact. Soul power barrier enhanced. Qi filtration net activated. Essence separation accelerated. Luo Chen grunted, feeling a tumultuous consciousness surge along the Qi connection, akin to being gored by the horn of a wood-armored rhinoceros upon his very soul. His sea of consciousness erupted with fervent spiritual energy, as the potent life force emanating from the Mu Yin Qing, Di Chong, Sheng Ju transformed into resilient azure barriers under the system's guidance. effectively repelling the feral instincts from outside. Simultaneously, the azure energy entwined around the magic core began to rotate with unprecedented speed, forming a diminutive vortex of energy akin to the most precise drill, efficiently tearing through the chaotic energy defenses of the magic core, aiming directly at its core. Sizzle. The pristine, liquid emerald essence of the wood element was forcibly extracted from the magic core, brimming with primordial vitality, yet intertwined with violent factors. The azure vortex spun rapidly, functioning like a meticulous centrifuge, casting the chaotic elements outward, where they were obliterated by the system's multiple filters, leaving behind only the most untainted and gentle essence of life. 3 sources of energy, purple for gathering, white for refining, and emerald green for life, hovered delicately above Luo Chen's palms, wrapped and separated by the pure azure wood attribute energy, resembling 3 distinct yet harmoniously coexisting celestial bodies. Chapter 17, The Breakthrough of the Fighter, Part 2. The second step, fusion. Luo Chen inhaled deeply, his eyes radiating brilliance. His palms suddenly converged towards the center. Fusion model initiated. Segmental buffering. Energy redirection circuits constructed. First sequence. Guide the gathering essence into the Tyen lung meridian, forming the core's cyclone prototype. Second sequence. Refine the essence, cleansing the meridians, enhancing resilience and capacity. Third sequence. Infuse the life essence to provide overwhelming energy, propelling the cyclone's condensation. The 3 sources of energy mist, under the precise guidance of the azure energy, began to merge fluidly, like 3 tamed rivers, gradually flowing into Luo Chen's body in a specific order and proportion. First came the gentle purple gathering essence, surging through the Laogong point, coursing down the Tyen lung meridian, reaching the Dantian energy sea. Wherever it traveled, the meridians experienced an indescribable comfort, as if a parched riverbed welcomed a nourishing rain. This force was both gentle and resolute, swiftly establishing a minuscule yet remarkably stable and solid lavender cyclone prototype at the center of the energy sea. Next, the cool, purifying milky white refining essence surged in. It enveloped the newly formed lavender cyclone prototype like the finest sandpaper, rushing through Luo Chen's entire meridian network. A slight sensation akin to countless tiny needles pricking emerged, but it was followed by a clear feeling of the meridian walls being forcibly widened, impurities eliminated, and resilience significantly enhanced. This process was not without difficulty. Beads of sweat instantly formed on Luo Chen's forehead, and his body trembled slightly, yet he gritted his teeth, maintaining his focus, guiding this refining power. Finally, the most formidable and crucial emerald green life essence surged in like a flood bursting through a dam. This force, imbued with the overwhelming might of life, instantly filled the expanded meridians, surging wildly toward the lavender cyclone prototype enveloped in the white refining essence. Boom. It was as if the universe itself had just begun to unfold. In the Dantian's energy sea, a vibrant green torrent of life crashed violently against the nascent form of a cyclone. The overwhelming energy was instantly absorbed and transformed by this embryonic shape. The pale purple cyclone spun wildly, expanding and solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its hue swiftly transitioned from a light purple to a profound azure. An unprecedented, refined, and potent sensation of power erupted within Luo Chen, akin to a volcano awakening from slumber. A resounding hum. A brilliant azure light burst forth from Luo Chen's entire being. The glow, while not blinding, brimmed with an overwhelming vitality and the audacity of rebirth. The flickering flames of the bonfire were instantly subdued. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward from him, causing the bonfire to sway violently, sparks flying in every direction. The force seated around the fire, members of the Iron Mountain, were taken aback, their garments rustling as expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. The radiance persisted for a considerable time before gradually receding. Luo Chen remained seated in a lotus position, yet his entire demeanor had transformed dramatically. The tranquil restraint he once exuded was now imbued with a steadfastness akin to towering mountains and a sharp brilliance. Within him, a slowly rotating azure cyclone of fighting spirit, solidified and tangible, hovered steadily in the Dantian's energy sea, emanating pure and formidable waves of battle energy. A fighter, a one-star fighter. He had succeeded. He had truly succeeded. Haizi was the first to leap up, his voice trembling with excitement, disbelief morphing into euphoric joy. Well done. What a remarkable lad. Iron Mountain suddenly stood, his bronze visage flushed with exhilaration, his previously steady eyes now glistening with unshed tears. He struck his palm with a heavy fist, producing a resonant thud. Old Zhang trembled with excitement, his bony finger pointing at Luo Chen, lips quivering. A miracle. This is a miracle of the medicinal path. With the body as a furnace and fighting energy as the catalyst, I die without regrets. Although Tai Feng remained silent, his eyes radiated astonishing brilliance, filled with unprecedented respect towards Luo Chen. Slowly, Luo Chen opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, it seemed as though two azure stars flickered and vanished. Before returning to clarity, he felt the surging fighting spirit within him, refined and surpassing the 9th stage by tenfold, and sensed the stable rotation of the azure cyclone, a source of power that filled him with an indescribable valor. A fighter, he had truly stepped into this world where power reigns supreme. He rose, stretching his limbs, every bone in his body cracking with a series of crisp sounds, infused with a sense of strength. His gaze swept over the four, who were brimming with excitement, finally settling on Iron Mountain. A smile, sharp and eager, curved at the corners of his mouth, and he spoke with clarity, embodying the vigor of youth. "Captain, how about a spar?" Iron Mountain was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, his voice booming, causing the bonfire to flicker. "Ha! A bold lad. You've just broken through and wish to test your skills against me? You've got guts. Come, let me see what this unconventional fighter of yours is truly capable of." He strode confidently to the center of the clearing, his imposing figure standing tall like a mountain, arms crossed over his chest. The earthy yellow fighting energy did not erupt, but flowed naturally across his surface, forming a solid layer of defense. His face adorned with a smile of grandeur and anticipation. He did not resort to the full might of a grand fighter, merely maintaining a defense at the level of an ordinary fighter, eager to truly gauge the caliber of Luo Chen, this unusual combatant. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened, silencing all other thoughts. The azure vortex within him surged into a rapid whirl. The pure fighting energy cascaded forth like a river breaching its banks, instantly flooding toward his right arm. He eschewed elaborate techniques, opting instead for the most familiar and quintessential manifestation of power, the low-tier earth-ranked martial skill, rock-splitting star hand. With a resolute shout, Luo Chen advanced. The ground trembled slightly. His right arm shot forward with lightning speed, fingers splayed like claws. The movement was identical to his inaugural execution, yet at this moment, the azure radiance coalescing upon his palm was magnified beyond tenfold. No longer a mere pale azure blade. It now resembled the most exquisite jade, emanating a metallic luster of substance. The space around his hand warped violently. Countless minuscule azure star fragments whirled at high velocity, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. An unparalleled sharpness erupted, capable of penetrating rock with terrifying force. Faster than before, more refined and concentrated in its might. The smile on Tai Shan's face froze at the instant Luo Chen struck, his pupils dilating in shock. He felt it. The oncoming sharp aura was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary one-star fighter, transcending even those of 2- or 3-star fighters. The refinement of that fighting energy was akin to 100-fold tempered steel. "Good lad," Tai Shan growled lowly, no longer daring to be complacent. His arms crossed defensively over his chest, conjuring the earth rock shield. The earthy-hued energy surged furiously, instantly coalescing into two formidable illusory shields, as solid as iron, thicker than when he had previously defended against the wood armor rhinoceros. In a flash, swoosh, the jade-like claws, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air, struck fiercely against the crossed stone shield. There was no thunderous explosion, only a painfully grating sound, akin to a heavy drill piercing through iron. Thud! The jade claws, with a momentum unyielding, penetrated the first illusory shield in an instant. The force diminished slightly, yet then relentlessly stabbed into the second shield. Crack! The surface of the second illusory shield instantly became a web of spider-like fissures. Boom! A tremendous force surged through the shield. Tai Shan felt as though his arms had been struck by a colossal battering ram, a piercing power intertwined with overwhelming strength crashing upon him. His feet felt as if rooted to the ground, yet his massive frame was propelled backward by this force. Step! 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 He retreated 3 large strides, each leaving a deep imprint upon the solid earth. By the campfire, silence reigned. Blacksea's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit a fist, his eyes bulging in astonishment. Old Zhang's fingers, which had been twirling his beard, froze mid-air, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out in disbelief. For the first time, a look of alarm appeared on Tai Feng's typically composed visage. Tai Shan steadied himself, lowering his gaze to the slowly dissipating illusion of the rock shield upon his arms. His eyes then wandered to the 3 distinct footprints imprinted on the ground. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, fixing his intense stare on Luo Chen, who stood with his hands clasped, his breath slightly hurried, yet his eyes shining with remarkable brilliance. Good, 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 Tai Shan exclaimed thrice, his voice resonating like thunder. brimming with uncontainable excitement and elation. Damn it. The penetrating power of that strike. The refinement of your fighting spirit. Even an ordinary 3-star fighter might not achieve such prowess. You little rascal. How on earth did you refine your fighting spirit? Luo Chen, feeling the turbulent yet smooth flow of his fighting spirit within, observed the unabashed astonishment and joy etched on Taishan's face, filling his heart with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and confidence. He flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Captain, this fighting spirit was forged using the essence of medicinal herbs, combined with the core essence of the wood-armored rhinoceros. Alongside my pure wood attribute, isn't it quite normal for it to be so refined? The crackling campfire illuminated the youth's erect figure and the astonished yet ecstatic faces of those gathered. The initial revelation of a fighter's prowess had begun, and the new star of the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps was destined to rise at a pace far beyond anyone's imagination. Chapter 18, The City of Wutan. The dust of the training ground had yet to settle, and the air was thick with the heat of sweat mingling with the clash of fighting spirits. Luo Chen stood resolutely at the center of the arena, the azure aura of his fighting spirit gradually retracting into his body, leaving only a slightly hurried breath in its wake. Opposite him stood a robust mercenary, whose aura had reached the pinnacle of a 5-star fighter, nursing his sore and swollen wrist while grimacing in pain. Little Luo Chen, your green vine binding technique is truly cunning. Even with my strength, I couldn't exert any force at all. Such a vexation. The man's name was Xiao Yan, known within the mercenary group for his formidable strength. Moments ago, he had unleashed a high-level yellow-tier fighting skill, the mountain-shattering palm, with a force powerful enough to cleave stone. However, Luo Chen, as agile as the wind, evaded the direct confrontation. With deft movements, he transformed his pure azure fighting spirit into countless supple and intricate vines of energy, wrapping around Xiao Meng's formidable palm strikes with precision, dissipating the force layer by layer. Ultimately, he redirected that force, landing a palm strike on the man's exposed chest. And though he did not exert any strength, the outcome was clear. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Your palm strikes are indeed mighty. I merely seized an opportunity. Luo Chen replied with a respectful bow, his breath soon returning to calm. Over the past 6 months, similar scenarios had unfolded countless times on the training ground. He had ascended from a 1-star fighter to a 4-star, and his rapid growth instilled a sense of awe that evolved from initial shock to a numb reverence among all the mercenaries, whether facing a 1-star or a 6-star fighter. Regardless of their strengths in power, speed, or defense, none could escape defeat against Luo Chen's near-genius battle intelligence, the meticulously refined fighting spirit, and the fighting techniques optimized to near perfection by the system. His combat style had transcended mere imitation. It seamlessly fused the overwhelming vitality and exquisite control of the Wood Yin Qing Emperor's longevity technique, becoming a unique entity, sometimes as unstoppable as an ancient tree's collapse, at other times as elusive as entwining vines, ever-changing and unpredictable. On the sidelines, Taishan stood like a statue cast in iron, arms crossed, silently observing. On the bronze-hued visage, emotions were scarcely discernible, save for the profound depths of his eyes, which swirled with satisfaction, pride, and a hint of complexity that was difficult to perceive. A fighter of the 4-star rank, not yet 15. If this news were to disseminate, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire Gamma Empire. This child's stage should never be confined to the mercenary camp at the periphery of the Beast Mountain Range. As Xiao Ming reluctantly withdrew, rubbing his wrist, Luo Chen settled down to rest beside a massive slab of blue stone, having just wiped the sweat from his brow when Tieshan's steady footsteps came to a halt before him. Little Luo Chen, Taishan remarked with a tone tinged with nostalgia. His large hand, akin to a fan, habitually resting upon Luo Chen's shoulder, a weighty gesture. In these past 6 months since you broke through to the fighter rank, your fighting spirit has astonishingly surged to 3 stars, and now you are a 4-star fighter. Such talent you possess. Taishan paused, seemingly at a loss for more fitting words, ultimately transforming his thoughts into a heartfelt exclamation, truly terrifying. Feeling the warmth and strength emanating from Tieshan's hand, Luo Chen looked up and flashed a youthful smile, gesturing toward the mercenaries on the training ground who were discreetly eyeing them. Captain, should you continue to praise me, my brothers will surely strike harder. He added, I owe my solid foundation of fighting spirit to everyone's daily practice, which has allowed my energy to flow seamlessly, making breakthroughs feel much smoother. Smoother? Taishan raised an eyebrow, playfully chiding, enough of your nonsense. A 14-year-old 4-star fighter. I have spent half my life skirting the edge of danger in this Beast Mountain Range, and I dare say I have neither seen nor even dreamt of such a thing. With a shift in his tone, Taishan's gaze turned sharp and serious. However, a fledgling eagle must eventually leave the nest to soar the skies. Wandering aimlessly within the confines of the camp will only render you a frog at the bottom of a well. Luo Chen felt a stir within. Sitting up straight and gazing intently at Taizhan. In a few days, there will be a demanding task. Taizhan lowered his voice slightly. The Maitel Auction House's branch in Wutan City urgently requires a batch of 7-heart detox flowers and ice spirit cold lotuses harvested from the edges of the poisonous swamp. The quantity is limited, but their value is immense. This escort mission is fraught with peril. Not only must we contend with venomous creatures, but there may also be desperate outlaws with ill intentions. The risks are considerable, yet the rewards are equally substantial. His gaze unwavering, Taizhan fixed his eyes on Luo Chen. You've grown your wings now. It's time to face the true storms of the world. I will personally lead this mission, and you must accompany me. Experience the outside world, and assess the sharpness of your blade in real combat. Are you brave enough to go? Wutan City. Xiao Yan. The mere mention of these names ignited a spark in Luo Chen's eyes. Nearly 2 years since his arrival in this realm, he was finally about to step beyond the confines of the camp and engage with the grand narrative unfolding before him. What fate awaited the young man burdened with the title of a fallen genius, who harbored the alchemist within his ring and was poised to embark on a path of defiance against destiny? He wondered if Xiao Yan still resided in Wutan City and if he had regained his cultivation abilities. An indescribable thrill and anticipation surged through him. Luo Chen sprang to his feet, clasping his fists before Taizhan, his voice resonant and powerful, imbued with the unique vigor of youth. Captain, a fledgling eagle cannot soar higher without experiencing the storms of the outside world. Thus, I shall undertake this mission. Days later, Wutan City awaited. The Iron Rock Mercenary Corps convoy discreetly departed from the grand edifice of the Middle Auction House. Their mission had been accomplished with success, and a substantial amount of gold coins had been secured. Additionally, he had procured several medicinal pills beneficial for cultivation for Luo Chen. The journey was indeed quite effortless. However, Taishan's expression bore little semblance of ease. He reined in his horse, gazing intently towards a bustling square in the city, where voices clamored and banners waved. His brow furrowed as if grappling with a formidable decision. Luo Chen, seated upon a steed of lesser quality, surveyed the vibrant and tumultuous northeastern town of the Gamma Empire with curiosity. The broad streets paved with blue stone were lined with shops, in orderly succession. Throngs of people jostled past one another, and the air was a lang of spices, food, sweat, and the fervor of combat, all brimming with vivacious life. He keenly sensed the fluctuations in Taishan's emotions. "Boss, what troubles you?" inquired the vice-captain, Tai Feng, as he rode closer, his voice low. Taishan remained silent for a moment, ultimately inhaling deeply as if resolving himself to a momentous choice. He turned to Luo Chen, his gaze imbued with a complex mix of reluctance, pride, and a weighty expectation. Young Luo Chen, Taishan's voice was deep and solemn. "Having completed this task, I ought to return you to our camp, but I have changed my mind." "Captain," Luo Chen responded, momentarily taken aback. Taishan pointed towards the distant, raucous square, where a colossal banner of the Canaan Academy billowed in the wind. "Do you see? Canaan Academy is recruiting. It is the pinnacle of academic institutions in the northwestern region of the continent of combat energy. A gathering of countless prodigies, endowed with resources and heritage beyond imagination." His tone was laced with yearning, and then his gaze fixed intensely upon Luo Chen. "Kid, your talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. Remaining in Iron Rock, I can teach you combat skills, lead you into battles, but I cannot offer you a broader horizon, more advanced techniques, or formidable opponents. Staying in Iron Rock would only stifle your potential. As you rightly stated, you are an eagle, and you must soar through the skies." Taishan's words resonated like a hammer upon Luo Chen's heart, echoing in the ears of the Corps members, including Haizi and Tai Feng. Haizi opened his mouth, seemingly to speak, but ultimately sighed, giving Luo Chen a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Tai Feng nodded in silence, understanding the truth in their captain's words. Luo Chen's future undoubtedly lay beyond the periphery of the monster beast mountains. "Go," Taishan commanded with a resolute gesture. "Register. Go to Canaan Academy. That is where you belong. Let the entire continent witness the prodigy that emerges from our Iron Rock Mercenary Corps." A warm current mingled with bittersweet emotions surged within Luo Chen's heart. He gazed at Taishan's resolute visage, filled with undeniable determination, and at the eyes of Haizi and the others, which, though tinged with sadness, were filled with encouragement. He nodded firmly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible rasp. "Yes, Captain, I will not bring shame to Iron Rock." At the Canaan Academy Enrollment Square, a sea of humanity surged. The vast Blackstone Plaza was divided into numerous testing zones, each with long lines awaiting their turn. Countless youthful faces were etched with anxiety, anticipation, and dreams. The air was thick with the fervor of youth and the intensity of competition. Under the watchful gaze of Tyen and others, Luo Chen seamlessly merged into the throng of registrants. He did not seek to draw attention to himself, yet the maturity and subtle vigor that transcended his years rendered him remarkably distinct among the exuberant youth. As he stood in line, a sudden uproar erupted from the central testing platform. Xiao Yan, fighter, 4-star fighter. The voice of instructor Luo Chen, usually gentle and melodious, now trembled with uncontrollable shock, resonating through the special amplification device, echoing across the entire square. Boom! Like cold water splashing into a boiling pot of oil, the square erupted in a frenzy. Xiao Yan, the waste of the Xiao family, whose fighting spirit mysteriously vanished 3 years ago. A 4-star fighter. How old is he? 16. My heavens. A 16-year-old 4-star fighter. This is even more monstrous than Nalan Yinran back in her day. Is the Xiao family poised for a resurgence? Look, Xiao Suner. She is also a fighter, and seemingly even stronger than Xiao Yan. Xiao Suner, a 6-star fighter at the age of 16. Countless gazes converged like searchlights on the two figures at the central testing platform. The boy in black, Xiao Yan, stood tall like a spear, his face devoid of past despondency, replaced by an understated brilliance and a confidence akin to rebirth through fire, his lips curling into a faint smile. Beside him, the girl in purple, Suner, exuded an ethereal grace, her beauty striking, her clear eyes shimmering with a gentle smile, as if accustomed to the astonishment surrounding her. A 16-year-old 4-star fighter. This achievement would surely leave an indelible mark in the annals of Wutan City's history, enough to obliterate the shame of 3 years of being deemed a waste. Xiao Yan's name was instantly thrust into the spotlight, amidst a cacophony of admiration, jealousy, disbelief, and fervor swirling through the crowd. At that moment, it was finally Luo Chen's turn in the queue. The instructor responsible for his testing was none other than Luo Chen, who had just finished assessing Xiao Yan and Suner. Still reeling from the shock, she moved to this area to continue her duties. A flush of excitement lingered on her face from the earlier assessments, her eyes still reflecting a hint of astonishment. Name, age, place of origin. Luo Lin's voice remained gentle, adhering to professional procedure. Luo Chen, 14 years old, from the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps at the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range, he answered calmly. His voice soft yet clear enough for Luo Lin to hear. 14? Luo Lin paused, instinctively raising her gaze to scrutinize the youth before her. He stood tall, his features still bearing traces of boyhood, yet his eyes were unusually tranquil and profound, subtly emanating a rugged spirit honed by the wilderness. From a mercenary background? At 14, a fleeting sense of regret brushed through her mind. Mercenary offspring often faced resource scarcity, and reaching the 7th or 8th tier of fighting spirit at this age would be commendable. She gestured towards the large, translucent crystal ball at the center of the testing platform. Place your hand upon it, and channel your fighting spirit into it. Following her instructions, Luo Chen stepped forward, extending his right hand and gently pressing his palm against the smooth, cool surface of the crystal ball. He took a deep breath, and the azure vortex within his dantian began to spin with an astonishing velocity. The pure and formidable fighting spirit surged forth like a torrential stream of cerulean energy, unreservedly pouring into the crystal ball through the laboring palace in his palm. Buzz. At the moment the fighting spirit was infused, the previously transparent crystal ball erupted with a blinding azure radiance. The brilliance was so potent and pure that it surpassed any previous tester's display. The entire crystal ball seemed to transform into a miniature azure sun, its dazzling light overshadowing the glow of several nearby testing platforms. A wave of pure, refined, and life-infused wood attribute fighting spirit surged forth, expanding like a tidal wave. At that moment, Mentor Roland's gentle visage froze. Her beautiful eyes widened to their utmost, pupils constricting dramatically in sheer astonishment. The recording crystal pen in her hand clattered to the table, but she remained utterly oblivious to it. The entire plaza, centered around the testing platform where Luo Chen stood, seemed to be enveloped in an intangible silent spell. The cacophony that had erupted moments earlier due to Xiao Yan was abruptly stifled, as if seized by an invisible hand. Countless gazes, filled with confusion and still reeling from Xiao Yan's earlier shock, mechanically turned towards the source of the blinding azure light. An eerie silence, an absolute stillness. Even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. Mentor Roland gaped, resembling a fish out of water, emitting strange gasps from her throat. After a few seconds, as if awakening from a nightmare, she let out a scream that was tinged with incredulity and terror, her voice resonating throughout the silent plaza. Luo Chen, a fighter, a 4-star fighter, only 14 years old. Boom! The ensuing uproar was tenfold more intense than the commotion caused by Xiao Yan. 14 years old. A 4-star fighter. My heavens. Am I dreaming? Pinch me. Quickly pinch me. The earlier 16-year-old 4-star, Xiao Yan, was already astonishing enough. Where on earth did this monster spring forth from? 14 years old. I was still struggling at the 5th stage of fighting spirit at that age. The Iron Rock Mercenary Corps? The mercenary group at the outskirts of the Monster Mountain Range? How could they possibly nurture such a prodigy? This must be a malfunction. The entire recruitment plaza of the Canaan Academy erupted into chaos. Gasps, screams, incredulous roars, and the sound of people drawing in breath swept through every corner like a tsunami. The faces of all present were etched with utter shock and the bewilderment of a shattered worldview. If Xiao Yan represented the resurgence of a fallen star, then the boy before them, named Luo Chen, was akin to a celestial body that had never before graced the star map, suddenly radiating with blinding brilliance. His emergence instantaneously elevated the definition of genius to a staggering height that inspired despair. Countless gazes, like tangible searchlights filled with fervor, inquiry, envy, and disbelief, fixated intently upon the calm-faced youth illuminated by the azure glow at the center of the scene. The radiant light illuminated his youthful yet profoundly tranquil visage, as if silently heralding the dawn of a new era. Amidst the cacophony, Xiao Yan, having just completed his examination, abruptly turned his head. His piercing gaze sliced through the crowd, landing with unwavering precision upon Luo Chen. For the first time, the calm and confidence etched on his face shattered, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. 14 years old. A 4-star fighter? How could this be possible? At that moment, a voice, grave and tinged with suspicion, echoed within Xiao Yan's heart, a voice only he could perceive. This young lad named Luo Chen is not to be underestimated. His talent is astonishingly exceptional. Moreover, I sense that the refinement of his combat energy surpasses that of his peers, imbued with the essence of extraordinary honing. Quite remarkable. If possible, find a way to befriend him. This young man is certainly not an ordinary individual. Chapter 20. A request for leave. Observing the astonishment of the crowd at Luo Chen's prodigious talent, Tyen and his companions exchanged subtle smiles, revealing a hint of pride. They shared a glance and stepped forward, with Tyen addressing Roland. Esteemed mentor, this young man only began cultivating at the age of 12, and he has been training for merely 2.5 years. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a renewed state of shock. To have commenced cultivation at the tender age of 12 and now be a 4-star fighter. What a prodigy, what an extraordinary prodigy. Tyen continued. Moreover, this child was rescued from a sea of corpses and blood. When we discovered him, he was on the brink of death. Yet, his vitality is remarkably tenacious. Within just a month of bringing him back, he was vibrant and fully recovered. Everyone in our mercenary group regards him as family, treating him as their own child. However, we are limited in our capabilities, and the best we could offer him were advanced yellow-grade techniques. Nevertheless, this lad possesses an exceptional capacity for learning. I hope, dear mentor Roland, that you will accept him, for his talent must not be squandered in our humble mercenary group. Tyen's robust and proud declarations ignited a spark, instantly shattering the silence that had enveloped the square, which had only just been awestruck by Luo Chen's terrifying achievement of being a 14-year-old 4-star fighter. 12 years old when he began cultivating. 2.5 years of training. From 0 to a 4-star fighter. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? I have toiled for a decade to barely touch the threshold of a fighter. A prodigy. This is the epitome of an extraordinary genius. In comparison, Xiao Yan seemed somewhat dimmed. The Tyen mercenary group? What divine place is that? Rescued from a sea of corpses and blood. Revitalized in just a month? Advanced yellow-grade techniques? This is simply the entire square erupted into fervor. The initial astonishment had been confined to the realm of talent, but now, the revelations from Tyen elevated Luo Chen's growth to an almost mythic level, suffocatingly breathtaking. Countless gazes, filled with sheer shock, disbelief, and even a flicker of fear towards this almost superhuman existence, were firmly fixed upon the calm young man in the center. Mentor Roland's gentle countenance was now a spectacle to behold. The flush of astonishment had faded, leaving her pallid and dazed, as if overwhelmed by the new shock. The crystal pin that once rested in her hand had long since rolled away into oblivion. Her delicate fingers entwined unconsciously, while her ample bosom rose and fell with fervor, as if she might suffocate at any moment. She gazed at Luo Chen, then glanced at the equally proud and contemplative Tyen and the others beside him. Her mind a complete blank. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a month to recover, an advanced yellow-ranked martial art, 2.5 years to become a 4-star fighter. Each piece of information was enough to overturn her entire understanding of cultivation. We lack the ability to nurture young Luo Chen properly. Heizi's voice carried the candidness typical of mercenaries, tinged with a barely perceptible bitterness. This child has been blessed by heaven. We regard him as family, yet our humble abode cannot accommodate a true sage. He took a deep breath, his gaze imbued with the sincerity and subtle pleading characteristic of a mercenary, as he turned to Roland. Instructor Roland, Canaan Academy is the pinnacle of academic institutions on the continent. Only there can young Luo Chen's talents flourish untainted. Please, you must accept him. Immediately, Taishan, Haizi, Typhone, and other core members of the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps stepped forward in unison, bowing deeply to Roland. Their faces bore no flattery, only a genuine hope for Luo Chen's future and a candid acceptance of their own limitations. This profound bond was far more moving than any ornate words could convey. Silence enveloped the central area of the square once more. Everyone was touched by the pure and weighty emotions shared between the mercenary group and the youth. Even Xiao Yan, shrouded in a halo in the distance, found his eyes filled with complexity. He listened to Yao Lao's sigh echoing in his heart. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, advanced yellow-ranked martial arts. 2.5 years to become a 4-star fighter. Your setbacks, young one, pale in comparison to his. This child's character, talent, and fortune are unparalleled. Xiao Yan, set aside your pride in your own genius. This boy is worthy of deep friendship. Finally, after a profound shock, Instructor Roland managed to reclaim her voice with great difficulty. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult of her emotions. Her voice trembling slightly, yet exceedingly solemn. Luo Chen's talents and experiences are truly unprecedented in my lifetime. Canaan Academy welcomes all students in pursuit of power. Luo Chen, from this day forth, you are a member of the Outer Academy of Canaan Academy. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Yan, Xiao Suner, and others. Today's registration is concluded. Congratulations to all the new students who have passed the assessment. In 7 days, the Canaan airship fleet will arrive in Wutan City, and we will fly directly to the academy. I hope you all are prepared. As her words fell, Taishan and the others exhaled in relief, their faces breaking into smiles of liberation. Haizi, in his excitement, leapt onto Taishan's back, overwhelmed with joy, until Taishan delivered a hefty punch, bringing him back to a semblance of calm. However, just as everyone believed the dust had settled, 2 figures stepped forward simultaneously, speaking in unison. Instructor Roland, I have another request. The voices that rang out belonged to none other than Luo Chen and Xiao Yan, their tones imbued with a striking similarity of determination and urgency. This unexpected synchronicity left everyone, including the recently relaxed Taishan and others, momentarily stunned. Taishan's brows furrowed instantly as he muttered under his breath. This little rascal is up to something again. Instructor Roland also paused, her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked at the two. A request? Xiao Yan, you go first. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, his handsome face adorned with earnestness. Instructor Roland, I wish to request a year of leave. A leave of absence? Instructor Roland's delicate brows furrowed instantly. What sort of leave? Requesting leave just after enrolling? Xiao Yan, according to the Academy's regulations, freshmen are not permitted to take any leave aside from designated holidays. Before she could finish her words, her gaze shifted to Luo Chen. And you, Luo Chen? Meeting Roland's puzzled gaze, Luo Chen replied calmly and clearly, Instructor Roland, I too wish to take a leave of absence, for the same duration, 1 year. Astonishment rippled through the entire square once more. Freshly admitted to the Canaan Academy, and with such remarkable achievements, they were already seeking a leave. Moreover, 2 of the most exceptional new students were requesting a year off simultaneously. Instructor Roland felt a surge of blood rush to her head, her gentle cheeks flushing a vivid red. Her voice rose a few octaves, infused with incredulous anger. You 2 youngsters, one a 16-year-old 4-star fighter, the other a 14-year-old 4-star fighter, the brightest stars of this recruitment. And you both wish to take a year-long leave right after enrollment? Do you think Canaan Academy is a marketplace? Come and go as you please. Absolutely not. Chapter 21, Battle of the Great Fighters. Taishan also grew anxious, striding forward and bellowing at Luo Chen. Little Luo Chen, what are you thinking? After finally entering Canaan Academy, why would you request leave? You should focus on your training here. Yet, Luo Chen remained remarkably composed. He quickly approached Taishan, leaning in to whisper in a voice only they could hear. Captain, please listen. Canaan Academy consists of internal and external divisions. The external division merely covers the basics, while the true core resources and formidable talents reside in the internal division. The competition within the internal division is fierce. Without sufficient strength, one would merely be at the bottom and may even face elimination. I wish to take advantage of this year to venture out and hone my skills, striving to qualify for entry into the internal division upon my return. This way, I can secure the finest resources and progress further. Tieshan's robust frame jolted slightly. He stared into Luo Chen's clear yet ambitious eyes, where the flames of thought burned not with youthful impulsiveness, but with deliberate resolve, aiming for the internal division. This lad harbored aspirations as lofty as the heavens. Yet, he spoke with a certain logic that was undeniably sound. The resources of the mercenary group could not support his quest for higher levels. Perhaps the external division of Canaan could, but the internal division was the true gateway to greatness. The anger on Tieshan's face swiftly dissipated, replaced by a complex mix of pride and concern. He fell silent for a few moments before finally giving Luo Chen's shoulder a firm pat, his voice low and resolute. You little rascal have truly spread your wings. Very well, I believe in you. Go and strive for it. But you must obtain the instructor's approval. Luo Chen nodded, turning back to face Wolin with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was also explaining his reasons for needing a leave to Wolin. Listening to Xiao Yan's resolute stance, which included a threat of withdrawal, her gentle features finally showed a slight change. She could not bear to lose her gifted student, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yan. After a moment, her voice softened. Xiao Yan, please do not put the instructor in a difficult position. The length of leave you are requesting is simply too extensive. Under the delicate onslaught of Mentor Wolin, Xiao Yan's heart raced momentarily, yet he remained remarkably resolute, slowly exhaling and shaking his head with a grave demeanor before the gazes of the onlookers. Mentor Wolin, I must take this year-long leave. Nothing can change that. With her brows furrowing once more, she felt a wave of frustration as her gaze fell upon Luo Chen's youthful yet determined visage, rekindling the vexation of being challenged by two exceptional newcomers simultaneously. No, this simply cannot be allowed. Mentor Wolin's chest heaved as she endeavored to compose herself. Throughout the history of Jianan Academy, there had never been a precedent for a freshman requesting such an extended leave upon enrollment. The rules must not be broken, unless a glimmer of cunning and the confidence befitting a Grand Dome Master flickered in her beautiful eyes. Unless you can prove that you possess sufficient strength and qualifications to warrant an exception from the Academy. She surveyed the crowd, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Xiao Yan, Luo Chen, if you can each endure 20 rounds under my guidance, I shall approve your leave. Otherwise, you will obediently return to the Academy with the convoy. A murmur of excitement surged through the crowd. Mentor Wolin was indeed a genuine Grand Dome Master. A 5-star Grand Dome Master. To withstand 20 rounds under her command? The challenge was akin to reaching for the heavens. This was clearly a veiled refusal. Exchanging glances, the two stepped forward in unison, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination, showing no signs of retreat. Mentor Wolin, please bestow your guidance. Xiao Yan was the first to step into the makeshift arena. The battle unfolded with breathtaking intensity, mirroring the original tale, as Xiao Yan, aided by the spirit of the medicine elder, barely managed to endure the 20 rounds. When he ultimately withstood Mentor Wolin's final strike, propelled by the eruption of a high-level Xian-class combat technique, the entire square fell into a hushed silence before erupting into thunderous applause. Xiao Yan's name ascended to new heights once more. Good lad. Mentor Wolin withdrew her hand, gazing at the panting yet resolute Xiao Yan, a flicker of admiration crossing her eyes. You have won. Your year-long leave is granted. All eyes instantaneously shifted to the yet-to-emerge Luo Chen. The pressure descended upon him like a mountain. Xiao Yan's performance had been nothing short of spectacular. Could Luo Chen, at merely 14 years of age, measure up? Luo Chen calmly entered the arena and took his stance, tall and upright like a green pine. His youthful face bore no hint of tension, only an air of tranquil focus. He clasped his fists towards Mentor Wolin. Please, Mentor, guide me. Be cautious, young one. Mentor Wolin did not underestimate Luo Chen due to his youth. Xiao Yan's earlier display had entirely dispelled her dismissive thoughts. She lifted her elegant hand, and azure Dou Qi immediately surged forth, coalescing before her into a refined barrier, akin to flowing water, a low-level Xian-class defensive technique. Water curtain, heavenly splendor. Though a defensive technique, its inherent flexibility and ability to dissipate force were sufficient to render any attack ineffective. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened, and the azure vortex within him spun wildly. He chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, his feet shifted, and his form became elusive, like willow catkins in the wind. Employing the willow catkin steps, a technique taught by Taizhan and optimized by the system to approach Xian-class agility, he swiftly maneuvered around Mentor Wolin, searching for the weak points in the water curtain. Detection module activated. Target combat technique water curtain Tianhua. Energy node analysis weak point locked. Intersection area at the pivot and departure. Muscle coordination model construction trajectory optimization. The tendrils of the azure vine. Luo Chen murmured, his palms dancing in the air. The pure azure fighting spirit did not transform into a ferocious assault, but instead, It manifested as countless flexible, cunning azure vines, striking precisely at the weak points marked on the water curtain. Hiss! The azure tendrils coiled like ethereal serpents, attempting to penetrate and undermine the fluid structure of the water curtain with their gentleness. A flicker of surprise crossed Mentor Wolin's eyes. What exquisite control! What astute vision! He has discerned the gaps in the flow of her water curtain at a glance. This combat technique is clearly of the high yellow grade. Yet when executed by Luo Chen, its variations and control nearly grazed the threshold of the profound tier. With a thought, she accelerated the flow of the water curtain, dramatically enhancing its flexibility, instantly scattering all the azure vines entwined upon it. Water arrow technique. With a delicate tap of her fingertip, several condensed, tangible, ice blue arrows, imbued with a chilling coldness, tore through the air, darting towards the vital points surrounding Luo Chen like venomous serpents. The speed was astonishing, the angles treacherous. Luo Chen's pupils constricted, basic detection, issued frantic warnings. His body arched backward as if devoid of bones, narrowly evading 3 water arrows, while simultaneously pivoting on his left foot. Spinning like a top, his right palm, imbued with a tearing wind sound, unleashed a devastating rock-shattering palm, optimized to perfection by the system, channeling all his fighting spirit. Boom! The azure palm print accurately shattered the 4th water arrow. However, the recoil caused him to stagger. A golden opportunity. Mentor Wolin, with her vast experience, swiftly seized upon Luo Chen's momentary instability. She glided closer like a wraith, her jade palm lightly striking out, seemingly feeble, yet containing a torrent of mid-level water attribute fighting spirit. The wave, overlapping palm. Before the palm wind even arrived, layers upon layers of concealed force surged forth like an overwhelming tide, sealing off all avenues of escape for Luo Chen. This is bad. Iron Mountain and the others felt their hearts leap to their throats. There was no way to evade this palm. Xiao Yan's expression grew grave. Teacher, can he withstand it? Old Yao's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. His fighting spirit's refinement exceeds expectations, yet the disparity in realms is too great. Faced with this lethal strike capable of severely injuring an ordinary fighter, an astonishing calm erupted in Luo Chen's eyes. Not only did he not retreat, but he also sank his waist deeply, his feet rooted to the ground like they were embedded. The azure vortex within his dantian frantically drew in fighting spirit, surging towards his arms. Wood spirit shield, cracked rock-shattering hand. He was multitasking. His left hand swiftly traced a circle in front of him, rapidly condensing pure wood attribute fighting spirit into a deep azure circular shield, alive with intricate wood patterns. This was a defensive technique he had comprehended from the Qingmuju defense section, optimized and enhanced by the system. Simultaneously, his right hand splayed open, azure fighting spirit compressing violently, transforming his entire arm into a jade-like form, imbued with the terrifying penetrating intent of the cracked rock-shattering hand. He boldly reached out to grasp the palm of Mentor Wolin's wave overlapping palm. A counterattack against an attack. Chapter 22. Xiao Yan's invitation. Has he lost his mind? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Using a yellow tier defensive combat technique to withstand a mid-level attack from a mysterious tier, and simultaneously distracting to attack. Boom. The thunderous roar resonated throughout the square. The illusory wood spirit shield trembled violently upon contact with the hidden force of the layered wave palm, fracturing into a web of cracks, and shattered after barely holding for a moment. The raging water element fighting spirit collided fiercely against Luo Chen's left arm, crossed protectively over his chest. Uffed. Luo Chen let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His body thrust backward by the immense force. A piercing pain shot through his left arm. However, at the instant the wood spirit shield shattered, his right hand's rock-splitting star technique grasped firmly onto the palm of Mentor Wolin's layered wave palm. Sizzle. A sharp sound of friction filled the air. The meticulously refined azure claw shadow clashed wildly with the overwhelming water element fighting spirit, although Luo Chen's fighting spirit level was far inferior. The penetrating sharpness and refinement of his technique caused even Wolin to feel a sting in her palm. What astonished her further was the peculiar spiraling force contained within that claw shadow, which relentlessly tore apart and dismantled the fighting spirit she had gathered in her palm. Bang! The energy exploded. Luo Chen's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, barely adjusting his posture midair, stumbling to the ground, skidding back 7 or 8 steps before managing to stand firm, his face pale, his left arm hanging limply, clearly suffering from significant shock. Yet, Mentor Wolin, a 5-star Grand Master, also swayed at the center of the energy explosion, involuntarily retreating 3 steps, though it was merely 3 small steps. Each one struck like thunder in the hearts of every onlooker. An absolute silence enveloped the scene. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as if petrified by a spell. Time stood still in that moment. A 14-year-old 4-star fighter, employing a combination of yellow-tier defensive and low-grade mysterious-tier offensive techniques, had withstood a mid-level technique from a Grandmaster. Not only did he endure, but that final claw had even forced the Grandmaster, Minter Wolin, to take 3 steps back. This transcended the realm of mere genius. It was monstrous. Has the 20th round arrived? One student murmured dreamily. It has indeed arrived. The final strike is the 20th round. Someone nearby hoarsely replied. Xiao Yan stared intently at the boy in the arena, who, despite his disheveled appearance, still stood tall, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock. He muttered to himself. A whisper only Yao Lao could hear. Was that last claw truly a low-grade mysterious-tier technique? The cohesion and penetration of that fighting spirit, along with the peculiar ability to dismantle the opponent's energy, Yao Lao's aged voice resonated with an unprecedented gravity in Xiao Yan's mind. It is indeed a low-grade mysterious-tier technique. Yet, his control over fighting spirit has reached an exquisite level. He has pushed the technique's power to its theoretical limit, even hinting at a transcendence beyond the technique's tier. This boy's comprehension of power is simply terrifying. Xiao Yan, do you see? This is what it truly means to have mastered a fighting technique to the point of bringing it to life. Minter Wolin stood in place, glancing down at her hand that had just clashed with Luo Chen, a faint, lingering sensation of numbness still not completely dissipated from her palm. She slowly lifted her head, gazing at the pale-faced, yet resolutely bright-eyed youth not far away. A myriad of emotions, shock, complexity, admiration, intertwined and transformed across her gentle visage. Finally, she exhaled a long, deep breath, as if expelling the tumultuous waves of emotion within her. Her voice, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp, resonated clearly throughout the silent square. Luo Chen, after 20 rounds. You have prevailed. A year's vacation is granted. After a brief silence, the air erupted into a cacophony of awe and astonishment. Upon descending the stage, Xiao Yan approached Luo Chen, extending his hand in camaraderie, eager to discuss the recent battle and express his desire to befriend Luo Chen. He invited him to the Xiao family for a visit to exchange insights on cultivation, mentioning that a renowned alchemist wished to meet him as well. Sun Er, standing nearby, regarded Luo Chen with curiosity. Luo Chen surmised that it was likely the old alchemist who had sensed something amiss and wanted Xiao Yan to take him back for further understanding. He turned to converse with Tai Shan and the others for a moment, and after some contemplation, they patted Luo Chen on the shoulder, granting him permission to visit the Xiao family. The clamor of the Jian and enrollment square gradually subsided like receding ocean waves, leaving behind a chaotic tapestry of discussions and countless complex gazes still pursuing the departing figures of the 2 prodigies. Tai Shan, Zi, Tai Feng, and the other members of the Tyen mercenary group congregated, their expressions a blend of pride, reluctance, and a hint of relief as they watched Luo Chen, Xiao Yan, and Sun Er walk away together. Boss, are we really allowing young Luo Chen to go with that Xiao kid? Zi scratched his head, his rugged face etched with concern. We are not at all familiar with the Xiao family. Tai Shan, arms crossed, and his bronze visage resolute in the twilight glow, regarded Luo Chen's upright figure merging into the throng of Wutan City. Not familiar? Indeed, we are not. Yet that Xiao Yan possesses a certain vigor in his gaze, reminiscent of our young Luo Chen. He is not the treacherous type who would stab us in the back. Moreover, he paused, lowering his voice. Did you not hear the lad mention an alchemist wishing to meet young Luo Chen? An alchemist? Zi, that is a figure we could only aspire to in our lifetimes. This is an extraordinary opportunity for young Luo Chen. We cannot impede him, nor can we. Tai Feng nodded in agreement, his demeanor steady. This child, Luo Chen, is perceptive, far beyond our expectations. He knows what he is doing. The captain is right. This is his path, and we can only accompany him thus far. At that moment, Luo Chen, having taken several steps away, seemed to sense something and abruptly halted. Turning around, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed his youthful face in a warm glow. He flashed a brilliant and resolute smile at Tai Shan and the others, energetically waving his hand. Tai Shan felt a surge of warmth in his heart, inhaling deeply, his chest swelling as he summoned all his strength to shout, "You little rascal. Remember this. When you go to the Xiao family, do not bring shame to Tyen. Learn well. If anyone dares to bully you, run if you cannot fight back. Come back, and I will rally all the brothers to support you. Do you hear me?" A rugged roar, imbued with the unique bravado and reluctance characteristic of mercenaries, reverberated at the edge of the square, drawing the attention of many passers-by. A broader smile blossomed on Luo Chen's face, though his eyes betrayed a hint of warmth. He nodded vigorously, responding loudly, "I hear you, Captain." I will return. Tyen will always be my home. The others, including He Zi, could not help but join in the chant. Little Luo Chen, take care. Make something of yourself. The brothers are waiting for you at home. Before the echoes of their shouts faded, Luo Chen resolutely turned on his heel, quickly catching up to Xiao Yan and Sun Er, his figure vanishing around the street corner. Taishan gazed in that direction, standing still for a long moment, eventually letting out a heavy sigh, and waved his hand. Let us go. We shall await our little cub's return. Chapter 23, The Elder's Doubts. On the road to the Xiao family, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Xiao Yan and Luo Chen walked side by side, while Sun Er quietly trailed half a step behind Xiao Yan. Her ethereal eyes filled with curiosity as she discreetly observed the young boy beside her, who was slightly younger yet had achieved remarkable feats. Clearing his throat, Xiao Yan broke the silence first, extending his hand with a sincere smile. Brother Luo Chen, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Xiao Yan. Luo Chen reciprocated, gripping Xiao Yan's hand firmly. The boy's palm bore the calluses of training, yet was equally strong. Luo Chen, he replied with a smile. What you did at the square was truly astonishing, Xiao Yan remarked, genuine awe lingering in his eyes. At just 14, a 4-star Dou Qi. In merely 2.5 years, Brother Luo Chen, your talent is so remarkable it leaves one devoid of jealousy. His tone was half joking, yet underscored by sincere admiration. Luo Chen shook his head, his smile tinged with an unexpected maturity for his age. It's merely good fortune. But, Brother Xiao Yan, after 3 years of silence, you erupted in a single moment. Your perseverance and resolve are even more admirable. This was not mere flattery. He was acutely aware of Xiao Yan's struggles as depicted in the original narrative. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Luo Chen would mention his 3 years of hardship. A complex expression flickered in his eyes, which soon transformed into a sense of relief and deeper camaraderie. They exchanged smiles, a silent bond of mutual respect forming between two prodigies, or rather, two exceptional talents. Sun Er listened quietly from the side, a gentle and graceful smile gracing her lips. She keenly sensed that the boy named Luo Chen seemed to be enveloped in a mysterious aura. His maturity beyond his years and the occasional glint of insight in his clear eyes hinted at something extraordinary. At that moment, the grave voice of the elder resonated in Xiao Yan's mind. Young one, be vigilant. This lad is not ordinary. The attributes of his Dou Qi are far more complex than merely the wood element. A sudden jolt coursed through Xiao Yan's heart, instinctively directing his gaze towards Luo Chen. Suspicion flickering in his eyes, the elder's voice brimmed with unprecedented astonishment. My soul perception cannot be mistaken. Deep within his pure and formidable wood element, Dou Qi lies an exceedingly faint, yet immensely pure fluctuation of fire element. Moreover, this fluctuation appears to be cleverly concealed by some force. Were it not for my elevated soul realm and the brief moment of aura leakage during his full force strike, it would have been nearly undetectable. Dual element Dou Qi, wood and fire coexisting, a natural talent for alchemy. But wait, it seems there is even more. The voice of the venerable master Yao wavered for the first time, tinged with hesitation and disbelief, as if he had stumbled upon something that could upend established notions. Xiao Yan felt a tumultuous shock in his heart. Dual attributes? A natural alchemist? Could there be something even more astonishing in his teacher's tone? Master Yao's voice bore an urgency and unprecedented gravity. Xiao Yan, find a way to bring him back to the Xiao family as soon as possible. It is imperative. I need to confirm this up close. Xiao Yan suppressed the tumult within, and his gaze towards Luo Chen grew increasingly fervent and complex. Taking a deep breath, he maintained his smile but infused his tone with a sincere invitation. Brother Luo Chen, it is indeed a fortuitous encounter today. Might I have the honor of inviting you to my humble abode for a brief visit? Coincidentally, there is an elder at home who possesses considerable insights into the art of alchemy. I noticed your profound understanding of medicinal properties in the square earlier. This elder has expressed a keen desire to meet you and exchange thoughts. An alchemist? Luo Chen's mind brightened, though he skillfully masked his excitement with an expression of astonishment and a hint of longing. Indeed, here it was. Master Yao, one of his principal objectives for this journey. He had awaited this opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded readily. Brother Xiao Yan's gracious invitation is not to be declined. I shall gladly accept. Furthermore, I have always yearned to delve into the art of alchemy, and should I receive guidance from an elder, I would be immensely grateful. Sun Er's eyes glimmered with understanding. It appeared that her brother Xiao Yan's invitation was not mere coincidence, but rather an endeavor by the mysterious figure who had previously aided him to meet Luo Chen. The Xiao family residence exuded an air of ancient grandeur. Navigating through numerous courtyards, Xiao Yan led Luo Chen to a secluded corner of the rear estate, where an independent courtyard faintly imbued with the fragrance of herbs awaited. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a spacious and bright room, filled with various cabinets of medicinal materials and alchemical apparatus, came into view. This was the very place where Master Yao usually guided Xiao Yan in the art of alchemy. Teacher, Brother Luo Chen has arrived, Xiao Yan respectfully announced to the air. As soon as his words left his lips, the room's light seemed to warp slightly. An ethereal yet remarkably solid figure of an elderly man appeared unannounced upon the mat in the center of the room. The elder's hair and beard were completely white. His countenance lean, and he donned a simple gray robe. Though seemingly ordinary, his eyes, deep as the vast cosmos, and the aura of soul-pressing wisdom that emanated from him, enveloped Luo Chen with an indescribable pressure as he stepped into the room. Young friend, there is no need for alarm. I appear thus due to a prior misfortune. The elder said, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yao Chen, the esteemed master of alchemy. Despite being mentally prepared, when this figure, once at the pinnacle of alchemy on the Dou Qi continent, truly manifested before him, Luo Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. He steadied his emotions, composed himself, and respectfully bowed to the ethereal figure. I, Luo Chen, pay my respects to the esteemed elder. From observing your earlier battle, it is evident that you possess a remarkable command of Dou Qi and an adeptness in employing Dou techniques, the elder remarked. I harbor no ill intentions. I am simply particularly intrigued by you, which is why I instructed my disciple to invite you to the Xiao family. Master Yao's gaze descended upon Luo Chen like a tangible spotlight, instantly fixating on him. His gaze was piercing, as if capable of penetrating the very flesh and delving into the depths of the soul. A powerful yet gentle force enveloped Luo Chen silently, akin to mercury flowing effortlessly. The old man sensed that within the young friendess would attribute Dou Qi, there seemed to linger a faint trace of fire attribute. Or perhaps the young friend had deliberately concealed it. Am I correct? Luo Chen's body stiffened slightly, feeling as though all his secrets were on the verge of being exposed. Instinctively, he began to circulate the Mu Yanqing Di Chong Sheng Ju, allowing the pure azure Dou Qi to flow rapidly within him, attempting to shield himself from the pervasive probing sensation. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to withdraw that concealment, seemingly to facilitate the old alchemist's better scrutiny. The alchemist's gaze was penetrating, sharp as a hawk's, and it was evident that the junior had indeed concealed the attributes of his Dou Qi. Luo Chen replied. Xiao Yan looked on, astonished at his teacher and Luo Chen, realizing that his teacher was right. Luo Chen truly possessed more than one attribute of Dou Qi. The alchemist's focus remained unwaveringly fixed on Luo Chen, as if he could see through him entirely. He slowly raised a translucent finger, a flicker of bone-chilling fire, emitting an aura of terrifying coldness and destruction, leaping like a spirit at his fingertip. Bone spirit, cold fire. The temperature in the room plummeted abruptly. The air seemed to thicken. Young friend, the alchemist's voice carried an unprecedented weight of gravity and inquiry. The ghostly white flame flickered gently, directed at Luo Chen. Might I request a closer examination of your Dou Qi? The ethereal fire danced, casting alternating shadows and light upon Luo Chen's youthful and serene visage. Relax, young friend. The alchemist continued, his tone remaining gentle, imbued with a soothing essence. I merely wish to perceive through the power of the soul. I shall not harm you in the slightest. The bone spirit cold fire swayed softly, a thread of pure and frigid soul energy, as delicate as the finest silver thread, quietly extending from the tip of the flame, imbued with an ineffable spirituality, and slowly reaching towards Luo Chen's wrist. However, just as the ghostly white soul thread was about to touch Luo Chen's skin, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in the boy's clear eyes. He suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet unmistakably clear. Alchemist, please hold. The alchemist's movement paused slightly, his ethereal brow arching imperceptibly, his profound gaze settling upon Luo Chen's face, conveying a hint of inquiry. Xiao Yan also looked on in surprise. Meeting the alchemist's scrutinizing gaze, Luo Chen remained neither servile nor arrogant, exuding a youthful candor. He clasped his hands respectfully and stated, "It is an honor for me, Junior, to assist the esteemed alchemist in examining my Dou Qi. I shall cooperate wholeheartedly, without a trace of concealment. However, if I may be so bold, I would like to request a condition from the esteemed alchemist." Oh. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in the alchemist's eyes, the bone spirit cold fire flickering slightly, seemingly intrigued by this sudden turn of events. Having lived nearly a century, he had encountered countless prodigies and noble science, who either revered, flattered, or feared him. Yet, this young man, fully aware of his own status and strength, remained composed enough to propose conditions before an inquiry. This was indeed a first. This is not merely audacity. It embodies a profound understanding of human nature and a mature mindset adept at seizing opportunities. After a brief silence, Yao Chen erupted into a hearty laughter. his mirth brimming with unabashed appreciation. Well done. Such a young lad, yet possessing such courage and cunning. Knowing how to advocate for oneself at critical moments. I find you most admirable. Speak, what is it that you desire? As long as it lies within my capability and does not contravene moral principles, I shall grant it. In his heart, Luo Chen felt a sense of certainty. Realizing he had made the right gamble with this first step, taking a deep breath, he articulated his premeditated request clearly. I do not dare to be too ambitious. I am acutely aware that the revered Yao is at the pinnacle of contemporary alchemy. My heart yearns for the art of potion making. Yet I lack a renowned mentor to guide me. Thus I can only explore on my own. Therefore, I have two humble requests. Firstly, I implore the esteemed Yao to bestow upon me a fire-based cultivation technique suited to my practice, to lay a foundation for my future endeavors in alchemy. Secondly, if the senior does not mind, I hope to receive some guidance on the insights of alchemy. Even the briefest of words would suffice for me to benefit for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, a deeper smile graced Yao Chen's face, his gaze filled with admiration. This young man, not only blessed with extraordinary talent, possessed a mind that was remarkably perceptive. His requests were both reasonable and easily within Yao Chen's power to fulfill. The techniques were plentiful, and offering guidance would be a mere trifle. Furthermore, his discretion was expertly measured, making it impossible to refuse. Ha ha ha, splendid. Quite reasonable. Yao Chen declared heartily. I shall comply with your wishes. Once I ascertain the secrets of your internal fighting spirit, I will select the most suitable fire-based technique for you. As for insights into alchemy, I have always cherished mentoring talented juniors. If you are willing to learn, I shall gladly share all my knowledge. Then I shall lower my defenses for the esteemed Yao to investigate. Xiao Yan, standing nearby, felt a profound shock once again. Indeed, the teacher was not mistaken. Luo Chen truly possessed not just one attribute of fighting spirit. His gaze towards Luo Chen grew increasingly complex, filled with curiosity and inquiry. Very well. Sincere. Yao Chen nodded approvingly, his perception of Luo Chen improving further. Without hesitation, the thread of his ethereal soul power extended once more, imbued with a gentle yet irresistible force. Softly alighting upon the wrist Luo Chen had extended. Relax your mind and do not resist. I shall use the bone spirit cold fire as a guide, with my soul power as a bridge, and let us see what extraordinary realm lies within you, young one. The pale white soul power, akin to the most delicate probe, swiftly penetrated Luo Chen's meridians. The first step revealed the vast and mighty wood attribute fighting spirit. The second step effortlessly captured the deeply hidden fire attribute. Akin to a spark igniting a prairie fire, it lay dormant within the boundless vitality of the wood attribute, like magma guarded by towering trees. Pure, fervent, and imbued with an innate dominance and creative force. The cycle of wood and fire, endlessly entwined, formed a foundation seemingly destined for alchemy. Yao Chen understood. It was no wonder he had sensed something earlier. However, just as Yao Chen prepared to delve deeper into the essence of this fire attribute, the tendrils of his soul power inadvertently grazed the edge of the Dantian's vortex, eliciting an exceedingly faint ripple, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, suddenly stirring 1,000 waves. The ethereal form of Yao Chen suddenly trembled, and his eyes, seemingly imbued with the essence of the galaxies, erupted with an incredible brilliance. A piercing sharpness, as if capable of severing all, flickered briefly like a dying candle in the wind, yet bore the luminous edge to rend the void. Immediately following was a profound, earth-like aura, heavy and encompassing, as if it bore the weight of all creation. The rhythm of the wind was nimble and penetrating, while the ferocious wrath of thunder embodied the divine will of retribution. A chilling cold surged forth, freezing all it touched with its frigid breath. There were even traces of almost imperceptible yet pure and sacred light, juxtaposed with the profound shadows of darkness. Gold, water, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, dark, and the elements of wood and fire. They did not clash chaotically, but rather coalesced like the primordial stardust of the universe's inception, orbiting around the immense and pure core of fighting spirit, existing with a faint yet unmistakable clarity, pulsating. Each attribute bore the imprint of its most primal and pure essence. Even with Yao Chen's millennium of cultivated equanimity, he felt as though struck by the thunderous bolts of the heavens. His illusory form quivered violently, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, as the skeletal flames at his fingertips danced erratically, the stark white flames swaying madly, revealing the tempestuous waves surging within his heart. All attributes. A cry of utter astonishment erupted uncontrollably from Yao Chen's lips, akin to thunder rumbling in a silent chamber. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, dark. How could this be possible? though Xiao Yan could not perceive the scene within Luo Chen's body as Yao Lao could. The unprecedented and intense reaction from his mentor struck his heart like a heavy hammer. The teacup in his hand shattered with a crack. Crushed by the unconscious surge of power, scalding tea splashing upon him unnoticed. His gaze was fixed intently on Luo Chen, his pupils constricted in sheer terror. All attributes. What manner of monster is this? Chapter 25, The Red Sun Leaving Fire Technique. Yao Chen's soul energy swiftly receded like a tide, his eyes, once capable of penetrating the cycle of reincarnation, now filled with an unprecedented complexity of emotions. Shock, confusion, disbelief transformed into a profound tremor in the face of a miraculous creation of heaven and earth. His ethereal figure floated unsteadily in the air, unable to find calm. Luo Chen, my young friend. Yao Chen's voice carried a barely perceptible dryness, his gaze complexly resting upon Luo Chen, as if beholding a supreme treasure. Your talent is something I have never encountered in my lifetime. No, it is something unheard of, an unprecedented phenomenon. The existence of all attributes is simply unfathomable. Even more remarkable is your primary focus on wood attribute fighting spirit. The stability of its foundation and the purity of its essence are simply extraordinary. The room fell into a profound silence. Only the slightly labored breaths of Xiao Yan could be heard, alongside the lingering chill brought forth by the skeletal flames in the air. Although you are currently focused on the wood attribute and have yet to truly begin cultivating the fire attribute, the synergy between wood and fire holds boundless potential. Yao Chen began slowly, his tone grave. During my earlier exploration, I had already formulated an idea in my mind. This technique aligns perfectly with the seed of fire within you, making it ideally suited for your current state. He raised his ethereal finger and gently brushed it across the surface of the spatial ring. A scroll, entirely dark red, materialized out of thin air, quietly suspended in the atmosphere. The surface of the scroll was engraved with countless intricate and arcane flame runes, swirling and flickering as if alive. A pure and formidable wave of fire attribute energy emanated from it, akin to a dormant volcano, subtly distorting the air surrounding the scroll. This was the Crimson Sunfire technique, a low-tier earth-level fire attribute martial art. Yao Chen's voice carried a hint of pride. Although it was not the primary technique he practiced, it was indeed an extraordinary fire technique acquired during his early travels, capable of aiding you in cultivating fire-based combat energy. Low-tier earth-level. Luo Chen's heart raced, and his eyes ignited with an uncontrollable fervor. Despite having anticipated that Yao Chen's intervention would be remarkable, the impact of witnessing a low-tier earth-level technique hovering before him was still profoundly overwhelming. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and stepped forward, his hands trembling slightly as he grasped the heavy, dark red scroll. The scroll felt warm to the touch, yet radiated a searing presence, akin to holding a burning iron. The latent power within causing Luo Chen's blood to simmer. He bowed respectfully, his voice imbued with genuine gratitude. I, Luo Chen, sincerely thank you, esteemed Yao. This kindness shall be etched in my heart. Yao Chen waved his hand dismissively, revealing a rare, gentle smile. No need for formality. To encounter a prodigy such as yourself is also an opportunity for me. A low-tier earth-level technique is worthy of your talent. Now that the technique has been imparted, I shall share with you some fundamental insights into the art of alchemy. He shifted his tone, his gaze scrutinizing. Young friend, have you previously engaged with the art of alchemy? To what extent do you comprehend the properties of medicinal herbs? Luo Chen raised his head at the inquiry and replied candidly. In response to your esteemed presence, during my time with the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps, I learned some rudimentary knowledge of pharmacology from the group's apothecary. I can recognize some common herbs and have assisted in handling basic materials. However, I have never attempted true alchemy. He paused, seemingly recalling something, and rummaged through his belongings, producing a palm-sized, smooth white jade vial. The vial was of the most ordinary kind, with a cork stopper fashioned from softwood. Yet, a hint of youthful shyness and anticipation graced Luo Chen's face as he extended the vial towards Yao Chen, saying, I experimented a bit and attempted to concoct a hemostatic powder. It seems to perform better than the ordinary version. Esteemed apothecary, with your vast experience, could you kindly assess whether my approach is correct? Oh, a self-crafted hemostatic powder? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Yao Chen's eyes. The hemostatic powder is one of the most widely used and fundamental healing remedies on the continent, with a well-established and solidified formula, serving as a starting point for countless apprentice apothecaries. How much improvement could a novice, who had never truly practiced alchemy, have made? With a wave of his ethereal finger, a gentle pulling force drew the jade vial from Luo Chen's grasp. The cork slid off silently. Yao Chen did not immediately pour it out. Instead, he brought the vial to his nose, inhaling ever so slightly. Instantly, The spark of interest in his eyes intensified. The hemostatic powder, contrary to expectations, lacked the heavy herbal scent typically associated with such remedies. Instead, it exuded an exquisite, ethereal fragrance reminiscent of delicate flora, subtly intermingled with a barely perceptible mineral crispness. The alchemist's ethereal fingers gently flicked the bottle, releasing a small, finely ground, dark red powder that danced in the air above his fingertips. Under the luminous glow of the cold, white-boned spirit fire, the powder revealed an unusual, muted sheen, with particles remarkably uniform and dense, far surpassing ordinary hemostatic powders. The essence of the alchemist enveloped this small quantity of powder, meticulously probing the structure of each grain and the medicinal properties it contained. His expression grew increasingly focused, sometimes furrowing his brow, other times relaxing, as astonishment deepened in his eyes. Was it possible that the formulation included primarily purple pearlgrass, supplemented by coagulating vine powder, and a hint of finely ground rock salt? The alchemist murmured in disbelief, realizing that the hemostatic and tissue-repairing effects of the purple pearlgrass had been maximally stimulated, while the invigorating and blood-dispersing properties of the coagulating vine were ingeniously tempered by the slight coagulant characteristics of the rock salt, ultimately promoting rapid clotting at the wound's edges. Had the medicinal conflict been resolved? Suddenly, the alchemist's gaze intensified as he turned to Luo Chen. Young man, did you devise this formula yourself? Purple pearlgrass, coagulating vine, and rock salt. What ordinary apothecary would dare to concoct such a blend? How did you conceive of using rock salt to counteract the coagulating vine side effects? And how did you manage to control the grinding precision and uniformity of the powder so meticulously? This seemingly simple improvement to the hemostatic powder required an exceptional understanding of medicinal properties and a keen attention to detail. How could a boy, who had never refined medicine and had merely learned a few basics from the mercenary group's alchemist, accomplish such a sophisticated enhancement? The degree of fusion in medicinal properties approached theoretical limits. It was as if he were born with an innate intuition for alchemy. Feeling somewhat bashful under the alchemist's penetrating gaze, Luo Chen scratched his head and replied, I just read books and observed old Zhang's concoctions, pondering things. I thought rock salt could help settle impurities in water, so perhaps it might also encourage the errant elements in blood to gather more quickly. As for the grinding, I merely took my time, grinding it finely and evenly. And it seemed to me that the medicinal properties were more readily released when the powder was particularly fine and uniform. This simplistic yet almost clumsy explanation left both the alchemist and Xiao Yan in contemplative silence. An almost instinctual understanding of medicinal properties, coupled with extraordinary patience and an unwavering pursuit of detail. The alchemist gazed deeply at Luo Chen, as if seeking to rediscover this young man, suddenly recalling another crucial question. His tone became exceedingly solemn. Luo Chen, I have one more inquiry. Earlier, Captain Taizhan mentioned that the technique you employed was merely a high-level yellow-tier skill, the Qingmuju? Luo Chen nodded. Indeed, senior. The alchemist furrowed his brow deeply. The formation of a fighting energy vortex requires the invocation of immense celestial energy to flow into the body, impacting, compressing, and solidifying the fighting energy. The energy drawn from a high-level yellow-tier technique is fundamentally insufficient to support the ultimate formation of a fighting energy vortex. Unless you have consumed a qi gathering powder? The alchemist fixed his gaze intently on Luo Chen's eyes. Luo Chen shook his head once more, his tone serene, as if discussing a trivial matter. The gathering qi powder is exceedingly precious. Captain Taishan and the others have already expended considerable resources for my sake. I do not wish to burden the mercenary group further. Thus, I chose not to accept it. But how did you succeed? Xiao Yan couldn't help but exclaim. His curiosity piqued. This was his greatest conundrum. Without the gathering qi powder, how could one rely on a high-level yellow-tier technique to condense Dou Qi? This notion was utterly revolutionary to him. Yao Lao also fixed his gaze intently on Luo Chen, awaiting his explanation. Luo Chen's eyes momentarily glazed over, as if he were transported back to that fateful night on the mountain behind the mercenary base, confronting an immense challenge alone. I delved into numerous records regarding the gathering qi powder and learned that its core medicinal properties require an abundance of pure energy from various herbal essences as both catalyst and fuel. His voice was soft yet imbued with a palpable intensity. I hypothesized that the gathering qi powder represents external force. What if I were to create this furnace myself? He raised his hand, gesturing. I sought assistance from Captain Taishan and procured low-tier substitutes for the main ingredient of the gathering qi powder, Zai Orchid, which contains pure wood energy, and Shiguang flower, known for its bone-cleansing properties, along with a first-tier wood attribute magic core. Then, I forcibly extracted the medicinal energy from the Zai Orchid and Shiguang flower using Dou Qi, directing the energy from the wood attribute magic core into my body. Using my body as the furnace, my meridians as the cauldron, and my will as the flame, I relentlessly refined these three torrents of energy. I permitted them to surge within me, merging to replace the medicinal potency of the gathering qi powder, compressing and igniting my Dou Qi. Xiao Yan, despite his iron will, couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. Using one's body as a furnace, forcibly refining magic core energy and volatile medicinal properties. This is not cultivation. It is akin to pushing oneself towards a path of destruction. One misstep could lead to shattered meridians and a catastrophic demise. He could hardly fathom the inhumane pain and peril involved. Yao Chen's ethereal visage quivered violently. His eyes, which had seen the trials of the world, now conveyed unparalleled shock. He stared intently at Luo Chen's youthful, tranquil face, as if for the first time truly perceiving the terrifying madness, resilience, and extraordinary insight and control that lay deep within the boy's soul. To succeed without the gathering qi powder, utilizing a yellow tear technique to channel violent energy into his body, creating his own method and achieving it. This transcended the definition of genius. It was a prodigy, a being so extraordinary that it rendered any so-called genius pale in comparison. Such audacity, such insight, such unwavering determination are nearly impossible to find throughout the ages. Silence enveloped the room, a deathly stillness prevailing. The cold, ethereal light of bone spirit cold fire illuminated the three distinct faces, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. Xiao Yan's astonishment was frozen in place, his gaze towards Luo Chen fraught with complexity, admiration, disbelief, and even a touch of bewilderment, as if he were a fellow genius left utterly behind. Yao Chen's ethereal form stood rigid in the air, his deep, starry eyes now roiling with tumultuous waves, fixated firmly on Luo Chen. At last, Yao Chen's violently fluctuating ethereal figure began to stabilize gradually. In those eyes, which pierced through all existence, astonishment, disbelief, and inquiry ultimately coalesced into an unprecedented, almost fervent radiance, a jubilant admiration for a peerless gem, awakened after a millennium of silence. He glided closer, the intangible pressure of his soul receding like a tide, leaving only a pure and solemn aura. The gray robes stirred without wind, and an aged voice, imbued with a tremulous gravity unheard even by Xiao Yan, resonated clearly in the silent chamber, each word seemingly laden with immense power. Luo Chen. Yao Chen's gaze resembled the most precise of chisels, intent on etching the visage of the youth before him deep into the recesses of his soul. You. He paused, as if even he needed to validate the weight of this decision, his ethereal fingers slightly curling. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Chapter 26. The Delay in Apprenticeship. Yao Chen's inquiry, would you be willing to take me as your master, fell like a colossal stone into a tranquil pond, stirring up waves of excitement within the still room. Luo Chen's heart contracted suddenly, an overwhelming joy surging through him like molten lava. Yao Chen. He stood as one of the pinnacle figures in the realm of alchemy on the Dou Qi continent. To be accepted as his disciple, to receive his unreserved guidance, would pave an unimaginable path in both alchemy and Dou Qi cultivation. Moreover, the prospect of becoming a fellow disciple of the future Flame Emperor, Xiao Yan, was an opportunity that could drive the continent's geniuses to madness. However, this elation was fleeting, swiftly subdued by a chilling sense of reason. To become a disciple? To follow Yao Chen and Xiao Yan? Luo Chen's thoughts raced like lightning. Although this was a monumental opportunity, was it truly suitable for him? The trajectory of Xiao Yan's growth from the original narrative vividly surfaced in his mind. Yao Chen's awakening, the 3-year pact, the Taggart Desert, the battle with the Yunlan sect. Yao Chen's capture, each step fraught with hardship, peril, and immense unpredictability. Xiao Yan's rapid ascent amidst these trials was largely attributed to his unwavering resolve and Yao Chen's tailored, almost brutal mentorship. What if I joined them? Luo Chen pondered. Would my presence disrupt Yao Chen's original plans for Xiao Yan? Would my comprehensive Dou Qi be exposed too soon, attracting unnecessary covetousness? If the Soul Palace were to set its sights on me, would it inadvertently endanger Yao Chen? Most importantly, did my path truly align perfectly with Xiao Yan's? He needed to seek out spiritual seeds to perfect his attributes, to cultivate independently in order to adapt to the world's power structure, and above all, to secure a relatively autonomous space to digest and master the core system of the myriad world's memories, his greatest trump card. While being near Xiao Yan certainly offered a higher safety quotient, it equally implied that he might forever dwell in Xiao Yan's shadow, unable to forge a path uniquely his own. Furthermore, with Xiao Yan's dramatically perilous fate, which often teetered on the brink of disaster, could he afford the burden of being a liability? Luo Chen was unwilling to become that encumbrance. Moreover, altering the course of events? The butterfly effect? Luo Chen dared not gamble. He was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in this world, the shadow of the soul palace akin to a parasite. Before acquiring sufficient means for self-protection, what he needed was understated growth, not to be ensnared in the eye of the storm. His thoughts swirled and turned. Yet all transpired in the blink of an eye. The surprise on Luo Chen's face swiftly faded, replaced by an unusual serenity and contemplation that belied his age. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, and, before the ethereal figure of Yao Chun, which brimmed with expectation and a sense of cherishing talent, he solemnly performed a deep bow. "Esteemed Elder Yao, your kindness leaves me utterly astonished." Luo Chen's voice was clear and sincere. "Your alchemical skills transcend the heavens and earth. It is my utmost desire to learn under your tutelage. Should I be fortunate enough to enter your fold and receive your teachings, it would indeed be a blessing beyond measure." A smile graced Yao Chen's visage, and Xiao Yan felt a sense of relief, perceiving this as a natural progression. However, Luo Chen's tone shifted, imbued with a hint of regret and unwavering determination. "Yet, I must dare to say that I cannot immediately accompany you and Brother Xiao Yan on this journey of training and cultivation." "What, Brother Luo Chen?" Both Yao Chun and Xiao Yan exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. To have Yao Chun, a revered figure, extend an invitation only to be declined was utterly preposterous. Yao Chen's ethereal form flickered, his profound gaze fixed intently on Luo Chen, revealing a hint of curiosity and a barely perceptible displeasure. "Why? Do you believe I am unworthy to instruct you?" Although his voice remained calm, an invisible pressure, characteristic of a formidable presence, began to permeate the air. "Please, esteemed elder, do not be angered. That is not the case." Luo Chen hurriedly bowed again, lowering himself even further, yet his tone grew more resolute. "I am acutely aware of your vast knowledge, akin to an unfathomable ocean. To gain your favor is a tremendous fortune for me. My refusal is born of necessity." He raised his head, his gaze clear and candid as he met the eyes of Yao Chun and Xiao Yan. "Firstly, I wish to embark on a solitary journey to the Monster Mountain Range for training before officially enrolling in the Jianan Academy. The path of cultivation ultimately relies on one's own steps. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms. I aspire to hone myself amidst life and death struggles, solidifying my foundation and discovering my unique approach to combat in my own path." Secondly, Luo Chen's gaze shifted to Xiao Yan, filled with understanding and respect. "I am aware that Brother Xiao Yan's 3-year pact with Miss Nalan Yanran of the Yunlan sect is imminent. This agreement pertains to Brother Xiao Yan's dignity and conviction, serving as a crucial sharpening stone on his path of cultivation. Should I accompany you now, it may not only distract the esteemed elder during teaching, but also inadvertently affect Brother Xiao Yan's state of mind and the efficacy of his training as he faces this challenge alone. I do not wish to be any hindrance on Brother Xiao Yan's journey." Thirdly, Luo Chen paused, his tone imbued with youthful tenacity. "There are indeed matters of my own that I must complete independently, which I cannot elaborate upon. I hope that the esteemed elder and Brother Xiao Yan can understand." His words were articulated with clarity and reason, expressing both profound respect for Yao Chun and a thorough understanding of Xiao Yan's circumstances, while clearly delineating his pursuit of independent growth and his resolve not to intrude. His demeanor was neither obsequious nor arrogant, and his reasoning was compelling and robust. The displeasure in Yao Chen's eyes had long since dissipated, replaced by a deepening admiration and astonishment. He regarded the young boy before him, who had yet to reach the age of 15, as if viewing an unrefined gem that already radiated brilliance. This disposition, this insight, this clarity of vision regarding his own path, and keen consideration of other situations. This was no mere youth. He resembled an ancient creature weathered by the vicissitudes of time. "Splendid! Splendid! Splendid!" Yao Chun exclaimed thrice, his hearty laughter resonating within the room, brimming with unabashed admiration. "Young one, you continually astonish me. Your discernment of priorities and profound understanding of your true self are admirable. Yet what is even more remarkable is your independence, unyielding to the powerful. A fledgling must leave the nest to soar into the vast skies." "I comprehend now." He gazed at Luo Chen, his eyes reflecting the hopes of a mentor for an exceptional prodigy. "Your reasoning is indeed sound. Xiao Yan must confront his 3-year pact alone. It is both his inner demon and his opportunity. Likewise, you require your own trials. I do not impose my will upon you." However, Yao Chun's tone shifted, a hint of mischief in his smile. "The pact of apprenticeship is not retracted. You mentioned that after you have concluded your affairs and Xiao Yan has fulfilled his 3-year agreement, you will seek to become my disciple?" I acquiesce. "Yet, this bond of master and apprentice, I shall acknowledge today. Even if you do not remain by my side at present, I shall ardently guide you." A great weight lifted from Luo Chen's heart, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within him as he bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your understanding and kindness. I, Luo Chen, shall not disappoint your expectations. When the time is right, I shall formally perform the rites of apprenticeship. Haha, splendid, Yao Chen responded, contentedly stroking his ethereal beard. Now let us not tarry. Since you have acquired the Crimson Sunfire technique, your immediate task is to commence its preliminary cultivation, igniting the flame within your being, thus enabling you to truly engage with the foundational art of alchemy. Come, open the scroll now, and according to the methods therein, channel your battle energy. I shall safeguard you. Heeding his words, Luo Chen sat cross-legged, solemnly unfurling the heavy, dark red scroll. Ancient and enigmatic characters, along with fiery runes, unveiled themselves before his eyes, and a searing, domineering aura enveloped him. Chapter 27, Stepping into the Path of Alchemy. As Luo Chen immersed himself in the scroll, endeavoring to comprehend the intricate and profound pathways of the technique, a cold, mechanical voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Buzz. High-level energy information carrier detected. Target, Crimson Sunfire technique. Low-level Earth-grade fire attribute technique. Deep scan initiated. Priority. Energy model analysis capturing the trajectory of the fire's essence and identifying operational nodes. Warning. The complexity of the energy operation pathway has increased by 500. Critical node energy circulation requires high synchrony of spiritual force. Warning. The intensity of the fire energy far exceeds the host's current would attribute battle energy threshold. High risk of attribute conflict. Forcing cultivation may result in meridian burns. Detected redundant energy circuit operation efficiency reduced by 178. Identified bottleneck in fire energy conversion efficiency, located at the intersection of the hand Xiao Yan heart meridian and the foot Xiao Yan kidney meridian, obstructing energy aggregation. Identified optimization nodes for enhancement, which could elevate battle energy explosive power. Establishing optimization model to eliminate redundant circuits, rectify bottleneck nodes, and enhance aggregation area to accommodate a framework compatible with all attribute battle energy. Model reconstruction complete. Optimized version of Crimson Sunfire technique model generated. Intensity increased by approximately 21. Conversion efficiency improved by 18. Attribute conflict risk reduced to 15. Spiritual force consumption decreased by 15. Should consciousness infusion be performed? The cold stream of data cascaded over Luo Chen's thoughts like a waterfall, disassembling the profound and enigmatic Crimson Sunfire technique, which had previously demanded considerable time and effort to comprehend, into fragments. Its core essence, operational flaws, and optimization direction transformed into the most intuitive and lucid data models and operational diagrams, indelibly imprinted within the depths of his soul. The optimized version was more potent, more efficient, and less risky, even accommodating the compatibility of his all-attribute fighting spirit. Despite Luo Chen being mentally prepared, he was still profoundly shaken by the extraordinary analytical optimization capabilities of the memory nexus from the myriad realms. This was truly a game-changer. Without hesitation, he affirmed in his heart, infusion. In an instant, the complete operational roadmap of the optimized Crimson Sunfire technique appeared as if it had always existed within his memory. Crystal clear. Every node, every subtle shift in the flow of fighting spirit was vividly clear to him. No longer hesitating, Luo Chen gathered his focus and began to guide the immense and pure green wood fighting spirit within him to undergo transformation according to the optimized path. Yao Chen, who had been closely observing Luo Chen, immediately sensed something unusual. The previously calm and steady azure glow of Luo Chen's fighting spirit suddenly began to fluctuate violently. A scorching, domineering aura erupted, akin to a slumbering volcano awakening, surging forth from his Dantian vortex. The crimson fire attribute fighting spirit, like a raging spark, devoured and transformed the greenwood fighting spirit at a visibly rapid pace. The smoothness of the transformation and the naturalness of the attribute switch surpassed Yao Chen's expectations. Even more astonishing was that the fervor and dominance contained within the crimson fighting spirit seemed even purer and more refined than he had anticipated from the Crimson Sunfire technique. Moreover, the wood attribute fighting spirit was not entirely suppressed. Rather, it acted like a docile subject, safeguarding the newly born flame sovereign, establishing a peculiar, perpetual cycle between the two. Had he mastered it so swiftly? Yao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his evaluation soared once more. Indeed, he was a prodigy, naturally attuned to the fire attribute. The synergy of wood and fire was vividly manifested within him. In less than half an hour, the glow surrounding Luo Chen had entirely transformed from predominantly green to a resplendent red with hints of green. He slowly opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils flickered two tiny crimson flames, causing the temperature in the entire room to rise a few degrees. Excellent. Remarkable. Xiao Chen clapped his hands in laughter, his eyes filled with satisfaction. It seemed that this young man was not only a prodigy in cultivating fighting spirit, but also a natural-born alchemist. The rapid mastery of the Crimson Sunfire technique and its solid foundation marked the first step in controlling fire, one he had already taken. Now, let us proceed. I shall impart to you the foundational and most crucial core techniques of fire control and material purification in the art of alchemy. For the next 7 days, Luo Chen absorbed the alchemical knowledge imparted by Xiao Chen like an enormous sponge. Xiao Chen's teachings were profound yet accessible, directly addressing the core principles. He did not have Luo Chen attempt pill refining from the outset, but began with the fundamental aspect of fire control. Fire is the pen of an alchemist, the chisel in the hands of a sculptor. The mastery of fire control is the very foundation of alchemy. When the mind directs, the flames obey as if they were extensions of one's own fingers, with temperatures measured to the finest degree. Only then does one earn the right to handle medicinal herbs. The voice of Xiao Chen was grave and earnest. He first utilized his soul power to simulate various forms of flames, allowing Luo Chen to perceive and imitate. Thanks to the formidable analytical learning ability stored within the myriad realms memory and his own powerful soul perception, Luo Chen's progress astonished even Xiao Chen. By the second day, Luo Chen could accurately control the temperature of the bone spirit cold fire, a minuscule, harmless flicker of flame that Xiao Chen had separated for practice, within a range of 10 degrees. And he could initially replicate several basic forms demonstrated by Xiao Chen. On the third day, Xiao Chen began instructing Luo Chen on the purification of medicinal materials. A variety of common low-tier herbs were laid before him. Purification involves the removal of impurities and the extraction of essence. Different herbs possess distinct properties and textures, thus requiring varying degrees of firepower, temperature, time, technique, and even methods of soul power infiltration. A slight miscalculation can lead to a great divergence. While explaining, Xiao Chen personally demonstrated. He selected the most ordinary blood coagulation grass, and a strand of pristine white flame danced at his fingertip, akin to the most dexterous carving knife, swiftly enveloping the leaves. The flame fluctuated in temperature, pulsating with a marvelous rhythm. Within mere moments, the blood coagulation grass transformed into a small orb of crystal-clear, impurity-free emerald liquid essence, exuding a rich aura of life. Luo Chen held his breath and focused, channeling the optimized Qi leaving fire combat Qi, with a crimson flame flickering at his fingertip. Mimicking Xiao Chen, he cautiously enveloped a sprig of blood coagulation grass. Target, blood coagulation grass, Tier 1. Deep scan initiated. Structural analysis and impurity node distribution lock. Optimal purification plan generated. Initial temperature 387. Maintain for 12 seconds. Switch to 421. Pulse burn for 0.5 seconds. Drop to 356. Mental energy penetration to dislodge. The system's prompts served as the most precise navigation, and Luo Chen concentrated fully, meticulously executing the plan in his mind. Sizzle. The flames danced. The leaves quickly withered and melted in the scarlet glow. Although his speed did not match Xiao Chen's fluidity, and his flame control still bore some clumsiness, resulting in slight charring at the edges. Luo Chen ultimately condensed a small orb of emerald liquid in his palm, albeit significantly smaller than Xiao Chen's and slightly darker in hue, yet equally transparent, achieving a 50% retention of medicinal potency and a 70% removal of impurities on his first attempt. A brilliant light erupted in Xiao Chen's eyes, his voice laced with incredulity and joy. Genius. No, a prodigy. Your mastery of timing and subtle control of mental energy is as if you were born to excel in the art of alchemy. Although Luo Chen's success was bolstered by his extraordinary external advantages, in Xiao Chen's eyes, it was a testament to Luo Chen's innate talent and diligence. On the 5th day, Xiao Chen resolved to have Luo Chen attempt the crafting of the most basic elixir, the recovery powder. At the same time, he demonstrated the refinement of a Tier 3 elixir, the Ice Heart Guardian Pill. The alchemical process undertaken by Xiao Chen was nothing short of an artistic feast. In his hands, the bone spirit cold fire danced like a gentle sprite, transforming into various exquisite forms. As medicinal herbs were cast into the cauldron, enveloped by the pure white flames, the process of refining, merging, and condensing the essence flowed seamlessly, enchanting the eye and exuding an ineffable sense of rhythm and the profound simplicity of the Tao. Ultimately, a pill the size of a longan, entirely ice blue and radiating a refreshing aura along with a rich medicinal fragrance, gracefully hovered above the cauldron, its body encircled by 3 distinct cloud patterns, a testament to a third-tier pill. The creation of such a pill with 3 cloud patterns was indeed extraordinary. Luo Chen stood entranced, his mind fervently recording every detail from the vast memories of the myriad realms, analyzing the techniques of fire control and the timing of the fusion of medicinal properties. This knowledge was an invaluable treasure to him, though his own attempts at refining the qi-dispersing pill were fraught with challenges, and he had even lost 3 batches of herbs due to unstable fire control. With the guidance of Xiao Yan and the system's support, he ultimately succeeded in crafting a batch. Although it was merely the most rudimentary pill, its quality barely passable. Achieving success in his first formal alchemical endeavor was enough to make countless alchemy apprentices feel ashamed. 7 days passed swiftly. At the secluded courtyard entrance of the Xiao family, Luo Chen solemnly bowed once more to the ethereal figure of Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan. "Senior, Brother Xiao Yan, with the 7 days concluded, I must take my leave." Xiao Yan gazed at this young lad, who had displayed astonishing alchemical talent in such a short span, filled with both appreciation and anticipation. "Go forth, young one. The Beast Mountain range is perilous. Exercise utmost caution. Remember the fire control and purification methods I taught you, and practice diligently. When you return, after Yan's arrival, I shall await your formal apprenticeship ceremony. Take care, Brother Luo Chen." Xiao Yan clasped his fists, his eyes radiating sincere blessings and a hint of camaraderie. Over these 7 days, Luo Chen's displayed talents, character, and diligence had earned Xiao Yan's complete admiration for this prodigy. Younger than himself. "Senior, Brother Xiao Yan, take care. Until we meet again." With no further words, Luo Chen turned and strode purposefully towards the vast, unknown opportunities of the Beast Mountain range beyond Wutan City. The sunlight cast a warm glow upon his upright silhouette, and within the verdant aura of fighting spirit, a glimmer of crimson flickered, embodying vibrant vitality and unwavering resolve. A new journey had commenced. Chapter 28, The First Encounter with the Little Medical Sage. After 5 days of arduous travel, the journey culminated at dusk on the 5th day, marked by the slightly rough yet lively outline of Qingshan town. The weary youth stood on the earthen slope outside the town, the setting sun stretching his tall figure into a long shadow. The fighting spirit surging within him had grown even more robust and refined compared to 5 days prior, now reaching the rank of a 5-star fighter. Just 2 days earlier, he had successfully broken through to the next level, with the azure and crimson energies coursing through his meridians, exuding a sense of boundless strength. Luo Chen's gaze swept past the wooden sign engraved with 3 ancient characters and into the town. Wisps of smoke spiraled upward, mingling with the boisterous laughter of mercenaries. The clashing of weapons and the pungent scent of beast pelts, together forming a vivid tapestry unique to this border town. Yet his thoughts involuntarily drifted towards the figure of the little healer, a character woven with tenderness and misfortune, evoking immense sympathy. Following the direction of his memories, Luo Chen's steps naturally led him towards the center of the town, to the Wanyao Zhai. From afar, he spotted a familiar sign under which a slender, busy silhouette was engaged in her work. The gentle rays of the setting sun cascaded upon a small stall set up at the entrance of Wanyao Zhai. A young girl, clad in a simple white dress, was slightly bent over, intently applying medicine to a mercenary whose arm had been injured by a magical beast. Her form was delicate, akin to tender willows sprouting in early spring, with her soft, dark hair simply tied back, while a few rebellious strands cascaded down her smooth forehead. Her skin, pale to the point of transparency, seemed to be enveloped in a gentle glow beneath the golden light of dusk. Most striking were her eyes, clear as mountain streams, reflecting the faint glimmer of herbs, exuding a focused and serene tranquility. Her movements were both gentle and efficient, as her fingertips deftly sprinkled the medicinal powder evenly onto the wound, prompting a grateful smile from the mercenary. It was her, the little healer. Luo Chen's heart fluttered as if brushed by an unseen force. The living, vibrant girl before him was far more animated than the image painted in words, her purity and resilience radiating towards him. Just as he prepared to approach her, his greeting unspoken, a piercing neigh suddenly echoed from the town's entrance, followed closely by the startled gasps of the crowd and the chaos of rushing footsteps. A frightened, tall steed, for reasons unknown, had broken free from its reins. Its eyes bloodshot, froth spewing from its mouth and nose, charging like an uncontrollable battering ram, galloping directly towards the little healer, who was obliviously focused on her task. Her back turned to the impending danger. The speed was too swift, the distance too near. The little healer, upon hearing the commotion behind her, turned around in confusion, only to find the massive horse and its raised iron hooves mere moments away. Her clear eyes were instantly filled with terror, her body frozen in place, her mind blank. "Be careful," a voice rang out like thunder. The dual-colored aura of fighting spirit erupted at the edge of the crowd. In a critical moment, a figure dashed through the air like an arrow, moving with an almost imperceptible speed. In the little healer's wide-eyed gaze, she felt a sudden tightening around her waist, as a warm and powerful force swiftly lifted her off the ground. The rushing wind and the terrifying sounds of the horse's frantic neighing rushed past her. Bang! The startled horse crashed violently into the little healer's stall, scattering wooden debris and herbs in every direction, before being subdued by several mercenaries who had reacted in time. Meanwhile, the little healer found herself safely cradled in a warm embrace, her feet dangling in the air, her nose filled with the faint scent of fresh grass and a hint of warmth akin to newly kindled flames. Still shaken, she looked up to meet the gaze of a youthful face, strikingly handsome, yet still bearing the innocence of youth. With a hint of concern and fear etched in his brow, his clear eyes fixed intently upon her. "Are you all right?" The boy's voice was steady yet laced with urgency. "Thank you." The little healer finally regained her composure, her cheeks involuntarily flushing a soft red, her voice barely above a whisper. It was only then that she became aware of being embraced by the other party and hurriedly struggled gently. Luo Chen immediately reacted, his ears slightly flushing, and he cautiously released his hold, gently placing the young healer back on the ground. Instinctively, he steadied her arm to ensure she was stable. "All is well. It was merely a small effort," he said with a warm tone. "Well done, young man. Thanks to you, the young healer was spared from danger." The surrounding mercenaries and townsfolk erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause, their gazes towards Luo Chen filled with gratitude and admiration. The status of the young healer in Qingshan town was unquestionable. Her kindness and medical skills were the lifeline for countless mercenaries. This sudden wave of enthusiasm left both of them somewhat taken aback, especially the young healer, whose fair cheeks flushed crimson, nearly as if they would bleed from embarrassment. She instinctively grasped Luo Chen's sleeve, her voice tinged with barely perceptible panic. "Come with me quickly." Without further ado, she pulled him away from the crowd's encirclement and the friendly teasing, retreating to a relatively secluded alley beside the Wanyao pharmacy. The alley was dimly lit and much quieter. Only then did the young healer release Luo Chen's sleeve, gently patting her chest as she exhaled a long breath. As if shedding a heavy burden, she lifted her gaze, her clear, large eyes curiously assessing the young stranger who had saved her. He appeared to be around her age, perhaps even a tad younger, yet his stature was half a head taller than hers, his figure as upright as a pine tree. The speed and strength he had displayed earlier were far beyond that of an ordinary fighter. "Thank you for saving me." The young healer expressed her gratitude once more. Her voice now steadied, suffused with genuine appreciation. "I am known as the young healer, an apprentice at Wanyao Pharmacy. I don't believe I've seen you in Qingshan town before." She tilted her head, her eyes filled with inquiry. "I am Luo Chen," the young man replied, presenting a clean smile. "I have just arrived in Qingshan town, intending to venture into the Beast Mountain Range to hone my skills while searching for some medicinal herbs." "Into the Beast Mountain Range? To gather herbs?" The young healer's eyes instantly sparkled, reminiscent of stars igniting in the night sky, radiating unmasked delight and curiosity. "Are you a pharmacist?" Her tone brimmed with anticipation. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, then somewhat bashfully scratched his nose. "Well, sort of. However, my skills are rather average. I can barely concoct some first-grade pills and am not yet qualified to take the Pharmacist Guild's assessment." He spoke frankly, having studied with Master Yao for merely 7 days, managing to produce a Qi recovery powder, which, by strict standards, could only be considered introductory. "First-grade pills." The young healer's voice rose sharply, filled with incredulous astonishment. "That is quite impressive. You look to be about my age." She circled around Luo Chen, as if she had discovered a rare treasure, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I too aspire to become a pharmacist." However, her words trailed off abruptly, the light in her gaze dimming like a candle's flame snuffed out by the wind, a subtle bitterness and disappointment flickering in her eyes, fleeting enough to be mistaken for an illusion. Her hands instinctively curled slightly. The cursed body known as the Inan poison body was inherently immune to flames. How could she control fire to concoct pills? Young healer. Outside, several wounded individuals were delivered, gravely injured. "Come quickly and help with the medicine." The anxious call of a mercenary echoed at the entrance of the Wanyao pharmacy. I'm on my way." The petite healer immediately composed herself, responding with a steady and gentle tone, reminiscent of her usual demeanor. She turned to look at Luo Chen, her previous hint of disappointment replaced by a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Luo Chen, right?" Her lips curved into a playful smile as her large, sparkling eyes gazed at him. "Since you're also heading into the Beast Mountain Range and are somewhat of an alchemist apprentice, why don't you join me tomorrow for herb gathering? What do you say? Accompany you?" Luo Chen paused, slightly taken aback. "Indeed." The little healer nodded with an air of certainty, lifting her delicate chin. "I'm familiar with this area. I know where to find good medicinal herbs and how to avoid particularly fierce beasts." You can be my bodyguard, protecting this delicate little healer as we venture into the mountains. As a formidable 5-star fighter, you wouldn't refuse, would you? She blinked her large eyes, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her expression imbued with anticipation and a touch of cunning that made it impossible to decline. Luo Chen gazed at the enchanting visage before him, adorned with a sly smile, the faint aroma of herbs wafting from her. Suddenly, he felt that this trip to Qingshan town might be far more delightful than he had anticipated. He deliberately elongated his tone. Being a bodyguard, what are the benefits? Benefits? The little healer grinned mischievously, resembling a cunning little fox that had just pilfered a chicken. As she turned to dash toward the entrance of the Wanyao pharmacy, she tossed back a parting remark, her clear voice resonating in the alleyway. You'll find out tomorrow. The hem of her azure skirt traced a lively arc in the golden glow of the setting sun as her figure vanished from sight. Luo Chen stood still, watching her retreating silhouette, an involuntary smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 29. Entering the Beast Mountain range, a faint light of dawn began to break. Yet Qingshan town remained shrouded in a veil of morning mist. Luo Chen was deep in slumber on the rickety wooden bed of the inn, his body still weary from the rigors of travel and a recent breakthrough. Luo Chen, the sun is already high. Why are you still asleep? A crisp, slightly innocent female voice penetrated the paper-thin window, unceremoniously shattering the tranquility like a morning lark. The sound jolted Luo Chen from his dreams. Groggy and frowning as he struggled to open his sleepy eyes, he propped himself up and pushed open the creaking wooden window, allowing the cool morning air to flood into the room. Downstairs, a slender figure tilted her face upward, cupping her hands around her mouth in a trumpet shape. It was the little healer, clad in a more practical light blue outfit that accentuated her emerging curves. Her long hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail, revealing a smooth, radiant forehead and a graceful neck. In the gentle morning light, her fair cheeks were flushed with health, and her clear, large eyes curved into crescent moons upon seeing him open the window, filled with mischievous delight. I say, dear lady, Luo Chen rubbed his eyes, his voice heavy with sleepiness and resignation. What time is it? Are the herbs in the mountains afraid of being snatched away? The little healer cast an annoyed glance at him, her lips forming a subtle pout. Did we not agree yesterday that you would be my bodyguard? A bodyguard who sleeps and is utterly incompetent. Hurry up, the early bird catches the finest herbs. With her hands on her hips and a feigned air of irritation, her sparkling eyes betrayed her amusement. Luo Chen, bemused by her demeanor, felt the remnants of sleep dissipate. He shook his head with a wry smile. All right, just give me a moment. He swiftly closed the window and hurriedly attended to his morning routine. As he pushed open the creaking wooden door of the inn, a refreshing scent of grass and wood, mingled with the morning mist, enveloped him. The little healer was already waiting outside, upon his emergence. She bounded towards him like a jubilant fawn, rising on her toes to lightly tap his forehead with her delicate fingers, the touch as gentle as a feather's caress. Let us go. No more dawdling. She chided playfully, her petite nose wrinkling adorably, before turning to stride down the path leading out of town towards the Beast Mountain range. Her ponytail swaying energetically behind her, Luo Chen touched the spot she had tapped, feeling a lingering coolness at his fingertips. Watching her light-footed figure ahead, he could not help but smile and obediently followed. Upon entering the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, towering ancient trees obscured the sun. The air was fresh and damp, filled with the scent of rich earth and decaying foliage, and the occasional low growl of low-tier magical beasts echoed from the depths of the dense forest. The little healer seemed transformed, shedding her tranquil demeanor from the apothecary to embody a curious little rabbit, eager to explore. Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement as she deftly navigated the woods, at times crouching to carefully unearth an inconspicuous herb with her specially crafted trowel, and at other times tiptoeing to scrape off a peculiar fungus from a moss-covered trunk. Look, this is blood coagulation grass. It's quite mature. Oh, there's even a patch of starlight flowers here. What luck! Luo Chen, come quickly. This purple orchid's roots are buried deep, like a little treasure hunter. Every time she discovered a valuable herb, she would proudly present it to Luo Chen, chattering animatedly while her face radiated pure joy and a sense of accomplishment. Luo Chen dutifully played the role of bodyguard, alertly sensing the movements around him, while the central memory hub of the myriad worlds in his mind operated silently. Scanning radius, 50 meters. Energy fluctuation detected, 30 meters to the left, between the rocks, a first-tier herb, heartfire mushroom, maturity, 87. Suspicious presence noted in the right rear shrubbery, potentially a snake saliva fruit, accompanied by low-tier serpentine magical beast fluctuations, advised caution in harvesting. With the system's assistance, Luo Chen also gathered several commendable first-tier herbs, prompting the little healer to exclaim, "Luo Chen, your luck is extraordinary. I've searched these areas before. How did I miss them? Because I'm exceptionally handsome, and these herbs are eager to meet me," he replied with a cheerful grin. The little healer laughed at his response, teasingly retorting, "I think it's because you're foolish." "What is that saying?" "Oh yes, lucky fools." "Ha ha." With that, she darted away. "Hey, you little rascal, stop right there. Just wait until I catch you." Time passed effortlessly in the delightful atmosphere of foraging for herbs, and before long, it was nearly noon. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. The little healer had filled her basket halfway with her harvest. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from her brow, she skipped over to where Luo Chen was crouched beneath a large tree, studying the texture of its roots. "Hey, Luo Chen," she began, her voice bright with a hint of excitement, as if eager to share something. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted the peaceful ambience. "Oh, is that not our most beautiful and kind little healer from Qingshan Town?" The voice was oily and mocking, breaking the tranquility of the forest like a discordant note. The little healer's smile vanished in an instant, her brow furrowing with evident distaste as a few figures emerged from the thick underbrush. At the forefront was a young man clad in mercenary leather armor, possessing a certain handsomeness, yet his eyes betrayed a disconcerting arrogance and frivolity. It was Mu Li, the young vice-captain of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Behind him trailed 4 or 5 mercenaries, each bearing injuries. Some had bloody bandages wrapped around their arms, while others limped. Exhaustion and hostility etched upon their faces. Mu Li waved his folding fan, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over the little healer before settling with a sneer on Luo Chen. "What is this? Rather than seek the protection of our formidable Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, you've chosen to rely on this little brat for your venture into the mountains? Little healer, your taste is quite remarkable." The mercenaries behind him echoed his sentiment with unwholesome laughter. The little healer's fair face flushed with indignation, and she stepped forward to retort. Yet, Luo Chen gently grasped her wrist, positioning her half a step behind him. He raised his head, his gaze steady as he met Mu Li's eyes, a mockery evident in the curve of his lips. "Oh, the formidable Wolf Head Mercenary Corps?" Luo Chen's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears as he pointed at Mu Li's ragtag companions, their pitiable state unmistakable. "Vice-Captain Mu Li, is your idea of strength wandering the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range with a bunch of wounded men? Such a unique interpretation of power." His emphasis on the word strength was a blatant derision of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. The little healer could not contain her laughter, a giggle escaping her lips as she quickly covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Mu Li's face turned an alarming shade of crimson, his humiliation palpable. Luo Chen's light-hearted remark, coupled with the living evidence behind him, had effectively ground his face into the dirt. The atmosphere around them felt as if it had solidified, the injured mercenaries bowing their heads in shame and anger. "How dare you little brat? Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Are you courting death?" Mu Li, incensed by shame, snapped his fan shut, pointing an accusing finger at Luo Chen. His eyes blazing with fury as the aura of a 6-star warrior began to rise ominously, seemingly ready to strike. Mu Li, the petite healer, stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Luo Chen. Her delicate features bore a fierce expression, her voice imbued with an unusual severity. "Should you dare to continue your reckless harassment, I shall promptly report to Master Yao upon my return, terminating all procurement collaborations between the Wan Yao Zhai and your Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Try me." The name Master Yao, the true helm of Wan Yao Zhai, struck like ice water, instantly extinguishing Mu Li's rising fury. Though the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps wielded considerable influence in Qingshan Town, the Wan Yao Zhai held the vital essence of healing potions. Revered as a sanctuary in the hearts of many mercenaries, offending Wan Yao Zhai would surely incur the wrath of his father, Mu Shi. Mu Li's facial muscles twitched violently, the ferocity in his gaze forcibly suppressed, ultimately morphing into a sinister glower. He fixed a venomous stare at Luo Chen, his eyes glinting with malice akin to that of a viper. Drawing a deep breath, he managed to conjure a grotesque smile, offering a slight bow to the petite healer. "Ah, your words carry weight, esteemed healer. Given your stance, I, Mu Li, shall graciously concede this favor." Turning his attention to Luo Chen, his tone dripped with undisguised menace. "You, boy, consider yourself fortunate. However, within the Beast Mountain range, do exercise caution. Do not fall prey to the heedless beasts lurking about." With a disdainful snort, he pivoted, retreating into the adjacent thicket with his followers. Yet, Luo Chen's keen senses detected that the malicious, watchful auras had not receded. They lingered like a persistent shadow, trailing a few dozen meters behind, concealed by the foliage. Chapter 30. An encounter with Xiao Yan. These insufferable pests, how to rid oneself of them. Luo Chen furrowed his brow, lowering his voice, thick with dissatisfaction. The overt surveillance made him feel utterly uncomfortable. The petite healer sighed in resignation, leaning closer to Luo Chen, a subtle herbal fragrance wafting into his nostrils. She rose on her toes, nearly whispering in his ear, her voice a mere murmur meant for their ears alone. While foraging for herbs in the mountains, I stumbled upon a concealed cave entrance, shrouded by vines and rocks. Yet, the aura emanating from within was peculiar, suggesting it might harbor treasures. Somehow, word has leaked to the wolf-head mercenaries about this cave, but they have yet to ascertain its precise location. She gestured subtly towards the direction where Mu Li and his companions had vanished. Thus, they have dispatched individuals to tail me, falsely claiming it is for my protection. Humph. A cave? Treasures? Luo Chen's heart stirred, instantly recalling the pivotal cave from the original narrative, the Ziyun Wing and the seven-colored poison scripture. It became clear why Mu Li had persistently hovered around the petite healer. So that's the reason, Luo Chen muttered to himself instinctively. Huh, what did you say? The petite healer, unable to catch his words, tilted her head in confusion. Oh, nothing. Luo Chen quickly regained his composure, feigning nonchalance. I merely remarked on how these individuals are truly tenacious, exceedingly bothersome. The petite healer nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting her distress. Indeed, if this continues, we shall be scrutinized in all our endeavors, making it impossible to gather herbs in peace, let alone venture into the cave in search of treasure. Her eyes sparkled with a mischievous gleam as she lowered her voice, laced with an air of mystery. However, I have a plan. Tonight, we might attempt to shake them off, stealthily open the cave's entrance, and retrieve what lies within. Luo Chen observed the cunning light flickering in her eyes, and though he had grasped the little healer's intentions, he feigned curiosity, asking, "Oh, what clever scheme do you have to elude the wolf-headed men?" The little healer rose on her toes, leaning closer to Luo Chen's ear. Her warm breath brushed against his earlobe, and her uniquely sweet voice, tinged with a hint of pride and determination, clearly pronounced two words: poison them. Luo Chen's expression shifted to one of understanding. After the little healer articulated her thoughts, they promptly began devising their plan of action. Mu Li's men were stationed in the thicket to the east, numbering approximately 15, the highest ranked among them. Aside from Mu Li himself, was the vice captain, a 4-star combatant. The rest were mostly low-tier fighters, albeit with various injuries. Luo Chen's voice dropped to a whisper, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, as he scanned the distant lurking figures through the memory core of the myriad realms. The little healer nodded, her small hands exploring the pouches at her waist, her eyes glimmering with calm resolve. I have enough drunken cloud smoke, colorless and odorless. It drifts with the wind, and inhaling even a trace will render them unconscious for half an hour. It's just the wind direction. At that very moment, as she analyzed the wind, a ferocious and wrathful beastly roar suddenly shattered the tranquility of the forest, echoing like thunder from afar. Following this, heavy and hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by the sound of branches being violently snapped. Not good. Luo Chen's pupils constricted as he swiftly pulled the little healer behind him, the dual energies of azure and crimson swirling within him, ready to unleash. A somewhat disheveled black figure emerged from the depths of the thicket, resembling a nimble leopard in its flight. Behind him, a massive beast, akin to a rhinoceros with a thick, armored hide, bore down with crimson eyes, exhaling heavy breaths, its lowered head aiming the glistening horn ahead, madly pursuing. As it charged, trees as thick as a bowl were effortlessly shattered, and the ground trembled beneath its weight. A wood-armored rhino, known for its formidable defense and brutal charges among first-tier magical beasts. Oh, is it truly necessary to chase me for merely taking a first-tier medicinal herb? Huh, Luo Chen, get out of the way. The fleeing black-clad youth abruptly looked up, recognizing the figure ahead, his eyes igniting with surprise, which swiftly morphed into urgency as he shouted. Who else could it be but Xiao Yan? In that instant, Luo Chen's mind raced with thoughts, observing the wood-armored rhino relentlessly pursuing Xiao Yan, and glancing at the thicket where the wolf-headed mercenaries were concealed. A bold plan swiftly crystallized. Xiao Yan, brother, run to the left. Quickly, Luo Chen called out without hesitation, pointing decisively towards the thicket where Mu Li and his men were hiding. The little healer instantly grasped Luo Chen's intention, a glimmer of understanding and excitement flashing in her clear eyes. Although Xiao Yan was initially perplexed, he possessed an instinctive trust in Luo Chen's judgment. In this life-and-death moment, he had no time for contemplation. His body reacted more swiftly than his mind. With a sudden push from his feet, he executed a sharp turn in midair, shooting off like an arrow towards the direction of the low thicket that Luo Chen had indicated. The lumbering rhinoceros, driven mad with rage, was unable to change course due to its immense inertia. crashing forcefully into the seemingly tranquil thicket. What is that? It's a first-tier magical beast. Quick, block it. Be careful, little captain. Ah, it stepped on my leg. In an instant, the once silent thicket erupted like a pot of boiling water with a stone thrown into it. Panic-stricken screams, piercing wails, the clashing of weapons, and the sound of splintering trees fused together, resonating through the night sky. Shadows were seen frantically fleeing through the gaps in the trees, the scene descending into utter chaos. As the lumbering rhinoceros charged into the woods, causing mayhem, Xiao Yan, with his ghostly agility, executed a nimble stop and turn, narrowly skirting the edge of the turmoil, and raced back to Luo Chen and the little healer, his face still bearing traces of terror and anxiety. Hurry, Luo Chen urged in a low voice, grasping the little healer, who was still captivated by the spectacle, with one hand, while patting Xiao Yan's shoulder with the other. Seizing the opportunity presented by the wolf-head mercenaries being thrown into disarray by the rhinoceros, the three swiftly made their escape in the opposite direction. It was not until they had distanced themselves from the chaotic area that they finally paused in a relatively secluded valley, catching their breath. Brother Luo Chen, that was incredibly perilous, Xiao Yan exclaimed, thumping his chest, still feeling the lingering fear. Thank heavens for your quick thinking. But how did you come to be here? And who is this? His gaze curiously fell upon the little healer beside Luo Chen, whose demeanor was both elegant and refined. Luo Chen smiled faintly. It's a long story. Brother Xiao Yan, allow me to introduce you. This is the little healer, a pharmacist from the Wan Yao Pharmacy in Qingshan Town, and a friend I made a few days ago. Little healer, this is Xiao Yan, a friend I met in Wutan City. And he can also be considered my senior in the art of Dou Qi cultivation. Senior? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the playful glimmer in Luo Chen's eyes, he quickly understood, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, clearly pleased with the title. He cupped his fists in greeting to the little healer, cheerfully saying, I am Xiao Yan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Little Healer. The little healer returned the courtesy gracefully. Greetings, Brother Xiao Yan. Thank you for diverting that behemoth earlier. She blinked playfully, her tone laced with charm. Haha, I must admit. It was I who was cornered and had no choice but to run. Xiao Yan scratched his head, then became serious. Brother Luo Chen, after I left Wutan City, I journeyed to the magical Beast Mountains in search of medicinal herbs to aid my cultivation. Today, fortune smiled upon me as I stumbled upon a rare clear heart orchid. However, no sooner had I secured it than I was pursued relentlessly by a vigilant wood-armored rhinoceros. In a twist of fate, I chanced upon your company. Recalling the unfortunate state of the wolf-head mercenary corps, I couldn't help but chuckle. They would surely have their hands full now. Serves them right. The petite apothecary wrinkled her delicate nose, unabashedly expressing her disdain for the mercenaries. She turned to Lucian, then glanced at Xiao Yan, pondering briefly before speaking in a hushed tone. Lucian, since Brother Xiao Yan is a trusted friend of yours, we should include him in tonight's venture. Lucian nodded and addressed Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, the apothecary has discovered a hidden cave that may contain some treasures. However, the Wolfhead faction is also eyeing it, and we plan to take advantage of the chaos tonight. Would you care to join us? Should we find anything of value, the apothecary shall have the first pick. A hidden cave? Treasures? Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he readily replied, of course. Rest assured, Lucian and I will ensure your safety. He clapped Lucian on the shoulder, his tone imbued with a sense of bravado. As night deepened, the moonlight was obscured by thick clouds. The three figures, akin to stealthy shadows, followed the apothecary as she adeptly led them to the base of a steep cliff. Here, vines entwined and jagged stones jutted out, providing excellent concealment. The apothecary brushed aside a curtain of dense vines that nearly blended with the rock, revealing a narrow passage barely wide enough for a person to bend and squeeze through. Deep within, a faint and peculiar energy emanated. After a moment of searching, the apothecary found the mechanism to open the cave door. This is it. Be cautious, for there may be traps or guardian beasts within, she cautioned softly, slipping inside first. Lucian closely guarded her, while Xiao Yan brought up the rear. Navigating through a damp and narrow corridor, the trio emerged into a spacious cavern. A natural stone chamber, roughly the size of half a basketball court, unfolded before them. Stalactites hanging from the ceiling exuded a soft glow, casting an ethereal light throughout the cave. Most captivating were the numerous rare medicinal herbs growing along the walls, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air and invigorating the senses. At the center of the cave, upon a large stone pedestal, sat a skeleton as translucent as jade, its legs crossed in meditation. Before it lay three ancient stone boxes, each secured with copper locks. Wow, Lucian, look at all these herbs. The apothecary's attention was immediately drawn to the alluring plants, reminiscent of a child discovering treasure. She swiftly retrieved her small medicinal trowel from her satchel, delicately beginning to excavate the exquisite herbs, her movements gentle yet swift, her face radiating pure delight. "There are so many, my satchel won't suffice," she exclaimed, her brow furrowing slightly in frustration amidst her excitement at the bounty before her. Luo Chen, amused by her adorably dazed expression, couldn't help but smile. He waved his finger, showcasing a simple spatial ring. "Fear not, dig away, I will store them here." Upon hearing this, the apothecary's eyes transformed into crescent moons of joy. "Wonderful. Luo Chen, you're the best." With her worries alleviated, she promptly transformed into a diligent little bee, wholeheartedly immersing herself in the task of herb gathering. At this moment, Xiao Yan's attention was entirely captivated by the skeleton on the stone pedestal and the 3 stone boxes. He cautiously approached, his gaze sharply scanning the area around the bones, and ultimately discovered a petite key nestled within the crevices of the skeleton's knee joint. Eureka! A surge of joy coursed through Xiao Yan's heart as he delicately enveloped his fingers with Dou Qi and retrieved the key. "Come quickly, there are 3 stone boxes here," he called out to Luo Chen and the little Dr. Fairy. Luo Chen had already shrouded the perception of the memory nexus in the myriad realms around them. Target, left stone box, material, cold iron wood. Internal item scan, unknown material scroll, energy attribute, toxic, life, in-cold hybrid, strength, tier 3. Containing a complex diagram of toxic cultivation routes and formula information. Target, middle stone box, material, purple cloud stone. Internal item scan, flight Dou technique scroll, energy attribute, wind, space. Strength, tier 3. Core structure analysis revealing redundancies in the energy circuit and optimization plans for the wind wing integration node. Target, right stone box, material, ordinary green stone. Internal item scan, intermediate Dou technique scroll of the profound rank, energy attribute, earth, strength, 2 stars. Information surged into their minds. The left box contained the 7-colored poison scripture. The middle held the eagle wing, and the right was a mundane earth-based Dou technique. "I want this." The little Dr. Fairy nearly lunged towards the stone box, pointing at the cold ironwood box on the left that emanated an aura of profound familiarity and desire, her tone imbued with unwavering conviction. She could distinctly sense the lethal allure of what lay within. Luo Chen nodded, signaling Xiao Yan to unlock it with the key. As anticipated, a scroll of ancient design, radiating a resplendent array of colors, lay quietly within, exuding an unusual and perilous energy. The little Dr. Fairy carefully cradled it in her hands, as if it were a treasured gem. The middle stone box opened to reveal the scroll adorned with faint violet cloud patterns, the eagle wing. Just as the optimization plan for the purple cloud wing materialized in Luo Chen's mind, Xiao Yan's gaze was drawn to the scroll, a flight Dou technique. Such a rare treasure capable of igniting envy in countless Dou spirits and even Dou kings. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen seized the purple cloud wing scroll and thrust it into Xiao Yan's hands. "Brother Xiao Yan, this is a flight Dou technique, the eagle wing. You often venture alone. With this, traveling or preserving your life will be much more convenient. This is for you." A flight Dou technique. A shiver ran through Xiao Yan, his eyes igniting with disbelief and elation. He understood the preciousness of this item. Gazing into Luo Chen's sincere and unreserved eyes, a warm current surged within him. He clasped the scroll tightly, nodding earnestly. "Thank you, brother Luo Chen. I will remember this bond." Luo Chen smiled and reached for the 3rd greenstone box, eager to discover what the intermediate earth-based Dou technique might be. Although its rank was modest, it could serve to enrich his repertoire of techniques. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the stone box, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the cave entrance. Debris flew everywhere. "Ha! Little Dr. Fairy, Luo Chen, and that oblivious brat." Indeed, it is true that one may tread far and wide in search of something, only to find it effortlessly at hand. The venomous and ecstatic laughter of Muley, accompanied by the chaotic sound of footsteps, surged into the cave like a chilling tide. "Surrender all that you possess, along with the treasures hidden within this cavern. Otherwise, this place shall become your final resting ground." Muley, flanked by a dozen ferocious mercenaries, blocked the cave entrance. The torch in his hand illuminated the cavern, casting light upon his face, twisted by greed and triumph. Chapter 32. Confrontation with Muley. The thunderous echoes and Muley's arrogant laughter reverberated throughout the cave. However, upon glimpsing the formidable figures blocking the entrance, an inexplicable sense of absurdity shattered the tense atmosphere for Luo Chen and his companions. The flickering flames revealed the disheveled state of the wolf head mercenary group. Muley, adorned in lavish leather armor, now stained with dirt and dark red blood, bore a swollen cheek marked by distinct abrasions, his meticulously styled hair a chaotic mess, with strands clinging to his forehead, devoid of the slightest semblance of the commanding presence he once had. The vice-captain beside him fared little better, one arm bound in a bloodied cloth, limping with each step. His face a canvas of bruises, resembling a painter's palette. As for the elite mercenaries behind them, their condition was even more pitiful. Some had their heads wrapped like mummies, revealing only their wide, terrified eyes. Others leaned on hastily fashioned wooden sticks as makeshift crutches, wincing in pain with every step, and one was half supported by a comrade, dragging a limp leg on the ground, his torn trousers exposing a bloodied calf. The entire group, let alone engaging in battle, would be fortunate to stand upright. After a brief silence, the first to break it was the little healer, unable to contain herself, pointing at Muley's swollen cheek and disheveled hair, bending over in laughter, her bright giggles echoing in the cavern. Xiao Yan, observing this ensemble of wounded warriors, felt his lips twitch uncontrollably, ultimately succumbing to laughter, hastily covering his mouth, yet unable to suppress the trembling of his shoulders. Luo Chen, in an even more exaggerated fashion, rubbed his eyes as if in disbelief, then donned an exaggeratedly mischievous expression, pointing at the bandaged and crutch-wielding elite behind Muley, exclaiming, "Oh my, I thought there was a grand spectacle, but it turns out to be the illustrious Muley. My sincere apologies. Are you and your brethren here to showcase exotic flair, dressed like mummies? Or perhaps you've come to request injury compensation. Quite a unique look you have, especially your face, resembling a dye workshop, truly artistic." No sooner had he finished speaking than a mercenary, his head wrapped in bandages, seemed to attempt a retort, but as he opened his mouth, the movement tugged at his wounds, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain, rendering his words incoherent, reduced to indistinct whimpers. The little healer and Xiao Yan could no longer hold back, erupting into uncontrollable laughter, tears nearly streaming from their eyes. The cavern was suffused with a joyful atmosphere, standing in stark contrast to the resentful ambience of the Wolfhead mercenary corps. Muley's face transformed from a pig liver hue to a deep purplish black, veins on his forehead pulsating like wriggling earthworms. He felt his dignity being mercilessly ground into the dirt by Luo Chen, trampled upon repeatedly, especially in front of the enchanting little healer. "You little bastard, are you seeking death?" Muley completely lost his composure, akin to a rabid dog whose tail had been stepped on, unleashing a frantic roar as his remaining sanity was incinerated by fury. "Charge! Spare the women! Chop the men into pieces for the dogs." Despite their injuries, the wounded soldiers behind him dared not disobey their young leader's command, spurred on by Luo Chen's taunts. They howled and brandished their weapons, limping and staggering towards Luo Chen and Xiao Yan. The scene resembled not a charge, but rather a collective act of clumsiness. Riddled with openings, one even tripped over his own feet, tumbling into the dirt. "Is this all you've got?" Luo Chen scoffed, too lethargic to even employ his martial skills. He deftly sidestepped a massive blade that swung towards him, and with a swift motion, delivered a precise chop to the mercenary's nape, who fell to the ground without a sound. Simultaneously, he executed a side kick that sent another approaching figure, who was leaning on a crutch, flying against the cave wall, collapsing in a heap. On Xiao Yan's side, matters were more straightforward. Faced with a mercenary brandishing an iron rod, his head swathed in bandages, Xiao Yan's gaze turned cold. Without flinching or dodging, he unleashed a powerful punch. The wind from the blow was fierce, accompanied by a faint sound as if tearing through the air. Bang! His fist struck the mercenary's chest with ferocity, leaving no time for a scream. The man flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into two of his companions, and they all tumbled together, utterly incapacitated. The little healer had anxiously begun to prepare a packet of medicinal powder, ready to assist at a moment's notice. However, upon witnessing the scene unfold as if they were mere vegetables being chopped, she silently stowed the powder away, murmuring to herself, "It seems I am indeed unnecessary." The 7 or 8 already injured mercenaries appeared even more fragile than paper before Luo Chen and Xiao Yan. In mere moments, aside from Muley and the deputy captain with his arm in a sling, the rest lay groaning on the ground, thoroughly devoid of combat capability. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Muley trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Seizing a long sword from a fallen mercenary, he unleashed the full force of his 6-star fighter energy. Though his injuries rendered it somewhat unstable, his aura remained formidable. "Li Tai, let us take them down. Slay these 2 little beasts." The deputy captain, known as Li Tai, was equally resolute, gripping a steel knife with his remaining usable hand, a fierce glint in his eyes as his 4-star fighter energy surged. "Little healer, stay put and do not move. Wait for me," Luo Chen instructed her, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable protective intent. A warm feeling blossomed in the little healer's heart as she gazed at Luo Chen's upright silhouette, a newfound sense of security quietly taking root. subtle ripples forming in her bright eyes. As Luo Chen and Xiao Yan exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding was instantly reached. Xiao Yan's foot crashed against the ground. His figure propelled like a bolt from a bow, charging directly at the deputy captain with the injured arm. His movements were agile, his punches fierce and unyielding, swiftly subduing the deputy captain, who staggered back, barely managing to support himself due to his injuries. Meanwhile, Luo Chen faced the frenzied Mu Li head-on. "You little bastard. Die!" Mu Li roared, his longsword slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed straight at Luo Chen's heart. The ferocity of his swordplay betrayed his murderous intent. Luo Chen remained composed, his footwork deftly shifting, like willow catkins in the wind, as he skillfully evaded the lethal strike. Mu Li altered his sword's trajectory, sweeping through the air with the force of an army. Instead of retreating, Luo Chen advanced, his body flowing like water, slipping into Mu Li's embrace. His elbow glowing with a blend of azure and crimson energy, crashing into Mu Li's side. Mu Li, taken aback, hastily attempted to block with his sword. Bang! The collision of elbow against blade produced a dull thud. Mu Li felt a tremendous force surge through him, numbing his grip, nearly causing him to lose his sword. He stumbled backward, eyes wide with horror. Seizing the advantage, Luo Chen pursued with a ghostly agility, his palms dancing in the air, sometimes fluttering like butterflies, deftly targeting Mu Li's vulnerabilities, at other times, striking with the force of a hammer, meeting Mu Li's swordplay head-on. He executed the combat techniques he had optimized from the myriad of memories with remarkable precision, each move succinct and effective, aimed at exploiting weaknesses. Though Mu Li possessed the fighting spirit of a six-star warrior, he was left flustered and exasperated by Luo Chen's unpredictable and lethal close combat. Fresh palm imprints adorned his body, and his vital energy surged chaotically. On another front, the battle between Xiao Yan and the deputy captain was nearing its conclusion. The deputy captain, already wounded and struggling with one arm, finally revealed a significant opening under Xiao Yan's ferocious onslaught. Break. 8 extremes collapse. Xiao Yan's eyes shimmered with intensity as he seized the moment of the deputy captain's stumble. His long-prepared right fist shot forth like a cannonball, accompanied by a shrill whistle as it crashed against the deputy captain's hastily raised blade. Crack. The steel blade shattered at the sound. Puff. The deputy captain was struck as if by a heavy hammer, blood gushing forth as he was sent hurtling back, colliding with the cave wall before sliding down, completely unconscious. Almost simultaneously, Luo Chen capitalized on a moment of vulnerability exposed by Mu Li's impatience. His gaze sharpened, and his internal energy surged along the optimized trajectory. His palms swiftly carving out an unusual arc before him. Layers of azure energy surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly amplifying his strength threefold. Tidal wave palm. This was the technique he had optimized from Minter Ruolin's water attribute combat skill. Though not the original, it harmonized perfectly with his dual wood and fire attribute energy, embodying vitality and enduring strength. Boom. The azure imprint struck Mu Li's chest with the force of 3 crashing waves, an overwhelming power firmly imprinting itself upon him. Mu Li let out a piercing scream, as if struck by a stampeding rhinoceros, blood spewing forth as his body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing against the cave wall, rolling to the ground, his sword flying far from his grasp. Struggling momentarily, he found himself unable to rise. The cavern fell into an eerie silence, disrupted only by Mu Li's anguished groans and the muffled wails of the mercenaries sprawled on the ground. Coughing up blood, Mu Li struggled to lift his head, his gaze directed at Luo Chen and Xiao Yan, filled with resentment, terror, and disbelief. Gritting his teeth, he roared at a mercenary lying at the cave entrance. "What are you dawdling for? Signal now." The mercenary, summoning his last ounce of strength, retrieved a bamboo tube from his pocket and violently pulled the fuse towards the sky outside the cave. Whoosh! A blinding crimson flare shot upward, exploding in the night sky and forming a striking wolf head pattern. Even amidst the dense forest, it was clearly visible. Coughing, Mu Li's face twisted with sadistic delight and madness as he hissed, "You are doomed. The signal has been sent. My father and the experts from the regiment will be here soon. Today, you cannot escape. Ha ha ha, little medical sage, you will ultimately belong to me." Chapter 33, Escape. Upon seeing the conspicuous wolf head signal flare, little medical sage's complexion turned pale instantly. She understood how swiftly the wolf head mercenary corps could respond. "Run!" she cried sharply, unhesitatingly rushing forward, grasping Luo Chen with one hand and beckoning Xiao Yan with the other as she sprinted towards the cave entrance. The trio burst from the cave, the icy night wind striking their faces. Below, they could vaguely hear the hurried footsteps and shouts growing louder, and the flickering light of torches began to illuminate the dense forest. Time was running out. Little medical sage, in a state of acute anxiety, suddenly placed a small whistle to her lips, inhaled deeply, and blew forcefully. Whoosh! A piercing, resonant whistle sliced through the stillness of the night, echoing into the distance. Just as the sound faded, a high, clear eagle's cry erupted from the depths of the distant mountains, seemingly in response. Growing closer at an astonishing speed, the group, aided by the dim moonlight, looked up to see a colossal shadow rapidly tearing through the clouds, hurtling towards the precipice where they stood. Its enormous wings spread wide, generating a howling wind. It was a gigantic eagle, its feathers a profound shade of blue. Xiao Yan. Upon spotting the blue eagle, little medical sage felt a sliver of relief wash over her and quickly waved at the spiraling giant bird beneath the cliff. Go! Luo Chen decisively called out, without a moment's hesitation, as his arm shot out like lightning, encircling little medical sage's slender waist. The contact was soft and delicate, infused with the unique fragrance of youth, causing both of them to freeze momentarily, their hearts skipping a beat. Luo Chen suppressed the peculiar sensation within him, unleashing his fighting spirit as he leaped, cradling little medical sage in his arms. Xiao Yan followed closely, his agile form vaulting upward. The three landed securely on the broad, sturdy back of the blue eagle. The feathers, touched by the cool night wind, bore a slight roughness. Xiao Yan, hurry, quickly, little medical sage urged anxiously, as soon as she steadied herself, patting the eagle's neck. Caw! The blue eagle, Xiao Yan, emitted a triumphant cry, its massive wings flapping fiercely. A violent gust of wind surged at the cliff's edge, causing the trees below to sway violently. It soared into the sky, carrying three individuals upon its back, like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly merging into the vastness of the night. Just moments after the blue eagle ascended, Mu Shi, accompanied by a formidable contingent of the Wolfhead mercenary group, arrived at the clearing before the cave, brimming with murderous intent. They beheld the entrance in disarray, with fallen subordinates moaning on the ground and a bloodied, disheveled Mu Li struggling to rise. Inside the cave, it was desolate, with only a skeletal remains and an empty stone seat remaining. Where are they? Where is the little medical sage? Mu Shi roared, gripping Mu Li tightly. His face ashen with rage, Mu Li pointed towards the night sky, where the blue eagle had transformed into a diminutive black, soon to vanish. His eyes brimmed with resentment, unwillingness, and frenzied hatred, his teeth chattering as he hissed like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. They have fled, father. It was them, Luo Chen, Xiao Yan, and that wretched little medical sage. They stole the treasures and injured us. Father, we cannot let them escape. Absolutely not. He fixed his gaze on the direction where the blue eagle had disappeared, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, whispering venomously, just wait, little medical sage. Luo Chen, and that Xiao Yan. I swear I will ensure you do not emerge from this beast mountain range. I will make you wish for death. The blue eagle soared beneath the deep blue sky, just before dawn, its immense wings slicing through the frigid air. Below lay the boundless contours of the beast mountain range, resembling a slumbering giant. Far removed from the chaos and bloodshed of the cave, the night breeze carried the distinct, crisp fragrance of the forest, brushing over the eagle's back. Xiao Yan broke the silence, gazing at the vast sea of trees below. Brother Luo Chen, what are your plans next? Will you delve deeper into the beast mountain range for training? Luo Chen withdrew his gaze from the depths of the mountains and nodded. Yes, I intend to head east, venturing further in search of rarer herbs, while honing my combat skills. What about you, Brother Xiao Yan? A glint of sharpness flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he clenched his fist. I sense that there is a unique opportunity calling from the south. I may venture there to test my luck. It seems we must part ways for the time being. Luo Chen smiled broadly at this, extending his hand toward Xiao Yan. All right, then let us bid farewell here. Take care, Brother Xiao Yan. I look forward to our next meeting. Your name will surely echo far and wide. Xiao Yan likewise extended his hand, shaking Luo Chen's firmly, his eyes filled with confidence and fighting spirit. Likewise, Brother Luo Chen, do exercise caution. Until we meet again. He paused, his gaze drifting to the quiet little medical sage seated beside them, a mischievous smile crossing his face as he remarked. Do remember to take good care of the little medical sage. Though it was a commonplace statement, it nonetheless rendered a faint blush upon both their faces. Xiao Yan observed this exchange with an expression that suggested he understood everything. The blue eagle soon arrived above a relatively gentle hillside. Xiao Yan, with solemnity, clasped his fists towards Luo Chen and the little medical sage. Farewell, my friends. Take care. As his words fell, he leaped, enveloped in fighting spirit, plummeting towards the hillside like a shooting star, disappearing amidst the vast forest after a few bounds, heading southward. On the eagle's back, only Luo Chen and the little medical sage remained. The atmosphere fell into a tranquil silence, with only the howling wind whispering in their ears. Luo Chen gazed at the girl beside him, who was curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, quietly staring at the mountain range below. Her profile, illuminated by the soft morning light, appeared exceptionally delicate, yet it bore a subtle trace of unspoken anxiety. A slight tension gripped his heart as he spoke. Little medical fairy, I fear that upon returning, the wolf-head mercenary group will not rest easily. That Muli fellow is narrow-minded and holds grudges, while Wan Yao Zhai can offer protection. Mr. Yao, with his shrewd gaze, is ultimately a merchant who prioritizes profit. You must exercise utmost caution and safeguard yourself. Once my training concludes, I will promptly seek you at Wan Yao Zhai. The little medical fairy turned her head to look at the unmasked concern in Luo Chen's eyes. A warm current surged within her, dissipating the sorrow of parting and her underlying worries. A playful yet confident smile curved her lips as she lifted her delicate chin. I know, I am not a fragile doll. Don't forget, I possess a secret weapon. She instinctively pressed the colorful poison scroll hidden within her bosom, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Moreover, Wan Yao Zhai cannot do without the unique healing salves I concoct. No matter how shrewd Mr. Yao may be, he will not easily sever ties with a cash cow that brings him abundant gold coins by handing me over. You can focus on your training without worrying about me. She paused, her voice softening slightly, laced with an imperceptible tenderness. As for you, venturing alone into the monster beast mountains, you must exercise caution and return safely. I will be waiting for you at Wan Yao Zhai. The last few words floated like feathers brushing against the heart. Luo Chen looked into her clear eyes, which reflected his own image along with her unfeigned concern, gently stirring a soft spot within him. Suddenly, he reached out, infused with a natural intimacy, and lightly tousled the little medical fairy's soft hair. Wait for me, he said, his voice deep and resolute, carrying the weight of a promise. Startled by this unexpected gesture, the little medical fairy's fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue, resembling blossoming peach flowers. She did not shy away, but merely lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings, a wave of unfamiliar, sweet confusion washing over her. She murmured softly, her voice so light it was nearly swept away by the wind. Fool. Luo Chen withdrew his hand, casting a deep glance at her, as if to imprint her current appearance into his heart. Without further hesitation, the dual-colored energy within him surged as he lightly pressed his foot against the eagle's back. Little medical fairy, take care. Before the words fully escaped his lips, he shot forth like an arrow loosed from a bow, plunging into the vast, unknown, and challenging depths of the monster beast mountains. His figure soon vanished into the dense foliage. The little medical fairy leaned over the eagle's back, straining to catch sight of the disappearing silhouette until it faded from view. She gently touched the spot on her head where Luo Chen had just ruffled her hair, feeling the lingering warmth of his touch. A sweet smile unconsciously blooming on her lips, momentarily washing away all her worries and sorrow of parting. Xiao Yan, let us return home. She softly spoke to the blue eagle. Chapter 34, The Emberwood Flame Step. Several days later, deep within the eastern reaches of the Beast Mountain Range, beside a concealed waterfall in a secluded gorge, the sound of rushing water roared, creating a mist that enveloped the air. Luo Chen sat cross-legged upon a massive stone. Smoothed by the relentless flow of water, his eyes tightly shut, his mind entirely immersed in introspection. Objective, intermediate earth attribute technique, shattering steps. In-depth analysis completed. Key energy nodes for the technique have been identified. Attribute compatibility optimization initiated. Incorporating wood attribute Qi model, flexibility, extension, vitality, cycles simulating the winding of vines to dissipate force. Enhancing leg meridian resilience, and accumulating potential energy. Incorporating fire attribute Qi model, explosive, searing, simulating the eruption of magma, granting instantaneous thrust and destructive power. Dual attribute fusion node debugging to mitigate energy conflict risks and maximize efficiency. Model reconstruction completed. New technique generated. Ashen wood blazing wine steps, advanced level. Shall we proceed with consciousness infusion and preliminary operational testing? Infuse. Test. Luo Chen silently chanted in his heart. In an instant, the intricacies of the optimized ashen wood blazing wind steps were etched into the depths of his soul like a brand. Every transition of his steps, every flow of qi, the perfect amalgamation of wood's flexibility and fire's ferocity became astonishingly clear. Luo Chen abruptly opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, a flicker of dual-colored flames, green and red, vanished in an instant. He rose to his feet, as the qi within his body surged along a new trajectory with fervent energy. Buzz. A vibrant green and a fiery red glow erupted from his legs. His left leg was entwined with a vivid phantom of green vines, flowing with resilience, while his right leg was encased in blazing flames, exuding a searing heat. The two distinctly different attributes of Qi not only harmonized without conflict, but intertwined in an enigmatic balance, resembling the yin-yang symbol, propelling him forward. Rise, Luo Chen commanded, exerting force beneath his feet. Boom. The solid rock beneath him shattered explosively. It was not merely crushed by brute strength, but rather torn apart by a tempestuous wave of heat, melting it away. The fractured stone bore a peculiar charred imprint, reminiscent of a burning tree root. Meanwhile, Luo Chen's figure transformed into a streak of nearly imperceptible green and red light at the moment of the explosion. No longer a simple linear dash. His movement embodied an ineffable grace and enigma. His steps darted left and right, leaving ephemeral afterimages in his wake, at times drifting like willow fluff in the wind, and at other moments, striking with the ferocity of a released arrow. He charged towards a dense grove of ancient trees, capable of being embraced by 3 men. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, regardless of whether the ground was rock or soft loamy soil, a charred tree-ring imprint would instantly erupt, simultaneously unleashing a powerful thrust. His figure flitted through the narrow gaps of the forest like a specter, reaching an unimaginable speed. Even more astonishing, as he approached a massive tree. Seemingly on the verge of collision, the entwined green vines around his leg would suddenly illuminate, as if an invisible, resilient force gently guided him aside, dissipating the impact. While the accumulated fiery strength in his leg erupted instantaneously, delivering a fierce kick to the trunk. Bang! Crack! The ancient tree, so vast that it required several people to encircle it, was charred and carbonized at the points of impact. With wood shavings swirling around as a gaping hole was forcibly created. Utilizing the recoil, Luo Chen propelled himself towards his next target with even greater speed and an unexpected angle. In the clearing of the forest, Luo Chen transformed into a tempest of destruction. Where the azure and crimson light passed, the ground bore the scorched patterns of trees, and the ancient wood cracked under the strain. The tree's inherent flexibility endowed him with unparalleled agility and the ability to dissipate force, while the fury of fire granted him explosive speed and destructive power capable of tearing everything apart. An intricate balance of offense and defense, shrouded in unpredictability. After a vigorous test, Luo Chen paused at the edge of the pool beneath the waterfall, surveying the chaotic scene around him, where the ground and trees were etched with peculiar charred patterns. His eyes sparkled with uncontrollable delight. What formidable combat skills! The effects of the system optimization surpassed all expectations. This ashen wood blazing wind step could undoubtedly become one of my trump cards. In his excitement, he recalled the role of the purple cloud wings that Xiao Yan had taken from the cave. With a thought, he delved into the system. Target, flight combat skill Eagle S wings, wind, space attributes, model record. Deep optimization simulation completed. Attribute compatibility reconstruction. New model generated. Flame cloud mystic wings, pending activation. Core feature description. Based on the host's dual attributes of wood and fire, the cloud wing form is entirely redefined. The wing bones are condensed from pure wood attribute Dou Qi, as resilient as a millennia-old divine tree, providing exceptional support and recovery. The wing membranes transform into a fiery crimson form, composed of wild fire attribute Dou Qi, greatly enhancing flight speed and explosive power, leaving a trail of searing azure smoke. When the wings unfold, they embody the enduring vitality of wood and the rapid ferocity of fire, surpassing the mere wind attribute cloud wings. Activation prerequisite. The host's Dou Qi cultivation must be stabilized at the Battle Master level to endure the immense energy load during the formation of the wing bones and the fiery wing membranes. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in the eyes of Luo Chen, the Battle Master. It quickly solidified into a resolute motivation. It seemed that ascending to the Battle Master tier was now his foremost objective. In Qingshan Town, at the Wanyao Pharmacy, the atmosphere was far from its usual tranquility. Members of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps loitered nearby like persistent parasites, their unfriendly gazes fixed upon those entering and exiting. Though they dared not intrude directly due to the pharmacy's reputation and Mr. Yao's authority, the invisible pressure left the apprentices of the pharmacy trembling. In an elegantly appointed room, the little medical fairy sat by the window, cradling a cup of tea that had long since cooled, her delicate brows furrowed. Outside, 2 men dressed in the garb of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps could be seen, feigning ignorance as they lingered at the street corner. Little medical fairy. A younger apprentice cautiously pushed the door open, worry etched on his face. Mr. Yao sent me to inquire if the men from the Wolf-Head are still watching outside. Should we perhaps take cover? The little medical fairy set down her teacup, her expression returning to its usual calm demeanor, though a hint of coldness lingered in her depths. No need. Tell Mr. Yao that I will remain here, reading and preparing medicines. I shall not go anywhere. The wolf head members do not dare to enter. As for outside, she paused, her tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. Let them be. Let us see how long they can keep their watch. The apprentice nodded and withdrew. The young healer approached the door, meticulously securing it. Upon returning to her desk, she did not resume her tea, but instead delicately retrieved an ancient scroll. The seven-colored poison scripture, which radiated a mysterious, iridescent glow from her close-fitting pocket. Her fingertips glided over the cool, enigmatic surface of the scroll. Sensing the intertwining forces of lethal poison and life that resonated faintly with her own bloodline. Taking a deep breath, she slowly unfurled the scroll. Obscure and profound characters, along with peculiar illustrations of meridian pathways, filled her vision, accompanied by an eerie chill mixed with vibrant vitality. The healer's gaze transitioned from initial confusion to intense focus, ultimately transforming into an almost obsessive light of exploration. She felt that this scripture was seemingly tailored just for her. The recorded methods of poison concoction and the paths of poison cultivation stirred a long-dormant yearning within her cursed body. Power, she whispered. Tracing the image of a captivating poisonous herb depicted on the scroll, I need power to protect myself. Raising her head, her gaze appeared to penetrate the walls. Looking toward the east of the monster beast mountains, the direction in which the young man had departed. A complex yet resolute expression surfaced on her delicate face. In the back hall of the 10,000 medicine chamber, Mr. Yao listened to his subordinate's report, his fingers gently tapping the tabletop, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He was well aware of what the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps was seeking and vaguely suspected that the young healer had encountered a significant opportunity. Protecting her not only preserved the reputation and interests of the 10,000 medicine chamber, but also served his own ambitions. Continue to ensure her safety, but also keep a watchful eye on her movements. Mr. Yao instructed his trusted aide in a low voice, particularly noting whether she was practicing anything extraordinary. A glimmer of shrewd calculation flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the headquarters hall of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Mushi's expression was as dark as water as he listened to his son Mu Li's exaggerated lamentations and reports from his subordinates about the cave being devoid of treasures, only containing some gold and silver. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Mushi slammed the table, causing the sturdy sandalwood surface to crack instantly. You can't even guard a cave. You let the true treasures be stolen right under your noses. His cold gaze swept across the silent crowd below. Father, Luo Chen and Xiao Yan must still be in the mountains. And that wretched girl, the young healer, the treasures must be with them. Muli, bandaged and filled with resentment, pleaded, I request to seal off the mountains. Search inch by inch. I refuse to believe they can escape. Mushi pondered for a moment, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Good. Relay my orders. Seal off all the major routes from Qingshan Town to the Monster Beast Mountains. Reinforce our numbers and send teams into the mountains to search. Focus on the eastern and southern regions. If Luo Chen and Xiao Yan are found, kill them without mercy. As for the young healer, he sneered coldly. The 10,000 medicine chamber may protect her for a time, but they cannot shield her forever. Keep a close watch. A series of lethal commands were swiftly disseminated. The atmosphere of Qingshan Town grew tense due to the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps' aggressive actions. An invisible net of search was quietly cast deep into the Monster Beast Mountains. Chapter 35. The initial emergence of the Spirit Seed? Deep within the eastern recesses of the Beast Mountain Range lies a secluded valley shrouded by dense ancient trees, where the roar of waterfalls resonates and mist envelopes the air. Luo Chen sits cross-legged upon a massive boulder, smoothed to perfection by the relentless flow of water, his eyes gently closed, his mind deeply focused. Having spent 20 days within the Beast Mountain Range, he has accrued considerable combat experience through relentless battles against first-tier magical beasts. Mastering his newly acquired combat techniques with increasing proficiency, his internal fighting spirit has undergone refinement through these continuous skirmishes, enabling him to break through to the realm of a 6-star fighter. Within him, the azure and crimson fighting energies flow like two gentle yet powerful dragons, coursing through his meridians and intertwining harmoniously. The vitality of the wood element nourishes every inch of his channels, while the fiery essence lies dormant within his Dantian vortex, both under the governance of the Qi Yang Li Huoju, creating a wondrous balance and cycle. He contemplates the profound sensations brought by the coexistence of these dual attributes, subtly enhancing his mastery over the fighting spirit. In his consciousness, the alchemical teachings imparted by Yao Chun resonate vividly, like an indelible imprint. He meticulously examines the formulas for several fundamental first-grade elixirs, simulating each step within his mind. Infusing flames guided by his fighting spirit, he must control the heat and shape. The sequence, timing, and proportions of the medicinal materials must be precise, A slight deviation may lead to catastrophic errors. Extracting essence while discarding impurities. He aims to retain only the pure medicinal properties. Merging and balancing the elixir, harmonizing yin and yang, water and fire must converge to form the elixir's shape. With a slight furrow of his brow, he murmurs to himself, the theory is clear, yet the crux lies in the fire. Generating flames through his fighting spirit is not only taxing, but ultimately less efficient than a true fire source. The stability and explosive power of the flames directly influence the purification efficiency and the quality of the elixir. He opens his eyes, gazing at the mist rising from the waterfall, as if he could glimpse the sublime mastery of Luo Chen wielding the bone's spirit cold fire with effortless precision. The thought of exotic flames arises uncontrollably, only to be suppressed by his own resolve. The Qinglian earth heart fire in the Tagore desert and the fallen heart flame within the Canaan Academy as heavenly burning refinement tower were fated opportunities for Xiao Yan. To forcibly seize them would not only risk unforeseen consequences, but also go against his intentions. With myriad paths available, why become fixated on this one? He shakes his head, casting aside impractical thoughts, realizing that he must first devise a means to obtain beast fire, as it would suffice for the moment. Perhaps he could later muster the audacity to borrow a fragment of exotic fire from Xiao Yan, just as he grapples with the source of his flames. A mechanical voice resonates unexpectedly in his mind. Buzz. High purity fire attribute origin energy fluctuation detected. Energy characteristic analysis conforms to the definition of a spirit seed. Spirit seed properties, a miraculous entity of heaven and earth, containing fragments of a single attribute origin law. Upon absorption, it can deeply refine and enhance the quality of the host's corresponding attribute fighting spirit, elevating its power and affinity. Host compatibility, extremely high. All attribute fighting spirits exhibit perfect compatibility and evolutionary potential. Alchemical flame enhancement hypothesis. After refinement by the spirit seed, the host's fire attribute fighting spirit will undergo a fundamental enhancement in flame quality, temperature, stability, and control, with potential not inferior to high-tier beast fire. Continuous evolution may rival that of exotic flames. The spiritual seed is situated to the northeast, approximately 15 miles away, with an initial assessment of energy fluctuation intensity categorized as Xian level. A cascade of information flowed into my parched heart like a clear spring. Luo Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, a dazzling light of incredulity igniting within his pupils. The spiritual seed. The system had previously hinted that his unique opportunity in this realm was not but rather a celestial spiritual seed that could perfectly harmonize with his all-attribute fighting energy, thus providing an unparalleled enhancement. The elusive flame alternative that he had sought in vain had, at this moment, taken a remarkable turn. After an arduous quest, the answer had arrived effortlessly. Luo Chen sprang to his feet, his face alight with exhilaration. A primary-level fire attribute spiritual seed awaited him. Should he successfully absorb it, not only would his fire attribute fighting energy surge in potency, but the challenges of refining medicine and controlling fire would also be effortlessly resolved. This could even be the gateway to the pinnacle of fire attributes. Without a trace of hesitation, he fixed his gaze upon the northeast direction, where an ancient forest lay shrouded in a denser aura, seemingly enveloped by an invisible heat. System, maintain a continuous lock on the spiritual seed's location. Plan the optimal route. The path planning initiated, terrain scanning, potential threats marked, and the optimal route generated. A vivid three-dimensional map unfolded in Luo Chen's consciousness, highlighting a winding path that deftly avoided several formidable beast layers. Excellent. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as his fighting energy surged powerfully within him. The ashen, wood-burning wind step. With a hum, a dual-colored light enveloped his legs. The left leg shimmered with a green vine phantom, dissipating force while gathering momentum. The right leg blazed with scarlet flames, poised to unleash its power. He propelled himself off the smooth surface of a massive rock. Boom! The surface of the rock erupted, leaving a charred imprint of tree patterns as moisture was instantaneously vaporized. Luo Chen transformed into a streak of crimson and azure light, tearing through the air at a speed far surpassing his previous pace, hurtling into the depths of the northeastern thicket. Meanwhile, in Qingshan town, the once bustling notice board was now teeming with people, the atmosphere tense. 2 fresh parchment bounty notices were prominently displayed, ink still glistening, emblazoned with the fearsome wolf emblem of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Bounty Notice 1. Name, Luo Chen. Age, approximately 15. Features, black hair, black eyes, tall stature. Adept in wood and fire attribute martial skills, with an elusive movement style. Cultivation, around 5-star fighter. Crimes, assault on the vice captain of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Theft of a treasured artifact, and injury to a fellow member. Bounty: 5,000 gold coins for capture alive, 3,000 gold coins for elimination, 500 gold coins for valid information. Bounty Notice 2. Name: Xiao Yan. Age: approximately 16. Features: dressed in black, bearing a massive weapon, with a fierce and violent combat style. Cultivation: around 5-star fighter. Crimes: collaborating with Luo Chen to assault the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps and steal a treasured artifact. Bounty: 4,000 gold coins for capture alive, 2,000 gold coins for elimination, 300 gold coins for information, 5,000 gold coins for capture alive. The Wolf Head is truly investing heavily this time. 2 young children managed to steal from the Wolf Head. They even injured Mu Li. Hey, I heard it happened in a mysterious cave. Indeed, whatever treasure could drive the Wolf Head to such madness must be extraordinary. Have you heard? It is said that within the cave lies a treasure of profound martial arts techniques. It seems that the young healer from the 10,000 Medicine sect has obtained a copy, which is why the Wolf Head Mercenary Group is not only hunting for them, but also closely monitoring the healer's movements. Profound martial arts techniques. No wonder the Wolf Head Mercenary Group is willing to spend such a fortune in gold to capture those 2 youths. Keep your voice down. Do you not see the members of the Wolf Head lurking over there? The crowd buzzes with a mix of greed and skepticism. A few mercenaries clad in Wolf Head attire, exuding a fierce aura, stand with their arms crossed beside the bulletin board, their hawk-like gazes scanning every individual who approaches, particularly young travelers burdened with packs. On the second floor of the 10,000 Medicine sect, a window quietly creaks open. The young healer stands in the shadows, her clear eyes peering through the gap, fixated on the crude yet spirited portrait of Luo Chen on the bulletin board, alongside the glaring bounty of 3,000 gold coins for his capture. Her fingers grip the window frame tightly, her knuckles turning pale, as a wave of icy fury and deep concern surges within her. Luo Chen, you must be safe, she whispers silently, her other hand instinctively pressing against the cool, colorful volume of the Poison Codex nestled in her arms, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Chapter 36. The Guide. With the full force of the burning woodwind step, Luo Chen's speed becomes astonishing. The 15-mile distance, traversed through the treacherous mountain forest, is covered in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The closer he approaches the core region marked by the system, the more palpable the rise in temperature becomes. The surrounding trees, no longer lush and verdant, now display a charred yellow hue as if scorched by intense heat. Their leaves curled, the ground parched and cracked, a faint scent of sulfur and burnt vegetation wafting through the air. Roar. Hiss. Warning. Life signs detected rapidly approaching nearby. Target 1. First-level magical beast, lava lizard, fire attribute, directly ahead. Target 2. First-level magical beast, fire-scaled python, fire attribute, to the right. 2 savage roars from the left and right erupt simultaneously. A lava lizard, its body clad in dark red scales resembling a massive lizard, and a fire-scaled python, coiled upon a charred tree with scales as red as flame. Both lock onto the intruder, charging forth with a scorching, bloody wind. Humph, seeking death. Luo Chen's eyes turn icy as he suddenly accelerates. Facing the lava lizard lunging from the left, his left foot channels the ethereal flow of the green vine. Expertly stepping onto the ground, his body gliding sideways like a slippery loach, deftly evading the lizard's bite. Simultaneously, his right fist clenches tightly, enveloped in blazing red energy. And the multiple layers of the ripple palm unleash their power in an instant, striking fiercely at the relatively soft flank of the lava lizard. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones fracturing is unmistakable. The lava lizard lets out a wretched howl as it is sent flying, crashing into a charred tree, struggling to rise. The venomous fangs of the fire-scaled python are now mere inches away. The stench of blood wafts toward him. Luo Chen does not even glance. His right foot erupts with fire attribute energy, exploding outward in a ring of tree patterns. The tremendous backlash propels his body to spin like a top, narrowly avoiding the python's bite as it grazes the edge of his clothing. Die. In the midst of his spin, Luo Chen's left elbow, infused with the flexible energy of the green wood and the explosive force of fire, descends like a hammer upon the python's vulnerable spot. Uft! The scale shattered. The serpent's body convulsed violently, collapsing lifelessly. In a fleeting moment, 2 first-tier magical beasts were vanquished, and although Luo Chen's breath came in shallow gasps, his gaze remained sharp. However, just as he prepared to advance further, an intense and oppressive wave of scorching heat surged forth from behind a massive charred rock ahead. Thud! 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 The heavy footfalls resonated like the beating of a war drum. Emerging from the shadows was a creature, its size comparable to that of a small elephant, cloaked in a thick, dark red shell resembling that of a pangolin. Its head was grotesque, and sparks erupted from its maw as it slowly approached. Its crimson eyes fixated on Luo Chen, emanating a pressure far surpassing that of the previous two beasts. Warning. Target detected ahead. Crimson Armored Earth Dragon, peak first tier. Its power is equivalent to that of a human 9-star fighter. Threat level high. The system's alert sounded urgently. Luo Chen's pupils constricted, and his expression turned grave. A peak first tier, equivalent to a 9-star fighter. This was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Roar. The Crimson Armored Earth Dragon unleashed a deafening roar, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward with the force of a crushing juggernaut, akin to a burning war chariot, thundering towards Luo Chen. Its speed was astonishing. So swift, Luo Chen dared not confront it head-on. He activated the Emberwood Flame Step with all his might. A brilliant blue-red light flickered. Just narrowly, he evaded the direct collision, the searing shockwave brushing past him and singeing the edges of his garments. Boom. The Crimson Armored Earth Dragon collided with a massive boulder behind Luo Chen, the solid black rock crumbling like tofu under the impact. Debris flew in all directions. Having missed its target, the creature's stout tail lashed out like a blazing steel whip, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The sweep was vast. Luo Chen's left leg surged with a verdant glow, the supple fighting energy circulating to absorb the force, allowing his body to glide along the ground like a leaf in the wind, while his right leg burst forth with fiery vigor, propelling him forward with fervent speed. Crack! The steel-like tail swept past the very spot he had occupied moments before, carving a deep groove into the earth, smoke rising ominously. That was close. Luo Chen's forehead beaded with cold sweat. The brute's strength and defense were formidable. Engaging directly would lead to certain defeat. The Crimson Armored Earth Dragon pivoted, locking its gaze upon Luo Chen once more, sparks gathering in its mouth, seemingly preparing to unleash flames. A glint of cold light flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward. Emberwood Flame Step through the woods. He transformed into a serpentine flash of blue and red lightning, utilizing the charred trees as cover, darting unpredictably left and right, his movements elusive and inscrutable. The scorching fire lines expelled by the dragon were narrowly evaded, leaving only burning traces on the scorched earth. An opportunity. Seizing the brief moment of vulnerability following the dragon's fiery expulsion, Luo Chen swiftly approached its relatively weaker neck. Threefold wave palm of fiery might. The dual-colored fighting energy was compressed to its utmost limit in his palm, layered and intensified. The resilience of what enveloped the fury of fire. With all his strength, he struck fiercely at the gap where the dragon's neck met its thick armored back. Boom! A resonant sound echoed like the thud of a giant beating leather. The violent infernal energy surged through. The Crimson Armored Earth Dragon let out a earth-shattering wail, its massive form staggering and toppling. The hardened keratin layer at its neck shattered, revealing the charred flesh beneath. Now is the moment. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, Luo Chen showed no signs of hesitation. Beneath his feet, the crimson and azure light flickered once more, propelling his body into the air. His right leg, akin to a blazing battle axe, channeled all his strength and fighting spirit into a single, devastating strike. The technique known as Emberwood Burning Wind Step, Falling Star, thundered through the air. The force of his foot, imbued with unparalleled destructive power, descended like a meteor, crashing ruthlessly upon the freshly wounded neck of the Crimson Armored Earth Dragon. A sinister crack echoed, followed by the sickening sound of flesh tearing. The dragon's head twisted at an unnatural angle, its crimson eyes dimming in an instant. The massive body convulsed a few times before collapsing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Luo Chen landed a short distance away, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, nearly half of his fighting spirit expended. Gazing at the colossal carcass, he felt a lingering trepidation. Indeed, a peak first-tier beast was formidable, had it not been for the unpredictable Emberwood Burning Wind Step and the penetrating force of the layered wave palm. The outcome could have been uncertain. Taking a moment to recuperate, he directed his gaze towards the core of the spirit seed's fluctuations. The location marked by the system as the territory of a suspected second-tier beast was eerily silent at this moment. The faint energy waves seemed to have vanished entirely. Strange, previously, the system had clearly detected the energy fluctuations of a second-tier beast. Luo Chen furrowed his brow, puzzled. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant southwestern mountains. Akin to the earth splitting apart, even separated by numerous mountain ranges, the sound resonated like a muffled thunderclap in his ears. Following this, an indescribable wave of terrifying energy surged forth, filled with an aura of majesty and ferocity, sweeping through the landscape like a tsunami. In an instant, the forest fell silent. All avian and animal sounds extinguished, leaving only a primal, bone-deep fear. This explosive energy wave belonged to the amethyst-winged Lion King. Luo Chen instantly recalled the plot of the original story, his expression shifting. There was also another presence, sharp as the wind. Yin. He comprehended why the high-tier beasts had vanished from this area. The amethyst-winged Lion King was the sovereign of these mountains. Its aura exerted absolute dominance and summoned lower-tier beasts to its side. They must have been drawn away by the cataclysmic battle. TSK. That brat Xiao Yan. Luo Chen gazed southwest, as if envisioning the earth-shattering clash and a certain dark-clad youth lurking in the shadows, preparing to seize the opportunity. A peculiar smile graced his lips. The chaos of battle. Although heroic rescues were admirable, there were depths of emotion to consider. He shook his head, adopting an expression of a pure-hearted warrior, feeling content with his clear objectives and unwavering focus. Yet, amidst his jesting, Luo Chen felt a sense of relief. The high-tier beasts being lured away was indeed advantageous for him. Without further delay, he followed the system's guidance. Swiftly traversing the territory that ought to belong to second-tier or even higher-tier beasts, which was now eerily desolate. He arrived at a mountain wall, partially obscured by thick, searing black vines. The scorching heat and the pungent scent of sulfur were overwhelming. Chapter 37, Fragments of Memory. Luo Chen pushed aside the vines, revealing a narrow opening just wide enough for a single person to pass through, with a faint crimson glow seeping through. Luo Chen took a deep breath and sidled into the passage. The corridor sloped downward, its walls a warm, dark red, while clusters of crystals hung from the ceiling, emanating a crimson glow. Soon, a modest underground cavern came into view. At the heart of the cavern lay a small magma pool, bubbling with energy. At the center of this pool, on a prominent black rock, a flame of pure, resplendent golden red flickered gently, pulsating like a heart, consuming itself in silence. It exuded an ancient and vast essence of primordial fire, seemingly the very source of the cavern and the scorched forest surrounding it, an infernal fire seed, the Yao Yan. Luo Chen's breath caught in his throat, and the fire attribute Dou Qi within him surged uncontrollably, filled with an overwhelming desire for this source of fire. However, his attention was soon drawn to the scene at the edge of the magma pool. A weathered skeleton sat in a meditative pose against the cave wall. One bony hand was outstretched, fingers splayed in desperation, pointing towards the seed in the pool. On the other hand, remnants of a dark purple rune, ominously faint yet still pulsating with a chilling energy, clung to the bones, whispering of long-lost power. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened, and he promptly activated the system scan. Target, unknown skeleton. Era, quite ancient, cultivation before death, at least Dou Huang. Cause of death, failed absorption of the spiritual seed, resulting in a backlash from the primordial fire. Anomaly, rune residue on the right hand, weak interference field against spiritual seeds, expired 999. Target, Yao Yan. Status, stable and pure, absorbable. Risk high. Could it be that even a Dou Huang had fallen here? A chill ran through Luo Chen. Though the enigmatic rune was nearly inert, the sight before him undeniably narrated the peril of absorbing the spiritual seed. It seemed this opportunity was far from easily attained. He focused intently on the pulsating golden red flame, his expression growing grave. Within the cavern, the Yao Yan flickered silently atop the central black rock, radiating a pure and overwhelming essence of fire. Luo Chen shifted his gaze from the heart-stopping flame to the skeletal figure pointing towards the spiritual seed. He cautiously maneuvered around the outstretched arm of the skeleton, positioning himself to its rear. In the shadows against the cave wall lay an unassuming ring, its dull hue coated in a thin layer of ash, resting quietly upon a charred stone. Alert, unknown energy vessel detected, space ring. The system's notification sounded. Deep scan initiated. Material analysis, high-grade spatial stone, containing approximately 10 cubic meters of independent space. Energy residue analysis, detecting faint remnants of soul imprint fragments, dissipated 999, non-aggressive. Contents of space scan, preliminary a substantial amount of unknown powder, suspected toxic medicinal residue, several rolls of material with unique properties, a fragment of unknown beast hide, a small quantity of gold coins, and miscellaneous items. Host correlation scan, detected that the scroll information pertains to poison paths, calamity poison bodies, fire attribute suppression, and other keywords. Energy attribute residue of the skeleton, highly suspected to be an acquired mutated calamity poison body, shares some common origin characteristics with the target. The little medical sage's innate calamity poison body. Acquired calamity poison body. Luo Chen's heart trembled violently. A person burdened with a toxic body dares to absorb this most radiant fire spirit seed? It is nothing short of a path to self-destruction. The toxic body inherently repels fire attributes, What compels him to undertake such a reckless endeavor? After the system scan revealed no immediate dangers, Luo Chen inhaled deeply, wrapping his palm in fighting spirit, and cautiously picked up the chilling, time-worn spatial ring. The moment his fingertips brushed against the ring, a tremendous and chaotic surge of memories, imbued with intense unwillingness and obsession, flooded into Luo Chen's mind like a bursting dam. Countless images, sounds, and sensations intertwined and surged forth with remarkable clarity, as if he had lived through them himself. Fragment of Memory 1. An endless expanse of dark green toxic mire, its viscous miasma enveloping the air with a nauseating blend of sweetness and decay. A spirited young figure searched for medicinal herbs at the edge of the swamp, but unwittingly stepped into a seemingly solid, yet treacherously soft black quagmire. The frigid, toxic mud instantly ensnared his lower leg. A bone-chilling coldness accompanied by excruciating pain coursed through his meridians with ferocious intensity. He struggled in terror, unleashing his fighting spirit in a desperate bid to escape. Yet this only hastened the toxin's invasion. His skin turned an observable shade of dark green, swelling and festering, exuding putrid pus and blood. The agony rendered him curled on the ground, emitting a primal roar, helplessly witnessing his once proud fighting spirit falter under the relentless assault of myriad poisons. Fragment of Memory 2. Countless days and nights endured in excruciating torment. His body felt like a battleground, with myriad toxins waging war within his veins, consuming and mutating him. At times he felt the gnawing of 1,000 ants. At others the piercing chill of ice, or the searing embrace of flames. Patches of skin rotted and fell away, only to gradually regrow under the strain of his formidable cultivation, adorned with bizarre patterns. Each recovery signified a more intricate and deeply embedded toxin within his being. His cultivation was forcibly elevated amidst this suffering, his fighting spirit becoming a tangled and sinister force, infused with an inescapable metallic sweetness. He pored over countless ancient texts, his gaze shifting from despair to madness, ultimately fixating on a blurred inscription: Yin extremes give rise to death, Yang extremes conquer it. Pure Yang can burn through myriad poisons, harmonizing Yin and Yang. Fragment of Memory 3. Like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, he traversed perilous landscapes, delving into the sea of volcanic lava, navigating the cold fire fissures beneath the extreme northern ice plains, and pursuing ancient legends through desert ruins. Time and again, he battled guardian beasts, sustaining wounds from the ferocious power of flames. He had encountered the Heartfire Lotus and tamed the fifth-order poison scorpion beast fire. Yet none of these were the fire that embodies the laws of heaven and earth, purest and most radiant, remained as elusive as a mirage. Life's flame flickered rapidly amidst repeated disappointments and the backlash of his toxic body, his once stalwart figure becoming bent and withered, his eyes alight only with an obsession burning to its utmost. Fragment of Memory 4. Life, like a candle flickering in the wind, sensed the pure and immense fire energy fluctuations deep within the Beast Mountain range, comparable to the essence of. In that moment, the nearly extinguished light in his eyes erupted with a terrifying brilliance. Dragging his frail body, he suppressed the poison with secret techniques and followed the sensation to this very place. Upon witnessing the moment of the radiant heart flame, a maddening smile emerged on his withered visage. Heaven does not forsake me. Heaven does not forsake me. Without a hint of hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position, summoning every vestige of his remaining energy, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, in a desperate attempt to absorb the resplendent golden fire into himself. Memory fragments surged forth, the final despair. At the instant the essence of the radiant heart flame coursed through his meridians, the vast accumulation of malevolent toxins, akin to water cast into boiling oil, erupted instantly. The utmost light and darkness waged a ferocious battle within him. The meridians transformed from a battlefield into scorched earth, ruptured inch by inch. The crimson flames consumed the toxic essence, while the toxins ravenously corroded the flames. His body morphed into a grotesquely expanding energy furnace. The surface of his skin fluctuated between a searing red, resembling a branding iron, and a sickly black, reminiscent of decay. Heart-wrenching wails were drowned by the tumult of molten rock, as consciousness was devoured by boundless agony and coldness. The final shred of clarity transformed into an obsession. Merging with the storage ring, when Xinjue, beset by calamities for half a lifetime. If there are successors, let the remnants of the netherworld's toxic fire find this flame. The most fitting embodiment of calamity, my only regret. As the torrent of memories receded, Luo Chen appeared as pale as parchment, gasping for breath, as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell, drenched in cold sweat. Grasping the storage ring tightly, his fingertips trembled slightly, for the life of Wen Qianjue, fraught with suffering, struggle, and despair, was indelibly etched upon his heart. Senior Wen ventured into the path of poison, struggling for half a lifetime, ultimately falling before the dawn. Luo Chen's voice was hoarse, filled with profound respect and compassion. He fully comprehended Wen Qianjue's gamble. For him, the radiant heart flame was the sole beacon amidst darkness, even if that light would ultimately consume him entirely. Chapter 38. Absorbing the Spirit Seed. The Netherworld Toxic Fire. Luo Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened with an extraordinary intensity. The final obsession of Wen Qianjue pointed towards this name, ranked 20th on the extraordinary fire list, the flame most compatible with the calamity poison. This was the path to resolution. He immediately plunged his consciousness into the space of the storage ring. The items within were scarce, mostly remnants of once potent toxic materials devoid of spirit, several scrolls exuding a chilling aura of toxic scriptures, and a few scrolls of combat techniques from Wen Qianjue's lifetime. Luo Chen's gaze fixated instantly upon a palm-sized fragment, its edges charred and damaged, made from a material neither metal nor jade, of a dark purple hue. He retrieved the fragment. It felt cold as ice, with an exceptionally resilient texture. The lines on the surface were blurred and indistinct, revealing only a vast outline symbolizing the northwest region, with an extremely ancient and obscure dark purple symbol, resembling a tadpole, marking a singular point at its center, approximately located in the expansive territory north of the Gamma Empire. Apart from that, there were no specific geographical identifiers or textual explanations. The area north of the Gamma Empire was far too vast. Luo Chen scrutinized the vague mark on the fragment, his brow furrowed. Senior Wen had searched in vain for decades for this clue. In the midst of his distress, Luo Chen suddenly recalled his lifeline. The system. Could it possibly pinpoint the exact location of the Netherworld toxic fire based on this fragment or the database information? He urgently inquired within his mind. Request: locate the extraordinary fire, the Netherworld toxic fire. Database search in progress. Warning: the target, Netherworld toxic fire, is a high-tier energy conglomerate, possessing formidable spatial concealment and law-evading characteristics. Current system permissions insufficient to conduct high-precision energy scanning and positioning across regions. Solution: the host must elevate their combat prowess to the rank of fighter to unlock the secondary permission module of the Multiverse Memory Core. Summary of secondary permission functions. Consuming the host's primordial points acquired through combat, exploration, and breakthroughs, it allows for the ambiguous deduction of causal lines pertaining to specific targets, providing directional guidance. The efficiency of point acquisition correlates positively with the host's strength and the difficulty of the events. Upon the mention of primordial points for fighters, Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes sparkled with uncontrollable joy. The system harbored even more formidable capabilities, only accessible to fighters. The thought of advancing to fighter, unlocking the deduction function, and finding the nether poison fire ignited within him a fervor he had never felt before. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze intensely fixed on the pulsating sunheart flame at the center of the magma pool, as if he beheld the gateway to becoming a fighter, the gateway to hope. Little medical fairy, wait for me. I shall surely find the nether poison fire for you. A profound sense of responsibility and motivation surged within him. He cast another determined glance at the sunheart flame, his resolve unwavering. System: assess my current success rate in absorbing this sunheart flame spirit seed and provide optimization strategies. Target: beginner level, Xian grade fire spirit seed, sunheart flame. Status: pure and stable primordial essence. Due to the unknown skeleton's multiple failed attempts at refinement, the residual weak resentment from its combat energy, soul, and bones has diminished, neutralizing approximately 35 of the spirit seed's violent characteristics, significantly lowering the difficulty of initial absorption. Host compatibility: extremely high. All attributes of combat energy exhibit perfect compatibility and bearing potential. Current cultivation level: 6-star fighter, physical strength, good, spiritual strength, excellent. Comprehensive assessment of absorption success rate, 786. Risk warning: the remaining 65 units of primordial fire energy remain fierce. One must endure the agony of meridian burns and soul shocks. Consequences of failure: minor injuries may result in regression of cultivation, while severe cases may lead to self-immolation. Absorption optimization plan generated, enhanced version 1. Triple guidance method, utilizing the Crimson Sun Fire technique as the primary fire energy source, supplemented by the Wood Enrichment Green Emperor longevity technique for auxiliary energy. The system will precisely regulate and construct a 3-layered combat energy circulation network, guiding the fire energy progressively. 2. Green Wood Vitality Barrier, constructing 36 green wood barriers at critical nodes of the 12 primary and 8 extraordinary meridians to maximize diversion and buffer impact. 3. Synchronized extreme refinement, guiding fire energy to flow through the entire body's muscles and bones, simultaneously operating both techniques. Harmonizing wood and fire to delve deeply into the spirit seed's power for profound cleansing and breaking through bottlenecks. A success rate of 786. No trace of fear lingered in Luo Chen's eyes, only an unwavering determination. He sat cross-legged near the remains of Wenxinjue, directly facing the sunheart flame at the center of the magma pool, regulating his breath as the azure and crimson combat energy surged within him like a mighty river. Commence. He roared inwardly, fully immersing his consciousness in the enhanced optimization plan provided by the system. Buzz. Luo Chen's hands rapidly transformed in front of him, forming intricate and profound seals. The fire attribute combat energy within him surged along the trajectory of the Crimson Sunfire technique, coalescing into a brilliant, slowly rotating core vortex of crimson light before him. Simultaneously, a magnificent and pure green wood energy surged forth from the Dantian, transforming into countless vibrant emerald threads that intricately wove a dual-layered auxiliary guidance network around the crimson vortex. This tri-layered energy structure emanated a formidable pulling force. It seemed as though the flames of the sunken heart within the pool were drawn by an elemental force, abruptly quivering before detaching from the black rock, morphing into a condensed beam of crimson gold light akin to a bridge transcending space, and instantaneously pouring into the triple vortex of energy before Luo Chen. A resounding hum filled the air, accompanied by a scorching torrent more terrifying than anticipated, akin to millions of searing steel needles, imbued with the will to incinerate all, violently piercing through Luo Chen's meridians via the energy channel. With a sudden jolt, Luo Chen's body convulsed as if struck by lightning. A mouthful of fresh blood involuntarily erupted, only to be instantly vaporized into a mist of crimson by the intense heat. He felt as if his entire network of meridians had been cast into a furnace, each inch emitting a mournful wail under the unbearable strain, on the verge of being utterly melted and consumed. The excruciating agony engulfed him like a tsunami, leaving his consciousness momentarily blank. Warning: the primordial fire energy impact has exceeded the expected peak by a factor of 5. The degree of meridian damage is rising sharply. The system alarm blared sharply and piercingly. Hold on. Greenwood barrier. Luo Chen's eyes blazed crimson, his soul roaring. With fervent determination, he activated the 36 critical nodes, and the emerald barriers constructed from pure wood attribute energy radiated with resplendent light, resembling an indomitable dam that staunchly halted the ferocious crimson gold torrent. Sizzle. The crimson gold energy collided violently against the greenwood barrier, producing a cacophony of searing and corrosive sounds. The barrier trembled violently, the emerald glow dimming at a visible rate, thinning, and even developing fine cracks. The horrific impact reverberated through the barrier, as if countless small blades were relentlessly slicing and burning through Luo Chen's meridians. The intense pain penetrating to the marrow. His skin flushed a deep crimson, resembling a branding iron, with fine beads of blood seeping from his pores, only to congeal into scabs under the extreme heat, rendering him akin to a blood-colored statue on the brink of shattering. Guide. Temper. Luo Chen bit down on his steel teeth, his gums bleeding profusely. With an indomitable will that transcended limits, he forcibly sustained the operation of the tri-layered guidance formation. The crimson gold energy was laboriously diverted. A portion of the raging energy was obstructed and consumed by the greenwood barrier, while another, more manageable portion was forcibly channeled into the predetermined refining pathway. Within him, the wood attribute energy operated at its utmost potential. The verdant vitality surged forth like the most resilient of vines, fiercely entwining the fire-scorched meridians, fervently repairing them. Simultaneously, this process of restoration passively absorbed the infiltrating essence of the fire energy. Wood feeds fire, fire tempers wood. The two attributes intertwined frantically on the precipice of destruction and rebirth, undergoing refinement. Luo Chen's body transformed into a gruesome yet magnificent battlefield. On one side lay the violent incineration power of the sunken heart flame, while on the other, the tenacious restorative force of the Green Emperor's longevity technique, all precisely guided and regulated by the system. Each impact of the fire energy brought forth heart-wrenching agony, while every completed restoration felt as though the resilience and width of his meridians had been forcibly expanded, the energy becoming ever more refined. Time lost its meaning amidst the boundless suffering. Luo Chen's consciousness ebbed and flowed in the waves of pain, teetering on the brink of collapse countless times. He steadfastly clung to that indelible spark of divine light deep within his soul, gazing into the clear eyes of the little healer, Tyen, as despair clawed at his heart, while pointing toward the flickering hope of unlocking new abilities. These images served as anchors, resolutely holding his wavering will in place. Time slipped by unmeasured until, at last, the final and most vital strand of crimson golden essence merged with Luo Chen's being, and the cataclysmic pain abruptly vanished. Boom. It felt as though some shackles within him had been utterly shattered. An unprecedented, vast, and pure surge of energy erupted from his dantian like a long-dormant volcano. The combat energy, which had already reached the pinnacle of 6 stars, began to break through with unstoppable momentum, propelled by this newfound power. 7-star fighter, 8-star fighter, 9-star fighter. As the Dantian cyclone began to slow, the combat energy grew increasingly dense, finally stabilizing at the peak of the 9-star fighter realm. At the center of the Dantian cyclone, a pure and radiant crimson golden flame seed floated like a miniature sun, exuding gentle yet immense power. It transformed from an external violent energy into the core component of Luo Chen's combat energy, seamlessly merging with the azure wood energy, flowing ceaselessly. A powerful, vibrant aura, imbued with fierce vitality, surged uncontrollably from Luo Chen's body, sweeping away the surrounding suffocating sulfurous scent. Notification: the spiritual seed, Xiao Yan, has been successfully absorbed. Fire attribute combat energy quality enhanced. Purity 320, power 280, affinity significantly increased. Alchemy flame generated. Quality equivalent to peak 5th tier beast fire. Temperature, stability, and controllability have seen remarkable improvements. Physical strength enhanced. After extreme tempering, Mu Yen Qing Di's longevity technique has reached the late 2nd layer. Level increased to intermediate, with broadened meridians and doubled resilience. Cultivation, peak 9-star fighter. Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, 2 crimson golden flame marks slowly rotated before fading away. He exhaled a long breath, his aura profound and rich, imbued with a strange rhythm interwoven with heat and vitality. Feeling the tumultuous and vastly amplified combat energy coursing through him, as well as the docile yet powerful Xiao Yan flame seed at the cyclone's core. A rejuvenated smile of exhilaration spread across his weary face, a testament to his survival through tribulation. He had transcended from 3 stars directly to the pinnacle of 9 stars. The realm of the combat master was now within reach. He cast a solemn glance at Wen Qian's remains, bowing deeply in respect. Senior One, your legacy has aided me in breaking through the nether poison fire. I, Luo Chen, shall exhaust all my efforts to seek it for you and for Xianer. Chapter 39, the first call of alchemical fire. The crimson golden flame seed floated at the center of Luo Chen's Dantian cyclone, its gentle and vast power coursing through his body like warm blood. Luo Chen felt an unprecedented strength, the power of a peak 9-star fighter roaring through his meridians, each breath resonating with a unique rhythm of heat and vitality intertwined. He bowed deeply once more to the remains of Wen Qian, for this senior's legacy had become the key to his breakthrough. The combat master's nether poison fire flickered in the depths of Luo Chen's eyes, his goals clearer than ever. He needed power, greater power. Before us lies an exceptional touchstone, recently refined with the primordial flame of the radiant heart flame. Like the wind, the figure of Luo Chen unfurls with the burning wood wind step, melding the searing heat of the radiant heart flame with the vibrant vitality of the azure wood, propelling his movements to unprecedented speed, leaving behind faint traces of crimson gold. In mere moments, he returns to the concealed encampment where he had previously hidden. With a flicker of intent, the ancient, weighty medicinal cauldron, exuding a serene aura, emerges from his storage ring and settles before him. This is the Qing Xinding, a gift from the venerable apothecary, capable of refining 4th-grade elixirs. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen sits cross-legged, flipping his palm to reveal several fundamental herbs required for the refinement of the 1st-grade Qi recovery pill. The system activates, entering auxiliary mode to monitor the flame's intensity and the fusion of the medicinal properties in real time. In his mind, he intones, pharmaceutical assistance system activated. Visual enhancement, microscopic flow of medicinal properties, temperature field simulation, fusion node predictions loaded. The cold, mechanical voice resonates with a reassuring strength. Radiant heart flame, arise. Luo Chen commands, his thoughts subtly shifting. With a swift motion, a spark of crimson gold leaps from his fingertips, rapidly expanding with the wind. No longer merely pure red. It transforms into an extraordinary bicolor flame of red and green, infused with the vitality of azure wood. The core of the flame is the unadulterated radiant heart flame, fiercely blazing, while the outer layer is enveloped in a delicate, vibrant green fire, akin to a gentle guardian, harmonizing perfectly with the core's intense heat. The red-green flame is cast into the base of the Qing Xinding, and instantly, The temperature within rises at an exceptionally stable and controllable pace. The ancient runes inscribed on the cauldron's walls begin to glow softly, emitting a gentle azure light that aids in the even distribution of heat. The first step, purification. Luo Chen's gaze sharpens, focused like a hawk. With the system's assistance, the timing, angle, and coverage of the flames as he introduces the herbs achieve near perfection. He flicks his fingers, and a qi condensing herb is the first to be cast into the cauldron. The red-green flame, seemingly alive, tenderly envelopes it, with the core's crimson heat penetrating accurately and gently. Before his very eyes, the qi condensing herb softens and curls at an observable rate, impurities dissipating into tendrils of black smoke under the gentle caress of the vibrant fire, leaving behind a viscous, emerald essence, exuding a refreshing aroma. Suspended in one corner of the cauldron, the entire process flows seamlessly, accelerated several times over compared to before, with an effortless mastery over the flames, causing minimal mental fatigue. Wonderful. The stability and affinity of this flame have increased manifold. Luo Chen's spirits soar. Next, the recovery fruit and the three-leaf flower are introduced in succession. The red-green flame, like the most agile of dancers, divides into three slender streams, each encasing a different herb under Luo Chen's guidance and the system's direction. The core crimson flame precisely incinerates the stubborn impurities, while the surrounding azure fire nurtures gently, preserving the essence of the herbs. Three distinct, crystalline essences swirl within the cauldron, their mutual repulsion suppressed to a minimum by the harmonizing flames. Fusion. Luo Chen's focus sharpens, his soul's energy surging forth, merging with the red-green flame. With a resonant hum, the three streams of flame collide forcefully at the heart of the cauldron, unleashing the combined potency of the essences. Amidst an unexpected tranquility devoid of the anticipated fierce conflicts and energy dissipation, 3 vials of medicinal liquid swiftly amalgamated under the extraordinary inclusiveness and harmonious power of the dual-colored crimson and azure flames, merging as if they were water and milk. The tongues of red-golden fire licked and accelerated the molecular union, while the azure flame, like a gentle spring rain, smoothed the subtle energy ripples generated during the fusion, preserving the medicinal properties to the utmost. The entire process unfolded with an astonishing fluidity. Within mere breaths, a perfectly fused, uniformly colored light azure medicinal liquid was formed, congealing the Dan. With the transformation of his hand seal, Luo Chen simultaneously exerted pressure with his soul force and fighting spirit. Within the cauldron, the crimson and azure flames suddenly retracted, the temperature soaring to a critical point, yet meticulously controlled by the system to remain beneath the threshold of the liquid's endurance. Under high temperature and pressure, the light azure medicinal liquid rapidly spun and contracted, with the central core swiftly coalescing. The aroma of the medicine became overwhelmingly rich and fragrant. Buzz. The sound of a crisp, melodious resonance emanated from within the cauldron. The lid was forcefully opened by a surge of pure medicinal power, and 3 round, plump pills, evenly colored and faintly adorned with crimson golden patterns, flew out and landed in the jade vial that Luo Chen had prepared in advance. A first-grade recovery pill, achieved. Moreover, 3 at once, of superior quality. A single successful attempt. The time taken was reduced by more than half. Luo Chen gazed at the jade vial containing the ethereal recovery pill, his heart brimming with astonishment. The enhancement provided by the original fire of the Yao Xian flame to the alchemical process represented a qualitative leap. This dual-colored flame not only reached exceedingly high temperatures, but also maintained remarkable stability, embodying a wondrous harmonizing force that significantly diminished the challenges of fusion and temperature control, which were the most mentally taxing aspects of alchemy. In a surge of excitement, Luo Chen wasted no time and retrieved materials for crafting first-grade breaking miasma pills, body refinement pills, and lightness pills. The ensuing spectacle was enough to leave any first-grade alchemist utterly astounded. The crimson and azure flames danced within the Qing Xianding, moving with precision as if guided by an adept hand. The processes of material infusion, purification, fusion, and pill congealment flowed seamlessly, as though rehearsed 1,000 times. Each rise of the flame and temperature fluctuation was impeccably timed, astonishingly precise. With the system's assistance, Luo Chen expended minimal soul power, dedicating nearly all his energy to perceiving the intricate transformations of the flames and medicinal properties. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 successive clear and melodious pill sounds. All 3 furnaces of pills were successfully crafted in one go. A 100 success rate. All of superior quality. The time taken for refinement had been astonishingly reduced. Holding several jade vials, Luo Chen felt the pure medicinal power contained within, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. After being tempered by the Yao Xian flame, My original flame now rivals the 6th-tier beast fire. In certain aspects, it may even surpass it. This fused crimson and azure spiritual fire, imbued with the essence of the Yao Xian flame, possessed such formidable power. A torrent of joy surged within him. The alchemist elder once stated that mastering exotic flames would lead to exponential advancements in alchemy. However, it now appeared that if I continuously seek and merge higher-tier spiritual species and enhance my original flame, its power might well rival that of true exotic flames. Perhaps I could even possess a unique, one-of-a-kind life fire of my own. This thought ignited within Luo Chen's heart, like wildfire spreading across a dry field, instantly fueling his ambitions. The vast expanse of the Dou Qi continent surely harbors more than just fire attributes spiritual species. If he could gather the 5 elemental forces, even attributes such as wind, thunder, ice, and darkness, and integrate them into his being, to what astonishing heights would his fighting spirit evolve? Chapter 40, Carnage. As long as I possess sufficient strength, I shall undoubtedly find the nether poison fire. The thought of the nether poison fire brought forth an image of exquisite beauty, with an underlying melancholic shadow hidden deep within her eyes, involuntarily surfacing in the mind of the little medical sage. It has been over a month since their separation, yet worry entwines her heart like a creeping vine. I wonder if she has begun to cultivate the poison scriptures. Will the poison within her become uncontrollable? Has the Wolfhead mercenary corps troubled her? A surge of profound longing and concern flooded her heart. At this moment of emotional turmoil, a familiar voice, filled with malice and agitation, shattered the tranquility of the forest like a broken gong, swiftly approaching and encircling them. Luo Chen's gaze turned icy. This voice, even in ashes, he would recognize. Who else but Mu Li? System perception activated. Luo Chen's thoughts stirred, invoking the system's awareness. Target locked. Mu Li, vice leader of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. Cultivation level, 6-star fighter. Followers, 2 5-star fighters, 4 4-star fighters, 8 2-star fighters. Threat level assessment, low, current state of host, peak 9-star fighter. Significantly enhanced fighting spirit quality, physical reinforcement, mastery of mysterious tier primal spirit fire. When heaven offers a path you refuse to tread, and hell presents no door, you force your way in. A cold smirk graced Luo Chen's lips. Perfect. With this group of insignificant beings, I shall test my newfound power and collect a bit of interest for the little medical sage. He remained still, his aura akin to a dormant volcano, ready to erupt. The sounds of footsteps, shouts, and the rustling of blades through the underbrush grew ever closer, as the minions of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps formed a loose encirclement, akin to hyenas scenting blood. Vice leader, over here. There's a lingering scent of medicine. One of the minions shouted excitedly. Mu Li's sinister face soon appeared at the edge of the camp. He immediately spotted Luo Chen seated on the ground, his back turned, alongside the azure furnace still radiating residual warmth. Enemies meeting, sparks fly. Luo Chen, it truly is you, you little brat. Mu Li's eyes ignited with a fervor of joy and hatred intertwined. After him. Capture him alive. I want to personally skin him. Upon receiving the command, the 2 nearest 4-star fighters and 3 2-star fighters lunged forward like vicious wolves, their fighting spirit shimmering, blades slicing through the air directly aimed at Luo Chen's vital points. They were consumed by the thrill of capturing their target, oblivious to the fact that they were charging towards a reawakening beast. Just as the blades were about to reach him, boom, a scorching tempest, imbued with the will to incinerate all, erupted from Luo Chen's center. Ugh. The 5 at the forefront collided with an invisible wall of flames. Their ordinary iron blades twisted, glowed red, and melted away. The terrifying force, combined with intense heat, crashed mercilessly against them. The protective aura shattered like fragile paper. And amidst the agonized screams, 5 individuals were hurled backward as if propelled by a catapult, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground, their bodies charred and lifeless. Unaware of their fate, the residual shockwaves swept through the area, sending the approaching henchmen sprawling in disarray, while the campsite was engulfed in dust and debris. The vegetation instantly scorched. Mu Li's ecstatic expression froze, transforming into disbelief and horror. Though he stood at a distance, he too was forced to retreat several steps by the violent, searing blast, his blood surging with trepidation. As the smoke and heat dissipated, Luo Chen slowly rose to his feet, turning to face them, surrounded by a faint crimson-blue aura. His hair danced without wind, and within his pupils, 2 glimmering golden marks flickered like embers of a divine flame. A formidable pressure, far exceeding that of a 6-star fighter, enveloped the scene like an imposing mountain. Mu Li, the young captain, Luo Chen's voice was calm, yet laced with an icy chill. It has been a while. Your method of greeting remains quite unique. Your power. How is this possible? Mu Li stammered, gazing at the overwhelming aura radiating from Luo Chen, his tone shifting in disbelief. What have you consumed to attain such strength in such a short time? His subordinates quaked in fear at Luo Chen's nonchalant display of might, their hands trembling around their weapons as they dared not advance any further, paralyzed by trepidation. Stop wasting words with him. Let us all attack. He stands alone. We shall overwhelm him, urged one of Mu Li's 5-star fighter guards, suppressing his fear in an attempt to rally the spirits. Overwhelm me? Luo Chen chuckled, his smile devoid of warmth. Then let us see if you can. Before his words could fully resonate, his figure abruptly vanished, leaving behind only a crimson-blue afterimage and a wave of scorching air. Too fast. Another 5-star fighter gasped, instinctively channeling his energy to its utmost. Wielding his blade in an attempt to block the impending assault, layered wave palm, flame eruption, the cold voice echoed like a death knell in the 5-star fighter's ear. He could hardly perceive Luo Chen's movement, only feeling an overwhelming and terrifying force that shattered his previously steadfast defense. With a sickening thud, a hand engulfed in crimson-blue flames struck his chest like a searing iron brand, the fiery energy mingling with the violent force of the fused sun-heart flame, penetrating his very being. A scream, so piercing it scarcely resembled human sound, erupted forth. The 5-star fighter's chest caved in instantly. His body propelled backward like a discarded sack, and even in the air, a dull explosion resonated from within him as he expelled acrid smoke from his orifices, landing lifelessly, his body twitching involuntarily. Swift, ruthless, decisive. One strike to annihilate a 5-star fighter. The remaining mercenaries, including another 5-star fighter, were utterly paralyzed with fear, gazing at Luo Chen as if he were a primeval beast poised to devour them. Emberwood windstep, shadow flurry. Luo Chen's form vanished once more, transforming into several indistinguishable crimson-blue afterimages, weaving through the terrified mercenaries. Crimson flame finger. With a sizzle, the crimson-blue fire pierced the throat of a 4-star fighter, leaving behind a charred cavity. Scorching wind palm. Boom. With a single strike, crimson and azure flames erupted like a frenzied dragon, engulfing 2 second-tier fighters and instantly transforming them into 2 wailing fireballs. Vines, ablaze with the same fiery hues, emerged from the ground, ensnaring the legs of a 4th-tier warrior. The terrifying flames and strangling force swiftly severing his limbs. Like a tiger among sheep, Luo Chen's overwhelming assault rendered the so-called elite of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps utterly powerless, utilizing only yellow-tier combat techniques. The cacophony of agonized screams, the cracking of bones, the roar of flames, and the clattering of weapons converged into a gruesome symphony of death. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the elite subordinates brought by Mu Li lay scattered, either wailing on the ground or reduced to charred corpses, with none left standing. In the dense forest, the air was thick with the stench of blood and char. Only Mu Li remained, his face as pale as parchment, his trembling hand clutching his sword as if it were a lifeline, a warm, foul sensation pooling in his trousers, a result of sheer terror. He watched as Luo Chen, approaching like a demonic figure, held a flickering flame of crimson and azure at his fingertips, seemingly poised to incinerate him to ashes at any moment. "You don't come any closer." Mu Li shrieked in despair, tears streaming down his face, scrambling backward. "My father is Mu Shi. If you kill me, the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps will not spare you." Luo Chen's steps did not falter, his gaze as frigid as ancient ice. "Spare you? From the moment you coveted the little medical sage and pursued us, the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps has been dead in my eyes." The shadow of death enveloped Mu Li entirely, and he collapsed to the ground, watching Luo Chen raise his hand, ablaze with lethal flames, and cried out in desperation. "Don't kill me, Luo Chen. If you kill me, the little medical sage is doomed." Luo Chen's hand hovered in the air, the crimson and azure flames flickering violently. "What did you say?" His voice suddenly escalated, trembling with a fear he himself did not recognize, the icy malice palpable in the air. "What have you done to the little medical sage?" Seeing Luo Chen hesitate, Mu Li clung to this last hope, babbling incoherently. She is in our custody, held in a secret location. Yes, my father and the second commander have locked her away. Just let me go, and I will tell you where she is. I promise. I swear." His eyes glinted with a mad desperation and a barely perceptible malice. Luo Chen's heart sank. The little medical sage had been captured? A tempest of rage surged within him, nearly breaking free from his chest. He fixed his gaze on Mu Li's distorted face, twisted by fear and lies. Rationality warned him this could be a trap, but the words "the little medical sage has been captured" seared into his heart like a red-hot iron. He could not take that risk, even if there were but a sliver of truth to it. Suppressing the urge to crush Mu Li immediately, Luo Chen's voice emerged like a chilling wind from the abyss. Lead the way. Now, if you dare to play tricks, I will make you suffer 100-fold, 1,000-fold worse than they did. All right, I will lead the way. Mu Li exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, scrambling to his feet and pointing toward the depths of the forest. Over there, the second commander, Gan Mu, has a temporary camp not far from here. The little medical sage is being held there. He lowered his head. Yet a fleeting glimmer of deep-seated resentment and a sinister smile of impending triumph flickered in his eyes. You insolent wretch. Just wait. Commander Gan Mu is a 9-star fighter, and the camp houses numerous elite warriors. Once we reach our destination, I shall relish the sight of you being reduced to a pulp. And that little healer, the wretched one, after your demise, I will ensure she is well taken care of. Malicious thoughts churned within Mu Li's mind. Chapter 41. Vulnerable to attack, Mu Li led the way, his steps unsteady, his gaze flickering nervously, occasionally casting furtive glances at the silent figure of Luo Chen, who followed like a harbinger of death. As the dense forest thinned, an expansive clearing revealed itself, backed by a steep cliff. Below the cliff, dozens of tents were haphazardly erected, with a roaring bonfire and shifting shadows. This was the temporary headquarters of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps' second commander, Gan Mu. The camp was surrounded by rudimentary barricades and sentinels, an atmosphere of foreboding permeating the air. In the distance, several heavily guarded tents loomed ominously, resembling a prison for captives. Luo Chen halted, his sharp gaze sweeping over the camp's layout, while his formidable soul perception unfurled like an invisible web, discerning every subtle breath. With the system's assistance, an energy distribution map of the camp was vividly etched in his mind. Speak. Luo Chen's voice was as cold as steel, his gaze fixed menacingly on the trembling Mu Li. Where exactly is the little healer being detained? Mu Li shivered as if ensnared by a venomous serpent, stammering as he pointed towards a tightly guarded area deep within the camp. It's over there, in the innermost tents. Only the second commander and my father know the specifics. Luo Chen, if you let me in, I swear, I will find out the precise location and tell you. Listening to this absurd and patently foolish lie, a frigid smile tugged at the corner of Luo Chen's lips, the golden flame mark in his eyes flickering ominously. Mu Li, he slowly shook his head, his tone laced with undisguised mockery. Are you truly devoid of intelligence, or do you take me for a fool? Save such drivel for the king of hell. Before his words had fully dissipated, Luo Chen moved like lightning, delivering a sudden, forceful kick to Mu Li's lower back. Ah! Mu Li let out a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his body tumbling like a marionette with severed strings, plummeting from the edge of their hiding place on the cliff. The cliff was not excessively high, but it was sufficient to leave him disoriented and aching, his bones feeling as though they might shatter. Thud! Splash! The sound of a heavy impact and Mu Li's anguished cries shattered the camp's tranquility. Who? Which blind fool dares to trespass into my Wolfhead Mercenary Corps camp? A thunderous roar erupted from the largest tent at the camp center. Moments later, a burly figure, as imposing as a tower, with a fierce countenance and clad in iron chainmail, burst through the curtain. It was Commander Gan Mu. Behind him, dozens of formidable mercenaries, armed with sharp blades, swiftly gathered, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Covered in dirt and bruised, Mu Li, seeing a glimmer of hope, crawled toward Gan Mu, pointing in the direction of the cliff while wailing, Commander, save me. It's Luo Chen. That wretched boy. He kicked me down. Luo Chen. The malevolent gaze of Gan Mu instantly locked onto the figure, gradually revealing itself atop the cliff. Initially taken aback, he soon erupted into a thunderous roar of laughter. Ha ha ha, little brat. You ignore the path to heaven and dare to intrude upon hell. Do you know who I am, yet you still come alone to seek your demise? How bold. With a grand gesture, he pointed at Luo Chen, his voice booming like thunder. Luo Chen, if you are wise, deliver Mu Li to me intact. Furthermore, present every treasure you found in that cave, without exception. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I shall show you mercy and allow you to keep your body whole. Otherwise, the malice in Gan Mu's eyes flared, and he licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. I shall pulverize you and feed you to the beasts. You will die without a trace. Ha ha ha. Do you hear me, kid? Hand over the treasures. The second leader's might was palpable, and the wolf-headed mercenaries behind him erupted into raucous laughter, as if Luo Chen were already a fish on the chopping block, mockery echoing through the air. Standing at the cliff's edge, the mountain wind tousled Luo Chen's hair, exposing his eerily calm eyes. He gazed down upon the raucous camp as if observing a troop of jesters, his lips curling into a deeper smirk. He lowered his gaze towards Mu Li, struggling among the rocks beneath him, and spoke in a voice that, though not loud, cut through the clamor with clarity. I wonder, are all the members of your wolf-headed mercenary group as dim-witted as you? Then, Raising his head towards the still laughing Ganmu, he declared loudly, "Very well. Since the illustrious second leader has spoken, I shall return this waste to you." As the final word left his lips, a chilling light flickered in Luo Chen's eyes. Channeling his energy into his right foot, he delivered a vicious kick to Mu Li's side, as if striking a soccer ball. Wah! Mu Li let out a more anguished cry, his body hurtling through the air like a projectile, propelled by the howling wind, directly towards Ganmu and the crowd. At that instant, as Mu Li flew through the air, boom! The rocks beneath Luo Chen's feet shattered into fragments. Fiery azure energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, transforming him into a streak of crimson and azure light that tore through the air at unprecedented speed. With the Junmu burning wind step fully activated, he fused the explosive velocity of the blazing heart flame with the vitality of the verdant wood, unleashing a momentary surge of power. Leaving behind several clear afterimages in the air, he raced ahead, surpassing Mu Li, and instantly covered dozens of yards to appear before Ganmu. What? The manic laughter on Ganmu's face abruptly froze, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He felt a terrifying wave of heat akin to the wrath of a raging inferno bearing down upon him. He could scarcely comprehend how Luo Chen had appeared so suddenly. Too fast, faster than his reaction could accommodate. In a panic, Ganmu managed only a beast-like roar as his earthy yellow energy surged, forming a heavy illusion of rocky armor to shield his chest. Simultaneously, he brandished his enormous, door-width ghostly blade, forged from tempered steel and weighing over 100 pounds. In a desperate attempt to block, "Break for me," Luo Chen's icy roar resounded like thunder. His right fist, charged with the meticulously refined dual-colored flames of crimson and azure, surged forward, distorting the air and creating a deafening explosion with every strike. With an unstoppable resolve to conquer all, the force struck fiercely against the weighty blade of the ghostly knife. A resounding clang echoed, akin to a colossal bell being struck by a mighty hammer, instantly enveloping the entire encampment. The sound waves visibly radiated outward, causing several mercenaries nearby to suffer ruptured eardrums, leaving them dazed and disoriented. Crack! Crack! Under the horrified gaze of Ganmu, his pride, the razor-sharp, ghostly knife, suffered an instantaneous network of spiderweb-like fractures spreading from the point where Luo Chen's fist had made contact. Crimson and azure flames surged forth like parasitic maggots, voraciously consuming and eroding the blade. In the next instant, bang! The resilient steel could no longer withstand the terrifying explosion infused with the primordial might of the heart of the sun and the overwhelming strength of a peak 9-star fighter. Shattering explosively, countless fragments, ablaze with the crimson and azure flames, shot forth like a deadly rain in all directions. As the knife shattered, Luo Chen's fist, engulfed in the flames of destruction, struck solidly against the hastily conjured illusion of Ganmu's rocky armor. The spectral armor barely held for a breath before collapsing like paper. Boom! The thunderous sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed, as Ganmu's astonishment transformed into excruciating pain and despair. He felt as though he had been struck head-on by a rampaging ancient giant. The terrifying force, coupled with the searing heat of the flames, surged unreservedly into his chest. Ack! A torrent of scalding blood, mixed with shattered innards, erupted from Ganmu's mouth like a fountain. His towering physique crumpled as if it were a broken sack, propelled backward towards the largest tent in the camp at a speed even greater than before. Rumble! The tent was obliterated as if struck by a meteor, disintegrating in an instant. Ganmu's momentum did not wane, crashing into a massive rock formation towering several meters high behind the tent. Thud! A sound of thunderous intensity resonated. The rock trembled violently, a massive crater forming at the point of impact, with spiderweb cracks spreading outwards. Ganmu's body was embedded within the rock's dent like a squashed insect, unable to extricate himself. His chest was caved in, a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, as acrid smoke rose alongside the sickening sound of shattered bones. His eyes bulged, pupils dilated, filled with sheer terror and shock, as life ebbed away like a receding tide. Chapter 42. I do not eat beef. The formidable 9-star fighter, the infamous second leader of the wolf-head mercenary group, Ganmu, was obliterated by a single punch from Luo Chen. Slain on the spot. Silence. The entire encampment plunged into an eerie stillness. All the mercenaries of the wolf head, their faces frozen in expressions of sneers, mockery, and ferocity, were rendered motionless, as if spellbound. They stared blankly at the second leader, now embedded in the massive rock with a gaping hole in his chest. A pitiful sight of demise, before turning rigidly to gaze at the figure in the center of the camp, enveloped in swirling crimson and azure flames, resembling a demonic deity. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Only the crackling of the campfire and the mournful whispers of the mountain whined through the tattered tents pierced the silence with an unsettling sharpness. Has the commander of the 22nd Regiment perished? A mercenary muttered in a daze, his steel blade clattering to the ground. Another mercenary, pale and trembling, quaked like a leaf in the wind. Fear spread like a plague, instantly engulfing the hearts of every mercenary. What are we afraid of? At that moment, a shrill, tearful scream shattered the stillness. It was Mu Li, who had just struggled to rise from the ground, witnessing the brutal demise of Gan Mu. His trousers were once again soaked, his face streaked with tears and mud, resembling a madman. He pointed at Luo Chen and shrieked, "He is all alone. We are so many. Let us crush him. Avenge Commander Heir. Charge. Kill him. Whoever slays him, I shall reward with 10,000 gold coins. No, 100,000 gold coins." Under the lure of such a generous reward, brave hearts would surely emerge. After a brief silence, the mercenaries, driven mad by fear and greed, let out beastly howls. The 3 remaining 5-star fighters led the charge, followed by dozens of bloodthirsty mercenaries, brandishing swords and daggers, surging towards Luo Chen like a tide. The aura of combat flared chaotically, and the cries of battle reverberated through the air. "Humph, offering heads. How splendid for you." Luo Chen regarded this band of desperate men with a gaze as frigid as ancient ice, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He remained motionless. Yet within him, the red and blue combat aura surged like bubbling magma, erupting with a thunderous roar. Raging storm. Luo Chen thrust his palms forward with great force. The core of the cyclone in his dantian, the heart of the sun, pulsated violently. The red and blue flames of his combat aura surged forth like a torrential flood, instantaneously transforming into a towering tornado of raging fire, propelled by a terrifying heat that could incinerate all and a gale fierce enough to tear apart anything in its path, sweeping mercilessly towards the foremost group of mercenaries. "No, get away. Spare me. Ah!" The desperate screams were instantly consumed by the fiery tempest. Hisses. The first 7 or 8 mercenaries, along with their weapons, were swept into the crimson-blue storm like scraps of paper tossed into a furnace. Their protective auras unable to withstand even half a second before vaporizing in the searing heat. Their bodies carbonized amidst their harrowing wails, charred and disintegrating. The air was thick with the nauseating scent of burnt flesh. At the storm's edge, the mercenaries lingering behind were violently hurled away by the scorching shockwaves, their garments ablaze, skin blistering and blackening, as they writhed on the ground in agony. One strike, nearly half wiped out. But this was merely the beginning. Luo Chen's figure moved like a specter. The ashen wood-wind step blurred his form. Several indistinguishable afterimages, entwined with crimson-blue flames, appeared amidst the chaos of mercenaries. Crimson flame finger. Hiss. A beam of condensed crimson-blue fire pierced the brow of a 4-star fighter, leaving a charred hole, his lifeless body collapsing with a look of astonishment. Blazing wind palm. Boom. With a single palm strike, the red-blue flames morphed into a roaring dragon of fire, instantaneously consuming 3 2-star fighters attempting to encircle him, transforming them into 3 screaming fireballs that struggled momentarily before reduced to charcoal. Vine bind and flame bind. The ground erupted. Several sturdy, tenacious vines, ablaze with crimson and azure flames, burst forth from the earth, resembling the tendrils of hell, ensnaring the legs and waist of another 4-star fighter in an instant. The terrifying force of strangulation, intertwined with the flames that consume all, swiftly severed his legs and scorched his torso. A blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the camp. With an unstoppable momentum, like a tiger among wolves, Luo Chen's figure flickered among the crowd. Each appearance was accompanied by the explosive crackle of flames and the extinguishing of life. His movements were succinct, efficient, and merciless. There were no ornate techniques, only the most direct acts of slaughter. The fire attribute combat technique, infused with the essence of the sun's heart blaze, surged in potency manifold. Coupled with the overwhelming fighting spirit of a peak 9-star fighter, these so-called elites crumbled before him like mere clay figures. The chorus of screams, the shattering of bones, the crackling flames, and the clatter of fallen weapons intertwined to create a hellish symphony, in but a brief span of a few breaths. Aside from the moaning and writhing of the incapacitated, the only living being still standing in the center of the camp was Mu Li, trembling like a leaf and collapsed on the ground, his trousers soaked. The suffocating scent of blood and charred flesh hung heavily in the air. Shattered tents, burning remnants, charred corpses, and broken weapons lay strewn about, akin to a battlefield of chaos. Luo Chen gradually reigned in his power, the crimson and azure flames encircling him subsiding. He stepped over the scorched earth, advancing towards the crumpled Mu Li, akin to a mass of mud. Each footfall echoed through the desolate camp, as if trampling upon Mu Li's very heart. As the figure, reminiscent of one emerging from a blood-soaked abyss, drew ever closer, Mu Li's spirit shattered completely upon meeting Luo Chen's calm, yet profoundly menacing gaze, which harbored a malice more terrifying than molten lava. He scrambled backward in abject terror, tears streaming down his face, emitting cries that hardly resembled human utterances. "Do not kill me. I beg you. Luo Chen, brother Luo Chen, Lord Luo Chen, Grandpa Luo Chen, spare me. Spare my wretched life." He desperately bowed and prostrated himself, his forehead striking the ground's jagged stones, blood gushing forth without his notice. As he clung to the last flicker of hope for survival, "I am willing to serve you like a beast. I am willing to betray the wolf head mercenary group. I will divulge all my father's secrets to you. I know where the treasure is. I possess many secrets. Just spare my life. Leave me this pitiful existence. I implore you. Grandpa, dear Grandpa." Mu Li's voice was hoarse with despair, brimming with the most abject pleas, his body convulsing violently from sheer terror. Luo Chen's steps halted merely a foot away from Mu Li. He lowered his gaze, looking down upon the once arrogant and domineering young captain, now reduced to a wretched worm. The crimson and azure flames danced at his fingertips, illuminating Mu Li's face, twisted and contorted in fear. Observing the kneeling Mu Li, who begged incessantly for mercy, Luo Chen leaned down, his gaze laced with intrigue. "Young Captain Mu Li, I shall offer you an opportunity. If you can retrieve the mercenary blades scattered by your feet within 10 breaths, I will grant you your freedom. What say you?" A flicker of hope suddenly ignited in Mu Li's eyes. "Really? Truly, Lord Luo Chen? Truly? Excellent. I will retrieve it. I shall do so at once." He strained to lift his weakened legs, unsteadily rising to his feet. Luo Chen's lips curled into a mocking smirk as he flicked his wrist, sending the knife hurtling a short distance ahead. Observing the blade land merely 10 meters away, Mu Li felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Could it be that he truly intended to spare me? The instinct for survival swiftly eclipsed his fear, and like a wounded beast, he lunged recklessly towards the knife. As his fingertips grazed the cold hilt, Mu Li turned with a near scream. "Luo Chen, look, I found it." His words were abruptly cut short. Luo Chen, with fingers poised like a sword, flicked his hand. A surge of fiery energy pierced through Mu Li's heart. This was the crimson flame finger. Luo Chen regarded Mu Li's frozen expression and the fading light in his eyes with a hint of absurd amusement. "Seriously? You actually thought you could pick it up? I wouldn't dare gamble on whether you'd turn the knife on me." With despair solidified in his heart, Mu Li's body fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Luo Chen, expressionless, stepped over the still warm corpse, leaving behind a cold taunt. "I was deceiving you. Whether you picked it up or not, you were destined to die?" How could he ever let go of someone with whom he shared such mortal enmity? Luo Chen was not foolish enough to leave himself open to future threats. Turning away from the pool of blood, he strode purposefully towards Qingshan Town. Chapter 43. Undercurrents. Qingshan Town remained as bustling as ever. Shops lined the streets, and the air was filled with the sounds of haggling and shouts. Yet beneath this veneer of prosperity simmered a repressed undercurrent. On the bulletin board at the town's entrance, 2 freshly inked yet yellowing wanted posters stood out prominently, depicting none other than Luo Chen and Xiao Yan. The bounty had doubled once again, enough to make any ordinary mercenary's heart race. Draped in a voluminous black robe, with his hood drawn low to obscure most of his face in shadow, Luo Chen walked steadily, exuding a calm demeanor that mirrored the surrounding townsfolk. He made his way directly to a bustling tea house in the heart of the town. Inside, the din of voices roared, a melting pot of all sorts, making it the fastest conduit for information. Luo Chen found a secluded corner and ordered a pot of the most ordinary coarse tea, appearing to meditate while his formidable soul perception, like invisible tentacles, quietly captured every conversation around him. "Hey, have you heard? Something big has happened." A scar-faced mercenary at the next table lowered his voice, barely able to contain his excitement. "Just this morning, a brother from the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps sent to scout the mountains stumbled upon something incredible at the temporary camp of 2nd Captain Ganmu." "What is it? Spill it." The others at the table leaned in, instantly intrigued. The scar-faced man took a sip of tea, his eyes reflecting a mix of shock and fear. When he arrived at the camp, he found bodies everywhere. The entire area was scorched to the ground. Both 2nd Captain Ganmu and young Captain Mu Li are dead, and it was gruesome. Ganmu had a massive hole blown through his chest, his body embedded in the rocks, charred. Mu Li fared worse, a hole the size of a finger at his heart, as if pierced by a searing iron rod. The stench at the scene, you could smell the burnt flesh and blood from quite a distance. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Who did this? Such brutality? Ganmu is a 9-star fighter. Who else could it be? The scar-faced man spoke in a hushed tone, tinged with a hint of reverence. He was referring to that young lad who had been relentlessly pursued by the wolf's head. What was his name? Luo Chen. It was rumored that he had been driven deep into the monster beast mountains by the wolf's head 2 months prior, and now, upon his return, he had accomplished such earth-shattering feats. My heavens, how old could that boy be? Capable of slaying Ganmu? And he even toppled the entire camp? Indeed. The internal commotion within the wolf's head had reached a fever pitch. It was said that Captain Mu Shi had been so enraged that he smashed a sturdy ironwood table. The bounty had doubled yet again. Alas, speaking of this, that girl known as the Little Medicine Immortal is quite unfortunate. Another voice interjected with a tone of pity. She had been forcibly taken from the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion by the wolf's head several days ago, purportedly in connection with some treasure hidden in a cave. There had been no news since, and it was feared that her fate was dire. Mr. Yao from the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion is truly something. Someone remarked indignantly. How many gold coins had the Little Medicine Immortal earned for him? Yet, as soon as the wolf's head applied a bit of pressure or offered some benefits, he handed her over. He showed no backbone whatsoever. Hush. Quiet down. What do you understand? The scar-faced man shot a glare at the speaker. Mr. Yao is merely a businessman, at best a high-ranking fighter. Captain Mu Shi of the Wolf's Head Mercenary Group is a genuine 2-star Dome Master. In this territory of Qingshan Town, who would dare to defy the will of a Dome Master? If Mr. Yao did not surrender her, the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion would surely be dismantled. The murmurs buzzed in the air, and Luo Chen's fingers tightened around his teacup, his knuckles turning pale. Beneath the shadow of his hood, his gaze was as frigid as ancient ice. Indeed, the Little Medicine Immortal had been seized by the wolf's head. Mr. Yao from the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion was quite the pragmatic businessman. He slowly set his teacup down and rose to his feet. The black robe billowed as he silently approached the group at the neighboring table. Brothers, he spoke in a hoarse, deep voice, deliberately altering his tone. I could not help but overhear your discussion. It seems you may know something about the whereabouts of the Little Medicine Immortal. Might you inform me where she has been taken by the Wolf's Head Mercenaries? The boisterous chatter of the group was abruptly silenced by the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure, startling them. The scar-faced man warily scrutinized the newcomer, sensing an unsettling aura concealed beneath the ample robe. He shook his head. How could we mere pawns possibly know where she is held? All we know is that after the Wolf's Head took her from the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion, she has not shown her face in town again. Presumably, she has been taken back to their stronghold or a newly established secret camp. A newly established camp? Luo Chen pressed for more information. It is said that a stronghold has been erected in a valley east of Qingshan Town, near the outskirts of the Monster Beast Mountains, heavily fortified. Only the higher-ups of the Wolf's Head would know the exact location. Another mercenary interjected. Luo Chen remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Thank you for the information. He turned, his dark robe like ink, silently merging into the bustling crowd outside the tea house. It was not until his figure vanished around the street corner that the scar-faced man suddenly slapped his thigh, his face draining of color, his voice trembling. I just remembered. That gaze, that stature, that person just now seemed to be none other than the wanted Luo Chen. What? Luo Chen. The others at the table instantaneously leapt to their feet, cold sweat pouring down their brows. He had just inquired about the whereabouts of the little medical fairy. Was it not enough that he had annihilated the Ganmu camp? Now he intended to storm the lair of the wolf head to rescue her? My heavens. Had he lost his mind? Mu Shi was a 2-star Dome Master. The wolf head stronghold was teeming with experts. Surely they had woven a net of traps awaiting his arrival. Even if Dome Master Luo Chen was formidable, could he truly contend against seasoned Dome Masters? This was tantamount to courting death. Yet the thought lingered. Perhaps he had killed Ganmu? Uncertainty and profound concern clouded their eyes as murmurs spread. The entire tea house fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths. At Wan Yao Zhai, the familiar fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. Behind the counter, Mr. Yao was deeply engrossed in the abacus, his brow furrowed in distraction. Ever since relinquishing the little medical fairy, he felt an unsettling premonition. As if disaster loomed on the horizon, business had noticeably dwindled as well. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped the shop, a palpable aura of murderous intent descending upon them. The air seemed to thicken. Mr. Yao abruptly looked up, his pupils constricting in terror. A figure clad in black appeared before the counter like a wraith, moving with such swiftness that he could scarcely comprehend how the intruder had entered. A hand, concealed beneath the black cloak, clamped around his throat like a vice, without warning. Mr. Yao was lifted off the ground by a tremendous force, his feet dangling in midair as the sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him. He stared wide-eyed in horror, meeting the gaze of those cold eyes, devoid of any hint of human emotion, yet flickering with a fiery golden light within their depths. Speak. The voice was a harsh whisper, chilling as a gust of wind from the abyss. Where have you taken the little medical fairy? Cough, cough, Luo Chen. Mister. Yao recognized those eyes instantly, his spirit nearly leaving his body in fright. He struggled desperately, his hands futilely prying at the iron grip around his throat, choking out fragmented syllables. And no, it's not my fault. It was the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps that forcibly took the little medical fairy. Cough, cough. Specific location. Luo Chen tightened his grip, and Mr. Yao's face turned a deep shade of purple, his eyes rolling back in their sockets. The newly constructed camp in the east, near the entrance of the soul-breaking valley, bearing the wolf head insignia. The terror of death compelled Mr. Yao to reveal the information without hesitation, his last ounce of strength spent in a desperate shout. Humph. Luo Chen scoffed coldly, flinging Mr. Yao to the ground as if discarding refuse. Thud. Mr. Yao crashed onto the hard floor, emitting a painful groan, violently coughing and gasping, feeling as though his very bones were splintering. Luo Chen looked down from above at the pitiful figure of Mr. Yao sprawled on the ground, his gaze beneath the hood filled with disdain and icy fury. For the sake of these years you've sheltered the little medical fairy, I shall spare your wretched life today. However, you have acted as an accomplice, pushing her into the flames for your own gain. Once I rescue her, we shall settle this debt. Before his words had fully faded, the figure in black had darted out of Wan Yao Zhai like a bolt of lightning, racing unimpeded towards the east, toward the soul-breaking valley, leaving behind a few stunned attendants and Mr. Yao, who lay on the ground, ashen and lifeless. Mr. Yao struggled to sit up, leaning against the cold counter, gazing in the direction where Luo Chen had vanished. His face was devoid of color, and his eyes were hollow with despair. He coughed violently, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. A bitter smile twisted his lips as he reflected on the reckoning that awaited him. Regret and fear swirling within his murky gaze. From the moment he succumbed to greed, desiring to monopolize the treasures of the cave, and the instant he compromised with the wolf head by surrendering the little healer, he sealed his fate, inescapable and dire. He seemed to foresee a tempest of blood and chaos sweeping through the entire Qingshan town, soon to be unleashed by that cloaked youth. As for himself, he was already ensnared, with no escape in sight. Chapter 44, Breaching the Wolf Head. In the Valley of Broken Souls. The newly established camp of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps loomed, sturdier and more massive than Gan Mu's temporary encampment. Towering wooden walls adorned with barbed stakes and crossbow towers glinting ominously in the light, all conveyed the vigilance of this formidable stronghold. Within the largest tent at the heart of the camp, the atmosphere was suffocating, akin to the eerie stillness before a storm. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man with a sinister visage, his sharp gaze reminiscent of a hawk, clad in finely crafted iron armor. He emanated an aura of gravity far surpassing that of Gan Mu, for he was Mu Shi, the commander of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, a 2-star battle master. He toyed with 2 blood-stained wolf head emblems, trophies taken from the corpses of Gan Mu and Mu Li. Below him, several formidable subordinates, each at least 7 or 8 stars in strength, stood with hands at their sides, not daring to breathe. Gan Mu is dead, and my son Mu Li has perished as well. Mu Shi's voice was unervingly calm, sending chills down the spines of those present. He slowly raised his eyes, surveying his silent subordinates with a gaze as cold and lethal as a serpent's. That wretched brat, Luo Chen, killed him with a single punch and reduced the camp to ashes. His fingers tightened, the wolf head emblems groaning under the pressure of his grip, slowly warping. Very well. Excellent. Truly splendid. A sinister, twisted smile crept across Mu Shi's lips, his voice surging to a roar, akin to that of a wounded beast, brimming with fury and malice. Send the command. Highest alert for the camp. Activate all defensive measures. Double the patrols. Lock that little wretch in the dungeon. Keep a close watch. I want Luo Chen to walk step by step into the hell I have prepared for him. With his blood, I shall honor the souls of my son and Gan Mu in the heavens. The Valley of Broken Souls shall be the burial ground for this brat. At the entrance of the Valley of Broken Souls, a menacing wooden carving of a wolf's head loomed, seeming to hunger for its next prey in the night breeze. Concealed behind a gnarled ancient tree, Luo Chen's ample black cloak blended seamlessly with the dense shadows. System, conduct a comprehensive scan of the wolf head camp layout. Marking personnel distribution and strength. Luo Chen silently commanded, the 2 crimson gold marks in his pupils flickering faintly in the darkness. Command confirmed. Scanning initiated. Energy perception network covering target area. Camp layout modeling completed. Primary threat source identified. Mu Shi, 2-star battle master. Location, central main tent. Secondary threats. Hao Ming, 8-star battle master. Su Yong, 8-star battle master. Location, near the main tent. Advanced combat strength. 3 6-star fighters, located at the eastern, western, and southern watchtowers, several 4-star fighters, patrol teams, 10 2-star fighters, fixed sentinels, and 32 ordinary mercenaries, Barak patrols. Special energy fluctuation, detecting weak ominous toxin source fluctuations. Location, southwest corner of the camp, underground structure, determined to be a dungeon. It is the little medicine immortal. Luo Chen's spirit surged, his gaze sharply locking onto the southwest position outlined in his mind by the system. Confirming the target, he took a deep breath, his icy eyes sweeping over the camp's outer defenses. The action commenced. Shadows moved like smoke, the Emberwood windstep fully activated. Merging the explosive power of the sunfire with the vitality of the greenwood, Luo Chen's form transformed into an elusive pale blue wisp in the night, moving at an unparalleled speed, yet curiously making no sound. Whoosh! Like a gecko, he silently scaled the tall wooden wall, landing precisely in the darkest corner of the shadowed battlements. The 2 2-star fighter sentinels leaning against the wall, drowsy and unaware, had no time to react. A searing pain struck their necks, and they collapsed into darkness. Luo Chen's palms swiftly retracted from their necks, the residual crimson and azure fighting energy instantly severing their nerves, ensuring their complete unconsciousness. Landing soundlessly, like a nocturnal feline, Luo Chen proceeded along the path charted by the system, skillfully avoiding the main patrol routes. His sole perception acted as an invisible radar, paired with the system's real-time scanning, capturing every subtle movement within dozens of yards. Ahead, around the corner, a patrol team of 4 mercenaries ambled lazily towards him. Luo Chen halted abruptly, pressing himself against the shadow of a massive wooden pillar, his breathing and heartbeat nearly ceasing. In the fleeting moment as the 4 passed by, he sprang into action. Puff, 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 for almost inaudible sounds of slicing wind. For strands of condensed crimson and azure fighting energy shot forth from his fingertips, precisely embedding into the vital points of the mercenaries' backs. The searing fire toxin rapidly invaded their hearts. Their bodies stiffened simultaneously, expressions of terror freezing on their faces before they silently crumpled to the ground, their skin revealing eerie crimson and blue burn marks beneath the surface. Without so much as a glance, Luo Chen melded back into the darkness, continuing his advance towards the southwest corner. Along the way, it was as if the Grim Reaper wielded his scythe. Fixed sentinels and roaming scouts were effortlessly dispatched in their unguarded moments. Whether by piercing throats with a finger, leaving charred holes, or shattering heart meridians with a palm, each action was executed cleanly and decisively, devoid of hesitation. The outer defenses of the camp, in the face of Luo Chen's precise assassinations and the system's flawless guidance, seemed utterly ineffectual. Before long, the noticeably reinforced entrance to the dungeon, marked by a heavy iron door, appeared before him. At the entrance stood 2 6-star fighters, their auras significantly stronger than ordinary mercenaries, arms crossed and eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. This was the final barrier to rescuing the little medicine immortal. Luo Chen held his breath, preparing to launch a surprise attack when the system's alarm suddenly blared sharply in his mind. Warning! High-energy reactions rapidly approaching. Directions, directly ahead. Left rear, right rear. Energy intensity, 2-star fighters. 8-star fighters, 2. Not good. Luo Chen's pupils dilated, almost simultaneously with the sounding of the system alarm. A chorus of blazing torches flared to life from all directions, illuminating the darkness at the dungeon's entrance and revealing Luo Chen's figure in its entirety. The heavy thud of footsteps echoed like war drums, as a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance and venomous eyes, clad in iron chainmail, strode forth from the main tent, flanked by 2 imposing 8-star combatant guards. It was Mu Shi. Behind him, dozens of elite mercenaries, armed with blades and bows, encircled Luo Chen with lethal intent, their murderous aura freezing the very air around them. You little wretch. Mu Shi's gaze fixated on the youthful face beneath the black hood, his voice chilling as if drawn from the depths of an icy abyss, laced with deep-seated hatred. You killed my son Mu Li, slaughtered my second commander Ganmu, and now you dare to venture alone into my wolf head camp. Very well. He stepped forward, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a 2-star combatant, which crashed down like a landslide, causing the atmosphere to hum under the immense strain. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Chapter 45, Annihilation of Wolf Head, Part 1, surrounded and exposed in this perilous situation. Luo Chen's face betrayed no sign of panic as he slowly raised his hand and pulled back his hood, revealing a young yet resolute visage. In the face of Mu Shi's predatory glare, a relaxed, almost playful smile graced his lips as his voice rang clear and resonant throughout the space. What now? He shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the fierce mercenaries, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. What can you do? You. Mu Shi's muscles twitched violently, the blatant disdain searing into his pride like a branding iron. The deadly trap he had meticulously crafted was treated with utter disregard by his adversary. You little wretch. You will pay the most excruciating price for your arrogance. Enraged beyond measure, he roared like a wounded beast. Attack. Kill him. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Kill. The mercenaries, previously restrained, erupted in a cacophony of battle cries, surging forth like a burst dam, brandishing their weapons as they descended upon the solitary figure cloaked in black. Just as the initial wave of attacks was about to descend upon him, Luo Chen's form suddenly blurred, executing the burning wood and wind step technique, leaving behind a series of indistinguishable afterimages. The frenzied blades clashed against these phantoms, tearing them apart in an instant. Where is he? The bewildered mercenaries found themselves at a loss. In the next moment, Luo Chen's true self appeared like a specter among the closest mercenaries, holding several inconspicuous, grayish beast skin pouches that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. Senior One, I shall borrow your legacy, Luo Chen murmured as he flicked his wrist, causing the beast skin pouches to burst open, releasing a cloud of fine gray powder that enveloped him and several nearby mercenaries completely. Cough. What the hell is this? Be careful, it might be toxic. The mercenaries, caught in the powder's embrace, instinctively inhaled a few breaths, immediately feeling their throats ablaze and their eyes stinging with tears. Yet after the initial fit of coughing, it appeared that he was largely unharmed. What a charade. A mercenary wiped his face and, with a sinister grin, raised his blade once more. However, in the very moment he took a step, a heart-wrenching, inhuman wail erupted from his throat. His entire visage transformed, swelling into a ghastly shade of blue-black, as grotesque pustules bulged beneath his skin, rapidly bursting forth in a torrent of pus. He clawed at his throat and face in agony, his nails embedding deeply into his flesh, drawing forth a foul, dark ichor. Soon after, the second and third mercenaries, cloaked in the same powder, fell as if cast into a cauldron of acid, shrieking in horror as their bodies convulsed violently, contorting grotesquely, spewing forth black-green foam laced with bits of their own entrails, exuding a nauseatingly sweet stench. Within mere moments, silence engulfed them, their demise a sight of sheer terror. Hiss! This hellish spectacle sent the mercenaries rushing forth into a state of utter panic, collectively gasping in shock. Their charge abruptly halted. They gazed at the area still shrouded in the dissipating gray-white powder, as if staring into a mist that consumed life itself. It is poison. Scatter quickly. The expression on Su Yong, the 8-star fighter beside Mu Shi, changed dramatically as he barked the warning. His mastery of wind-based combat energy allowed for a swift response. Tornado strike. Su Yong thrust both palms forward with fervor. A powerful azure whirlwind materialized, howling as it surged toward the deadly miasma, striving to disperse it. The fierce wind swept through, rapidly blowing away the gray-white toxin and diluting it. Just as the noxious fog cleared, revealing Luo Chen's figure, a chilling voice echoed like the whispers of death in Su Yong's ear. His body was instantly engulfed in a wave of dread. Luo Chen had, unbeknownst to him, utilized the brief cover of the toxic mist and the wind's assistance to appear at his side, as if teleporting. A fist entwined with dual-colored flames, exuding an aura of destruction, loomed large in Su Yong's horrified gaze. Crimson Flame Blast. This was the advanced yellow-tier combat technique, previously taught to him by Captain Taishan, now transformed into a new low-tier mysterious technique through system optimization and the infusion of his fire-based energy. Boom! The frenzied flames of combat energy were honed to perfection, compacted at the tip of his fist, and struck mercilessly against Su Yong's unguarded right temple. Bang! It was akin to a ripe watermelon being smashed. Su Yong's head snapped violently to the left, the sound of his neck fracturing resonating sharply. He could not even utter a cry. His body was rendered limp as if all bones had been removed, propelled backward in a terrifying arc over 10 paces. Crashing into a heap of debris, his head hanging at an unnatural angle, blood mingled with brain matter oozing from his orifices, resulting in his immediate demise. Silence. A deathly hush enveloped the scene. From the moment the toxin erupted to Su Yong's fatal blow, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. So swiftly that even Mu Shi only witnessed the dispersal of the toxic fog and Su Yong's body being hurled away. Su Yong, another 8-star fighter, Hao Meng, was on the verge of madness. Mu Shi trembled with rage, his face contorted like a demon. You are all worthless. Hao Meng, and you lot. By the gods, charge. Together. Tear him apart. Hao Meng, along with the last 3 6-star fighters, charged at Luo Chen with bloodshot eyes, unleashing their full fighting spirit in a reckless assault. Blades flashed, fists flew, and their combined energies wove a deadly web. Excellent. A fierce determination ignited within Luo Chen's eyes. Rather than retreating from the onslaught, he boldly advanced. With the burning woodwind step, he propelled his body to its utmost limits, leaving behind several solid afterimages. Hao Meng, with overwhelming force, shattered one of the phantoms. But Luo Chen's true form materialized behind one of the 6-star fighters like a ghost. The blazing wind palm. A fiery palm strike erupted, instantly melting the armor on the fighter's back, fracturing his spine as he fell to the ground, screaming in agony, his back charred. Another 6-star fighter lunged at Luo Chen's side with a longsword, but Luo Chen countered with a swift hand strike to the wrist. Crack! The bone shattered, and the sword slipped from his grasp. The crimson flame finger. A fiery streak pierced the fighter's throat. The third 6-star fighter was swept off his feet by Luo Chen's whip-like kick, as if struck by a battering ram, spewing blood as he flew back. Hao Meng roared in frustration, his swordplay fierce and unrelenting, his earthy fighting spirit thick and solid, forcing Luo Chen to momentarily evade. Yet, Luo Chen's speed was unparalleled. Like a slippery fish, he deftly dodged Hao Meng's lethal strikes, retaliating with swift assaults that left burning marks upon Hao Meng's body. Get away from me! Hao Meng, unable to secure a victory, grew increasingly agitated and unleashed a powerful horizontal slash, pushing Luo Chen back several paces in an attempt to catch his breath. However, in that fleeting moment, as old strength waned and new strength had yet to rise, a glint of brilliance ignited in Luo Chen's eyes. A flaw. The burning woodwind step erupted once more. His speed increased yet again. Rather than retreating, he surged forward, closing the distance like a relentless parasite. The layered wave palm. 9-fold flame explosion. 9 overwhelming crimson palm shadows, each more powerful than the last, surged forth, delivering an unbearable heat that slammed against Hao Meng's hastily raised defenses. Thud! Hao Meng's eyes bulged, his protective energy shattered like paper. The sound of his ribs cracking echoed painfully as he was sent hurtling backward. A charred palm imprint seared into his chest, still emitting wisps of smoke. He twitched twice upon hitting the ground before falling still. Having dispatched all obstacles, Luo Chen took a moment to catch his breath, when an icy, violent aura, laden with lethal intent, suddenly slithered into existence behind him like a venomous serpent. His hair stood on end. Mushi. Seizing the brief window while Luo Chen was fully engaged with Hao Meng and the others, he had stealthily approached from behind. With a sinister grin plastered across his face, he coiled his right fist, compressing deep green wind energy to its utmost limit, producing a sharp, piercing howl. You little bastard. Die! The rending wind heart-piercing fist. The force of his punch tore through the air, carrying with it the terrifying power to pierce through stone and metal, striking fiercely toward Luo Chen's unguarded back. If this blow connected, it would obliterate Luo Chen's heart into a pulpy mass. Chapter 46. The Annihilation of the Wolf Head, Part 2. Too fast. Too close. There was no escaping. In the precipice between life and death, Luo Chen's fighting spirit surged wildly, gathering at his back with unprecedented speed, driven by instinct and system assistance. Buzz. A layer of extraordinary refinement manifested, displaying a dual hue of crimson and azure, akin to the flowing essence of flame-like glass, instantly materializing behind Luo Chen's heart. Though delicate, it encapsulated the pure fiery energy of the radiant heart flame and the resilient vitality of the azure wood fighting chi, embodying the hallmark of a Dou master, the fighting chi cloak. While still in its nascent form, it had begun to take shape. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated like a drum. Mushi's fist, fueled by a fierce determination capable of vanquishing a 9-star fighter, struck the crimson and azure cloak with unyielding force. Crack! The cloak trembled violently, its brilliance dimming instantaneously, riddled with web-like fissures, ultimately shattering into fragments. The residual force of the devastating punch surged through. Puff! Luo Chen was struck as if by a heavy hammer, stumbling forward uncontrollably for several steps, a sweet taste flooding his throat as he coughed up blood, his complexion paling in an instant. A searing pain radiated from his back, and his vital energy surged tumultuously. What? The malicious grin on Mushi's face froze, replaced by an expression of unparalleled shock and disbelief. The fighting chi cloak. Impossible. You have yet to advance to a Dou master. How could you possibly condense a fighting chi cloak? This utterly shattered his understanding. Luo Chen forcefully suppressed the turmoil within, abruptly turning around to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze as cold as eternal ice. Fixating intently on Mushi. There is much you remain unaware of, you old hound. Drawing a deep breath, the seed of radiant heart flame at the core of his energy cyclone pulsed fiercely, the crimson and azure fighting chi surging like a tempest. Its momentum not waning, but escalating. Today, both new grievances and old enmities shall be repaid with your life. Arrogance, you impudent child, seeking death. Mu Shi, enraged beyond measure, was thoroughly provoked. He swiftly drew a long iron spear from his back, its body shimmering with a chilling glimmer, the spearhead aimed directly at Luo Chen. The overwhelming energy of a two-star dome master was poured into the spear without reservation, causing it to hum and emanate a razor-sharp aura capable of rending all. Piercing wind strike. Die for me. The spear shot forth like a dragon, accompanied by a piercing wail as it transformed into a torrential storm of azure spear shadows, enveloping Luo Chen. Each thrust contained the colossal force to shatter stones, and the piercing edge to tear sinews. Luo Chen's expression turned grave, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. The ember-wood-burning wind step was pushed to its utmost limit, his figure darting amidst the myriad spear shadows, resembling a fragile boat amidst raging waves. With either palm or finger, the crimson and azure fighting chi erupted, continually clashing with the spear's tip. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of metal striking metal filled the air. Sparks flew. With each collision, Luo Chen felt his arms tingle, his vital energy roiling. The quality and intensity of the Dome Master level fighting chi far surpassed that of a mere fighter, had it not been for the exceptional quality of his fighting chi. Infused with the essence of the radiant heart flame and the precise guidance from the system on force dissipation techniques, he would have long since been defeated. Mu Shi's spear techniques were astute, each thrust quicker and heavier than the last. The relentless spear shadows pressed down upon Luo Chen mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, 10 strikes had passed, leaving several bloodstains across Luo Chen's body. Though not fatal, they rendered him quite disheveled. The ferocity in Mu Shi's eyes intensified, his spear's momentum growing increasingly vicious. You little wretch, let us see how long you can endure. Just then, as Mu Shi unleashed a forceful thrust aimed directly at Luo Chen's heart, he took advantage of the brief moment when Mu Shi's old strength waned and new strength transitioned, creating an almost imperceptible delay. In Luo Chen's eyes, 2 points of crimson gold flame marks suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. Now is the moment. The burning wind step ignites. Boom. The ground beneath Luo Chen's feet shattered with a deafening roar. The scarlet azure flames erupted like rockets, propelling him forward at a speed that transcended all limits. In the fraction of a moment as Mu Shi shifted his spear's momentum, Luo Chen daringly advanced, perilously close to the inner side of the spear shaft. Mu Shi could even discern the icy murderous intent and the blazing flames reflected in Luo Chen's eyes. Starfall flame explosion. Luo Chen's roar resonated like the thunderclap of a storm. His right fist, charged with immense energy, transformed. It was no longer merely crimson and azure, but had coalesced into the most primal and ferocious force of the Sunheart flame. His entire fist appeared as if it had morphed into a meteor plummeting from the heavens, trailing a tail of crimson gold flames. Wherever his fist passed, the air warped and collapsed under the searing heat, producing a piercing explosion. The target was precisely aimed at the third segment of the left side of the spine, identified as a weakness by the system's calculations. This punch encapsulated all the fighting spirit of Luo Chen, a peak 9-star fighter, infused with the will to incinerate all things through the Sunheart flame and, under the system's precise guidance, erupted at the opponent's most vulnerable point. Its power exceeded that of ordinary high-level mystic techniques. No, Mu Shi's pupils constricted to pinpoints. A surge of deadly danger gripped his heart. He attempted to retract his spear for defense, to evade to the side, but it was all too late. The unparalleled speed and the meticulously timed precision left him helpless, watching as the crimson gold meteor rapidly enlarged before his eyes. Boom! Like the bombardment of heavy artillery, the terrifying force of the punch, mixed with the all-consuming crimson gold flames, struck solidly, without any embellishment, on the third segment of Mu Shi's left spine. Crack! Crack! The bone-crushing sounds echoed painfully. The thick aura of fighting spirit enveloping Mu Shi shattered like fragile glass. His towering body was hurled back as if struck by a speeding locomotive, his form bending like a shrimp, blood mixed with internal fragments gushing forth. The iron armor crumpled beneath the force of the punch, tearing, twisting, and melting away. Mu Shi let out a heart-wrenching shriek, his body soaring like a kite with severed strings, trailing a streak of crimson gold flames, crashing violently backward. Boom, 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 boom. He smashed through several large wooden crates filled with supplies, splinters flying, before finally crashing heavily against a stout log pillar at the center of the camp, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. On his back, a fist-sized charred imprint sunk deeply, surrounded by shattered bones and charred flesh, wisps of smoke curling upwards. He lay sprawled on the ground, akin to a dog stripped of its spine, breathing heavily, eyes filled with overwhelming pain, confusion, and disbelief. Luo Chen stood in place, breathing heavily, his face pale as parchment, every muscle quaking uncontrollably, his fighting spirit nearly depleted. The earlier explosive assault had drained all his strength. He retrieved a recovery pill and swallowed it, barely restoring a modicum of vigor, before stepping toward the limp form of Mu Shi. He bent down, picking up the cold, heavy iron spear that had slipped from Mu Shi's grasp, still bearing the residual aura of his fighting spirit. Luo Chen, gripping his long spear, approached Mu Shi, the spear tip pressing against his blood-soaked chest. "You have lost." Luo Chen's voice, raspy from exhaustion, was as cold as steel. Mu Shi struggled to lift his head, his murky eyes fixed on Luo Chen, filled with malice and unwillingness. He gasped, "You little wretch, dare to kill me? The wolf head will not spare you. Even as a ghost, I will haunt you." He attempted to struggle, but was unable to lift even a finger. "Is that so?" Luo Chen's gaze was indifferent, akin to that of a hunter surveying a dying wild dog, devoid of any compassion. "Then you shall perish." With those words, he exerted his strength. The spear pierced through Mu Shi's heart without resistance, exiting through his back and embedding itself deep into the earth. Mu Shi's body stiffened abruptly, his pleas for mercy silenced in his throat, morphing into a muted groan. A torrent of thick, visceral blood mixed with fragments of his insides surged from his mouth and nose. He stared intently at Luo Chen, the malice and the last flicker of life in his eyes extinguishing like a candle in the wind. Leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group, 2-star fighter Mu Shi, has met his demise. Luo Chen released the spear, unable to remain upright, and sank to one knee, gasping for breath as sweat mingled with blood trickled down his forehead. The battle just fought, particularly the final strike that ended Mu Shi, had nearly drained him of all his strength. He leaned against the spear embedded in the ground, straining to keep himself from collapsing. Chapter 47, Closer. Deep within the dungeon, the air was damp and cold, suffused with a musty odor and a faint metallic scent of blood. The flickering light of the oil lamp on the wall illuminated the pale and haggard visage of the little medical sage. Her hands were shackled in iron chains as she sat upon the cold stone bed, her thin white dress stained with grime. The sounds of fierce combat outside, the clash of weapons, the explosions of skill clashes, and the agonizing cries of mercenaries, hammered against her heart like a relentless drum. With each explosion, her body involuntarily trembled, her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, leaving behind traces of blood. "Luo Chen, is that you? You must be all right," she murmured softly, her clear eyes brimming with tears, filled with worry, fear, and an unspeakable torment. She loathed her own helplessness, resenting her role as a burden. 10 days prior, she had been in her room at the Wan Yao Zhai, immersed in her studies of the 7-colored poison manual, when Mr. Yao, accompanied by members of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group, burst in without warning, surrounding her instantly. Despite her valiant resistance, who could have anticipated that it was Mu Shi himself who had come to capture her? If only someone had been able to alert her, she might have escaped. But, to her dismay, Master Yao had accepted their bribes and colluded with the Wolf Head Mercenary Group. "Haha, little girl, stop your wailing." 2 4-star fighters guarding the iron bars listened to the commotion outside. One, a burly man with a grotesque grin, sneered from the sounds of it. "The leader is personally taking action. That kid, Luo Chen, no matter how sprightly, cannot possibly contend with a fighter of our caliber. By now, he is likely just a head waiting to be kicked around." "Indeed," chimed in another mercenary with beady eyes, his gaze lecherously sweeping over the little medical sage. "Once the leader has dealt with that brat, if he's in a good mood, perhaps he'll reward us with this lovely little beauty to enjoy." The words of the triangular-eyed figure abruptly ceased, transforming into a brief, pitiful scream. Hiss, hiss. 2 strands of red-blue fire, condensed yet tangible, emanating a searing heat, shot forth from the shadows at the entrance of the dungeon like a decree from death itself, striking with unerring precision to pierce the skulls of 2 4-star fighters. Thud, thud. Their faces still bore remnants of lewd grins and astonishment as their bodies fell forward, lifeless, the singed holes in their heads emitting wisps of smoke. The heavy iron door was forcefully pushed open. A figure, drenched in blood and slightly disheveled, yet standing tall like a spear, emerged into the faint light cast at the dungeon's entrance, appearing before the tear-streaked vision of the little healer. "Luo Chen." The little healer abruptly lifted her head, tears cascading like a string of pearls, uncontrollably flowing forth. A wave of immense joy instantly swept away all her worries and fears. It was him, truly him. He was alive. Luo Chen gazed at the ethereal silhouette he had yearned for, taking in the traces of tears on her pale face and the overwhelming joy in her eyes. The tension in his heart finally eased. He hurried forward, inserting the key he had retrieved from Mu Shi into the lock. Click. The iron lock opened with a resounding sound. "Little healer, are you all right?" Luo Chen pulled open the cell door, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet imbued with tenderness. "Luo Chen." The moment the door swung open, the little healer burst forth like a fledgling returning to its nest, colliding fiercely into his embrace, accompanied by a refreshing waft of herbal fragrance. Her slender arms wrapped tightly around his waist, as if she were expending all her strength to meld herself into him. "Woo, you foolish idiot. Such a big fool." Warm tears instantly soaked the blood-stained fabric of Luo Chen's clothing as the little healer buried her face against his chest. Emotions that had been suppressed for so long erupting like a raging torrent, her cries filled with fear, grievance, and endless worry. "Why are you so reckless? You came in alone. It's so dangerous. Are you hurt? Where are you injured? Let me see." As she wept, her words tumbled out incoherently, her small hands anxiously exploring Luo Chen's body, eager to assess his injuries, yet fearful of touching any wounds, her movements appearing clumsy and cautious. Feeling the warmth of the girl in his arms tremble slightly as she wept, inhaling the familiar, delicate scent of herbs from her hair, the cold, hardened heart of Luo Chen, forged in blood and fire, was instantly enveloped by a surge of warmth, melting away. All weariness and pain seemed to dissipate in that moment. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and slowly raised his own trembling arm, gently yet firmly encircling the little healer's slender and soft waist. Drawing her even closer into his embrace, he rested his chin lightly upon her fragrant crown, his voice deep yet subtly raspy, filled with a reassuring strength. "Just a bit drained, that's all." He tenderly patted her back, feeling her genuine warmth and heartbeat. "I'm fine." He lowered his head slightly, whispering in her ear, in a tone only they could hear, infused with a youthful pride and affection, "I'm not that weak. They all have been vanquished by me." As his words faded, he tightened his embrace around her arm. The chilly air of the dungeon seemed to dissipate, banished by the warmth exuding from their close embrace. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the little healer suddenly recalled something, gently clearing her throat as if to mask her thoughts. With a subtle pressure of her fingers, tinged with a barely perceptible reluctance, she slowly and gently extricated herself from Luo Chen's embrace. The night's coldness surged between them, robbing them of their shared warmth. Her voice, reminiscent of a mosquito, carried a hint of a recently shed tear, her gaze cast downwards, unable to meet his. "Shall we depart?" The sudden absence of her comforting presence left Luo Chen with a fleeting sensation of emptiness. He too turned his head away awkwardly, feeling warmth creep up to his ears. Responding in a muffled tone, "Yes, let us leave this place." His voice bore a hint of dryness. The little healer immediately supported his somewhat unsteady frame. His breath remained uneven, a clear indication of the immense toll the recent battle had taken. When her icy fingers brushed against the edge of the wound on his arm, inflicted by the wind blade, Luo Chen's muscles instinctively tensed. The faint sound of his sharp intake did not escape the little healer's ears, and she quickly looked up, her expression laced with concern. "Did I hurt you?" "No." Luo Chen straightened his posture, feigning nonchalance, though the flush of his ears betrayed him. "This minor injury is nothing." Observing his forced bravado, the little healer felt a mix of sympathy and amusement, yet chose not to call him out. Once outside, she produced a delicate whistle and blew into it. A familiar cry of an eagle pierced the night sky, resonating with an urgent response. Moments later, a massive blue figure, akin to a streak of lightning against the darkened sky, folded its wings and gracefully descended before them. The sapphire eyes of the eagle reflected the two figures, disheveled yet safe, as it affectionately nudged the little healer's hand with its enormous beak. "Xiao Yan." The little healer sighed in relief, a genuine smile of survival illuminating her face as she tenderly caressed the feathers along the blue eagle's neck. "Take us to the secret base." With careful consideration, she helped Luo Chen climb onto the eagle's broad back. Once settled, he feigned curiosity, tilting his head to look at her, an eyebrow raised in question. "Secret base?" He was aware that the little healer intended to take him to the medicinal valley she had discovered. She sat beside him, turning her head at his words, the night breeze tousling a few stray strands of her hair, caressing her slightly dust-covered yet still radiant cheek. Playfully, she winked at Luo Chen, her lips curling into a smirk that hinted at a touch of pride, reminiscent of a mischievous fox concealing honey. "You will find out soon enough." The blue eagle flapped its massive wings, casting a vast shadow over the chaotic campsite below, and soared into the sky, leaving behind the bloodshed of the soul-dispersing valley. Enveloped in the shroud of night. Chapter 48, The Valley. After half an hour of flight, the undulating silhouettes of dark mountains lay beneath them. As Xiao Yan began to spiral downwards, Luo Chen keenly detected a faint, bittersweet aroma in the air, a blend of earth and various herbs. Peering down, He beheld a secluded valley embraced by towering cliffs, its entrance narrow and inviting. Strangely enough, a thick, unyielding white mist enveloped the entire valley above, resembling a vast natural curtain that meticulously concealed everything within, isolating it from the prying eyes of the outside world. Surrounding it were steep cliffs, smooth as mirrors, evidently devoid of any ordinary paths leading to this place. The only access was through the sky. This is the spot. The voice of the little healer resonated with a sense of comforting familiarity, gently patting Xiao Yan's neck. The blue eagle deftly pierced through the soft veil of mist, revealing a breathtaking scene. The moonlight cascaded like liquid mercury, illuminating the valley floor. A crystal-clear stream meandered gracefully, producing a melodious sound of flowing water. On either bank of the stream, numerous uniquely shaped plants thrived, glowing faintly under the moonlight, exuding a rich vitality and the fragrant aroma of herbs that invigorated the senses. It felt as if this place was a secluded sanctuary, tranquil and harmonious. The blue eagle gracefully descended onto a soft patch of grass by the stream. Not far away, nestled against a colossal ancient tree, whose age was indiscernible, stood a quaint and meticulously crafted wooden cabin. The cabin, though modest and simply structured, emanated a sense of enduring stability. Evidently a carefully arranged refuge by the little healer. "Shall we stay here for a while?" she inquired, supporting Luo Chen as he dismounted from the eagle's back, his feet touching the soft grass. Concern clouded her gaze as she observed his slightly pallid complexion. "You have exhausted yourself and sustained some injuries. You require rest. This place is entirely safe, and I have all the herbs necessary to tend to your wounds." Her tone held an unwavering insistence. Luo Chen surveyed the valley, reminiscent of a hidden paradise, feeling the vibrant life and pure energy in the air. Even the fiery essence within him seemed to awaken slightly. He nodded, his voice tinged with fatigue yet imbued with sincerity. "All right, I will heed your advice. This place is truly wonderful, quite beautiful. It is the perfect sanctuary for healing and recuperation." The little healer turned her head with a sense of pride. Of course. Her tone carried a unique youthful pride. The two approached one of the wooden cabins. The little healer pushed open the door adorned with natural wood grain and a warm scent. A blend of dried herbs and subtle woodiness greeted them. The interior was simply furnished with a bed, a table, and 2 chairs, with a large wooden shelf against the wall filled with an array of dried herbs and jars. In the corner stood a rudimentary medicine stove. Everything was immaculate and orderly, reflecting the owner's meticulous nature. "Please, come in," the little healer urged, helping Luo Chen to sit on the wooden bed. Moonlight streamed through the small window, casting a cool square of light upon the floor. She turned to retrieve a woven medicinal box from the shelf, placing it beside the bed and opening it to reveal an assortment of ointments, gauze, and clean water. Once she completed these tasks, she turned to face Luo Chen, whose black robe bore multiple slashes from blade winds, stained with patches of dark red blood, his cheeks slightly flushed. Yet, he endeavored to maintain the composure of a healer as she softly instructed, "You need to remove your clothing." "Huh." Luo Chen, who had been admiring the cozy cabin, suddenly froze, lifting his head. A deep blush spread across his handsome face, his gaze wavering with incredulity and a hint of shyness. Did she truly mean for him to undress? Her tone was reminiscent of a teasing maiden, leaving him utterly flustered. The little healer was thoroughly amused by his awkward, yet somewhat foolish demeanor, the earlier shyness having dissipated considerably. Unable to suppress a giggle, her eyes curved like a crescent moon as she playfully scolded, "What are you thinking? I only asked you to take off your outer garment, not to undress completely." She stamped her foot, embodying a charming girlishness, urging him, "Hurry. The wound needs to be treated swiftly. The blood is already congealing." It was then that Luo Chen realized he had misunderstood her intent. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and let out a couple of awkward chuckles. Oh, just the outer garment," he mumbled as he clumsily began to untie the laces of his tattered black robe, adding, "You should have said so. You nearly startled me." As the black robe fell away, it revealed an inner garment that had also been torn. He decided to remove it entirely, exposing his robust upper body to the moonlight streaming through the window and the little healer's gaze. His bronze skin was adorned with well-defined, powerful muscles, broad shoulders, and a solid chest and abdomen, each sinew seemingly infused with strength. However, this magnificent physique was marred by numerous scars, some deep and others shallow, crisscrossing his skin. Most were elongated bloodstains from wind blades, where flesh had been torn and the edges were tinged with a purplish hue. The most conspicuous was a large, swollen bruise on his back, dark purple and black, with a fiery red hue seeping beneath the skin, a testament to the price paid for withstanding a full-force punch from Dou Qi. Sweat mixed with dried blood clung to his skin, rendering him somewhat disheveled. The little healer's gaze fell upon those gruesome wounds, and the earlier mirth vanished, replaced by a profound concern. Involuntarily, she reached out, her cool fingertips gently brushing against the edge of a deeper gash on his shoulder blade. Her voice was taut with worry. "Does it hurt?" Luo Chen felt the chill of her fingertips and the slight tremor within them, warming his heart. Instinctively, he puffed out his chest, mustering a nonchalant grin infused with youthful bravado. "Tsh, what is a mere scratch? I'm built like iron and bronze. You have no idea. Just a moment ago, I landed a punch on that old dog Mu, she while he was boasting about his achievements, attempting to assuage her fears. Ah, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts. Let go, let go. Little healer, I'm sorry." His anguished wail abruptly shattered the tranquility of the small room, causing Luo Chen to nearly spring off the bed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He realized, to his dismay, that at some point, her delicate, pale finger had pinpointed the very center of the most severe bruise on his back, with unerring precision and merciless intent. Humph. The little healer withdrew her finger, observing his face contorted in pain, grimacing and baring his teeth. She shot him an exasperated glare, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of compassion. "Still claiming to be iron and bronze? Just a trivial injury? That'll teach you to boast." The force behind her touch was clearly intentional. Luo Chen gasped in pain, nearly on the verge of tears, clutching his back and looking at her with a pitiful expression akin to a chastised puppy caught misbehaving. I was only trying to spare you worry," he said, his voice tinged with a hint of a whimper. The foolish little healer muttered a soft reprimand. Yet her tone had softened considerably. She no longer paid heed to his antics, gently picking up a damp, clean cloth to delicately cleanse the blood and sweat around his wounds. Her fingertips exuded a coolness, yet her movements were remarkably focused and cautious, as if she were handling a rare treasure. With each stroke, she meticulously avoided touching the wounds themselves, only skimming the edges gently. In Chapter 49, the fragrance of medicine and affection, Luo Chen finally settled down, no longer putting on a brave front. He sat quietly, feeling the cool, herb-scented fingertips gliding carefully across his skin. Her breath was light and warm, occasionally brushing against his bare shoulder blades, bringing an indescribable tingling sensation. The wooden cabin was filled only with the soft sound of the cloth absorbing water and the gradually synchronizing breaths of the two. The atmosphere became subtly charged, a silent, warm affection flowing slowly through the tranquil air. The moonlight streamed softly, elongating their intertwined shadows on the wooden floor. The little healer moved with practiced ease. After cleansing the blood, she retrieved a light green ointment, exuding a refreshing mint and herbal aroma, applying it meticulously with a clean jade slice to each wound. The ointment, upon contact with the damaged skin, brought a soothing relief after a sharp, cool sting, effectively suppressing the fiery pain. Luo Chen's tense muscles gradually began to relax under her gentle touch. With the wounds nearly treated and the pain alleviated by the cooling effects of the medicine, Luo Chen's restless heart began to stir once more. He gazed at the focused profile of the little healer, mere inches away. The moonlight casting delicate shadows on her long eyelashes, the bridge of her nose, and her slightly pursed cherry lips. A warmth surged within him, igniting a mischievous spirit. Clearing his throat, he deliberately puffed up his chest, striking what he believed to be a handsome pose, a trademark smirk dancing on his lips. In a lowered voice, he playfully asked, "Hey, little healer, what do you think of my physique?" After finishing the last application of ointment, the little healer's fingers halted abruptly. She looked up, meeting Luo Chen's teasing and expectant gaze, his strikingly bright black eyes sparkling with mischief. His expression, eager for praise, was simply irresistible. The little healer was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, unable to suppress a burst of laughter that erupted like spring blossoms, illuminating the room and banishing any lingering gloom. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of playfulness, her head tilted as she mischievously responded, "Very impressive indeed." She elongated the last syllable, her gaze sweeping over his well-defined torso with an evaluative air. Then, with a sudden shift, her demeanor turned serious, her clear eyes locking onto Luo Chen's with unwavering intensity as she asked, "But can you protect me for a lifetime?" In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The triumphant smirk on Luo Chen's face faltered, as if someone had pressed the pause button on him. His mind buzzed, struck as if by a bolt of thunder. The words that promised to protect me for a lifetime echoed like a spell, detonating deep within the lake of his heart, stirring up tumultuous waves. An indescribable surge of heat surged from his heart, instantly enveloping his entire being and racing towards the crown of his head. He felt his cheeks, ears, and even his neck ablaze with an intense warmth. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. He could only gaze blankly into the astonishingly bright eyes of the young healer, as if he were seeing, for the first time, the deep-seated hopes and affections hidden within her gaze, emotions that perhaps even she herself had yet to fully comprehend. As soon as the young healer spoke, she immediately realized the inappropriateness of her words. Goodness, what was she saying? How could such a lifelong promise be uttered so casually? A wave of immense embarrassment engulfed her like a tsunami, her fair cheeks flushing crimson like a ripe tomato, even her delicate earlobes turning a tantalizing pink. She seemed startled by her own boldness, hastily averting her gaze, unable to bear the intensity of Luo Chen's burning stare. I will go fetch some food. You wait here, she stammered, almost fleeing in a panic, her slender figure darting out of the wooden door like a startled fawn, forgetting to close the medicine box behind her. The wooden door slammed shut with a resounding thud, creating a barrier between the inside and outside world. Inside the cabin, Luo Chen was left alone, accompanied only by the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. He remained in that rigid posture, sitting on the edge of the bed with his bare torso, his face still bearing the traces of astonishment and the lingering flush of embarrassment. After several moments, he seemed to regain his breath, slowly and deeply inhaling, as his wildly beating heart felt enveloped in an unprecedented warmth and tenderness. He gazed at the slightly swaying wooden door, as if he could still see the young girl's hurried retreat. A smile gradually emerged at the corners of his mouth, uncontrollably rising until it manifested as a gentle, unwavering, almost foolish grin. He murmured softly, as if to himself, yet also as if addressing the fleeing figure outside, earnestly articulating, a lifetime, indeed. His voice was soft yet resonated with the unwavering certainty of a rock, clearly audible within the tranquil wooden cabin. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water. The young healer leaned against the cold wooden door, her hands tightly covering her flushed cheeks, her heart racing within her chest as if it were about to leap out. Luo Chen's deep and resolute course seemed to carry an electric current, penetrating through the thin door, clearly reaching her ears. Fool, she thought, burying her burning face deep in her palms, releasing a sigh filled with boundless shyness and sweetness, her voice delicate like a whisper in a dream. The blush on her cheeks did not fade. Rather, it intensified, akin to two blooming rosy clouds. Yet, just as this sweet shyness enveloped her like honey, a cold, irresistible shadow emerged, like a serpent lurking beneath the sweetness, suddenly piercing through the depths of her heart. The phrase curse of the poisoned body struck her heart like a needle dipped in ice, brutally piercing through the warmth that had just filled her being. Sweetness froze in an instant. The rosy hue vanished, replaced by a pallid despair. She slowly lowered her hands that had concealed her face, leaning against the wooden door as her body gently slid down, collapsing into a weary squat. In her clear eyes, the glimmer of shyness, akin to a candle's flame extinguished by a tempest, rapidly faded, leaving only an abyss of fear and despair. The moonlight crept through the crack of the door, casting a cold beam upon her pale profile. The once budding life, filled with infinite aspirations, seemed fragile and utterly out of reach in the face of an inescapable fate. She buried her face deeply into her knees, her shoulders trembling softly and silently. The night breeze wafted through the valley, bringing with it the fragrant essence of flora. Yet it could not disperse the heavy chill that weighed upon her heart. Inside the wooden door, Luo Chen's gentle smile lingered, unfaded. Outside, the girl's world had quietly draped itself in a shroud of despair. Chapter 50. Promotion to Battle Master. The days in the valley flowed peacefully, akin to a winding stream, serene yet comfortable. The little medical fairy resided in the adjacent, more modest wooden cabin, her figure blending seamlessly into the verdant valley during the day as she roamed with a wicker basket, foraging for fresh herbs or picking sweet wild fruits, diligently preparing meals for the two of them. Luo Chen, however, was commanded to remain in his wooden house to recuperate. Yet, the innate thirst for power and the urgent desire to protect those dear to him rendered him incapable of true stillness. The moment the little medical fairy vanished into the mist at the valley's entrance, he would immediately sit cross-legged, immersing himself in a vortex, greedily absorbing the rich and pure energies of nature far superior to those beyond the valley. On several occasions, upon returning from her herbal gathering, the little medical fairy would push open the door only to find him enveloped in swirling battle energy, beads of sweat cascading down his form. She would invariably feel a mix of exasperation and concern, stepping forward to unceremoniously tug at Luo Chen's ear. Luo Chen, you training fanatic. Your injuries haven't healed yet. No secret training allowed. Her tone was reproachful, yet her gaze brimmed with worry. Each time he was caught, he would merely grin sheepishly, offering no defense nor resistance, allowing her to hold his ear, a foolish semblance of appeasement on his face. All right, little medical fairy, please don't be angry. However, when she pressed him on why he toiled so relentlessly, he would always respond mysteriously with a wink, a gentle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. That's a secret. I'll tell you once I become a battle master. Such vague replies naturally failed to ease the little medical fairy's unease. At night, as the valley succumbed to complete silence, accompanied solely by the chirping of insects and the whispering wind, she lay in her small cabin's bed, yet slumber eluded her. She would often rise quietly, barefoot, like a light-footed cat, silently making her way to the thin wooden wall that separated their two cabins. There, a minuscule, barely noticeable crack in the wood beckoned. She would hold her breath, tilting her face, carefully pressing her eye against the gap. Moonlight filtered through the small window, casting a pristine glow upon the floor of Luo Chen's room. There he sat cross-legged in the center of the radiance, enveloped in a layer of flowing battle energy. At times a fiery crimson, at others a lush emerald, occasionally interspersed with a hint of a mysterious golden aura. His eyes were tightly shut, long lashes casting butterfly-like shadows beneath his eyelids, as his deep breaths and the flow of his fighting spirit caused his long lashes to quiver ever so slightly. Each gentle tremor seemed capable of dispersing the ethereal energy particles swirling around him, twinkling like stardust. His pale complexion, illuminated by a soft, radiant aura, appeared almost translucent, revealing the faint blue veins beneath his skin. Fine beads of sweat continually emerged from his temples and hairline, cascading down his elegantly contoured neck, quietly vanishing into the depths of his slightly open collar, adding a touch of vibrant fragility to his lean yet powerful silhouette. His inky black hair flowed freely over his shoulders like a waterfall, with strands dampened by perspiration clinging to his cheeks and neck. Amidst the strands, delicate threads, akin to silver light condensed from moonbeams, flickered in and out of visibility, pulsating with the surges of his inner spiritual energy, resembling mysterious runic chains. The little healer was captivated. The boy's earnest focus on his cultivation radiated a resolute purity that was utterly heartwarming. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of his prolonged, steady breaths and the subtle hum of fighting spirit coursing through his meridians could be heard. For fleeting moments, she forgot her fate, the ever-present shadow of fear receding, leaving behind a singular, profound thought. How wonderful it would be to gaze at him eternally, to quietly accompany him in this serene moment. Yet, fate, like an invisible hand, would invariably tighten around her heart whenever she lingered in such fleeting warmth. The words "cursed poison body" echoed in her mind like a parasite, bringing an icy chill. She was the source of calamity, cursed. Those who drew near her would ultimately be consumed by the uncontrollable poison. She could not approach anyone, including the boy who had silently planted a seed of affection in her desolate heart. Each stolen glance felt akin to drinking poison to quench her thirst. A voice within her whispered in despair, "Linger a moment longer, then quietly depart before tragedy strikes." Meanwhile, Luo Chen had already immersed his mind deep within the cyclone of energy in his dantian. He cast aside all distractions, with only one thought etched into the depths of his soul like a brand: to grow stronger, to break through to the fighter realm, to find the nether poison fire, to suppress the cursed poison body, to protect the little healer. The pure energy in the valley was fervently absorbed and refined by him, transforming into torrents that surged into the cyclone. The core of the cyclone, the Sunheart Flame Seed, was infused with new vitality, pulsating with increasing joy and intensity. Each throb releasing even purer, more concentrated fighting spirit. The dual-colored cyclone of crimson and azure spun ever faster, its volume expanding and contracting continuously. Each expansion seemingly on the verge of breaking some invisible restraint, each contraction compressing the power into greater density. The resilient barriers separating the peak of fighters from the realm of fighters began to tremble violently under the relentless onslaught of the torrent-like fighting spirit, revealing fine yet distinct cracks on its surface. After half a month of relentless cultivation, the culmination of his efforts reached its zenith at this very moment. Now, a roar resonated within Luo Chen's heart, his intent sharp as the tip of a spear, guiding all the surging power within him to coalesce into an unstoppable torrent. Crashing fiercely against the cracked barrier. Boom! As if a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of his soul. The formidable barrier that had troubled him for days crumbled like shattered glass under the dual impact of the primal force of the sunfire and his pure fighting spirit. In an instant, an aura far mightier than before erupted from within Luo Chen, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly awakening. The crimson, azure, and golden light surged dramatically, illuminating the entire wooden cabin. An invisible wave of energy radiated from him, stirring the dried herbs within, causing them to rustle, while even the window frames emitted faint groans. The cyclone within his dantian expanded to more than double its size, spinning with greater stability and strength, releasing a fighting spirit that was more refined and powerful, imbued with an overwhelming pressure. A fighter, a one-star fighter. Luo Chen abruptly opened his eyes, and deep within his pupils, a fiery golden mark seemed to ignite, burning with a brilliant light, sharp as a blade. Almost simultaneously with the stabilization of his newfound realm, a cold system notification resonated clearly in his mind. Ding. Host detected successful advancement to fighter realm. Low-level Earth-grade flying combat skill, Flame Cloud Mystic Wings access has been unlocked. Shall it be infused immediately? Infuse. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Chen silently commanded. Command confirmed. Commencing infusion of the Flame Cloud Mystic Wings model and operational pathways. A vast, esoteric torrent of information surged into Luo Chen's mind. The complete construction method of the Earth-grade flying combat skill, the unique circuit for fighting spirit operation, and the intricate techniques for dual wing control. All the exquisite details were imprinted deep within his soul, as if he had practiced this skill for countless years. Accompanied by the infusion of information, the fighter-level fighting spirit that had just undergone transformation within him surged spontaneously along the profound pathways. The vitality and resilience of wood attribute fighting spirit, combined with the ferocity and swiftness of fire attribute fighting spirit, perfectly merged under the tempering of the sunfire's essence. The crimson, azure, and golden light once again flourished around him, as countless minute energy particles, as tangible as substance, were drawn in frantically, forming a dazzling halo vortex around his body. These particles, red like leaping stars, blue like flowing veins of leaves, and golden with specks of mysterious starlight, whirled rapidly around Luo Chen, colliding, merging, and emitting a subtle hum. A peculiar warmth and tingling sensation emanated from the area around his shoulder blades, as if something was gestating and growing beneath his flesh. The surrounding air, influenced by this sudden surge of formidable energy, became slightly distorted, refracting light into mesmerizing rainbows. Chapter 51, Flame Cloud Mystic Wings. Approaching midday, the little medical sage returned to the wooden cabin, her light steps accompanied by a basket filled with fresh herbs and wild fruits. Sunlight filtered through the mist at the valley's peak, casting warm patches of light upon her. In good spirits, she thought that Luo Chen would surely take a proper rest today. She raised her hand, about to push open his door to call him for a meal. Creak. The door opened slightly. The sight before her left her momentarily frozen, her basket nearly slipping from her grasp. Luo Chen sat cross-legged at the center of the room, enveloped in a resplendent halo of red, blue, and gold hues. Countless tiny energy particles swirled around him like stars, spinning and radiating an ethereal glow. With his eyes tightly shut, he appeared intensely focused and solemn, exuding a powerful and unfamiliar aura that filled the entire room. The brilliance was so dazzling and overwhelming that it nearly stole her breath away. Luo Chen, she called softly. Instinctively, her voice laced with incredulity. The moment her words fell, the magnificent halo around him converged like rivers returning to the sea, vanishing into his being. He suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with a piercing intensity. Yet, upon seeing the small healer standing in the doorway, that sharpness transformed into boundless joy and exuberance. Little healer, Luo Chen exclaimed, leaping to his feet, his face aglow with an uncontrollable, radiant smile, brimming with youthful vigor. I have advanced to the rank of Battle Master. Ha! He dashed towards her, and before she could grasp the situation, he seized her delicate wrist, his tone bubbling with excitement akin to a child discovering a fascinating new toy. Come, I'll show you something fun. Without waiting for her response, he pulled her out of the wooden cabin. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. What are you doing? Slow down. The little healer stumbled slightly as he tugged her along, astonished and confused, struggling to keep pace with him. Luo Chen halted, turned to face her, and a mysterious, confident smile graced his lips. Taking a deep breath, he focused his thoughts. Buzz. A peculiar sound of energy reverberated through the air. Fiery red and blue battle energy erupted from his back like a roaring flame. This energy was not chaotic. In an instant, it condensed and took shape. A pair of magnificent and awe-inspiring wings of red and blue flame unfurled before the little healer's widening eyes. Yin wings. The wing bones displayed a deep and vibrant emerald hue, their lines strong and resilient, exuding a sense of steadfast support. Yet, the membrane connecting the wing bones was ablaze. A fiery red like molten lava, the flames were dynamic, flowing like liquid across the wing membrane, pulsating with a heart-pounding heat and ferocity. The perfect fusion of crimson and emerald endowed the wings with immense vitality and recovery power, while the flames imparted an unparalleled speed that could tear through the air. The wings spread wide, spanning over 2 meters, their edges flickering with tiny golden sparks that shimmered in the sunlight. Each gentle flap stirred a wave of scorching airflow, leaving behind a faint trail like blue smoke in the air. What is this? The little healer was utterly mesmerized, her rosy lips parted in astonishment. Her beautiful eyes filled with profound shock, as if witnessing a scene from mythology. A flying battle technique. He possessed such a powerful and extraordinary flying skill. Hold on tight. Luo Chen didn't allow her the time to ponder, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He called out, and, amidst the girl's startled exclamation, his strong arms wrapped around her slender waist in a classic princess carry, lifting her effortlessly. Ah! The young physician instinctively gasped, her hands instinctively tightening around Luo Chen's neck. Her cheeks instantly ablaze with a rosy hue. Suddenly, behind Luo Chen, the magnificent Yin Yunxian wings trembled fiercely. Boom! The powerful gust of wind stirred up the grass and dust beneath them. The two soared into the sky like arrows released from a bowstring, ascending rapidly into the clouds. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness compelled the young physician to cling even tighter to Luo Chen, her heart racing. Yet, in the next moment, as the ground beneath them receded swiftly and their field of vision expanded dramatically, all fear was replaced by an unprecedented sense of novelty and freedom. They pierced through the mist that enveloped the valley, soaring into the clear, cerulean expanse of the sky. The sun poured down unreservedly, warm and bright. Gazing down, the entire fog-enshrouded valley resembled a mysterious emerald nestled within the verdant mountains. The undulating Beast Mountain range sprawled beneath them like an immense, boundless green velvet carpet, extending to the horizon. Towering ancient trees transformed into clusters of varying shades of green, while the meandering rivers shimmered like silver ribbons, sparkling in the sunlight. Look over there. Luo Chen's voice, carried by the wind, echoed in her ear. The young physician followed his gaze. Below, in the dense forest, several massive wind wolves lounged lazily by the stream, basking in the sun that glistened off their sleek fur. Further away, a group of agile deer-like beasts dipped their heads to drink from the stream, their ears perked up in vigilance. In the sky, a few elegantly winged birds, trailing long tails, were startled by their presence, emitting melodious calls as they circled around the pair of extraordinary flyers before soaring off into the distance. They seemed unafraid of the flaming wings, instead exhibiting a sense of kinship. And over there, Luo Chen adjusted their direction, the Yin Yunxian wings tracing a reddish-blue trail as they glided toward the other side of the mountains. Before them appeared a vast valley, adorned with an array of peculiar blossoms. Fiery red flame flowers, deep blue moonlight grass, pure white cloud cotton orchids, and golden sunflowers. Countless vibrant blooms in various forms competed for attention in the valley, creating a breathtaking sea of flowers, the rich fragrance wafting even at high altitudes. A beauty that took one's breath away. As the gentle breeze swept through, petals danced like colorful raindrops, swirling into the air, some even playfully brushing against the young physician's cheeks and hair tips. Wow, how beautiful! The young physician could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in heartfelt admiration. In her clear eyes reflected the majestic rivers and mountains, the vibrant flower rain, and the free-flying birds, as all gloom, worries, and the weight of fate seemed to be swept away by the boundless sky and the liberating wind in that moment. She forgot her afflictions, forgot the potential farewells, and forgot all worldly troubles. A pure, radiant smile, as clean as a mountain spring and as brilliant as the sun, blossomed on her exquisite face. That smile was so bright, so joyous, carrying the purest delight of a young girl, as though illuminating the entire sky. She laughed joyfully, her laughter ringing like silver bells, delicately drifting in the breeze. It was an unparalleled joy she had never experienced before in her life. Chapter 52, The Kiss. Luo Chen gazed down at the girl in his arms, her smile radiant, her eyes sparkling like stars, her hair dancing in the wind, and her skirt swirling around her, filling his heart with immense satisfaction and bliss. Was not the pursuit of power primarily to protect such a smile? He burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonant and bold, echoing beneath the vast sky. The little healer slightly tilted her head, her gaze fixed upon the boy so near. The sunlight sculpted the sharp contours of his profile. The sweat dried by the wind, leaving only his vibrant spirit. He focused intently on maneuvering his wings, his eyes bright and resolute, exuding a reassuring sense of reliability that brought her immense comfort. A surge of emotion overwhelmed her, akin to the vibrant sea of flowers beneath her, flooding her heart with sweetness that nearly took her breath away. The sound of the wind roared in her ears, yet in her world, it seemed as if only the steady rhythm of his heartbeat remained. She gently pressed her cheek against his warm chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat, and with a voice soft enough that perhaps even the wind could not discern, she whispered, "Luo Chen, thank you." Her words were as faint as a whisper, imbued with endless tenderness and affection. What did you say, little healer?" Luo Chen, vaguely catching her words, lowered his head, his expression a blend of amusement and curiosity. The wind was too loud. He truly could not hear her. The little healer lifted her gaze, meeting his bright, questioning eyes. She chose not to repeat herself, instead gazing deeply into his eyes. In those clear depths, at that moment, lay an unfathomable tenderness, akin to the finest wine, nearly drowning him in its richness. In the next instant, before Luo Chen could fully comprehend, the little healer slightly raised her head, tilting her charmingly flushed face, closing her eyes with a near-reverent courage, and gently yet swiftly pressed her soft, cool lips against his cheek. Time seemed to pause at that moment. The wind appeared to soften, no longer howling, but gently enveloping them, swirling a few drifting petals around as they danced beside them. The distant birdsong transformed into a melody of blessings. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting golden rays that enveloped the two in an embrace, making them the focal point of the stage. The air was infused with the fragrance of flowers, the scent of grass, and an indescribable sweetness that tantalized the heart. Luo Chen's body instantly stiffened, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. The cool, soft sensation of the kiss, carrying the sweet scent of the girl, seared into his skin like a brand, penetrating deep into his heart. An indescribable tingling sensation swiftly spread from the kissed spot throughout his entire being, as if his blood surged to his head, leaving his mind blank, consumed only by the vivid, enchanting feeling that magnified infinitely. He forgot to breathe, forgot to flap his fiery wings behind him, and merely stared in a daze at the shy girl, whose entire face was buried in his chest. Her long eyelashes trembled violently like the wings of a startled butterfly, and her ears flushed a deep crimson, as if blood might drip from them. In that moment, the world around them faded, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats, resonating clearly and powerfully in the vast expanse above. That silent kiss spoke volumes, conveying all the unspoken, tender yet fervent emotions nestled within the heart of a young girl. The thrill of the heights and the lingering warmth of that kiss seemed to imprint upon their very heartbeats. Luo Chen cradled the little healer in his arms, the fiery wings of Yan Yun Xian gently fanning behind him, maintaining their suspended stance until the energy within him was nearly depleted. Only then did he descend slowly towards the resplendent flower valley. The wings of crimson and azure folded in, transforming into glimmering particles that melded into Luo Chen's being. With utmost care, he placed the still bashful girl, who dared not lift her gaze, amidst the soft blooms. Beneath them lay petals and grass as thick as a carpet, while around them, vibrant waves of flowers swayed in the breeze, enveloping them in a gentle, intoxicating fragrance. As the little healer's feet touched the ground, she felt as if she were treading on clouds, light and ethereal. Her head hung low, the tips of her ears and the skin along her neck blushing an enticing shade of rose, while her hands nervously twisted the hem of her garment, as if attempting to shrink into herself. Luo Chen stood before her, the remnants of a blush still gracing his cheeks, but his deep, dark eyes were now filled with an unwavering tenderness, akin to a tranquil lake reflecting the shy girl before him. The sea of flowers was silent, save for the soft rustling of petals caressed by the wind and the rhythmic thumping of their hearts, audible to each other. At last, Luo Chen inhaled deeply, breaking the sweet, intoxicating silence. His voice was low and clear, imbued with the unique innocence of youth, yet carrying the steadfastness of a rock. Slicing through the floral expanse, "Little healer," he called her name, his gaze unwavering upon her lowered brow. "That night, you asked if I could protect you for a lifetime." He paused slightly, as if gathering all his courage and solemnity. "My answer is yes." The simplicity of those two words was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tempestuous waves in the depths of the little healer's heart. She shot her head up, her clear eyes brimming with a kaleidoscope of emotions, immense surprise, profound gratitude. But more than anything, a tidal wave of deep-seated fear and trepidation surged forth. Yet, like a frightened fawn, her voice trembled slightly, her eyes misting over. "I fear my constitution might." The rest of her words were choked by an overwhelming dread, transforming into silent sobs. She could not fathom the horrifying image of this young man, who had ventured into perilous depths for her, who soared through the skies with her, vowing to protect her for eternity, turning into something terrifying when the dreadful poison within her spiraled out of control. Just the thought of such a scenario pierced her heart with anguish. However, before she could finish her worried utterance, a warm, distinctly defined hand gently reached out, exuding an undeniable tenderness. Luo Chen's finger, warmed by his body, softly pressed against her slightly parted, cool lips, which had grown chilly from anxiety. "Shoo!" He gestured for silence, his gaze so tender it could melt the hardest of ice. I understand your concerns, dear healer." His voice flowed like a crystal-clear spring in the valley, imbued with a soothing power, The cursed poison body is not an uncontrollable affliction. You need not bear the constant fear of harming those around you. Nor should you evade me. The healer trembled, her pupils constricting in shock. She gazed incredulously at Luo Chen, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Her eyes filled with profound astonishment and a flicker of fragile, disbelieving hope. He knows? He knows about the cursed poison body, and he claims it can be controlled? How do you know this? Her voice was dry, trembling with disbelief. Can my condition truly be managed? I fear the despair that may follow hope, and dread that this hope might drag him into the abyss as well. Chapter 53, The Oath of the Sea of Flowers. Luo Chen observed the flickering glimmer of vulnerability in her eyes. His heart pricked like a needle. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly withdrew his finger from her lips and reverently retrieved an ancient, time-worn black ring, an heirloom of Wen Qianjue, from his storage ring. He gently placed the weighty ring into the cool palm of the healer. This was discovered in the cave where I found the sun heart flame. Luo Chen's voice was deep and clear as he recounted memories of Wen Qianjue, a formidable individual burdened by the same cursed poison body, who ultimately chose self-exile, and the hope he left behind regarding the ethereal poison fire, as well as the potential to control the cursed poison body. So you see, dear healer, Luo Chen's gaze was like a torch, ardently fixed upon her. The cursed poison body is not without resolution. That elder's experiences illuminate the path toward mastery. The most crucial element lies in locating the ethereal poison fire. The ethereal poison fire? The healer instinctively tightened her grip around the ring, as if grasping a lifeline, and the flicker of hope in her eyes began to blaze. Yes, Luo Chen's tone brimmed with unwavering confidence. The ethereal poison fire, born from the most sinister and tainted realms, inherently harbors the world's deadliest poison essence. It shares a common origin with the cursed poison body within you. Should it be discovered and refined, it not only allows you to fully control the toxic powers within, wielding them at will without fear of harming the innocent. He paused, a smile of encouragement gracing his lips, but it could even enable you to become an alchemist. An alchemist? The healer gasped, her clear eyes widening in utter shock and indescribable joy. An alchemist? That was a dream she had long deemed unattainable during countless nights of studying pharmacopoeias and identifying herbs. A symbol of esteemed status, capable of transforming the mundane into the miraculous. She had always believed that her cursed body would forever sever her connection to fire, rendering the threshold of alchemy forever out of reach. Of course, it is possible. Luo Chen beheld her eyes suddenly alight with fervor, tenderly reaching out to ruffle her soft hair, his tone resoundingly reassuring. Your understanding of medicinal materials and their properties, that exquisite sensitivity, far surpasses that of ordinary apothecaries. Your inability to harness fire attribute combat energy, your exclusion from becoming an alchemist, stems from the erosion and rejection caused by the cursed poison body. But the ethereal poison fire is different. It is, in essence, a perfect amalgamation of lethal poison and flame. Not only does it harmoniously align with your constitution, but it also bestows upon you the ability to wield fire and concoct elixirs. To render his words more compelling, Luo Chen concentrated his thoughts. Buzz. A sphere of remarkably condensed, pulsating primordial fire with a crimson-golden hue suddenly ascended from his palm. The flames did not radiate fiercely, rather, they harbored a profound and terrifying power, causing the surrounding air to warp slightly due to the purity of this elemental fire energy, exuding a disquieting heat. This was the primordial fire fused with the Yao Xian flame spirit. This is my primordial fire, Luo Chen elucidated, cradling the vibrant azure-red flames in his palm. Spirit seeds are rare wonders birthed from the cosmos, containing fragments of the fundamental laws of a single attribute. By a stroke of fortune, I absorbed this Yao Xian flame spirit, which deeply tempered and enhanced my fire attribute combat energy, catalyzing a qualitative transformation in both its quality and potency, rivaling even the legendary. He gazed intently at the little healer, his eyes soft yet resolute. Moreover, my constitution is a rare all-attribute one. This signifies that I can continuously evolve and upgrade all my combat attributes by seeking and absorbing various spirit seeds. Fire attribute is merely one among many. As my strength ascends, so too will my combat energy, including this primordial fire infused with the spirit seed, enhancing both its might and my dominion over power. With a firm grasp, he extinguished the azure-red flames. He turned his gaze back to the little healer, his voice imbued with an unwavering promise. Thus, Xianer, until I successfully locate the nether poison fire and discover a definitive method to help you master the calamity of your toxic body, my primordial fire and my strength are sufficient to suppress the eruption of the poison within you. I shall stand by your side. ensuring that the toxicity remains under control and does not harm you or anyone else. Luo Chen's gaze radiated warmth akin to the sun, dispelling the shadows that loomed within her heart. I have vowed to protect you for a lifetime. This is not mere consolation, nor a fleeting promise. It is a solemn oath. It is a covenant. The little healer stood transfixed, her hand tightly clutching the ring that bore the legacy of hope and the wisdom of her predecessors. Luo Chen's words echoed in her heart like thunder, shattering the fortress of despair she had long constructed. The fears, insecurities, and helplessness that had long tormented her melted away in an instant, swept away by a surge of overwhelming warmth. Tears flowed uncontrollably, no longer the tears of pain and despair, nor those of fear and parting. They were tears of euphoric survival, tears of relief as burdens were suddenly lifted. Moreover, they were tears of profound emotion, pierced by the weighty, unabashed promise of protection from the young man before her. Crystal droplets cascaded like pearls from her clear eyes, rolling down her fair cheeks and landing upon the vibrant petals beneath her feet, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. The little healer choked on her words, her voice fractured and trembling, laden with immense emotional impact. In the next moment, she resembled a moth drawn to flame, expending all her strength to plunge into Luo Chen's embrace. "Thank you, truly, thank you," she murmured, her scorching tears instantly soaking the fabric of his chest. Her slender arms clung tightly around his waist, as if she sought to merge all her fears, grievances, emotions, and rekindled hopes into this embrace. Her body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by intense feelings, like a small boat that had finally found refuge amidst a storm. Luo Chen could feel the warmth emanating from the soft form of the girl nestled against him, her gentle tremors mingling with the faint herbal scent of her hair, which was tinged with the saline essence of her tears. An indescribable sense of tenderness and fulfillment surged within him. Without hesitation, he opened his arms wider, adopting a more resolute and encompassing stance, pulling her petite frame deeply into his embrace. The strength of his arms was gentle yet undeniable, as if he wished to integrate her into his very being, making her an inseparable part of his existence. "I shall always keep my word," he whispered solemnly into her ear, reiterating that eternal vow. The gentle breeze swept through the vibrant sea of flowers, stirring countless colorful petals that danced around their entwined figures like whimsical sprites. The sunlight cascaded warmly upon them, enveloping the tightly embraced youth in a golden halo. Their young hearts, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, drew so near. The fervent and resonant beats seemed to be the sole melody in that realm, silently narrating promises and bonds. The flower sea swayed, and time stood still. In that moment, it felt as though eternity had been captured. Chapter 54, The Important Person. The vows amidst the flower sea acted like a warm sun, dispelling the long-standing gloom that had enveloped the little healer's heart. Upon returning to the tranquil valley, the air, imbued with the fragrance of herbs, seemed to carry a hint of sweetness. The two sat beneath the gnarled ancient tree beside Luo Chen's wooden cabin, as the clear stream gurgled over pebbles, producing a melodious sound. The moonlight cascaded down like liquid silver, bestowing a gentle luminescence upon everything. The little healer hugged her knees, glancing at the quiet boy beside her. The soaring heights, the vows among the flowers, and the ring that held hope, all deepened her curiosity and concern for this enigmatic and powerful youth. After a moment's hesitation, she softly broke the stillness under the moonlight. "Luo Chen, could you share your past with me?" Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting from the shimmering surface of the stream to the little healer's face, which was etched with concern. In the moonlight, her eyes were clear and profound, radiating an undeniable sincerity. He fell silent for a moment, a flicker of hidden pain crossing his features, which then settled into a serene calmness. He began to speak slowly, his voice deep, as if recounting a distant and heavy tale. "When I was 12, my voice carried a barely perceptible rasp. My small village was slaughtered overnight." In that succinct statement lay a profound anguish capable of tearing one's soul apart. The little healer's heart tightened sharply, her breath momentarily catching in her throat. "I am uncertain as to why or who has caused this." Luo Chen's gaze was cast toward the profound night sky, as if attempting to pierce through the endless darkness in search of an answer. "By the time I awoke, the entire village had transformed into a hellish sea of blood." His voice was soft, yet each word struck like a blade. "My parents, our neighbor Uncle Zhang, who had played with us since childhood, and everyone else had vanished." The little healer covered her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes, as she envisioned the harrowing scene of a purgatory on earth. How could a 12-year-old child emerge from such despair? I lay in the icy pool of blood, my body aching, but the deeper pain resided in my heart. Luo Chen's hand pressed gently against his chest, his knuckles turning pale from the force. "I thought I was destined to perish. And then, The little healer's voice trembled with emotion. Eventually, a glimmer of light surfaced in Luo Chen's eyes. It was the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps. They fortuitously passed through the ruins. It was Captain Tyen who unearthed me from the heap of corpses. He paused, seemingly recalling the warmth of that life-saving grace. They rescued me, bringing me back to their base. It was old Zhang, the stubborn yet kind-hearted apothecary, who labored for 3 days and nights to pull me back from the brink of death. It was Brother Heisey, the honest giant, who steadfastly watched over me, providing water and sharing amusing tales of the mercenary group. His tones softened gradually, imbued with nostalgia. Captain Tyen discovered my innate talent for cultivation, a rare gift of all attribute fighting spirit. When he mentioned this rare talent, a complexity tinged Luo Chen's voice. At that moment, I felt elated, believing I could become powerful enough to seek vengeance. Yet Captain Tieshan's expression was grave. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened. He cautioned me that an all-attribute fighting spirit is an exceedingly rare endowment, perhaps unique in existence, and a source of peril that could attract lethal attention. Until I had sufficient strength, I must conceal my abilities, for exposing them would invite unimaginable covetousness and danger. He looked at the little healer with earnest and profound eyes, saying, "Thus, this secret, apart from Captain Tyen, old Zhang, Brother Heisey, and others who saved, nurtured, and taught me, is known only to you. Only those of significance would confide such truths to the little healer." As she repeated these words softly, her heart felt as though it had been cast into a boiling stone, creating ripples of immense emotion. An indescribable warmth surged through her, accompanied by a powerful thrill that enveloped her entire being. She was recognized as someone important to Luo Chen. This unreserved trust and the cherished position she held in his life filled her with sweetness and reassurance. The previous anxieties and fears dissipated in that moment, leaving only profound emotion and a heavy sense of responsibility to safeguard this trust. Luo Chen nodded, his gaze resolute. From that moment on, I devoted myself fiercely to cultivation. Captain Tyen and the others provided me with the finest resources available within the mercenary corps, techniques, martial arts, and elixirs. My aptitude was decent, and with a stroke of luck, I attained my current prowess. He opened his palm, revealing a swirling orb of crimson and azure primordial fire, which rose softly, dancing and radiating a pure and powerful aura. However, his gaze did not lighten. Instead, it deepened, akin to a flame that burns eternally. But this was far from sufficient. He clenched his fists tightly, the crimson fire instantly retracting, leaving only a fervent will to battle. I must become stronger, strong enough to shield those I cherish from harm, strong enough to tear through the sanguine mist of that night and unveil the truth, to grant peace to all souls that have departed. The boy's words, etched with the marks of blood and fire, carried the weight of responsibility and unwavering resolve. Echoing through the silent valley, the young healer listened intently, absorbing the profound pain, the heavy hatred, and the indomitable spirit woven into his utterances. Her heart ached for him, for this boy who had clawed his way from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, burdened by such a heavy past and future. She reached out, not to grasp his hand, but to gently encircle his arm, imparting her warmth and strength. Her voice, as gentle as moonlight, bore an undeniable firmness. "Luo Chen, I gaze into your profound eyes. We shall traverse the path ahead together. You are no longer alone. Regardless of how strong you wish to become, or what truths you seek, I am here. I am one of those who matter to you." There were no grandiloquent words, only the simplest of promises. Luo Chen shivered slightly, lowering his gaze to the girl who held his arm, witnessing the untainted support and companionship reflected in her eyes. A tremendous warmth surged forth, breaking down the cold barriers he had erected within his heart. He turned his hand, gently covering her cool knuckles, the warmth radiating from his palm, as if connecting two hearts yearning for warmth and reliance. He responded softly, his voice laced with a barely perceptible quiver. Beneath the moonlight, the two nestled beneath an ancient tree, the brook babbling nearby, as if time itself softened and slowed in that moment, leaving only the sound of their synchronized heartbeats. Chapter 55. The Source of Fire and Control of Calamity. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the night breeze turned cool. Luo Chen appeared to recall something and softly inquired, "Young healer, may I see the 7-colored poison manual we found in that mysterious cave?" Without a moment's hesitation, the young healer retrieved a dark purple scroll, composed of an unusual material that emitted a faint, eerie glow from her storage ring. It was indeed the 7-colored poison manual, which documented the cultivation methods of the calamity poison body and various peculiar poison techniques. Luo Chen accepted the scroll, feeling its weight and the chill it emanated. He did not immediately open it. Instead, his gaze sharpened, and his consciousness delved deep into his mind. System. Scan and analyze this 7-colored poison manual. Is there a way to optimize it? Particularly with regard to the young healer's current condition. Can we ensure her suppression of the calamity poison body and her safety to the greatest extent before locating the netherfire? Command confirmed. Scanning target, 7-colored poison manual. In-depth analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Detected risks of toxin backlash and loss of control within the core cultivation method. Based on the host's innate fire characteristics and understanding of the calamity poison body's energy model, adaptive optimization simulation will commence. Optimization Direction 1. Constructing the radiant heart flame source network. Utilizing the host's primal fire as a guide, a delicate energy network is established within the cultivator's body, centered around the Dantian, Heart Meridian, and Niwen Palace. This network does not interfere with the operation of poisonous energy. Yet it can monitor the concentration and activity of toxicity in real time. When toxicity approaches a critical threshold of chaos, the source network automatically triggers a faint purifying fire pulse to instantaneously suppress and soothe it, compelling the toxicity to revert to a controllable path. Optimization Direction 2. Reshaping the toxicity circuit, refining the overly aggressive and uncontrollable pathways of the original toxic scripture. The new circuit emphasizes accumulation and control, focusing on the refinement and sedimentation of toxicity at specific acupoints, such as the hand Tyen lung meridian and the foot Juyan liver meridian, thereby slowing its explosive growth and enhancing stability. Additionally, it guides a portion of the mild toxicity to nourish the meridians, reducing backlash damage. Optimization Direction 3. Introducing symbiotic mark. At the core of the host's primal fire, a trace of the small healer's calamity poison body essence is imprinted, establishing a bidirectional, faint resonance. The host can remotely perceive the state of toxicity within their body and, if necessary, actively direct the primal fire to intervene. Furthermore, this mark assists the cultivator in guiding the toxicity with greater precision, minimizing deviations in cultivation. Optimization complete. New model, source fire control calamity toxic scripture. Shall it be transmitted? Transmit. Without hesitation, Luo Chen affirmed. In an instant, a vast and intricate stream of improved information surged into Luo Chen's consciousness. The new pathway map for toxicity, the construction method for the radiant heart flame source network, and the condensation method for the symbiotic mark were all exceedingly clear. Its intricacy far surpassed the original 7-colored toxic scripture, minimizing risk while not diminishing its fundamental efficacy in cultivating toxicity, but rather adding a sense of balance and tranquility. Luo Chen abruptly opened his eyes, a surge of uncontrollable joy illuminating his gaze. He grasped the small healer's hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Little healer, I have found a solution. Before we locate the netherworld poison fire, I can help you better suppress the calamity poison body, rendering it almost harmless to you and those around you." Really? The small healer's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had heard a divine melody. Absolutely. Luo Chen promptly detailed the key points of the optimized source fire control calamity toxic scripture to the small healer. He emphasized the principles of monitoring and suppression within the radiant heart flame source network, the stability of the new toxicity circuit, and the role of the symbiotic mark. Now, clear your mind and guide a trace of the essence of your calamity poison body to the surface. Luo Chen's expression grew solemn as a crimson-blue primal fire began to rise from his palm, pulsating with warmth and formidable energy. The small healer obediently closed her eyes, striving to control the dormant, fearsome power within her. A minuscule, deep purple-hued energy emanated from her fingertips, resembling a spectral serpent, imbued with a chilling and perilous essence. Luo Chen cautiously manipulated the primal fire, extracting a strand of exceedingly pure and gentle flame, akin to the softest silk, which gradually enveloped the faint purple toxic aura. A wondrous occurrence transpired. The violent toxic aura, upon contact with the crimson gold flame, did not exhibit fierce repulsion. Instead, it seemed to be soothed, becoming docile. Under the exquisite control of Luo Chen, the two entities gradually merged and entwined, ultimately coalescing into an exceedingly minuscule, yet remarkably stable purplish-golden, symbiotic mark at the core of the crimson golden flames. "It is accomplished," Luo Chen exclaimed softly, retracting his palm, causing the diminutive purplish-golden mark to vanish into the depths of the flames, establishing a wondrous connection with him. He could distinctly perceive the immense and dormant toxicity within the body of the little healing fairy at the other end of the mark, akin to a slumbering ferocious beast, yet presently exceedingly tranquil. "Little healing fairy, according to the new method I taught you, attempt to activate it." Encouragement sparkled in Luo Chen's eyes. Taking a deep breath to quell her excitement, the little healing fairy sat cross-legged, her mind sinking into her body as she cautiously guided the dark, purplish vortex of toxicity within her Dantian. following the optimized path of the source fire control of poison scripture. This experience felt entirely different. The toxicity no longer surged with the ferocity and wildness it once did. Under the guidance of the new path, it flowed like a tamed river, still imbued with formidable power, yet much more stable and orderly. She could clearly observe a faint, almost imperceptible crimson-golden energy network quietly emerging at several critical junctures within her body, resembling the most intricate protective web, silently guarding her. Whenever the toxicity surged slightly at certain nodes, the crimson-golden network would emit a subtle yet effective purifying fire pulse, akin to a gentle reminder that instantaneously soothed the toxicity's restlessness, coaxing it back onto its predetermined course. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her. For the first time, she felt with clarity that this innate, terrifying power could indeed be controlled by her, although the distance to wield it at will remained vast. The solid feeling of this first step was enough to leave her trembling with excitement, observing the mixture of disbelief and immense joy on the little healing fairy's face. Luo Chen finally felt a complete sense of relief. He gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Take your time, become familiar with it. With the source network in place, and with me by your side, nothing will go amiss." The little healing fairy nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented light of hope. After that night, life in the valley entered a new rhythm. The little healing fairy devoted most of her days to practicing the source fire control of poison scripture. Beneath the ancient trees, beside the streams, and on the hillside adorned with medicinal herbs, one could always find her seated in meditation. Faint wisps of an almost perfectly contained dark purplish aura flickered around her, no longer exuding a heart-stopping sense of destruction, but rather imbued with depth and mystery. Her aura, nourished by the toxicity, steadily ascended. Meanwhile, Luo Chen did not slacken in his endeavors. He understood that becoming a battle master was merely a new beginning. In the open spaces of the valley, he repeatedly honed the ashwood burning wind step, his figure transforming into elusive crimson-blue afterimages. He practiced the layering wave palm, refining his battle energy to its utmost. More importantly, he began to refine his alchemical skills. The abundant medicinal materials stored in Wen Qianjue's spatial ring, along with a quality medicinal cauldron, became his finest tools, beginning with the most rudimentary of respiratory elixirs and coagulation powders. He endeavored to harness the tumultuous energy of the primordial fire of the Yao Yen, tempering it into the docile flame required for alchemical creation. The failure to concoct high-tier elixirs was a frequent occurrence, with the acrid scent of burned ingredients occasionally wafting from the alchemical cauldron. Yet, he meticulously recorded each failure within the system, progressing at an astonishing pace. In the valley, amidst the fragrant herbs, the faint aroma of nascent elixirs occasionally drifted through the air. As day turned to night, time slipped quietly by within the serene confines of the valley and the two practitioners' dedicated training. Beneath the ancient trees and beside the babbling brook, the young man perspired profusely, fists and palms slicing through the air, while the young woman, with closed eyes and focused mind, contained her toxic breath. Chapter 56. Forward. Deep within the depths of the monster mountain range, behind a concealed waterfall in a secluded gorge, the thunderous roar of water masked all sounds within the cave. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged upon a dry stone platform, his expression grave. Suspended before him was a sphere of deep purple flame, at its center encasing a viscous droplet of a purplish-golden liquid emanating violent energy fluctuations, the source crystal of the purple crystal wing lion king. He formed hand seals, his fighting spirit coiling around the purple fire like chains, cautiously guiding the pure, yet ferocious fire attribute energy, peeling away and refining it before channeling it into his meridians. This process was exceedingly perilous. The unruly and violent energy of the purple fire surged through his meridians, inflicting waves of excruciating pain, soaking his garments in sweat. However, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, teeth clenched, bolstered by his indomitable will and the steady guidance of the elder alchemist deep within his soul. He gradually tamed and assimilated the tumultuous energy. Time became an indistinct concept as he labored, and at the moment the last trace of purple fire energy was completely absorbed and refined, merging into his Dantian cyclone. A surge of formidable power erupted within Xiao Yan, far surpassing his previous strength. His fighting spirit enveloped him in a shimmering shroud, amplified several-fold compared to before. The volume and rotational speed of the cyclone underwent a qualitative transformation. Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath, imbued with a hint of purple essence, slowly opening his eyes, which sparkled with an undeniable joy. "Teacher, I have succeeded. I have ascended to the Dome Master realm." "Ha, splendid." The ethereal figure of the elder alchemist floated nearby, stroking his beard, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The energy of the purple fire is indeed formidable. Your ability to refine and absorb it within such a short span is commendable. You have laid a solid foundation, exhibiting a remarkable composure without haste or recklessness. Feeling the torrent of power surging within him, several times greater than at the pinnacle of a fighter's strength, Xiao Yan clenched his fists. A wave of fervor rising within him. Suddenly, he recalled a conversation overheard at a nearby town while resupplying, regarding the mercenaries' drunken discussions, and could not help but inquire. Teacher, I heard the mercenaries mention that brother Luo Chen seems to have annihilated the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps. What do you think his current strength is? Upon hearing this, the elder alchemist's eyes flickered with surprise, which quickly transformed into understanding and approval. The Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps? If I recall, Mushi was a 2-star Dou Master, correct? To have wiped out the entire Wolf-Head, it appears that young Luo Chen has encountered significant fortune within the Monster Mountain range. After a moment of contemplation, he affirmed, given that boy's talent and temperament, coupled with this achievement, he has likely reached the Dou Master realm. Perhaps even before you. In the eyes of the newly appointed Dou Master Xiao Yan, a fierce flame of ambition ignited, devoid of any trace of jealousy, replaced instead by an intense desire to pursue excellence. Indeed, brother Luo Chen is formidable. It appears that our training must be intensified. He abruptly rose to his feet, savoring the newfound strength that accompanied his advancement, casting his gaze towards the expansive world beyond the cave. Master, where shall we venture next? Elder Yao observed the indomitable spirit and fervor shining in Xiao Yan's eyes, and he erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. This is the spirit of my disciple, Yao Chen. Come, let us first seek a tranquil spot to solidify your realm, and then we shall proceed to Haiyan City. We shall attempt to acquire an alchemist's badge for some amusement. An alchemist's badge? Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Splendid. Let us embark. Meanwhile, at the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps encampment on the opposite side of the Beast Mountain range, a cacophony erupted. Captain, brothers, major news, tremendous news. Hazy's distinctive booming voice resonated like thunder as he rushed into the camp, his face flushed with exhilaration, nearly tripping over himself in his haste. The mercenaries, either training in the central courtyard or resting in their tents, were startled by his commotion. Iron Mountain, with a furrowed brow, strode purposefully from the main tent, his large hand unceremoniously landing a thwack on Hazy's nape, producing a sharp crack. You rascal! What has you so riled up? Did a beast chase you? Or have you stumbled upon treasure? What monumental news has you in such a state? Hazy stumbled forward, barely catching himself. Ignoring the sting of his reprimand, he seized a water ladle from a nearby bucket and took several deep gulps. Finally regaining his breath to bellow even louder, Captain, brothers, our little Luo Chen. He has accomplished something extraordinary. Luo Chen. The mere mention of the name sent shockwaves through the camp, igniting interest among the mercenaries who immediately gathered, their faces alight with concern and anticipation. It had been nearly 6 months since Luo Chen had departed for the Beast Mountain range, and news of him had been sparse. Thus, the sudden revelation stirred excitement. Hazy, hurry and tell us. What has happened to little Luo Chen? Is he in danger? A burly man with a beard inquired anxiously. Indeed, Hazy. Stop keeping us in suspense. You are driving us mad, urged another tall, lean mercenary. Is he injured? Where is he? Even the usually composed old Zhang pressed forward. Worry etched on his face. Iron Mountain felt a tightening in his chest, but seeing Hazy's exuberance, which seemed to suggest good tidings, he commanded in a steady tone. Silence. Hazy, tell us, what is the current state of Luo Chen? Hazy surveyed the anxious faces surrounding him, grinning widely before puffing out his chest, his voice brimming with pride and astonishment. Oh, you needn't fret. It is splendid news. I have just received definitive information from Qingshan Town. He took a deep breath, as if preparing to unleash the excitement pent up within him. Little Luo Chen entered the Beast Mountain range months ago and stumbled upon a formidable treasure within a cave. However, he has drawn the ire of the local ruffians, the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps. They, emboldened by their numbers, have cornered Luo Chen deep within the Beast Mountain range. What? The Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps? How dare they bully our own? Those scoundrels! How could they target someone so young? Brothers, arm yourselves. In the tranquil town of Qingshan, a fervent outcry erupted as Hazy's words resonated through the camp. The atmosphere was charged with indignation. The mercenaries, with their eyes ablaze, seized their weapons, ready to surge forth. Luo Chen, the cherished child they had nurtured, had been wronged, an affront that could not be tolerated. Even Taishan, usually composed, furrowed his brow, a palpable fury emanating from him as he grasped the hilt of his dagger, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. Hazy, get to the point. Where is Xiao Luo Chen now? Is he injured? Calm down. Allow me to finish. Hazy hastily leapt atop a large boulder, arms outstretched to restrain the fervent crowd. I'm not done yet. The crux of the matter lies ahead. Clearing his throat, he surveyed the sea of fiery gazes below, mustering all his strength to bellow. After Luo Chen was forced deep into the mountains for over 2 months, he has returned. Not only unscathed, but Hazy deliberately elongated his delivery, savoring the suspense, before thunderously proclaiming, his cultivation has reportedly surged to the pinnacle of a 9-star fighter. Furthermore, he single-handedly annihilated the entire wolf head mercenary corps from top to bottom, including their leader, the 2-star fighter Dou Qi. Not a single soul was spared, and their camp was left in ashes. A profound silence enveloped the Iron Rock Mercenary camp, as if time stood still. The mercenaries, frozen in their previous posture of rage, now bore expressions of sheer shock and disbelief, their mouths agape, eyes wide with astonishment. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally murmured, the pinnacle of a 9-star fighter. He wiped out the entire wolf head. Dou Qi, a 2-star fighter, was slain by Luo Chen. Hazy, are you certain you haven't had too much to drink? Did I hear that correctly? My heavens, how long has it been? Not even half a year. Is Luo Chen still human? Gasps of astonishment and incredulous murmurs shattered the silence, akin to cold water splashing into a boiling pot of oil. Everyone was reeling from the revelation, grappling with the notion that the child they once protected and guided had matured into such a formidable force in a mere blink of an eye, capable of slaying a 2-star fighter and obliterating a mercenary band of hundreds. Suddenly, a resounding and thunderous laughter, brimming with unrestrained joy and pride, pierced through the clamor. It was Tyen. The usually steadfast leader was now laughing so heartily that his beard trembled, his chest heaving with exhilaration, eyes shimmering with profound satisfaction and a hint of moisture. He emphatically clapped a nearby mercenary on the shoulder with such force that the poor soul nearly toppled over. Well done, young man. I knew it. I knew this lad was no ordinary being. He is a true dragon, the pinnacle of a 9-star fighter, slaying a 2-star fighter, annihilating the wolf head. Huh, what a thrill. Exhilarating beyond measure. This is the soldier I have nurtured. Wonderful. Marvelous. Little Luo Chen is truly impressive. He has brought great honor to our Tyen. I always believed that little Luo Chen would achieve greatness, but I never imagined it would be to such an extent. Ha ha ha. When we go to Qingshan town in the future, let us see who dares to underestimate the people of Tyen. When little Luo Chen returns, he must treat us. It is a must. The camp instantly transformed into a joyous ocean. All astonishment melted into immense pride and ecstasy. The mercenaries excitedly patted each other on the chest, cheering and shouting as if they themselves had achieved such magnificent victories. Old Zhang wiped the corners of his moist eyes, while Hazy was so thrilled that he danced with joy, as if he were the one who had single-handedly vanquished the wolf head. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Tyen gradually retracted his smile. He lifted his gaze, looking beyond the raucous crowd toward the depths of the Beast Mountain range, where the undulating peaks were shrouded in mist. His expression became profoundly deep, filled with anticipation and blessings. Good lad, he murmured softly, his voice audible only to himself, carrying a rare tenderness from the iron-willed man. Well done. Continue to soar forward. Reach even greater heights. Venture forth to carve out your own domain. We await the day when your name resounds across the continent. In the serene depths of the valley, on a natural stone platform far from the wooden cabin, the air was suffused with a rich medicinal aroma, mingling with the refreshing scent of herbs. At the center of the platform stood a half-human tall, dark red medicinal cauldron, adorned with intricate carvings, currently emanating intense heat. Luo Chen sat cross-legged before the cauldron, his expression grave, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He intently focused on the swirling, golden red flames within, his hands swiftly changing the seals like a fluttering butterfly, precisely controlling each flicker of heat. Within the flames, various herbs were being calcined, refined, and purified, meticulously merging into a pure medicinal liquid. This was his third attempt today at concocting the second-tier advanced medicine, Yang Qi-san. The previous 2 attempts had failed due to a slight miscalibration in controlling the violent energy of the Yao Xin Yin, resulting in the medicinal liquid turning into charred dross at the final fusion stage. With a focused mind, guiding the fire with the vitality of wood, Luo Chen silently recited the alchemical principles. His soul's perception became like the most delicate probe, penetrating every corner of the cauldron. Sensing the subtle energy changes during the merging of the medicinal liquid, he could feel that this time, the amalgamation was more stable and smooth than before. Time gradually flowed by. The color of the liquid in the cauldron began to even out, presenting a gentle jade-white hue, and the medicinal fragrance grew increasingly rich. As the last trace of impurity was eliminated, the liquid began to violently swirl and contract under the flames, nearing the moment of congealing. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. his hand seals suddenly shifting. Congeal. A low hum resonated from the cauldron. The golden red flames within abruptly withdrew, transforming into a gentle warmth enveloping the core. A thick white vapor surged forth from the gaps of the cauldron lid, carrying an intoxicating fragrance. Luo Chen swiftly slapped the lid. Clang. The lid sprang open with a resounding echo. At the bottom of the cauldron lay a pearl-sized, lustrous, jade-white pill, exuding a warm radiance. Its surface was smooth and delicate, with an almost imperceptible, cloud-like natural pattern visible upon closer inspection. This was the hallmark of a second-grade advanced pill known as the Vitality Elixir. It was done, finally accomplished. Luo Chen let out an excited low roar, his fatigued face instantly transformed by overwhelming joy. He carefully stored the warm Vitality Elixir in a jade bottle, savoring the pure energy it contained, his heart brimming with a sense of achievement. What delighted him even more was that at the moment the pill had formed, during the intense concentration of his soul power to manipulate the flames, he distinctly felt a stirring within the energy vortex in his body, as if his combat energy had become even more refined and concentrated. Upon further contemplation, he astonishingly discovered that his cultivation had quietly ascended by 1 star during this month of intensive alchemy and relentless honing of his fire control techniques. He had reached the 2nd star combat master. It seemed that the practice of alchemy had immense benefits from mastering the primal fire and refining combat energy. Luo Chen thoughtfully spread his palm, revealing a flickering azure glow amidst the crimson gold flame, with a barely discernible hint of noble golden radiance at its core. Representing the primal fire, which leapt into his hand once again. The flames danced gently, as if imbued with boundless mysteries. My understanding of the Yao Xian flame spirit seed is still far from sufficient. Gazing at this amalgamation of the spirit seed, powerful enough to rival exotic flames, an uncontrollable thought emerged in Luo Chen's mind. My current cultivation method is merely a single attribute technique. While it allows for training, the efficiency drops dramatically when switching to other elemental combat energies. In the rapidly shifting tides of battle, this is a fatal flaw. He furrowed his brow, pondering if there existed a technique capable of seamlessly accommodating and operating all my combat energy attributes simultaneously, unleashing the true potential of all attributes. He promptly called upon the system within his consciousness. System, scan and analyze my constitution and combat energy attributes. Is there a way for me to efficiently cultivate all combat energy attributes at once? Or could you recommend a technique that perfectly adapts to all attributes? Command confirmed. Scanning host's constitution. Universal combat energy vessel. Analyzing current requirements. Multi-attribute synchronous efficient cultivation and transformation. System database retrieval completed. Conclusion. Current system permission level is insufficient to directly generate or provide a bespoke technique model that accommodates all attributes. Solution prompt. The host must elevate their strength to the combat sovereign realm, enhancing soul power and comprehension of the laws of nature to the corresponding level. At that time, the host may gather multiple advanced techniques of different attributes, recommended above Earth rank, which the system will analyze deeply, deduce, and attempt to create a universal primal technique tailored to the host. Current recommendation. The host should still proceed methodically, focusing on enhancing the realm of single or dual attribute techniques, accumulating combat energy foundation and battle experience. When the timing is ripe, success will naturally follow. Advanced techniques above the Earth rank require multiple sources. Luo Chen looked at the system's response, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and let out a long sigh, slumping onto the stone platform like a deflated balloon, gazing up at the mist-covered sky above the valley. Sigh, understood. He muttered in a somewhat dejected manner, realizing that reaching the pinnacle of success was not as effortless as he had hoped. It seemed that the arduous journey of leveling up and acquiring skills was still a long way off. Indeed, the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Yet, despite the lengthy road that lay before him, the sight of the flickering flames in his palm and the gentle elixir within the jade vial quickly replaced his momentary despondence with unwavering determination. At the very least, he was already on the path, and by his side were those who depended on his protection. Chapter 58. Return home. The tranquility of the valley was abruptly shattered by the crisp cry of an eagle, soon replaced by the rush of a more powerful wind. The crimson and azure wings of the fiery phoenix pierced through the thin mist atop the valley, carrying 2 figures like blazing meteors, soaring into the heavens. Luo Chen securely held the petite healer, feeling her body tense slightly from the speed of their flight, her heartbeat racing in unison with the wind. The fierce breeze tousled their hair, creating a symphony of whispers. Below them, the undulating emerald mountains swiftly receded, transforming into a blurred green backdrop. Luo Chen, the source fire control poison sutra you taught me is truly magnificent. The healer's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement, carried by the wind to Luo Chen's ears. She tilted her face upwards, her eyes sparkling like a sky filled with stars. Previously, I could only rely on swallowing those bitter and harmful poisons, anxiously absorbing a minuscule amount of energy, always fearing that the toxic power would spiral out of control. Now, everything is different. She gestured animatedly, completely immersed in her overwhelming joy. Now, I merely need to harness the toxic energy that drifts through the world or resides within medicinal herbs, employing the method you taught me to absorb and refine it, guiding it to temper my innate fighting spirit. You know what? It feels as though I have clad my fighting spirit in a layer of resilient, yet flexible armor. Not only has my cultivation speed accelerated beyond measure, but my tone also radiated an unparalleled sense of assurance and pride. The toxic essence within my Dantian is now extraordinarily stable. It feels as if it is gently enveloped by a warm, solid net. No matter how I manipulate my fighting spirit, it remains tranquil, showing no signs of losing control. Luo Chen, you are truly remarkable. Observing the subtle blush on the healer's cheeks due to her excitement, and the pure, fervent joy shining in her eyes, Luo Chen could not help but smile broadly. Her happiness was his greatest achievement. Really? Luo Chen chuckled, playfully teasing her. Is the effect truly this remarkable? Of course it is. The healer nodded vigorously, like a fawn eager to prove herself. Then, feeling somewhat shy, she added, moreover, I feel much lighter than before. The accumulated toxins seem to have gradually dissipated with this new method of cultivation. However, Luo Chen's smile suddenly faltered. He seized upon a crucial point in her words. Wait. You mentioned the toxic essence within your Dantian? You are now circulating the innate fighting spirit? Yes. The healer, puzzled, blinked her clear eyes, her long lashes fluttering. What's wrong? Luo Chen gasped, his expression shifting to one of astonishment tinged with a hint of frustration. You just said you are now circulating the innate fighting spirit? Does that mean you have already ascended to the rank of a fighting master? His voice rose several octaves in disbelief. Indeed. The little medical immortal nodded vigorously, her expression one of absolute certainty. Indeed. I broke through just yesterday. I hadn't had the chance to tell you yet. Luo Chen felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth as he gazed at the innocent girl before him, who seemed to imply that becoming a Dou master was as simple as having hands. Unable to restrain himself, he smacked his forehead with an exaggerated sigh, exclaiming, Good heavens! The disparity between us is simply staggering. Little medical immortal, your cultivation speed is nothing short of miraculous. He counted on his fingers, his expression one of despair. I fought tooth and nail, facing death countless times in the monster beast mountain range, and barely managed to break through to Dou master. And you, after practicing the source fire control and toxicity scripture for such a short time, leaped directly from Dou practitioner to Dou master. With your physique and this technique, it's as if you're cheating. At this rate, you'll surpass me in no time. What will become of my dignity as a man then? Observing Luo Chen's exaggerated expression, as if the sky were falling, the little medical immortal was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a fit of laughter, her melodious giggles echoing like silver bells in the wind. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, and she finally stifled her laughter, deliberately puffing out her chest and striking a sisterly pose. She playfully tapped the tip of Luo Chen's nose with her delicate finger, teasingly saying, What's there to be afraid of? If that day ever comes, I'll protect you. I promise to keep you safe and sound. Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her antics, his earlier frustration dissipating like mist. He reached out, affectionately yet playfully flicking her smooth forehead. Little girl, thinking of being an older sister? You've got at least a century to go. Ouch. The little medical immortal pouted, feigning injury as she covered her forehead. Luo Chen's playful demeanor faded, his gaze turning serious and gentle, infused with the unwavering promise of youth. I was joking. Protecting you is a vow I made. No matter how strong you become, it will always be my duty to shield you from harm. He paused, his eyes drifting toward the faint outline of a town appearing on the distant horizon, his tone shifting to one of inquiry. Now that you've also ascended to Dou master and your strength is solidified, with the toxicity body temporarily at ease, it's time for us to leave the monster beast mountain range and continue our journey. Absolutely. The little medical immortal nodded without hesitation, her eyes shimmering with anticipation for the new adventure and unwavering trust in her companion. Wherever you go, I shall follow. It will surely be an exciting experience. Seeing her complete trust warmed Luo Chen's heart. He smiled faintly, his voice lowering slightly, tinged with an almost imperceptible fondness. However, before we embark on this new journey, I wish to return to a certain place. Huh. The little medical immortal looked at him curiously. I need to visit the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps. Luo Chen's gaze seemed to pierce through the clouds, landing on a place steeped in warmth and fiery memories. I want to see Captain Taizhan, Old Zhang, Brother Haizi, and the others. With our departure, I don't know when I'll return, so I wish to see home before we leave. Home, the little medical immortal softly repeated, instantly grasping the heavy sentiment that weighed on Luo Chen's heart. It was the place of his rebirth, the origin of his power, and the softest harbor of his soul. Her face blossomed with a gentle and understanding smile as she softly grasped the hand of Luo Chen wrapped around her waist. Their fingers intertwined, silently conveying support. All right. Her voice was tender yet resolute. I will accompany you home. Feeling the cool softness emanating from her palm and hearing her unwavering promise to return home together, the last trace of melancholy in Luo Chen's heart was filled with a profound warmth. He lowered his gaze, admiring the gentle yet determined profile of the girl in his arms, the sunlight casting a golden halo over her delicate skin, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. A surge of mingled passion and tenderness welled up within him. Luo Chen laughed heartily, tightening his embrace, drawing the little healer even closer to him. Hold on tight, he exclaimed, and suddenly, the magnificent Yin Yunxian wings behind him erupted with a dazzling crimson and azure radiance. The flames gliding across the wing membranes seemed to come alive, emitting a deep rumble. A tremendous thrust erupted in an instant. Caw! The blue eagle Xiao Yan let out a high-pitched cry, as if bidding farewell to the couple. Boom! The crimson and azure flames streaked across the sky, leaving a long trail reminiscent of a burning comet. The speed surged dramatically, and the mountains and rivers below transformed into blurred patches of color, rushing past them. The fierce wind struck their faces, yet it was gently deflected by the invisible barrier of Luo Chen's fighting spirit. The little healer gasped, instinctively clutching Luo Chen's neck, burying her cheek deep into his warm chest, listening to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling the thrill and freedom brought by their breakneck speed. All her apprehensions and uncertainties about the future were soothed in that moment by the strong and reassuring protection the young man beside her provided. Home was just ahead. Chapter 59, Return to Wutan City. The crimson and azure flame trail crossed the sky, not heading directly toward the town where the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps was stationed, but rather slightly veering towards the bustling hub of Wutan City in the northeastern region of the Gamma Empire. Are we heading to Wutan City first? The little healer nestled in Luo Chen's embrace, feeling the brisk wind of their high-speed flight, asked curiously. Yes, Luo Chen nodded, his voice carried by the wind to her ears. Before we set out for training, the meager funds given by Captain Taizhan have long been exhausted. This time back, I must bring back some decent gifts for everyone. The medicinal herbs we found in the valley are of good quality, and the pills I've refined are just sitting there. It would be more practical to exchange them for gold coins. The middle auction house in Wutan City is an excellent place to do so. The little healer nodded in understanding, feeling warmth from Luo Chen's attentiveness. Approaching a small town near Wutan City, Luo Chen's fighting spirit was nearly depleted. It seemed that his current energy was insufficient to sustain prolonged flight. He thought to himself. Thus, they sought a carriage to take them to Wutan City. An hour later, Wutan City, middle auction house. Even as merely a branch, the grand architecture still showcased the financial power and status of the empire's largest commercial association. Luo Chen, with the little healer by his side, skillfully navigated through the hall and expressed their intention to auction. Soon, a servant respectfully guided them into an elegant VIP lounge. Before long, a fragrant breeze wafted in, accompanied by a melodious and slightly languid yet enchanting laughter. With a cheerful cackle, I remarked on the magpie's song atop the branches, only to realize it heralded the arrival of an esteemed guest. The delicate beaded curtain was gently parted, revealing a striking figure draped in fiery red, gracefully entering the scene. It was none other than the chief auctioneer of the Mitre Auction House Yutun branch, Yafei. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes swept over Luo Chen, sparkling with unabashed admiration and surprise. Her lips parted slightly, a smile dancing across her face. To think the young prodigy who dazzled everyone at the Canaan Academy recruitment fair has not only advanced his skills at an astonishing pace, but is also a concealed alchemist? My, what a delightful surprise you have given your elder sister after just over half a year apart, dear Luo Chen. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. You know me, Chief Yafei? Of course, she replied, a soft laugh escaping her lips, her gaze filled with captivating charm. Among the brightest new stars in Yutan's younger generation are Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner from the Xiao clan, as well as you, dear Luo Chen. It is only natural for your elder sister to forge a close friendship with such a promising young talent. After all, it would be advantageous for me in the future, wouldn't it? As she spoke, she naturally moved closer, as if intending to link her delicate, bone-like arm through Luo Chen's to draw him nearer. However, a slender, pale hand was quicker than hers. The little medicine fairy stepped forward with subtlety, seamlessly entwining her arm with Luo Chen's. her gesture intimate and imbued with an undeniable sense of possession. She raised her clear eyes, meeting Yafei's gaze, which held a hint of curiosity and playfulness. With a calm demeanor that radiated an air of coolness and a faint warning, silently asserting her claim. Yafei's outstretched hand halted midair, her smile momentarily stiffening before transforming into a more profound grin, tinged with understanding and mischief. She discreetly withdrew her hand, casting an ambiguous glance between Luo Chen and the little medicine fairy, and chuckled. "Oh dear, look at your sister's oversight." So engrossed and reminiscing with Luo Chen that I failed to notice such a stunningly beautiful sister by his side. "Brother, should you not introduce this celestial being to your sister?" Feeling the gentle pressure from the little medicine fairy's grip on his arm and the teasing glint in Yafei's eyes, Luo Chen's ears flushed with heat. And he awkwardly introduced, "Oh, this is the little medicine fairy, my, good friend." The term good friend felt somewhat vague. "Oh," Yafei elongated the syllable playfully, an expression of understanding illuminating her face as her gaze wandered over their close proximity and Luo Chen's reddening ears. Her laughter blooming like a flower. "So she is your good friend. How blind I was not to see. Just look at you two, a golden boy and a jade girl. Such a perfect match standing together. I must apologize for my earlier rudeness, dear sister. Please forgive me." Her candid and warm remarks immediately painted both Luo Chen and the little medicine fairy's cheeks with a rosy hue. Luo Chen coughed awkwardly, while the little medicine fairy shyly lowered her head, yet did not loosen her hold on his arm. All right, I shall not tease you any further," Yafei declared, her demeanor shifting to a more earnest tone, though her smile retained its allure. "You have come this time to procure pills and medicinal herbs, correct, dear Luo Chen? Entrust it to your sister. I assure you she will arrange everything impeccably. Furthermore, should both of you find anything of desire at the auction house, do not hesitate to speak up. Your sister will take charge and secure the greatest discounts for you. Consider it a token of my goodwill and an opportunity to forge a friendship with the two of you. How does that sound?" "Thank you, Sister Yafei." Luo Chen responded with a clasped fist in gratitude, seizing the chance to extricate himself from the delicate atmosphere. With a charming smile, Yafei led the way, guiding the pair into the more sophisticated appraisal room within the auction house. Luo Chen retrieved from his storage ring the items intended for auction, several sprigs of rare medicinal herbs, each aged between 50 to 100 years and imbued with abundant spiritual energy, along with the meticulously crafted elixirs, 5 of each premier-grade medicinal pills, revitalizing powder, healing pill, and detoxification pill, all of superior quality, 3 of each second-tier elixir, crystal clear pill and concealment pill, and lastly, the Pi d'Arsistance, a second-tier advanced vitality elixir, whose pure medicinal essence was accentuated by an almost imperceptible natural cloud pattern on its surface. Even Yafei, well-versed and knowledgeable, displayed a flicker of astonishment in her beautiful eyes upon beholding the elixir adorned with the intricate pattern. She carefully accepted the jade box containing the medicinal pills and said with a serious demeanor, "Luo Chen, please take a moment. These elixirs are quite valuable. I must consult the auction house's appraiser to assess their grade and starting price before proceeding with the auction." After Yafei departed with the elixirs and herbs, only Luo Chen and the little medical fairy remained in the appraisal room. The little medical fairy promptly released her grip on Luo Chen's arm, her lips pouting slightly, her face etched with evident displeasure as she muttered softly, "Humph. That woman calls you brother so affectionately while swaying her hips. It looks utterly impertinent. Just now, she even wanted to hold your arm. Luo Chen, keep your distance from her. Do not get too close." Luo Chen, unable to suppress his amusement at her sulky, jealous demeanor, reached out to tousle her hair, chuckling. "Oh dear, whose little vinegar jar has been overturned? Such a strong scent of jealousy." "I am not jealous," the little medical fairy retorted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, though her cheeks reddened further as she turned her head away. "I just feel uncomfortable seeing her like that. Regardless, you must not get too close to her. Do you hear me? All right, Luo Chen laughed in surrender, his tone soothing yet earnest. "I shall heed your words. I am not familiar with her. I am merely here for business. I promise to maintain a distance, unless necessary for transactions. Is that acceptable?" Satisfied, the little medical fairy let out a small huff, turning back to reveal a brighter expression, one that conveyed a sense of contentment. Chapter 60, Sovereignty. The wait was not long. Soon, the door to the appraisal room swung open once more. Yafei returned, this time accompanied by an elderly man with a head and beard as white as snow, yet his spirit was remarkably vigorous. Clad in a faded pharmacist's robe, he bore 3 gleaming silver star badges on his chest, unmistakably marking him as a third-tier alchemist. Yafei respectfully introduced, "Luo Chen, little medical fairy. This is Master Zhou Xing, the chief alchemist of our middle auction house's Wutan City branch, and also a third-tier alchemist." Master Zhou's gaze was as tangible as a physical force, instantly locking onto Luo Chen. He disregarded Yafei's introduction entirely, striding forward with urgency and seizing Luo Chen's wrist with a grip so strong it elicited a slight frown from him. The elder's face was filled with excitement and disbelief, his voice trembling slightly as he exclaimed, "Young friend, are these elixirs truly crafted by your own hands?" Luo Chen, suppressing the mild pain in his hands, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, they are the products of my refinement." Upon receiving this confirmation, Master Zhou Xing's eyes sparkled with intensified brilliance as he exclaimed repeatedly, "A genius, an utterly extraordinary genius. The first-grade revitalizing powder and healing pill, the perfect fusion of medicinal potency, meticulously purified of impurities. During my many years in Wu-Tin City, I have never encountered such exquisite quality. And that second-grade ice-clear pill and concealment pill, the techniques employed are masterful, the control of the fire impeccable, preserving the medicinal essence almost flawlessly. Most remarkable of all is that Qi nourishing powder." His excitement caused his beard to quiver. The presence of cloud patterns within the elixir signifies the pinnacle of alchemical refinement, with a potency that likely rivals that of ordinary third-grade elixirs. He grasped Luo Chen's hand tightly, as if fearing he might flee, and earnestly implored, "Young friend, I, Zhou Xing, extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join our miter auction house. With your alchemical talent, remaining in this modest Wu-Tan city would be a grave misallocation of your gifts. I shall personally recommend you and escort you to the imperial capital's headquarters. With your qualifications, your future is boundless. What say you?" Luo Chen and the little medical fairy were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected fervent invitation. Luo Chen exerted effort to extricate his hand from the elder's trembling grasp, respectfully cupping his fist in salute towards Master Zhou Xing. "Master Zhou, your kindness is deeply appreciated." However, lifting his gaze, his eyes clear and resolute, he added, "I bear certain obligations that I must fulfill, and thus cannot remain in one place for long. Nor can I join any faction for dedicated cultivation. I am grateful for your intentions, but I must regretfully decline your expectations." The fervor in Master Zhou Xing's eyes dimmed as if doused with cold water, leaving him momentarily stunned as he gazed at Luo Chen and then at the elegantly composed little medical fairy beside him. After a lengthy sigh, sorrow etched on his face. It gradually transformed into understanding and acceptance. "Ah, indeed," he murmured, shaking his head with a complex tone. "It was presumptuous of me, a young friend of your caliber, able to refine second-grade advanced elixirs adorned with pill patterns at such a tender age, with such unwavering resolve. Is surely a dragon that cannot be confined to this small Wu-Tin city. A vast world is where you are meant to soar." Reining in his emotions, he solemnly addressed Yafei. "Yafei, young lady, the elixirs crafted by Luo Chen are of the utmost quality, especially that Qi nourishing powder, which should be featured as the highlight. Arrange for the finest presentation, and set the starting price to the highest standard." He then turned to Luo Chen, his tone considerably gentler. "Please wait a moment. The auction will be organized for you shortly. Should you wish to procure any medicinal materials or tools, allow Yafei to guide you. I shall take my leave." With that, he departed, burdened by a sense of regret. Yafei observed Master Zhou's retreating figure, then turned to Luo Chen, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She reaffirmed to herself that this young man's worth far exceeded her initial estimations. "Luo Chen, little medical fairy, shall we? Allow me to show you the medicinal repository," she said with a charming smile. The atmosphere during the subsequent procurement process became subtly charged. Yafei continued to enthusiastically and attentively introduce various rare herbs to Luo Chen. However, whenever she leaned slightly closer or spoke with an overly affectionate gaze, the little healer beside them would immediately cast two frosty, vigilant glances, reminiscent of a protective kitten guarding its food. This left Yafei both amused and exasperated, leading her to maintain a respectful distance while inwardly lamenting the little sister's fierce possessiveness. Meanwhile, Luo Chen remained undistracted, diligently procuring a substantial quantity of herbs necessary for concocting second and third-tier elixirs, as well as some special materials for creating poisons, intended for the little healer's cultivation of the source fire control and poison scripture. He also visited a weapons vendor to acquire a selection of finely forged steel weapons for the mercenary group, recalling how, during a previous mission, some of the equipment had been unreliable or of inferior quality, resulting in injuries among his comrades. Lastly, he deliberately chose a high-grade spatial ring of considerable capacity as a gift for Captain Taizhan. Upon the conclusion of the auction, all items had been successfully sold at favorable prices. At the entrance of the auction house, Yafei personally handed Luo Chen a hefty ring, her smile radiant and her tone sincere. "Little brother Luo Chen, this contains all the gold coins from the auction, totaling 350,000. after deducting the expenses for your herbs and other items. Consider this ring a little gift from your sister. She winked playfully, her merchant savvy and charm evident. In the future, should you have any elixirs to sell or require any rare items, do not forget to support your sister's business. 350,000 gold coins. Even in Wutan City, this constituted a considerable sum. Luo Chen felt a stir of emotion as he accepted the ring, expressing his gratitude earnestly. Thank you, Sister Yufei, for your kindness. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall certainly return to trouble you. Farewell. He took the little healer's hand, and together they merged into the bustling crowd of Wutan City. Yufei stood at the entrance of the auction house, watching the pair depart, the setting sun casting a warm golden hue around them. She sighed softly, a playful smile curving her lips. Such a young age, yet your talent in alchemy is extraordinary. And with a little beauty like the protector beside you, Brother Luo Chen, your secrets are becoming increasingly intriguing to me. Not far outside, Luo Chen felt a gentle tug on his arm. The little healer pinched him lightly, raising her small face to assert with a fierce whisper only he could hear. Remember, keep your distance from her. Luo Chen chuckled softly, grasping her mischievous hand firmly. Understood, my esteemed little healer. Chapter 61. Returning home after 3 days of travel, as the familiar, rugged outline of the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps camp finally came into view, Luo Chen's heart quickened instinctively. He tightened his grip on the little healer's hand, his palms slightly dampening with nervousness. It's all right. The little healer sensed his subtle anxiety and turned to him, offering a warm and reassuring smile. Her voice was gentle, like a feather brushing against his heart. I am here with you. That smile, akin to the purest moonlight illuminating a valley, swiftly dissipated the last vestige of trepidation that lingered in Luo Chen's heart as he approached home. He inhaled deeply, savoring the softness and steadfastness in his grasp. A surge of valor welling up within him. No longer hesitating, he clasped the hand of the young healer and strode forth, stepping onto the land that would cradle his rebirth and fervor. Captain, Brother He, everyone, I have returned. His clear voice, imbued with youthful exuberance, shattered the tranquility of the camp like a stone cast into a still pond. The mercenaries, engaged in idle chatter at the entrance, abruptly lifted their heads. One, nearly leaping with excitement, while another dashed into the depths of the camp like an arrow loosed from its bow, bellowing with all his might. Little Luo Chen is back, and he has brought along an extraordinarily beautiful wife. Everyone come out and see. This thunderous announcement reverberated with the impact of a cataclysmic explosion. Instantly, the entire Iron Rock Mercenary Corps camp erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. Tent flaps were flung open. Mercenaries in training abandoned their weapons. Those resting sprang from their beds. And even the cook, wielding a knife, rushed out amidst a multitude of figures, all drawn by surprise and curiosity, surging toward the entrance like a tidal wave. Little Luo Chen, a robust shout echoed like thunder. Brother He, with his imposing stature, was the first to rush forward, sprinting with an unexpected swiftness, arms wide open to envelop Luo Chen in a bear hug. However, just a few steps away, he abruptly halted, his gaze transfixed on the exquisitely graceful young woman by Luo Chen's side, whose gentle demeanor captivated him. The ecstatic expression on Brother He's face froze momentarily, only to be replaced by an exaggerated display of despair and bewilderment. He swiftly pulled Luo Chen aside, lowering his voice as he furrowed his brow, tinged with a hint of reproach. Oh, my little ancestor, you return with such momentous news of your wife, and you didn't think to inform me beforehand. Look at me, unkempt and in need of fresh attire, covered in dust. What a poor first impression to leave. You are bringing shame upon our Iron Rock. Luo Chen, bemused by Brother He's dramatic demeanor, could only chuckle. Brother He, you remain as incorrigible as ever. Hey, who are you calling incorrigible? Brother He retorted, glaring at Luo Chen as if poised to tap his forehead playfully, eliciting a soft laugh from the young healer beside them, her eyes sparkling like blooming spring flowers. Amidst the commotion, a steadfast figure, as solid as a mountain, parted the crowd and approached. It was Tyen. His weathered face, marked by the trials of life, now radiated uncontainable excitement and warmth as he strode purposefully to Luo Chen, delivering a hearty pat on his shoulder that resonated with a resounding thud. Ha! Little Luo Chen. What a fine lad. You have truly returned. Tieshan's voice boomed with vigor, his eyes brimming with approval and the affection of a mentor. Captain. Luo Chen responded with equal fervor. Brother He immediately leaned closer to Tyen, gesturing toward the young healer with an exaggerated volume, as if fearful his words would go unheard. Captain, let me tell you, little Luo Chen has brought back a wife. She is stunning. Oh, Tieshan's gaze fell upon the young healer, scrutinizing yet softened with the warmth of a senior observing a junior. Before he could utter a word, the surrounding mercenaries could no longer contain themselves. erupting into a thunderous cheer. Oh, oh, oh. Little Luo Chen is bringing his wife home. What a fine young man. He has achieved so much. He went out and returned with a wife. His sister-in-law is truly beautiful, even more so than the fairies in paintings. Little Luo Chen is so fortunate. When will you treat us to a wedding feast? The cacophony of laughter and teasing engulfed the couple like a tidal wave. Despite his thick skin, Luo Chen felt his face flush crimson, his ears burning with embarrassment. The little healer, even more bashful, blushed deeply, her head bowed low. Wishing to find a crevice to hide in, she clutched the hem of Luo Chen's garment tightly. Yet couldn't he resist the urge to steal glances at the enthusiastic mercenaries surrounding them, her heart swelling with a novel and warm sense of belonging. All right, settle down. Iron Mountain's commanding voice, resonant and powerful, instantly quelled the uproar. His fierce gaze silenced the crowd. Are we to let our little Luo Chen and his wife stand outside in the wind? What kind of behavior is that? Everyone come inside. Though his words were stern, the smile tugging at his lips betrayed his true sentiments. He then turned to Luo Chen and the little healer, his tone softening. Come, let us converse inside. He directed a quick-witted mercenary nearby. Spread the word. Tonight, we feast on the finest meat and drink the strongest wine. Let us welcome little Luo Chen and his wife properly. Understood, Captain. The mercenary replied excitedly as he dashed away. Inside the spacious main tent, the atmosphere was warm and lively. Iron Mountain took his seat at the head, with Luo Chen and the little healer positioned beside him, while core members like Old Zhang and Blackie formed a circle around them. The crowd, akin to curious children, bombarded Luo Chen with questions. Little Luo Chen, do tell us, where have you been for the past year? We've been so worried. Indeed. We heard you took down the wolf head mercenary group. Is that true? That old fox Mushi was at the helm. My goodness, let us see how strong you've become. You seem far more composed than before. And this lady, the little healer, is she truly the kind-hearted one from Qingshan Town? How did you two meet? Luo Chen felt overwhelmed by the relentless inquiries, more exhausting than a battle with Mushi himself. He chuckled wearily, answering each question patiently while subtly squeezing the little healer's hand beside him, as if her presence could steady his nerves. This is the little healer. Luo Chen introduced her earnestly, his voice imbued with a trace of tenderness. A very important friend I met during my training in Qingshan Town. A friend? Blackie interjected with a knowing smirk, his tone elongated and teasing. Ah, so she is that renowned little healer from Qingshan Town, both beautiful and kind-hearted. TSK, little Luo Chen. You've done well. You've returned from your journey not only with newfound skills, but also with a wife. No, a friend. Luo Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, speechless at Blackie's playful jibe. At that moment, the little healer, who had been quietly seated with a lingering blush, gathered her courage and gracefully stood up. She offered a slight bow to the crowd, her voice clear and melodious, radiating sincere warmth. Hello everyone, I am the little healer. I have often heard Luo Chen speak of the care and affection bestowed upon him by the elders and his brothers. Today, I finally had the pleasure of meeting them, and it fills my heart with immense joy. I extend my sincere gratitude to everyone for their past kindness towards Luo Chen. Her gentle and courteous demeanor, along with her clear and sincere gaze, instantly endeared her to all present. Even the stern expression of Old Zhang softened into a warm smile. Iron Mountain adeptly regained control of the situation with a sweeping gesture, halting the inquisitive Black Z and others, his keen eyes fixed on Luo Chen. There would be ample time for reminiscing. Little Luo Chen, why don't you share your experiences from the past year? And what of your current cultivation? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, tinged with a subtle hint of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen scanned the familiar and concerned faces around her. She succinctly recounted her adventures in the Beast Mountain range, how she had been pursued by the Wolf Head Mercenary Group, the breakthrough she achieved in perilous circumstances, the fortuitous opportunities she encountered, her fierce battle in the Valley of Souls against the Moose Serpent to rescue the little doctor, and her subsequent training in the valley. Her tone remained calm, yet the dangers and hardships she described sent shivers down the spines of the battle-hardened mercenaries present. Their gazes were filled with awe and apprehension, quickly transforming into profound pride. When Luo Chen finally declared, "Now, I am a 2-star dome master," the entire tent was enveloped in an utter silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone seemed petrified, their eyes wide, mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg inside. Even their breaths were momentarily stilled. A 2-star dome master. How old is she? What level of cultivation did she possess when she left? This is nothing short of a myth. Chapter 62, The Next Challenge. Several moments passed before gasps of astonishment began to ripple through the crowd, soon erupting into even more fervent exclamations and cheers. My heavens! A 2-star dome master. Little Luo Chen, you truly defy the heavens. Goodness, how long has it been? Just over 6 months? From a fighter to a 2-star Dome Master? And you even vanquished the Moose Serpent? Captain, we have birthed a true dragon in Tyen. Laughter and excitement filled the air. Iron Mountain, too, slammed his thigh in exuberance, his beard quivering with enthusiasm, his eyes slightly moist. Well done, young one. You have brought honor to Tyen. I always knew you had it in you. He looked at Luo Chen with an indescribable sense of pride and satisfaction, as if gazing upon his own child. As night fell, a massive bonfire blazed at the center of the camp. The aroma of roasted meat and the rich scent of wine wafting through the air. The atmosphere of the feast reached a fever pitch. Mercenaries gathered around the fire, singing and dancing, feasting on meat and drinking heartily, reveling in the joy of reunion and celebrating Luo Chen's return. Rising to her feet amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Luo Chen unveiled the carefully prepared gifts she had brought. These were new weapons for her brothers, forged from high-quality steel, sharper and more resilient than their previous ones. These medicinal herbs are for you, Grandpa Zhang. Some are unique to Qingshan Town. Do you think they will be of use? To Black Z, she presented the Qingfeng sword, a low-level mysterious weapon, asking him to try it for comfort. Finally, she approached Iron Mountain and solemnly placed an ancient-looking ring, glimmering with metallic luster, into his broad palm. Captain, this is for you. The space within is ample enough to accommodate the vital supplies of our mercenary group. Luo Chen's voice resonated with respect, revealing that it also contained a collection of gold coins, acquired from my dealings in the auction of medicinal pills and from the spoils of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Additionally, there are several scrolls of martial arts techniques, carefully selected from the spoils of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, each of considerable quality, which should enhance the prowess of our comrades. Taizhan, holding the weighty spatial ring in his hand, felt the immense value and profound implications for the future of the mercenary group. The stalwart man found his throat constricted with emotion. He firmly patted Luo Chen on the shoulder, his heart brimming with unspoken sentiments, and simply uttered, "Good lad. Excellent. Excellent." The mercenaries, clutching the newly acquired weapons, felt the depth of Luo Chen's intentions, their cheers, expressions of gratitude, and blessings reverberating through the skies, enveloping the entire camp in a sea of joy. By the campfire, Taizhan, Luo Chen, and the little medical sage settled in a relatively quieter corner. Taizhan took a swig of strong liquor, gazing into the dancing flames, and slowly spoke, his voice low and laced with concern. "Luo Chen, little medical sage, what are your plans moving forward?" Luo Chen and the little medical sage exchanged a glance, each recognizing the unwavering determination in the other's eyes. He grasped the little medical sage's hand tightly, turning to Taizhan with a gaze both clear and resolute. "Captain, we intend to continue our journey of training. We might head towards the Outcloud Empire, seeking some crucial opportunities that await us. Time waits for no one. We may depart in a couple of days." Tieshan's hand, which gripped the drinking bowl, paused momentarily as he fell silent for a brief spell. The glow of the campfire flickered across his rugged visage, reflecting a complex array of emotions, reluctance, concern, but predominantly understanding and support. Ultimately, he set down the bowl, extending his rough yet powerful hand, first giving a hearty pat on Luo Chen's shoulder, then gently, almost tenderly, as if addressing his own daughter, he patted the little medical sage's shoulder. "Good child." Tieshan's voice carried a rare softness for the ironclad man, his gaze profound and filled with anticipation. "Go forth. The world beyond is vast. If you are an eagle, soar high in the skies. If you are a dragon, traverse the seas. Venture forth. Strive. Explore the broader world. Remember, no matter where you go, no matter who you become, the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps will always be your home. We will always await your return." These sincere and weighty words were akin to the warmest currents, striking deeply at the softest corners of Luo Chen and the little medical sage's hearts. An overwhelming sensation of bittersweetness surged to their noses, and their eyes involuntarily moistened. 2 days later, as dawn broke gently, the entrance of the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps camp was filled with well-wishers. All the mercenaries paused their tasks, silently observing the two who were about to embark on their journey. Taizhan stood at the forefront, his imposing figure elongated in the morning sun. He approached Luo Chen and the little medical sage, gazing at the pair with the affection and reluctance of a guardian. "Little Luo Chen," Tieshan's voice was deep and powerful, imbued with a sense of responsibility. "I have taken note of what you mentioned before. In a few days, I shall lead the brothers to relocate to the royal city of the Jaimar Empire." He shook the brand new ring on his finger, which contained ample gold coins, sufficient for us to establish a foothold in the royal city and find a suitable place to stay. The brothers would also secure better and safer jobs, enabling them to earn more. The martial arts techniques you left behind are invaluable treasures. I shall urge them to cultivate their skills diligently. We, the Iron Rock, shall carve out our own destiny in the royal city. He paused, his gaze fervently fixed upon the two, as if to etch their likenesses into his memory. Fear not, march boldly ahead. Do not worry about us. When you have adventured enough and yearn for home, return to visit. We shall await your triumphant return in the royal city. Both Luo Chen and the little healer felt their eyes welling with tears, their emotions overwhelming. Luo Chen fought back his tears, nodding emphatically. Take care, Captain. Everyone, take care. The little healer choked on her words. Captain, all of you, please look after yourselves. In the end, Taishan firmly patted the shoulders of both, as if to convey all his blessings and reluctance. Go forth. Good children. Safe travels. Take care, little Luo Chen. Sister-in-law, take care. Do visit often. You must return safe and sound. The mercenaries waved their arms, each offering heartfelt blessings, their voices brimming with sincere camaraderie. Luo Chen and the little healer inhaled deeply, etching this scene, filled with warmth and bonds, firmly into their hearts. They turned away, their backs to the rising sun, and away from the homeland that had bestowed them strength and warmth. Hand in hand, Luo Chen and the little healer strode confidently towards the direction of the Outcloud Empire. Their figures elongated in the golden morning light, eventually merging into the distant, boundless horizon. A new journey had commenced. Ahead lay not only unknown dangers, but also infinite opportunities. Chapter 63, The Alchemist Guild. After departing from the Iron Rock Mercenary Corps, Luo Chen and the little healer continued onward. To save time, Luo Chen decided to head towards Black Rock City first, utilizing the convenient flying transport teams there to traverse the vast territories of the Gamma Empire. The rented carriage sped along the official road for several days. When the magnificently grand outline of Black Rock City emerged on the horizon, far more imposing than that of Wutan City, both felt an exhilarating rush of bustling energy and prosperity. Towering city walls constructed from immense black rocks gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the sunlight. The massive gates swallowed the incessant flow of people, their diverse accents intertwining to create a unique urban symphony. Upon entering the city, the clamor intensified. The wide main street was lined with numerous shops, flags fluttering in the breeze. The air was thick with a medley of aromas, the scent of freshly baked bread, the mingled fragrances of hot metal and sweat from the blacksmiths, and the rich herbal scents wafting from the rows of apothecary stalls flanking the streets. Colorful herbs were either spread out on animal hides or hung from wooden racks, a dazzling array that left one breathless. The clang of weapons being forged, the shouts of vendors, and the boisterous laughter of mercenaries all harmonized to compose the vibrant symphony of this colossal city. What a lively scene. The little healer linked her arm with Luo Chen's, her clear eyes curiously scanning the surroundings, imbued with a hint of excitement at entering the grand city for the first time. Luo Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging the significance of their location. After all, it was one of the empire's vital hubs, far more prosperous than Wutan City. The two wove through the bustling throngs of people until they found a relatively clean and tidy inn to settle in, renting 2 adjacent rooms for a brief respite. Inside the room, Luo Chen opened the street-facing window, observing the unceasing flow of the crowd below, and spoke. Little medical immortal, I recall that there is an alchemist guild in Xiao City. How about we rest here for a day and then go for an alchemist level badge tomorrow? An alchemist level badge? The little medical immortal, seated on the edge of the bed with her hands propping up her chin, displayed a keen interest in her eyes. What is that? What purpose does it serve? It is a credential issued by the Alchemist Guild to assess the level of an alchemist. Luo Chen explained patiently as he took a seat beside her. Alchemist levels range from 1 to 9, each further divided into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. A 7th tier alchemist is referred to as a master, an 8th tier as a grandmaster, and the 9th tier further classified into 3 realms: Baodan, Xiandan, and Jindan. As for the imperial tier, that is a legendary existence. He paused briefly before continuing. With this badge, selling elixirs, purchasing herbs, or seeking other resources will become significantly easier. It represents recognition of one's identity and abilities. How wonderful. The little medical immortal's eyes sparkled with longing, though they soon dimmed as she sighed. I wish to become an alchemist as soon as possible, to concoct all sorts of miraculous elixirs. Luo Chen smiled, ruffling her hair, his tone filled with encouragement. Do not rush. Once we find the Yume poison fire and you master its refinement, stepping into the path of an alchemist will no longer be a dream. By then, perhaps the elixirs you create will be even more sought after than mine. Yes. Inspired by his words, the little medical immortal clenched her small fist with determination, her eyes reigniting with resolve. I will work hard to become a formidable alchemist. The following morning, after a simple breakfast at the inn, they followed the route they had inquired about, making their way toward the central area of Xiao City. The closer they approached the center, the more magnificent and imposing the buildings became, and the streets grew increasingly tidy and solemn. Before long, a grand, ancient-looking structure of deep gray came into view. The architectural style was dignified and substantial, featuring a massive archway adorned with a complex emblem composed of a cauldron, flames, and the branches of spiritual herbs, the insignia of the Alchemist Guild. At the entrance stood 2 guards clad in gray attire, exuding a calm demeanor. Upon noticing the young, unfamiliar faces of Luo Chen and the little medical immortal approaching, one of them raised a hand to halt them, stating in a businesslike manner, "Excuse me. Please present your introduction letter or alchemist badge." Luo Chen had anticipated this and remained composed, calmly inquiring, "Excuse me, good sir. May I ask if a young man named Xiao Yan has come here for an assessment?" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures emerged from the guild's hall, walking side by side. One was slightly plump with a kindly face, donned in a meticulously tailored alchemist robe. The other appeared somewhat leaner, with sharp eyes. It was none other than Frank, the president of the Alchemist Guild of Xiao Yan City, and Otto, the vice president. The 2 were engaged in quiet conversation when they heard the name Xiao Yan, their steps faltering simultaneously, their gazes instantly turning toward Luo Chen at the entrance. Frank's expression reflected surprise, while Otto's eyes narrowed, directly asking, "Young friend, did you just mention Xiao Yan? Do you know him?" In a flash of insight, Luo Chen recognized the 2 characters from the original narrative. With an air of composure, he clasped his fists and bowed respectfully, declaring, "I am Luo Chen, honored to meet both esteemed masters. I share the same lineage as Xiao Yan and have come today to seek the alchemist's badge." "Share the same lineage?" Frank and Otto exclaimed simultaneously, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They hurried forward, scrutinizing Luo Chen with keen and inquisitive gazes. Xiao Yan had once taken the assessment here, achieving the second-tier alchemist badge with his prodigious talent. His mastery of fire control and soul power remained a topic of admiration, regarded as the greatest surprise in the Black Rock City branch in decades. This young man before them appeared to be a year or 2 younger than Xiao Yan, yet he boldly claimed to be his peer. How could they not be astonished? Otto, with a more impatient demeanor, directly inquired, "Young friend, do you possess any proof of your connection to Xiao Yan? Understand that the alchemist assessment is no trifling matter." Without genuine skill, his words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Luo Chen paused slightly. Proof? He indeed lacked any tokens or insignia from Yaolao. However, a smile soon graced his lips. Proof? Skill itself is the finest testament. He ceased speaking, calmly extending his right hand with his palm facing upward. With a subtle thought, a resonant hum echoed. A brilliantly refined sphere of flame erupted forth, its core radiating a noble golden hue, enveloped in vibrant, emerald flames that surged skyward. As the flames ignited, the surrounding air temperature soared, infused with an extraordinary vitality. The perfect fusion of crimson gold and verdant energy embodied a paradoxical yet harmonious coexistence of destructive force and life-affirming essence. "What is this?" Frank and Otto's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, fixated on the flames in Luo Chen's palm, their astonishment magnified tenfold from the moment of his earlier declaration. With their extensive experience and perception, they could discern the exceptional nature of this flame. It was no ordinary beast fire. The essence of the laws contained within was pure and potent, even exuding a pressure that stirred their very souls. Yet, it contradicted any known characteristics of extraordinary fires they had encountered. "What kind of flame possesses both incineration and vitality?" Frank murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Otto, too, was taken aback, rubbing his eyes as if unwilling to believe the spectacle before him. Luo Chen offered no explanation, merely cradling the vibrant crimson and azure flame in his hand, calmly addressing the 2 vice presidents. Might this fire serve as proof? Frank and Otto exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound shock and a dawning understanding. To possess such an extraordinary flame of astonishing quality, combined with his assertion of kinship to Xiao Yan, seemed increasingly plausible. Indeed, of course, Otto was the first to regain his composure, his face instantly alight with enthusiasm and a hint of reverence. "Young friend Luo Chen, and this esteemed lady, please, do come in. Quickly." He personally stepped aside, lowering his posture in deference. Frank nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with eagerness. "Please, this way. We will promptly arrange your assessment." As Luo Chen and the little medical sage entered the guild hall, accompanied by the 2 vice presidents, 2 graceful figures hurriedly approached from the side hall. On the left, adorned in a moonlight-hued alchemist's robe, exuding an ethereal quality akin to a snow lotus, was Frank's proud disciple, Shuemei. On the right stood Lin Fei, clad in a delicate lavender dress, her voluptuous figure and striking beauty imbued with a hint of arrogance. Otto's disciple, clearly, They had heard the whispers of a youth claiming to be a peer of the prodigious Xiao Yan, and their hearts brimmed with curiosity and a competitive spirit. They were eager to ascertain whether this seemingly younger boy possessed genuine skill or was merely a figure of empty renown. As their gazes fell upon Luo Chen, particularly captivated by the exquisite visage of the little medical sage beside him, a flicker of astonishment crossed their eyes, and they immediately fixed their attention upon Luo Chen. Xue Mei's expression remained serene, imbued with an air of scrutiny, while Lin Fei slightly raised her chin, exuding both examination and challenge. Otto, upon seeing his disciples, promptly introduced, "Young friend Luo Chen, these two are my disciples, Lin Fei and Xue Mei, a distinguished student of President Frank. They too are the promising young talents of our guild. Mei, Fei, this is young friend Luo Chen, here to partake in the Alchemist level assessment." Luo Chen offered a slight nod towards the two young women, acknowledging them with a calm demeanor. Frank then turned to the registrar, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. "Quick, register young friend Luo Chen. Name, Luo Chen, age." He glanced at Luo Chen, who pondered for a moment, recalling that Xiao Yan had also used a fabricated age. Thus, he replied, 17. Gasp. 17. Younger than Xiao Yan. This revelation elicited gasps not only from Frank and Otto, but also from Xue Mei and Lin Fei, who had just arrived, as well as several guild members who had gathered to witness the commotion. 17 years old, coming to take the Alchemist level assessment. If he succeeded, it would surely shatter the records left by Xiao Yan. The entire hall fell into a hushed silence, the atmosphere thick with anticipation as all eyes converged on Luo Chen like searchlights, filled with shock, curiosity, and expectation. For the first time, Xue Mei's cool gaze betrayed intense emotion, while Lin Fei's previous arrogance solidified into disbelief and doubt. Could it truly be possible for this boy, younger than them by 3 or 4 years, to achieve such feats? Unfazed by the searing scrutiny surrounding him, Luo Chen calmly addressed Frank and Otto. "Masters, are we ready?" His voice was clear and resonant, imbued with youthful vigor, yet carried an extraordinary composure that transcended his years. Chapter 64, The Alchemist Examination, Part 1, Within the Guild Hall of Alchemists. The atmosphere grew tense and fervent due to Luo Chen's age and the peculiar flame he possessed. Soon, the official responsible for the examination arrangements led another young man, clad in opulent brocade and exuding an air of arrogance, toward them. The young man, approximately 20 years of age, was none other than Lu Yang, the scion of the Lu family from Haiyan City. As soon as he arrived, his gaze became fixated upon the petite healer, revealing an unabashed mixture of awe and greed in his eyes. It then flitted over the icy snow charm and the proud Lin Fei, before finally settling on Luo Chen. Observing the exquisite beauty surrounding Luo Chen, and noting that the two prominent gems of the guild, Snow Charm and Lin Fei, were casting fleeting glances at this unfamiliar youth, Lu Yang was instantly engulfed by a surge of intense jealousy and disdain. In his view, Luo Chen was merely a young man of humble attire, whose appearance was passable, yet lacking any substantial background, a mere bumpkin relying on ostentation to attract attention. I thought he was someone significant, but he's just an inexperienced lad. With his nose held high, Lu Yang deliberately raised his voice, mocking his companions. An alchemist assessment? 17? He probably can't even recognize all the herbs. How dare he come here to embarrass himself? Does he think he can garner attention just because he has beautiful company? His eyes roamed lewdly towards the petite healer, adding, "Dear sister, do not be deceived by the flowery words of certain individuals. You would do better to stay with your elder brother." The petite healer paid little heed to his frivolous remarks, but was particularly sensitive to his insults directed at Luo Chen, her brows furrowing in anger, and her clear eyes igniting with fury as she stepped forward to reprimand him. Yet, a warm and firm hand gently grasped her wrist, pulling her back. Luo Chen, with no trace of anger on his face, bore a hint of playful amusement. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the hall. "Why should you be incensed, dear healer? As the saying goes, when a mad dog bites you, must you bite back?" He paused, allowing his calm gaze to sweep over the suddenly pallid Lu Yang, his tone indifferent yet imbued with an invisible pressure. The best way to deal with a barking dog is to demonstrate, through strength, just how much it weighs. The petite healer found his metaphor amusing, her earlier anger dissipating as she stifled a laugh, her eyes now filled with trust and pride for Luo Chen. "Who are you calling a dog?" Lu Yang's face flushed crimson with humiliation, especially before the woman he coveted. "Whoever responds is the one," Luo Chen replied lazily. Lu Yang, trembling with rage, pointed a finger at Luo Chen, his eyes blazing. "Good. Very well. You just wait. During the assessment, we'll see how you embarrass yourself. I'll make you kneel and apologize to me." Luo Chen merely cast a languid glance in his direction, his expression resembling one of disdain for a mere jester. uninterested in further engaging in dialogue. At that moment, the bell signaling the commencement of the assessment rang, momentarily quelling the farce. In the first-grade Alchemist assessment area, several independent stone platforms were delineated. Luo Chen and Lu Yang were positioned adjacent to one another, with the evaluation method involving the random selection of formulas for concoction. As Luo Chen unfurled the scroll he had drawn, Lu Yang, who had been eavesdropping intently, craned his neck to sneak a glance. And an expression of sheer delight and schadenfreude spread across his face. Unable to restrain himself, he lowered his voice to jeer once more. Huh, an energy-enhancing pill? The most challenging concoction among first-grade elixirs, it truly tests one's control of fire. Kid, your luck is astonishing. Prepare for an explosion. I'm eager to see if your arrogant FAAD can withstand the pressure. The Qi-enhancing pill, known for its tumultuous potency and the challenges it presents in its fusion process, poses a daunting task. A mere misstep could lead to an imbalance of energy, resulting in failure or even an explosion of the furnace. Indeed, a significant challenge among first-grade elixirs. Yet, Luo Chen appeared unfazed by Lu Yang's incessant chatter. With a calm demeanor, he cast a discerning glance over the prescription and, upon confirming its accuracy, meticulously arranged the required herbs upon the stone platform. He then inhaled deeply, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering concentration. Buzz, the dual-colored primordial flame, of vibrant red and azure, surged forth once more, dancing in his palm like the most obedient of spirits. At the instant the flames ignited, the temperature of the entire assessment area seemed to rise. The enchanting interplay of crimson gold and verdant hues instantly capturing the attention of all evaluators and onlookers. Frank and Otto held their breath, fixated on the mesmerizing flame. In that moment, Luo Chen moved. His actions flowed as seamlessly as water, devoid of any clumsiness. With a deft flick of his fingers, he precisely cast each herb into the cauldron. Under the command of his soul's power, the red and azure flames appeared to possess life, sometimes transforming into a gentle warm current that enveloped the herbs, delicately refining and purifying them by expelling impurities. At other times, they morphed into a furious dragon, instantaneously melting the resilient cores of the herbs. The temperature, shape, and size of the flames adjusted in a breathtakingly intricate manner, responding to the characteristics of the herbs and the stages of refinement with impeccable precision. Within the cauldron, the various herbal essences swirled and rotated beneath the embrace of the flames. Luo Chen's soul perception functioned like the most sophisticated radar, encompassing every inch of space within the cauldron. His fingers danced with agility, forming a series of profound hand seals as the red and azure flames responded, executing the commands of their master like the most loyal of soldiers. The tumultuous potency of the herbs was artfully suppressed and guided by the flames, skillfully merging at specific junctures. The entire process unfolded with an elegance that suggested it had been rehearsed countless times before, exhibiting no signs of hesitation or energy instability. Standing outside, the little medical fairy watched enraptured as she observed Luo Chen's focused profile. Witnessing his demeanor, steady as a mountain, confidence soaring, filled her with immense pride, illuminating her delicate visage with a radiant glow. In merely the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. While Lu Yang struggled clumsily to purify his first herb, having drawn the relatively simpler bloodstopper pill, perspiration beading on his forehead as the liquid in his cauldron roiled chaotically. Luo Chen commanded, "Consolidate." His hands executed a swift change in the sealing gestures. The red and azure flames within the cauldron suddenly contracted, transforming into a gentle warm flow. Clang! The lid of the cauldron popped open. A rich fragrance of medicinal herbs instantly permeated the air. At the bottom of the cauldron lay a round, plump pill, its color a translucent white, emanating a soft glow. On its surface, a faint yet discernible cloud pattern could be seen. "This is impossible," Lu Yang exclaimed in astonishment, nearly dropping the herbs in his hand, his eyes nearly bulging out. "A Qi-enhancing pill crafted in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn? And it bears a pill pattern?" Frank and Otto could no longer contain their excitement, swiftly rushing to Luo Chen's stone platform. Frank cautiously lifted the pill with jade tweezers, bringing it to his nose for a careful sniff, then employing his soul power to sense its essence. Otto immediately approached as well, scrutinizing the subtle cloud pattern under the light. The fragrance of the medicinal herb is rich and restrained, its potency pure and overwhelming, with impurities nearly non-existent. Frank's voice trembles with barely contained excitement. "The Dan of cloud patterns. Perfect. This is the most exquisite Qi-enhancing Dan." Otto's voice quivers with exhilaration, suggesting the efficacy has nearly reached the threshold of a second-grade medicinal pill. Truly remarkable. The two of them abruptly glanced towards Luo Chen, their gazes akin to those beholding a rare treasure. "Young friend Luo Chen, You have flawlessly passed the first-grade Alchemist assessment. Come, we shall immediately escort you to the second-grade evaluation area. Luo Chen smiles slightly, securing the medicinal pill into a jade vial, and nods to the two vice presidents. He takes the hand of the little medical fairy, and as they pass by Lu Yang's stone platform, he momentarily pauses, tilting his head towards her. His voice neither too loud nor too soft, just sufficient for those around to hear. Little medical fairy, do you see now? When dealing with those who only relish barking loudly, the best approach is to silence them with strength and, in the process, help them realize their true nature. The little medical fairy bursts into laughter once more, her gaze toward Lu Yang filled with unabashed disdain and mockery. At this moment, Lin Fei and Shui Mei also approach. Lin Fei, arms crossed, gazes at the charred, misshapen remnants in Lu Yang's alchemical furnace, pursing her lips, her voice crisp and dripping with sarcasm. Tien, Master Lu. After years apart, how is it that your alchemical skills have regressed rather than improved? Even the simplest hemostatic pill has turned into such a disgrace. You truly bring shame to the alchemists of Haiyan City. Though Shui Mei remains silent, her cold eyes sweep over Lu Yang's disheveled state, revealing a trace of subtle contempt. Before her gaze quickly follows Luo Chen's departing figure, filled with curiosity and a hint of astonishment. Lu Yang, surrounded by the mocking laughter and relentless derision, watches Luo Chen and the little medical fairy retreat, then glances at the failed concoction in his furnace. His face shifts from red to green, then to white, ultimately turning ashen, his body trembling with rage and humiliation, wishing fervently to vanish into a crevice of the earth. His once proud alchemical skills now appeared as a colossal joke in light of Luo Chen's extraordinary performance. Assessment? He lacked even the courage to remain in that place. Chapter 65, Alchemist Assessment, Part 2. In the second-grade Alchemist Assessment area, Luo Chen drew the formula for the Pulse Protection Dan. This Dan, of moderate difficulty among second-grade pills, primarily serves to safeguard the meridians during breakthroughs or when practicing profound combat techniques, requiring high stability in heat and sustained output of spiritual power. At this moment, the entire assessment area fell into silence. All the examiners, including additional guild members who arrived upon hearing the news, held their breath, their eyes intently focused on Luo Chen's every movement. No one cared about Lu Yang's failure and embarrassment. All attention was solely on the young man wielding the extraordinary flame. Luo Chen remained composed. The red-blue flames danced in his hands like the most obedient brush, sketching a flawless trajectory of fire control within the alchemical furnace. The steps of adding materials, purifying, merging, and solidifying the pill were executed with precision akin to a textbook. His formidable spiritual power ensured that the entire process was devoid of any errors, while the pure and potent force of the original flame of the Sunheart fire elevated the medicinal potency to a state of near perfection. Approximately half an hour later, the alchemical furnace opened once more. A radiant, jade-hued Heartguard pill lay serenely at the bottom of the cauldron, exuding a faint, refreshing aura. Its surface was smooth and rounded, adorned with a delicate ring of medicinal patterns, while the subtle yet potent waves of its intrinsic energy caused Frank and Otto to gasp in astonishment once more. A second-tier intermediate Heartguard pill, a quality of the highest caliber. Otto's voice, tinged with excitement, came out hoarse. Perfect. Another nearly flawless concoction. Young friend Luo Chen, congratulations on successfully passing the second-tier alchemist assessment. Frank declared brightly, his face aglow with joy. The surroundings erupted in uncontrollable gasps and applause. A 17-year-old second-tier alchemist. This shattered the record left by Xiao Yan. It was bound to send ripples throughout the alchemical world of the Gamma Empire. Frank, brimming with enthusiasm, patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. Come, young friend, let us go claim your second-tier alchemist badge. From this day forth, you shall be a distinguished second-tier alchemist emerging from our guild. Wait, Master Frank. Luo Chen's calm voice interjected, momentarily halting Frank's exuberant speech. He lifted his gaze, clear and resolute, looking at the excited Frank and Otto, and slowly said, the badge can be collected later. I wish to continue with the assessments. He paused, and under the collective gaze of astonishment, he clearly articulated, I wish to take the examination for a third-tier alchemist. Boom. This seemingly light statement reverberated like thunder from the heavens, shattering the silence of the examination area. A third tier, 17 years old, attempting the third-tier alchemist assessment. Frank's smile froze instantly, his mouth agape as if to accommodate an egg, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Otto, too, appeared as if struck by lightning, his body jolting, the recording board slipping from his grasp and crashing to the ground, utterly oblivious. The entire guild hall fell into an unprecedented, absolute silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All who heard this declaration, whether examiners, officers, or onlooking guild members, including Liu Yang, who had just regained his senses after a setback and happened to overhear this statement, were as if ensnared by a spell, frozen in various expressions of astonishment, daze, and petrification. Rooted in place, time seemed to stand still in that moment. After a prolonged silence, the stillness was finally pierced by heavy breaths and the rapid pounding of hearts. A third tier? Frank's voice was as dry as sandpaper, trembling with disbelief. Young friend Luo Chen, do you truly wish to attempt the third-tier alchemist assessment? His pitch escalated. The final words nearly shouted in fervor. Otto, snapping back to reality, stepped forward, his voice similarly quavering. Young friend, do you comprehend what the third tier signifies? This is no trifling matter. Yet, almost immediately, an indescribable ecstasy, an overwhelming temptation clouded his judgment. If Luo Chen were truly successful, a 17-year-old third-tier alchemist, this would be an unprecedented miracle in the alchemical realm of the Gamma Empire. And as the site of the examination, the Blackrock City branch would gain immense honor and profit. The guild's status would soar. They would carve their names into history. An avalanche of resources and prestige would come flooding in. Moreover, with Luo Chen's precise control over flames during the alchemical process and his formidable soul power, it seems entirely plausible for him to aspire to the rank of a third-tier alchemist. The thought of such a splendid prospect sent Frank and Otto's hearts racing, their blood surging to their heads, rendering their faces a vivid crimson. As Luo Chen observed the two masters, who were nearly fainting from excitement, he waited for a moment. Noticing their mouths agape in disbelief and devoid of any response, he stepped forward and waved his hand before their eyes, tentatively inquiring, Masters, are you all right? This gesture jolted Frank and Otto back from their fervent daydreams. All is well, Frank exclaimed, seizing Luo Chen's hand with fervor, his words tumbling out in a rush. Young friend, excellent. Such ambition. How wonderful. You wish to challenge for the third tier? Do it. You must. We shall support you wholeheartedly. He animatedly waved his arms as if he could already envision the scene of triumph. Otto chimed in eagerly, his voice sharp with excitement. Indeed, young friend, as long as you can succeed in the assessment, you may select any 3 items from our alchemical materials repository in Blackrock City. I assure you, I speak with conviction. This is a significant investment. The treasures within the guild's repository are priceless. The mention of the repository, the liberty to select 3 items, ignited a spark of delight in Luo Chen's eyes. This was an unexpected boon. He had been troubled seeking rare herbs for concocting certain high-tier elixirs or for the cultivation of the little medical fairy. Thank you, esteemed masters, Luo Chen exclaimed, his spirit invigorated as he clasped his hands together in reverence. I shall dedicate myself to this endeavor. Excellent. Follow us. Frank and Otto, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, flanked Luo Chen, striding purposefully toward the deeper, more secure area designated for the third-tier alchemist assessment. The little medical fairy, Xuan Mei, Lin Fei, and others, awakening from their stupor, hurriedly followed, their hearts racing with exhilaration from this monumental revelation. The entire guild seemed to be drawn to this news, a tide of people surging toward the vicinity of the third-tier assessment area, eager to witness this historic moment. At the back of the crowd, Liu Yang, who had just suffered a crushing defeat in the first-tier assessment, found himself despondent. Observing Frank and Otto's almost obsequious demeanor and listening to the fervent discussions around him, he felt as though all his bones had been removed. His legs buckled beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen and his gaze hollow, muttering unconsciously, a 17-year-old monster of the third tier. In this moment, all his pride, jealousy, and resentment were ground to dust, leaving only an abyss of fear and utter despair. Chapter 66, The Alchemist Assessment, Part 2. The third-tier alchemist assessment area, shielded by a heavy stone door, isolated it from the clamor outside. This space was more solemn and spacious than the previous first and second-tier assessment areas. The stone walls were as smooth as mirrors, embedded with moonstones that emitted a gentle glow. The air was saturated with a rich and intricate aroma of ancient herbs, as if it had absorbed the essence and dedication of countless alchemical masters. In the center lies a vast stone platform, sculpted from a jade-like azure rock. Surrounding it are rows of crystal cabinets embedded within the walls, through which one can glimpse an array of rare medicinal materials, each radiating unique hues and fragrances, their age and potency far surpassing those found outside. Frank, Otto, the little healer, Snow Charm, Lin Fei, and several senior guild stewards stand breathlessly at the edge of the assessment area, their gazes intently fixed on Luo Chen atop the stone platform. The atmosphere is so tense it feels as if it could condense into drops of water. Luo Chen, my young friend, for the third-tier assessment, you must concoct one of the guild's designated recipes. Frank's voice carries a subtle hint of tension and excitement as he gestures. causing 4 scrolls radiating a gentle glow to hover before Luo Chen. Here are 4 recipes for third-tier elixirs. You may choose any one to refine. As long as you successfully produce the elixir, regardless of its quality, you will pass. The 4 scrolls unfurl slowly, and the floating text becomes distinctly visible. 1. Wind Spirit Elixir. Enhances movement speed. Main ingredients: free-tailed wind leaf, cloud grass, earth fruit. 2. Awakening Elixir. Revitalizes the mind, keeping the user's consciousness alert. Main ingredients: clear heart, 3-leaf grass, Buddha heart fruit, spirit-absorbing tree, third-tier magic core. 3. Bone Growth Elixir. Promotes bone growth and repair. Main ingredients: jade, apricot root. Third tier, wood magic core. 4. Soul Purification Elixir. Cleanses impurities from the soul, enhancing mental strength. Main ingredients: cleansing herb, ice fire soul merging fruit, water spirit lotus seed. Luo Chen's gaze swiftly traverses the 4 recipes. The wind spirit and bone growth elixirs are relatively common, with moderate difficulty in their refinement. The soul purification elixir, however, delves into the realm of the soul, its materials being rare and the challenge formidable. Ultimately, Luo Chen's attention rests upon the description of the awakening elixir. Revitalizes the mind, keeping the user's consciousness alert. A thought stirs within him. The nether poison fire, both the most sinister and contaminated, harbors a lethal force and a mental impact of unparalleled ferocity. During the little healer's refinement, the greatest danger, aside from the toxic backlash, is the overwhelming will of the poisonous fire that could obliterate one's sanity. This awakening elixir could safeguard her mind during critical moments, maintaining a thread of clarity. Its worth is beyond measure. I choose the awakening elixir, Luo Chen proclaims, his voice clear and resolute. A flicker of admiration crosses Frank and Otto's eyes. The refinement of the awakening elixir demands exceptional mastery over spiritual power and precise mental guidance during the final condensation, a true testament to the youth's courage. Excellent. Frank nods, altering the hand seal. The scroll detailing the awakening elixir's refinement method transforms into a beam of light that enters Luo Chen's brow. Simultaneously, the corresponding crystal cabinet automatically opens, and the necessary materials for refinement gracefully float out, landing upon the stone platform. With eyes closed, Luo Chen allows a torrent of information to flow through his mind. Meanwhile, in the depths of his consciousness, system, conduct an in-depth analysis of the awakening elixir recipe, simulating the optimal refinement path and highlighting points of material conflict and energy fusion nodes. Command confirmed. Objective: third-tier elixir, awakening elixir recipe. In-depth analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Optimal refinement path model simulation complete. Key conflict points noted. 1. Buddha heart fruit is positively intense, while spirit-absorbing tree sap is cold and yin, requiring gentle heat to harmonize, avoiding attribute clashes. The third-tier magic core energy rages, requiring guidance through soul power during the later stages of fusion, to be injected in batches to avoid disrupting the balance of the medicinal solution. The clear heart 3-leaf clover possesses inherently fragile medicinal properties. Its calcination and purification necessitate precise temperature control to prevent carbonization and loss of efficacy. The system's cold prompt, akin to the most intricate navigation, instantly elucidated the complex formula in Luo Chen's mind, constructing the clearest and most efficient refining blueprint. Luo Chen abruptly opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, a fleeting shimmer of crimson gold and emerald green flickered. Drawing a deep breath, his aura instantly coalesced, becoming as dense as water. With a swift motion of his hand, the dual-colored primordial flames surged forth once more, the flickering flames illuminating his focused and confident visage. Let us commence. The first step, purification. Luo Chen moved with the swiftness of lightning, yet with a rhythm as fluid as flowing water. He did not methodically process the herbs one by one. Rather, he acted in accordance with the optimal path deduced by the system, both hands in synchrony. With a flick of his left finger, a thread of azure flame, delicate as a wisp, separated from the crimson blue fire, deftly enveloping the clear heart 3-leaf clover, whose crystalline leaves exuded a refreshing aura. The flame's temperature was meticulously suppressed to a critically low point, carefully calcining the herb. The leaves gradually curled and melted in the azure fire, transforming into droplets of jade green essence, releasing a captivating fragrance, with impurities meticulously eliminated throughout the process, an endeavor requiring utmost precision yet flawlessly executed. Simultaneously, his right hand manipulated the primary body of the crimson blue flames, morphing into a warm, golden-red fireball, into which he cast the Buddha heart fruit. Its surface adorned with golden patterns, radiating a gentle, masculine energy. The temperature of the flames surged, yet was kept at the very edge of what the Buddha heart fruit could endure, violently calcining it. The fruit shriveled rapidly in the flames, ultimately morphing into a viscous liquid, akin to molten gold, with fervent energy waves securely locked within the fire. Next came the branch of the spirit-absorbing tree, resembling ink jade. Its touch cooled to the skin. Luo Chen again adjusted the flame's temperature, transforming the crimson-blue flames into a nearly transparent warm white, gently enveloping the branch. The branch softened gradually in the warm fire, exuding an ink-green sap, imbued with pure and chilling spiritual energy, which was carefully stripped away and purified by the flames, ultimately condensing into a liquid reminiscent of ink jade. The essences of the three primary materials were separately contained in jade bowls, each radiating distinctly different energy fluctuations. Without a moment's pause, Luo Chen fluidly began to process the auxiliary herbs. On the observation platform, Frank and Otto were utterly transfixed, their astonishment surging with every moment. Such control over the flames. Such delicate manipulation of the soul. Otto could not restrain himself from exclaiming in a trembling voice. The purification of three materials with differing attributes was executed with such seamless finesse, devoid of any clumsiness. His mastery over the flames was simply unfathomable. Moreover, Frank, with eyes sharp as an eagle, noted the speed and purity of the purification process. The medicinal potency of the clear heart three-leaf clover was preserved to near perfection. The Buddha heart fruit's fiery essence was entirely unleashed without a trace of chaotic overflow. The chilling spiritual energy of the spirit-absorbing tree has been flawlessly extracted. To what intricate level must one comprehend the properties of medicinal herbs to achieve this? Is this truly a feat attainable by a mere 17-year-old? The two exchanged glances, both reflecting the profound astonishment in their eyes. At this moment, the icy gaze of Xiao Yan was filled with shock. She bit her lip, striving to discern every subtle movement of Luo Chen, etching each detail into her memory. Lin Fei, with her mouth agape, wore an expression that screamed impossibility. Her prior arrogance had vanished completely, leaving only pure reverence and admiration. The little healer's heart raced, her hands clasped tightly against her chest, her knuckles paling from the pressure. While she did not comprehend the intricacies of fire control and alchemy, she could sense the intense focus emanating from Luo Chen, along with the mounting energy fluctuations in the air that bore down upon her. In her heart, she repeatedly urged, Luo Chen, you can do it. The second step, fusion. This is the most perilous stage. The essences of differing attributes and energies must be forcibly amalgamated under the catalyst of flame. Any misstep could lead to energy conflict, resulting in the complete destruction of the medicinal properties or, worse, an explosive backlash. Luo Chen's expression was grave beyond measure. He took a deep breath, his formidable spiritual power functioning like invisible tendrils, deftly controlling the crimson azure flames. First, he introduced the inky essence of the spirit-absorbing tree. Instantaneously, the crimson azure flames transformed into a massive vortex, enveloping the chilling liquid, maintaining the temperature at an extraordinary equilibrium, neither allowing it to solidify nor permitting its energy to dissipate. Next, the molten gold essence of the Buddha's heart fruit was gradually introduced. The moment the fiery yang essence made contact with the frigid spirit-absorbing tree liquid, hiss, like cold water splashing into boiling oil. A violent clash of energies erupted instantaneously. The energies of crimson gold and deep green collided ferociously within the cauldron, tearing apart and emitting a piercing shriek. The entire cauldron began to tremble violently. Energy currents surged chaotically from the seams of the lid. This is bad. Attribute conflict. Otto's face paled, and he gasped in shock. Frank clenched his fists tightly, his heart lodged in his throat. Xiao Yan and Lin Fei covered their mouths in fear. The little healer's heart tightened, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Chapter 67. Third grade, success. In this moment of utmost peril, a brilliant light ignited in Luo Chen's eyes. His spiritual power surged to its zenith. The vitality of the Yao would harmonize the yin and yang. Buzz. The verdant hue within the crimson azure flames surged dramatically, a torrent of vibrant life energy, resembling the gentlest of lubricants, forcefully intervened in the storm of conflict between crimson gold and deep green. It was not a suppression, but rather a guidance. Like a skilled hand plucking the strings of a zither, it meticulously combed through the tumultuous energies, intertwining and harmonizing them. Under Luo Chen's exquisite control, the temperature of the flames experienced minute, yet critical fluctuations, akin to discovering that singular point of balance at the eye of the storm. Gradually, under the mediation of this overwhelming life force, the ferocity of crimson gold and the chill of deep green began to lose their antagonism, resembling two once wild beasts now tamed, tentatively reaching out to one another under the guidance of the azure flames. Ultimately, signs of a peculiar fusion began to manifest. The chaotic energy storm gradually subsided, giving way to a more intricate and restrained ebb of energy. It worked. He had forcibly harmonized the opposing forces of yin and yang. Frank was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from his feet, his voice slightly quavering. What a profound understanding of fire and what attributes must this require? And that soul manipulation ability was nothing short of divine craftsmanship. Just as everyone let out a sigh of relief, Luo Chen, however, dared not relax even for a moment. His forehead was already beaded with fine droplets of sweat, and his complexion had paled slightly due to the considerable consumption of soul energy. Without pause, he immediately poured the purified essence of the tranquil three-leaf clover into the cauldron. The emerald liquid, like a refreshing drizzle, instantly melded into the recently stabilized mixture of crimson gold and dark green, infusing it with a serene power that calmed the mind and further solidified the amalgamation. The final step, and indeed the most crucial, was to incorporate the energy of a third-tier magic core. Luo Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade as he withdrew a third-tier earth magic core radiating a fierce, earthen energy. He did not directly insert it. Instead, he manipulated the azure flame into a sharp needle of fire, piercing it forcefully into the core. The wild and pure earth energy surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, forcibly drawn out by the fiery needle. This energy was exceedingly turbulent, imbued with the earth's weight and ferocity. Luo Chen's soul energy acted as the most resilient of rains, firmly restraining this tempestuous torrent of energy. He opted not to inject it all at once, but rather to sever it into dozens of delicate streams. Gradually, he guided the streams, like gentle brooks, cautiously introducing them one drop at a time into the now stabilized essence within the cauldron. Each infusion rippled through the liquid like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, causing intense fluctuations. Luo Chen had to remain wholly focused, his soul energy and flame manipulation harmoniously intertwined, continuously adjusting the temperature and pressure of the flames, ensuring the newly added energy merged swiftly and steadily with the primary liquid. With each successful infusion, the color of the liquid deepened, radiating an even more robust and stable energy wave. This process was agonizingly slow. Luo Chen's visage grew increasingly pallid, beads of sweat cascading down his temples, splashing onto the stone platform and evaporating instantly in the intense heat. His body trembled slightly from the immense mental exertion, yet his hands, controlling the flames, remained as steady as a rock. The onlookers, their hearts rising and falling with each energy infusion, were gripped by anxiety. Frank and Otto were so tense that their palms were slick with sweat, scarcely daring to breathe. The little healer felt an overwhelming ache of sympathy. Wishing to rush forward to share the burden, yet fearing to disturb him, she could only bite her lip, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Time passed, each second stretching into what felt like a century. Finally, when the last stream of earthy energy was perfectly integrated into the essence, the bubbling liquid within the cauldron became remarkably tranquil. Its hue transformed into a deep, dark golden, resembling molten amber, exuding an enchanting fragrance that was both refreshing and delightful, while simultaneously harboring a profound and gentle wave of spiritual energy. Congealing the Dan, Luo Chen's heart roared, and a final spark ignited in his eyes. This was his inaugural attempt at refining a third-grade elixir, and he had already expended the majority of his spiritual energy at this moment. He was driven solely by sheer willpower. His hands moved in a rapid, intricate dance, akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers. The crimson and azure flames suddenly converged, transforming from their tumultuous form into the gentlest of warm currents, like the most precise of molds tightly enveloping the dark golden liquid within the cauldron, compressing it. The process of condensing the elixir is the final step in endowing the potion with shape and stabilizing its potency, representing the ultimate trial of the alchemist's control over fire and their spiritual essence. The liquid surged violently under the intense compression of the flames, contracting and resisting the force of cohesion. Luo Chen felt a formidable backlash surge from within the cauldron, his spiritual essence struck as if by a heavy hammer. Waves of dizziness crashing over him. Steady yourself. He gritted his teeth, blood oozing from his gums. His formidable willpower forcefully quelled the discomfort, and his spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, firmly suppressing the liquid's rebellion. Under his command, the crimson and azure flames exhibited exquisitely nuanced fluctuations in temperature, at times blazing like a furnace to hasten the elixir's condensation, and at others gentle as a spring breeze, soothing the turbulent energies. The dark golden liquid, subjected to the relentless forging of the flames, dwindled in volume, yet shone ever more brilliantly, its radiance becoming increasingly subdued and resplendent. The fragrance of the elixir transformed from a rich intensity to a more profound and lingering bouquet, as if it could cleanse the very soul. Just as the liquid was on the verge of fully solidifying into an elixir, an unexpected change occurred. The core of the compressed liquid, seemingly imbued with an excess of spiritual energy, suddenly erupted with a fierce will of resistance. This will, formless and intangible, bore an immense force that violently collided with Luo Chen's spiritual awareness. Buzz! Luo Chen felt as if he had been struck, his vision momentarily engulfed in darkness. The mental energy controlling the flames experienced a subtle, yet critical, fluctuation. It was precisely this minuscule disturbance that momentarily weakened the fiery barrier encasing the liquid. With a whoosh, a torrent of chaotic energy found its release, surging violently from the core of the elixir and crashing against the inner wall of the cauldron. Crack! A chilling, faint sound of fracturing resonated. The exquisite dark-hued cauldron's interior was indeed breached by this uncontrollable energy, a fine crack appearing. The cauldron trembled violently. This is dire. Frank and Otto's expressions turned ashen in an instant. The cauldron is cracking. This is a precursor to an explosion. Should the cauldron shatter completely, the rampant energy would not only obliterate the elixir, but also inflict grievous harm upon Luo Chen himself. All efforts would be in vain. It could even endanger his life. The little healer was utterly petrified, exclaiming in horror, Luo Chen. In this critical moment, when all believed failure to be inevitable, the 2 points of crimson golden flame imprints in Luo Chen's eyes suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. A relentless willpower, derived from the essence of the sunfire, surged forth in an instant. Hold steady. He roared like a beast, his hands swiftly converging in a decisive gesture, unleashing every remnant of his fighting spirit and spiritual energy without reservation. Buzz! The verdant vitality within the crimson and azure flames surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, inflating in an instant. No longer merely a package, it resembled the most resilient of vines, pulsating with a vigorous life force, fiercely entwining and permeating the fissures of the shattered cauldron. Simultaneously, the core of the crimson golden flame erupted with an overwhelming binding power, akin to an invisible giant hand, firmly restraining the dark golden medicinal liquid on the brink of eruption. The vitality of wood began to mend the cauldron's walls, while the will of fire suppressed the potent elixir. In that moment, Luo Chen harnessed the full essence of his dual attributes of wood and fire to an extraordinary extent, forcibly repressing the violent backlash of energy. The gaping fissures in the cauldron, infused with rich vitality, were miraculously sealed and stabilized. The crisis was swiftly quelled in an instant. Within the cauldron, the dark golden liquid, after enduring its final frenzy, ultimately succumbed, losing all resistance. Enveloped in the gentle embrace of flames, it gradually and resolutely solidified, shrinking into a pill the size of a dragon's eye, perfectly round and as deep in hue as dark golden stars. At the precise moment the pill took shape, a resonating hum echoed. An unusual fragrance, richer than before, surged forth like a tangible essence, permeating the air. This aroma was crisp and mellow, penetrating deep into the soul, invigorating the spirit and seemingly dispersing all fatigue in an instant. Even more astonishing was the visible pale golden halo rippling from the surface of the pill, forming a hazy ring of light above the cauldron that lingered without dissipating. He succeeded. He truly succeeded. A 17-year-old third-tier alchemist, not just in the Gamal Empire, but across the entire northwestern continent. This was unprecedented. Otto trembled with excitement, gripping Frank's arm tightly, as if that were the only way to remain steady. The heart of the little healer finally settled, intertwined with immense joy and heartache, causing tears to brim in her eyes and cascade down like pearls released from a broken string. She gazed at the pale-faced boy, swaying yet maintaining his upright posture on the stone platform, her heart swelling with unparalleled pride. Xue Mei and Lin Fei stood in stunned silence, their eyes filled with indescribable awe and admiration for Luo Chen. This transcended the realm of genius. This was true prodigy. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, slumped outside the assessment area and witnessing all through a gap, felt darkness envelop him, a wave of metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He clamped his mouth shut, barely staving off the urge to spew blood. The words third tier at 17 echoed like the most venomous of curses, tearing at his nerves and utterly shattering his last vestiges of pride and illusion. He was finished. His path as an alchemist, his pride, had been reduced to laughable dust beneath the miraculous brilliance of Luo Chen. His eyes lost their luster, leaving only an endless void of despair. Luo Chen exhaled a long, deep breath, his body swaying unsteadily. He summoned his remaining strength, wiped the sweat from his brow, and consumed a rejuvenating pill, revealing a fatigued yet radiantly brilliant smile. He gazed at the pill gently floating within the cauldron, emanating a soft golden glow, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Third-tier alchemist, accomplished. Chapter 68, Soul-Nourishing Saliva. Within the stone chamber, the fragrance of the elixir lingered, the pale golden halo gradually dissipating, leaving a lingering resonance throughout the room. Luo Chen suppressed the waves of emptiness and sharp pain emanating from the depths of his soul. With a graceful motion, he summoned the round, warm, dark golden awakening pill, which then lightly settled into the white jade bottle he had prepared in advance. The collision of the pill and the jade produced a crisp, melodious sound that resonated delightfully in the serene atmosphere. He exhaled a long breath, tinged with fatigue, and descended from the stone platform with slightly unsteady steps, approaching the group of individuals still in a petrified state at the observation edge. Master Frank, Master Otto, Luo Chen's voice, imbued with the calm of success yet tinged with a barely concealed hoarseness from overexertion, echoed, "Behold, the awakening pill. I have successfully refined it." This declaration rippled through the still air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. "Ah, it's done. It's truly done." Otto jolted awake, his round face trembling with excitement, rushing forward with a speed that belied his bulk. Frank followed close behind, his usually stern and composed visage now radiating sheer joy and disbelief. The little medical fairy was the quickest to react. As Luo Chen's words hung in the air, she swept to his side like a gentle breeze, her delicate hand firmly yet tenderly clasping his arm, sharing the burden of his weight. In her eyes, unshed tears shimmered, a blend of compassion and pride intertwined with relief. "Luo Chen, how do you feel?" Her voice held a barely perceptible quiver. Luo Chen sensed the warmth and support from her arm, turning to offer her a reassuring smile, gently shaking his head. "It's nothing serious. Just a bit of soul energy expenditure." Refining a third-grade pill for the first time was a bit too ambitious. His tone was calm, as if the exhilarating process of pill formation had been merely a trivial matter. It was only when the white jade bottle, containing the dark golden pill, was truly presented before them that Frank and Otto fully regained their composure from the overwhelming shock. Trembling hands carefully accepted the jade bottle, treating it as if it were a rare treasure. The bottle was warm to the touch, and the pill emanated a rich, tranquil aura alongside formidable spiritual resonance through the jade wall. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Frank exclaimed thrice, his aged eyes glistening with emotion, his voice trembling with excitement. "The pill's aura is magnificent, its potency immense. Although the pill patterns have yet to fully manifest, the quality is undeniably that of a third-grade pill." Young friend Luo Chen, Yui found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to find words adequate to describe the miraculous youth before him. Otto, equally exhilarated, had his round face flushed with color as he grasped Luo Chen's other arm with such fervor that Luo Chen nearly stumbled. "A miracle. This is a miracle. A 17-year-old third-grade alchemist. Unheard of in the Empire, let alone the entire Northwest continent. The Alchemist Guild of Black Rock City is honored because of you. You are our guild's greatest treasure." In this moment, the two masters shed any pretense of dignity, their excitement akin to that of children who had just discovered a great treasure. They enveloped Luo Chen on either side, exuberantly expressing their joy and admiration, completely oblivious to the little medical fairy who was nearly jostled aside. The little healer was pushed back a step, watching the two old geezers in a state of ecstatic forgetfulness, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. Unable to contain herself, she lightly stomped her foot and pouted, muttering softly about the two old rascals. Their playful demeanor, after witnessing Luo Chen's astonishing feat, added an enchanting spark to the atmosphere. Lin Fei and Shuai Mei stood at a distance, their faces pale and their gazes hollow, as if their souls had been extracted. All of Lin Fei's previous pride and sense of superiority were utterly shattered in that moment. In Shuai Mei's icy eyes, only a profound reverence akin to gazing up at towering mountains remained, accompanied by an inescapable sense of bewilderment. The impact that Luo Chen had on them transcended the realm of genius, presenting a despairing chasm that threatened to overturn all their understanding and future plans. At that moment, their world truly crumbled. Let's go. Frank finally managed to calm himself slightly, though his voice remained exuberant. "Luo Chen, my young friend, come quickly to receive your third-grade alchemist badge and robe. Also, the promised rewards are all bundled up, ready for your selection." Otto nodded vigorously, his eyes nearly disappearing in his smile. Yes. Hurry up. I'll personally take you to the treasury. Take whatever you desire. Don't hold back." The two of them, without waiting for a reply, surrounded the still somewhat weak Luo Chen and hurriedly made their way outside, leaving the little healer exasperatedly trailing behind. The core treasury of the Alchemist Guild in Black Rock City far exceeded Luo Chen's prior imagination. After Frank and Otto combined their efforts to open the heavy iron door, a vast, temperature-controlled underground space came into view. Countless transparent cabinets crafted from crystal were neatly arranged, emitting a soft glow. The rich, intoxicating fragrance of herbs mingled with various pure energy fluctuations, invigorating the senses. The cabinets displayed rare treasures collected by the guild over the years. In the herb section, There was the 1,000-year-old dragon blood mushroom, its body of vivid red, resembling flowing blood. The ice crystal snow lotus bloomed quietly, enveloped in a chill. The earth core fire mushroom resembled solidified magma, radiating intense heat, and various uniquely shaped roots, stems, and fruits, each exuding different elemental energies. In the magic core section, cores ranging from 1st to 5th grade were displayed in crystal cases, their earthy yellow, vibrant green, fiery red, and icy blue, a dazzling interplay of energy, like stars converging. In the scroll section, ancient animal skin scrolls, jade tablets, and metallic sheets recorded precious alchemical formulas or rare combat techniques, emanating the essence of time and knowledge. In the oddities section, there were various unclassifiable treasures, such as soul-nurturing gemstones, peculiar minerals, and liquids with unique effects. The site was a dazzling array, overflowing with treasures. The little healer was already awestruck by the guild's profound heritage, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Luo Chen's gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping swiftly across the room. The depletion of his soul power left his complexion somewhat pale, yet his eyes were strikingly keen. He had already set his sights on a target. System. Scan the entire treasury and identify the optimal selections, particularly matching my soul seed evolution route and the requirements for the little healer to absorb the nether poison fire. Command confirmed. Deep scanning in progress. Scanning complete. Optimal matching targets locked. 1. 4th Order Wood Attribute Magic Core. Qingmu Xuanjiao. This core harbors an immense and pure life energy of the wood element, aligning perfectly with the host's evolutionary needs for the wood attribute spiritual seed among all types of fighting energy. Its energy level is exceptionally high, with vast potential. Location, 2nd from the left in the 3rd row of the magic core area. 2. Revival Flower, trifoliate, a rare spiritual flower, imbued with gentle yet powerful life restorative and soul-nurturing forces. It exhibits remarkable restorative effects on the host's soul and meridian injuries sustained from cultivation, battle, or alchemy, and also aids in the stable evolution of spiritual seeds. Location, 4th crystal cabinet from the right in the 7th row of the medicinal herbs area. 3. Soul Nourishing Essence, 3 drops of peculiar substance that nurtures the essence of the soul, appearing as a viscous pale purple liquid contained within a specially crafted jade bottle. It significantly enhances the resilience of the soul, warding off mental shocks and erosion. This item is essential for the host to resist the backlash of the nether poison fire's will. Location, innermost cold jade platform of the peculiar items area. I desire these 3 items, Luo Chen declared without hesitation, his voice resonant. Frank and Otto exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of understanding and admiration. The 4th Order magic core holds substantial value. The revival flower is exceedingly rare, and the soul-nourishing essence is a prized treasure among soul-related artifacts. Excellent. Young friend Luo Chen indeed possesses discerning eyes. Otto exclaimed, gesturing grandly. Immediately, a steward approached, carefully retrieving the 3 treasures and presenting them before Luo Chen. Luo Chen solemnly accepted them. The magic core, roughly the size of a fist, was a deep emerald hue, with what appeared to be azure serpentine shadows swirling within. Its touch was warm and weighty. The revival flower, with its trifoliate structure, radiated a soothing white light and emitted an intoxicating fragrance. The most precious was the jade bottle containing 3 drops of the pale purple liquid, which felt cool to the touch, bringing a wave of comfort to the soul. He then placed these cherished items into his spatial ring. Thank you, esteemed masters, for your generous gifts, Luo Chen expressed sincerely, bowing in gratitude. Chapter 69, A Brief Interlude. As they exited the treasure vault and traversed the opulent corridor of the guild, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the tall glass windows, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. Just as they were about to pass through the guild's grand entrance, Otto seemed to recall something, hastening to catch up with Luo Chen, his plump visage adorned with a hint of anticipation and gravity. Young friend Luo Chen, please pause for a moment. I have one more inquiry. Luo Chen and the little medicine saint halted, turning to face him. Otto rubbed his hands together, exchanging a knowing glance with Frank before speaking. A year from now, the imperial capital will host the Alchemist Conference of the Gamma Empire. It is the pinnacle gathering for the younger generation of alchemists, attracting talents from all corners. With your abilities, should you participate, you are certain to shine brightly and establish a renowned reputation. Might I inquire if you hold any interest? Frank gazed at Luo Chen with eager intensity, clearly sharing the same anticipation. If Luo Chen were to represent the Black Rock City branch and achieve commendable results, their branch would undoubtedly gain fame throughout the empire. Luo Chen's mind raced with thoughts. The Alchemist Conference? This was the pivotal stage in the original narrative where Xiao Yan showcased his prowess and formed alliances with various heroes. With the system at his disposal, his objective was clear: to seek spiritual seeds and perfect their attributes, as well as to assist the little medicine saint in mastering the nether poison fire. The rankings and rewards of the conference held little allure for him, nor was it necessary to seize the opportunities and spotlight that belonged to Xiao Yan. This journey to locate the nether poison fire would lead him into perilous territories, with an uncertain duration. It was unlikely he would return in time within a year. Upon reflecting on this, Luo Chen's demeanor remained serene as he respectfully clasped his hands in front of the two eager masters. His tone imbued with a hint of apology, yet unwavering determination. I am deeply grateful for your generous affection and recognition. The Alchemist Conference is indeed a grand affair, he articulated, pausing momentarily to exchange a glance with the little medicine fairy. However, the endeavors that lie ahead of us are fraught with peril and uncertainty, and our return may be indefinite. If there exists even a minuscule chance, I shall strive to return in time, so as not to disappoint your expectations. With that, having concluded their discourse, he refrained from lingering and naturally took the delicate hand of the little medicine fairy, turning to exit the imposing doors of the Alchemist Guild. The golden hues of the setting sun enveloped them, casting a warm silhouette around their figures. Frank and Otto observed the young couple as they departed hand in hand, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Finally, Frank let out a gentle sigh, shaking his head, yet his eyes sparkled with admiration. This youth possesses a demeanor as profound as the abyss, unmoved by transient fame, with a clear and steadfast aim. Such a prodigy, so astute. His future accomplishments may well transcend our wildest imaginings. Otto, adjusting his ample belly, wore a reflective smile as he remarked, indeed. It appears that this realm now belongs to the youth. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and lowering his voice with an air of significance, he continued, Frank, have you noticed the young woman beside him, the one referred to as the little medicine fairy? Her aura is peculiar, almost elusive, at times tranquil. Yet it evokes a certain trepidation within me. I find it astonishing that I cannot fathom her depths. This young friend of Luo Chen is also a hidden gem. At these words, Frank's expression turned serious, nodding thoughtfully. The two stood at the entrance of the guild, gazing at the vanishing figures down the street, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. Ultimately, they exchanged a knowing smile, filled with anticipation for the future and satisfaction in their prodigy, before turning back into the resplendent gates of the guild. Upon leaving the Alchemist Guild and stepping into the bustling streets of Black Rock City at dusk, Luo Chen's taut nerves finally began to unwind. The fatigue from his depleting soul force surged over him like a tide, rendering his complexion even more pallid and his steps somewhat unsteady. Luo Chen, the little medicine fairy, immediately sensed his condition, gripping his arm a bit tighter. Nearly leaning against him for support, her delicate visage awash with concern. We must find a place to rest. You need to recuperate. Yes, let us seek a quieter inn. Luo Chen conceded without feigning strength, nodding in agreement. Although he appeared calm, the flow of his internal energy was sluggish, and a sharp, needle-like pain coursed through his soul. A lingering consequence of forcibly suppressing the backlash from the explosive furnace and the extreme concentration required for pill refinement. Crafting a third-tier pill, particularly a spirit-awakening pill which pertained to the mental realm, proved to be a daunting challenge for him at this stage. The two strolled through the bustling streets. The earth-shattering news from the Alchemist Guild evidently yet to fully permeate the town. Nonetheless, the ethereal beauty of the little medicine fairy beside Luo Chen drew the attention of several passers-by. Occasionally, hushed whispers floated through the air. Look at that youth. He looks quite unwell. Is he injured? That girl beside him is truly beautiful. They appeared to have emerged from the direction of the Alchemist Guild. Could it be that they failed to obtain the Alchemist badge? Luo Chen did not have the opportunity to don the black robe and badge symbolizing his identity as an alchemist. He merely wished to return to the inn swiftly, to recuperate, and then proceed with his next course of action. He remained oblivious to the gazes upon him, his mind delving inward as he attempted to guide the faint would attribute energy to nourish his waning soul essence. Beside him, the little medical sage stood like a vigilant creature, her eyes scanning the surroundings, subtly guarding his side. Just as they were about to turn into a relatively secluded alley leading to the inn area of the city, several figures with malicious intent obstructed their path. At the forefront was a burly man with a face full of flesh and a sinister glare, clad in leather armor and wielding a knife at his waist, exuding the aura of an 8-star fighter. He was flanked by 3 equally unsavory companions. Well, young man, you don't look too well, the burly man said, crossing his arms and grinning to reveal yellowed teeth, his greedy gaze sweeping over the storage ring in Luo Chen's hand and the little medical sage. Just come from the Alchemist Guild? It seems you've spent quite a bit of energy. My friends and I just happened upon a bag of fine charcoal. It's most invigorating. Care to buy some to warm yourselves up? His words were flippant, yet his eyes were firmly fixed on Luo Chen. Clearly intent on exploiting his weakened state, especially with a female companion at his side. At that moment, Luo Chen regretted not wearing his alchemist robe when he left, for it might have spared him this predicament. One of the accomplices behind him shook a filthy cloth bag, from which the faint scent of inferior firestones wafted. The little medical sage's demeanor instantly turned icy, akin to a frozen lake, with a faint, chilling gray energy swirling around her fingertips. The instinct of her cursed body filled her with a cold desire for destruction in the face of any threat. However, Luo Chen gently squeezed her palm, signaling her to remain calm. He halted, his pale face devoid of expression, merely observing the burly man with a tranquil gaze, though a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Through the reactions and conversations of passers-by, he had learned that this brute, nicknamed Black Bear, was a small-time leader of a local gang in Black Rock City, known for preying on solitary travelers. Step aside, Luo Chen's voice was soft, even somewhat weak, yet it carried an undeniable chill. Oh, you're rather bold, aren't you? Black Bear, incensed by Luo Chen's demeanor and emboldened by the sight of his evident frailty, sneered. It seems you don't know your limits until you feel the heat of a little charcoal. He lunged forward, his massive hand slicing through the air, aiming directly for Luo Chen's collar. The strike was imbued with energy, swift and fierce, clearly intending to subdue the ailing youth. Yet, just as his hand was about to make contact with Luo Chen's clothing, something unexpected occurred. Luo Chen moved. Instead of the anticipated evasion or block, he slightly tilted his body. The movement, while seemingly slow, was executed with precision, allowing Black Bear's assured grasp to miss its target. Simultaneously, Luo Chen's right hand, which had been hanging by his side, shot out like lightning, fingers slightly curled, not forming a fist, but rather adopting a peculiar posture as though seizing something heavy, rising from below to meet the exposed flank of Black Bear, who had overextended. The Black Bear's pupils constricted, a sudden alarm ringing in his heart. This young man's movements were decidedly peculiar. However, what truly astounded him lay ahead. Luo Chen's seemingly mundane and even somewhat feeble reach, upon contact with the Black Bear's armored side, unleashed an obscure yet monumental force that erupted with ferocity. This force was not a violent impact, but rather akin to the undercurrents surging deep within the earth, carrying a suffocating, layered tremor of power. Crack! A bone-chilling sound of fracture resonated sharply. The sinister grin on the Black Bear's face instantaneously froze, transforming into a visage of excruciating pain and disbelief. He felt an overwhelming, inexorable weight crash into him, shattering at least 2 of his ribs. His internal organs seemed to be seized and mercilessly kneaded by an invisible hand. The terrifying tremor even disrupted and dissipated the fighting spirit within him. His massive frame was hurled backward as if struck by a stampeding rhinoceros, crashing violently against the damp, cold wall of the alley before collapsing to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, curled up in agony, unable to rise. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. The 3 henchmen behind the Black Bear stood frozen, their sinister grins and greed utterly petrified, their eyes bulging as if they had encountered a ghost. The leader of the 8-star warriors had been dispatched in a single move by this seemingly fragile youth, whose pale visage suggested he could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. What was that terrifying sensation that had assailed his insides? Luo Chen slowly withdrew his hand, his complexion still pale, even coughing slightly due to the forced exertion of his fighting spirit. He did not even glance at the Black Bear, now akin to a lifeless dog, but instead cast a cold gaze upon the 3 dazed henchmen. At that moment, Luo Chen donned the black robe of an alchemist he had previously stored in his spatial ring, the 3 stars representing a 3rd-rank alchemist gleaming brilliantly on his chest. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Heavens! That youth is actually a 3rd-rank alchemist. They had assumed his earlier weakness upon exiting the Alchemist Guild indicated failure in the assessment, only to discover he was indeed a 3rd-rank alchemist. How old could he possibly be? The Black Bear's entourage had now struck an iron wall. Hearing the murmurs and witnessing the undeniable insignia of a 3rd-rank alchemist upon Luo Chen's robe, the Black Bear's lackeys were already terrified to the point of losing control. Take him away. Leave. Luo Chen's 3 words pierced the air like ice daggers. The 3 men jolted, terror-stricken, scrambling to lift the groaning Black Bear, not daring to utter a single harsh word, and they hastily vanished into the depths of the alley, as if fearing that a mere moment's delay would lead to being devoured by that formidable youth. The alley fell into tranquility once more, the only remnants being the fading glow of the setting sun. Chapter 70. The Prestige of an Alchemist. As dawn broke, it dispelled the nocturnal clamor of Black Rock City. Luo Chen gently pushed open the window of the inn, allowing the crisp air to flow in, invigorating his tense spirit that had been strained from intensive cultivation. After a night of recuperation, nourished by the formidable life energy of the 4th-rank Azure Wood Mystic Serpent Core, and the gentle restorative properties of the revitalizing flower. His depleted soul force had recovered significantly, and remarkably, his strength had increased. He was now a 3-star fighter. His pallid complexion was once again imbued with a vibrant flush of health, and his gaze deepened with an introspective intensity. He donned a brand new robe, emblematic of a 3rd-tier alchemist. The fabric, dark and distinct, felt cool to the touch, supple yet firm, with its edges intricately embroidered in silver thread depicting ancient alchemical cauldrons and flames, exuding a subtle yet undeniable air of nobility. Upon his chest, the exquisite badge of a 3rd-tier alchemist, featuring a delicately sculpted 3-legged cauldron, was surrounded by 3 radiant golden ripples that shimmered in the morning light, akin to an indelible mark of identity. The young healer was also prepared, dressed in a modest yet elegant gown, exuding a refined charm. As she observed Luo Chen in his black robe adorned with the badge, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in her beautiful eyes. The black robe accentuated his already striking stature, merging the calm confidence of a master alchemist with the youthful vigor of a young man, creating a unique allure. "Shall we?" Luo Chen smiled and nodded at her. Pushing open the inn's door, they stepped into the bustling streets of the morning, where numerous pedestrians had begun to gather. As Luo Chen and the young healer walked side by side, the previously noisy street fell into an eerie silence in an instant. Eyes, filled with indescribable awe, curiosity, and even trepidation, converged on Luo Chen, or more precisely, on the badge emblazoned with 3 golden lines upon his chest. "Look, 3 golden lines. That's the badge of a 3rd-tier alchemist. My heavens, a 3rd-tier alchemist so young. Was the commotion at the Alchemist Guild yesterday all about him? Shoo! Lower your voice. Don't disturb the esteemed one. That girl beside him is breathtaking too. Is she the companion of the alchemist?" The murmurs spread like ripples on the surface of water, swiftly evolving from hushed whispers to uncontrollable exclamations and awed whispers. Passers-by instinctively stepped back, clearing a wide path, creating an unexpected vacuum in the center of the once crowded street. The gazes were filled with a reverence akin to gazing upon the divine, as if he were not traversing a mere street, but walking upon a pedestal unattainable by mortals. Luo Chen felt a slight furrow in his brow, an unfamiliar sensation washing over him. He was aware of the esteemed status of an alchemist, yet he had not anticipated such weightiness in the eyes of ordinary people, nearly akin to that of a walking deity. The overwhelming reverence was more disconcerting than facing a formidable foe. Sensing the sudden rigidity in his arm, the young healer glanced at him, catching a fleeting glimpse of helplessness in his eyes. A mischievous smile tugged at her lips. She leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper, imitating the tone of the earlier passerby with a playful lilt. "Come now, my esteemed 3rd-tier alchemist. Your time is indeed precious." While her intention was to tease Luo Chen about his current discomfort, her melodious voice, imbued with youthful innocence, resonated differently in the ears of the guild's attendant, who had been nervously trailing a few paces behind them, leading them to the air station. To him, the playful remark was misconstrued as the alchemist's dissatisfaction with the service and a prompt for greater efficiency. Especially that phrase about the value of time sent him into a frenzy. Without a moment's hesitation, the servant's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees with a thud on the blue stone slab, cold sweat immediately beading on his forehead. His voice trembled with a whimpering tone as he pleaded, "My lord, spare me. I am but a wretched soul. I have wronged you. I shall run to make arrangements at once. I beseech you, show mercy." As he spoke, he attempted to bow his head in contrition, as if Luo Chen were about to take his life at any moment. This sudden display of reverence startled both Luo Chen and the young healer. Luo Chen glanced at the trembling servant on the ground, and then at the young healer beside him, who was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed from the prank gone too far. He couldn't help but chuckle, extending his hand to gently tap her smooth forehead, murmuring, "Look at the trouble you've caused." Then, stepping forward, he summoned a gentle aura of energy to lift the servant, halting his bowing. His tone, while firm, sought to convey kindness. "Rise. There is no need for fear. I am not a man-eating beast. Simply guide us well, and there is no need for such theatrics." The servant, buoyed by an irresistible warmth, felt the absence of anger in Luo Chen's voice, allowing his frayed nerves to settle. Yet, he still dared not raise his gaze. Responding timidly as he led the way, his posture hunched as if burdened by an immense weight. The young healer stuck out her tongue, discreetly tugging at Luo Chen's sleeve, whispering, "Hee, I didn't mean to." Observing her rare display of embarrassment, Luo Chen's exasperation transformed into a smile as he gently held her hand, saying, "Come, my esteemed companion of the alchemist." Her cheeks flushed even deeper, resembling a ripe apple. She shot him an indignant glare, but allowed him to hold her hand as they walked towards the enormous flying transport station at the city's edge, under the gaze of countless awestruck onlookers. The flying transport station was vast, divided into several sections. The regular area buzzed with noise, various smaller flying beasts carrying enormous wooden baskets, awaiting passengers. However, when the third-grade badge on Luo Chen's chest gleamed in the morning light, the entire bustling square seemed to fall silent. Soon, a man who appeared to be in charge hurried over, nearly stumbling in his haste, his face adorned with the most humble and respectful smile. Nearly bowing to the point of breaking, "Esteemed Alchemist, your presence truly elevates our humble establishment. Please, follow me to the premium area. There you will find the most comfortable mounts and the finest service." With the man's overly eager guidance, Luo Chen and the young healer traversed through the throng, entering the distinctly serene premium flying zone. This area was spacious and tranquil, paved with smooth stone, and the air was significantly less tainted. Majestic flying beasts, their feathers resplendent and vibrant, exuded a powerful aura, each meticulously cared for. One, in particular, stood out, clad in deep purple feathers that shimmered like metal in the sunlight. Its head held high, eyes sharp, and wings robust even when folded. It was a pupluing giant eagle, a formidable creature of the fourth tier. "My lord, here lies the swiftest and most reliable purple feather giant eagle, destined for the grand city of Wandu, located at the border of the Outcloud Empire. The journey will take merely 5 days. It has been reserved exclusively for you." The steward bowed respectfully as he introduced the magnificent creature, while attendants swiftly brought forth a splendid saddle adorned with thick cushions and a small table, setting it upon the eagle's broad back. Luo Chen nodded, taking the delicate healer's hand as they gracefully leapt onto the eagle's back. The saddle proved to be exceedingly comfortable, offering a splendid view. "My lord, do you require anything else? Food, water, blankets, everything is at your disposal," the steward inquired, his head tilted back in deference. "No need, let us depart promptly." Luo Chen waved his hand. Yes, of course." The steward, as if granted a reprieve, immediately signaled to the beast tamer. With a resounding cry of the eagle, the purple feather giant eagle unfurled its expansive violet wings, measuring 7 or 8 zhang in width. The powerful gusts of air stirred the dust from the ground, as the colossal creature ascended rapidly, leaving the diminishing silhouette of Haiyan City behind. Chapter 71, The Abyssal Toxic Marsh. High above, the winds howled fiercely, yet were considerably softened by the energy barrier emanating from the giant eagle, leaving only a refreshing breeze to caress their faces. Below them, mountains and rivers sped past, while the sea of clouds churned beside them, a sight of unparalleled grandeur. Sensing the restoration of his inner strength, Luo Chen turned to the delicate healer and said, "Little healer, I wish to enter a state of seclusion to consolidate my power and conduct some research. You may assist in guarding me while you practice as well." Rest assured," she replied promptly, her expression turning serious. She understood that Luo Chen had gained further insight into the power of the soul during his previous alchemical endeavors, and this was also preparation for their forthcoming journey to the Outcloud Empire. Luo Chen settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes as his consciousness descended into his inner self. He did not immediately cultivate his combat energy. Instead, he focused his awareness, immersing himself in the enigmatic system space. "System," he silently intoned. "Host Luo Chen, please provide instructions." A cold, mechanical voice resonated deep within his consciousness. "Query the precise location of the abyssal toxic fire within the Outcloud Empire," Luo Chen stated directly. "Command, retrieve the exact coordinates of the abyssal toxic fire. Ranked 20th on the exotic fire list. Retrieval requires a consumption of points, 1,000 points. Summary of points acquisition rules. Defeating or killing targets with strength equal to or exceeding that of the host. The greater the disparity in strength, the more points earned. Breakthrough in realm. Successful absorption of spirit seeds. Completion of specific achievements, etc. Current host points balance, 3,200 points. Do you confirm the consumption of 1,000 points for retrieval? 3,200 points? Luo Chen understood immediately. It appeared that these points were primarily accrued from the absorption of the Yaoxing Flame Spirit Seed, as well as from his trials in the Beast Mountain Range, during which he eradicated the Wolf Head Mercenary Group. Defeating creatures like the Black Bear likely yielded minimal points, with the majority stemming from spirit seed absorption and realm breakthroughs. The system did not elaborate on the specific calculations, but the general rules were clear. Confirm retrieval. Luo Chen declared without hesitation. Points are meant to be spent, and his goal was clear. Command confirmed. Deducting 1,000 points. Current points balance, 2,200 points. Retrieval in progress. Retrieval complete. Target, Abyssal Toxic Fire, Exotic Fire List, rank 20th. Location, core region of the Abyssal Toxic Marsh. Situated on the northeastern border of the Outcloud Empire, adjacent to the territory of the Heavenly Serpent Empire. Detailed map information has been uploaded to the host consciousness. Supplementary explanation of the characteristics of the nether poison fire. Its existence is birthed from the depths of the nether poison marsh, where it is steeped in the suffocating miasma of toxins for millennia. The flames feast upon the endless poisonous vapors, nurturing their essence for a century and taking form over a millennium. In its fully realized state, it exhibits a spectral green hue and drifts like ghostly flames through the dense miasma, eluding capture. Characteristics. It harbors terrifying and extreme toxicity. This fire is the very embodiment of the purest venom in the universe. Any being lacking a special constitution against toxins that comes into contact with even a spark will be instantly consumed by its lethal essence, meeting a swift demise if they lack extraordinary means beneath the rank of the Battle Emperor. The toxic breath released during its combustion is also a supreme treasure for crafting high-grade poison pills. Challenges and acquisition. 1. Treacherous environment. The nether poison marsh is a forbidden zone for life, perpetually cloaked in toxic miasma that erodes martial energy and invades the soul. Venomous insects and beasts roam freely, shrouded in unpredictability. 2. Flame sentience. Having attained consciousness, it possesses an instinctive ability to seek benefits and avoid harm, hiding deep within the miasma, making its trace elusive. 3. Cognitive misconceptions. Ordinary alchemists regard it as a lethal substance to be avoided at all costs. Poison fire alchemy? No different from concocting toxic pills to harm oneself. While common poison specialists covet its potency, they are acutely aware of its terror, and none dare to attempt to consume or refine it, akin to self-immolation. Thus, few have genuinely ventured into the core of the marsh in search of this flame over the ages. Within his consciousness, a detailed map unfolds, clearly marking the location, extent, and core area inferred from the concentration of toxins and energy fluctuations of the nether poison marsh. The description of the nether poison fire sends a chill through Luo Chen's heart, yet fortifies his resolve. The keywords deadly ghost fire and toxic miasma forbidden zone reverberate in his mind, his gaze sharp as a blade. The challenges are numerous, the dangers extreme. Yet, this is precisely the opportunity tailor-made for the little medicine fairy. Ordinary alchemists and poison specialists dare not pursue it, cannot pursue it? Perfect. The little medicine fairy possesses a unique constitution against toxins, inherently attuned to them. She yearns to become an alchemist, and, under the guidance of the system-optimized source fire controlling the toxic scriptures, has preliminarily grasped the methods of harmonizing and balancing toxicity. This extreme yin and toxin, capable of incinerating all, in her hands will serve as the key to breaking the curse of misfortune, mastering her own fate, and embarking on the path of dual cultivation of poisons. As Luo Chen slowly opens his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of crimson gold and emerald light dances in the depths of his pupils, the will of the sun fire, and an unwavering focus on his goal. He gazes northeast, his sight seemingly piercing through 1,000 miles of cloud, beholding the murky green marsh shrouded in deathly miasma. Target confirmed, nether poison marsh. He murmurs softly, his voice imbued with resolute determination. The purple feather giant eagle has soared over the vast Tagore desert for 3 days. Before him lies an expanse of undulating golden sand dunes, shimmering under the scorching sun, distorting the air in a monotonous yet grand spectacle. The eagle's powerful wings cleave through the arid air, leaving the clamor of Black Rock City far behind. As it carries Luo Chen and the little medicine fairy steadfastly towards the distant borders of the Outcloud Empire, the young healer leaned against Luo Chen's shoulder, gazing at the boundless golden sea below, feeling the brisk high-altitude wind brush against her face. Her heart was filled with both a yearning for the future and a subtle melancholy of being far from her homeland. Luo Chen, with his eyes closed, focused on regulating his internal energy, nurturing his meridians, while simultaneously channeling a fragment of his mind to repeatedly analyze the map of the nether poison marsh provided by the system, the potential dangers that lay ahead, and the various strategies to counter the nether fire. The peril posed by the nether poison marsh was undoubtedly greater than that of the Beast Mountain range. Luo Chen pondered deeply, realizing that merely knowing the route of the nether fire was insufficient. One must possess the capability to tame it. Moreover, the previously concocted awakening pill would certainly not suffice for the young healer to subdue the nether fire. He resolved to seek out some corresponding treasures when they reached the Outcloud Empire. Tranquility was abruptly shattered on the afternoon of the 3rd day. Initially, a line of dull gray appeared on the horizon, akin to ink swirling in clear water, quickly spreading its influence. The wind, without warning, transformed into a violent tempest, whipping up clouds of yellow sand into colossal pillars that connected heaven and earth. The once clear sky was engulfed by churning, leaden clouds, the sunlight completely obscured, as if the world had plunged from daylight into a dismal twilight. A deafening roar approached, not the sound of thunder, but the cacophony of countless grains of sand colliding and grinding against each other in the furious currents, producing a disconcerting shriek. In Chapter 72, The Phantom of the Storm, the purple-feathered giant eagle emitted a terrified screech, its massive body jolted violently by the turbulent air, resembling a fragile boat amidst a furious sea. Despite the beast tamer's frantic shouts to regain control, the eagle could not maintain its course, instead being irresistibly drawn towards the heart of the approaching storm. What is happening? Oh heavens! A sandstorm! Such a tremendous sandstorm! Steady! Steady! On the broad back of the flying beast, the few passengers were thrown into chaos. Aside from Luo Chen and the young healer, there were several middle-aged figures clad in the robes of alchemists, adorned with second-grade badges, along with their hired guards. At this moment, these self-important alchemists were pale with fear, clinging desperately to anything stable nearby, their screams drowned out by the howling winds. Their guards, mostly at the level of fighters, also appeared ashen, striving to maintain their balance. Luo Chen and the young healer had already leaped up cautiously during the eagle's first violent jolt, firmly grasping the stabilizing rings on its back. Luo Chen shielded the young healer behind him, his gaze sharp as he pierced through the swirling yellow sand, fixating on the storm's center, which resembled the gaping maw of an abyss. There lay the source of destructive energy. In the chaotic eye of the storm, the leaden clouds formed a massive vortex, where countless thick, pale serpentine lightning bolts writhed and exploded within the clouds. Each flash illuminated the darkened world in a blinding white, emanating a chilling aura of annihilation. Luo Chen, look at the center of the storm. There is something. The young healer clutched Luo Chen's arm tightly, her voice tinged with a trace of panic, her slender finger pointing toward the depths of the eye of the storm. Luo Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, amidst the relentless fury of raging thunder and swirling dark energies. A vague, colossal shadow, seemingly composed of pure darkness, flickered into view. It appeared to hover at the core of the eye of the storm, its form ever shifting, as though it merged with the tempest itself, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence, savagery, and insatiable greed that sent shivers down the spine of the soul. What manner of fiend is this? A second-tier alchemist screamed in terror, nearly collapsing to the ground. Among the passengers, the strongest guardian, a 5-star battle master, was equally stricken with horror. He bellowed in fury, his earthy battle energy erupting from within like a volcano, instantly coalescing into a thick, angular armor of rocky energy enveloping his form. He steadfastly shielded the alchemist behind him, fixating on the bizarre shadow at the eye of the storm as if facing an imminent threat, the radiance of his battle armor starkly illuminating the dim tempest. Luo Chen's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The aura emanating from that shadow bore a chilling, inhuman coldness and a pure malice that could not possibly be birthed from a natural storm. Without hesitation, he yanked the little medical sage behind him, his battle energy surging with fervent speed, the dual hues of crimson and azure flickering around him, while the ashen wood burning wind step was silently activated, ready to unleash an explosive velocity at any moment. The unknown was the most terrifying. In the instant when all nerves were taut to their breaking point, the shadow within the eye of the storm stirred, without warning, without a trace. It seemed as though it were a black lightning bolt tearing through the fabric of space. In one moment it lingered at the storm's center, and in the next, that indistinct shadow had traversed hundreds of feet, appearing spectrally before the 5-star battle master. The speed surpassed the limits of visual perception, leaving only a fleeting afterimage in its wake. What? The battle master could scarcely muster a horrified roar. His proud rocky armor was as fragile as paper before the shadow's blurred claw, with a sickening sound of flesh being rent apart, clear even amidst the howling winds. The shadow's claw sliced through the hardened armor as effortlessly as a red-hot knife through butter, precisely penetrating the battle master's chest. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The astonishment on the battle master's face solidified, his eyes filled with an unthinkable despair. He looked down at the gaping, blood-soaked hole in his chest, as well as the dark claw that protruded from his back, dripping with scalding blood. He had not even managed to execute an effective defensive maneuver. With a sudden, fierce pull, the shadow's claw wrenched out a still-beating heart. Blood gushed forth from the battle master's chest and back like a fountain. His massive frame crumpled as though all his bones had been extracted, collapsing limply atop the eagle's back, blood instantly staining the ground. Meanwhile, the shadow paid no heed to the fallen battle master or the alchemist behind him, who, paralyzed with terror, had lost control of his faculties. The shadow's claw, still clutching the heart, casually brought the bloodied organ to where its mouth should have been, as if an invisible fissure had opened. A grotesque gulp resonated, sending chills down the spine. The heart vanished into the darkness. A profound silence enveloped the back of the flying beast, punctuated only by the howling winds and the thunderous roars, along with the nauseating stench of blood that permeated the air. Luo Chen's pupils constricted violently, as if he had encountered a cataclysmic earthquake. Swift. Unimaginably swift. It transcended the limits of Dou Ling and even surpassed the speed of an ordinary Dou Wang. A lethal strike rendered even the armor of a 5-star Dou master utterly insignificant. Cannibalistic. This was no human. It was a monster, a malevolent spirit from the abyss. A Dou Wang. Undoubtedly a terrifying entity of Dou Wang caliber, and certainly not benevolent. Fear coiled around every heart like a frigid serpent, instantly ensnaring all present. The remaining alchemists and guards crumbled in despair, collapsing to the ground, issuing desperate wails, their instincts to flee annihilated by the horrifying spectacle. Yet, in the face of overwhelming terror, Luo Chen's mind erupted with astonishing clarity. Escape. Immediate escape was imperative. Remaining here would make them nothing more than fish on a chopping block. It seemed the shadow sought out powerful flesh and hearts. He and the little medical fairy must not become its targets. Run. With a fierce growl, Luo Chen seized the still shaken little medical fairy in his arms without a moment's hesitation. Burning wood, wind step, flame cloud, mysterious wings. Activate. Boom. A vibrant fusion of verdant and golden Dou Qi erupted from beneath Luo Chen's feet and behind him like a volcano. Below him, the azure wind swirled, carrying sparks of fire, granting him a speed akin to that of a divine being. Behind him, crimson golden Dou Qi surged forth, coalescing into enormous wings composed entirely of pure flame energy, spanning 2 to 3 zhang in width. The edges of the wings blazed with intense golden flames, each feather distinctly visible, radiating a scorching and powerful energy. The low-level earth-ranked flying Dou technique, flame cloud mysterious wings, unfurled in its entirety for the first time in actual combat. With a mighty flap of his wings, whoosh, a violent gust of wind erupted around Luo Chen, clearing the surrounding sands in an instant. Embracing the little medical fairy, he shot forth like a golden arrow freed from its bowstring. Accelerating beyond the limits of the purple-feathered giant eagle, racing away from the storm's epicenter at a breakneck speed. The velocity was so great that it left a long trail of flame and wind in its wake. At the heart of the storm, the shadow that had just savored the heart emitted a vague sound of surprise. It had not anticipated that this tiny creature possessed such astonishing speed, and the fiery wings instinctively sparked a sense of discomfort within it. It did not pursue directly, as if Luo Chen's escape was merely an inconsequential interlude. The remaining delicacies on the eagle's back were far more enticing. Its indistinct head turned deeper into the storm, seemingly gesturing with an arm. Whoosh, whoosh. Within the storm, 2 slightly smaller figures, also composed of pure shadow, instantly materialized as humanoid soldiers. They bore no facial features, only indistinct outlines, and seemed to wield weapons formed from shadows, exuding a chilling and bloodthirsty aura. A rasping thought wave, akin to sandpaper's friction, pierced directly into the consciousness of the 2 shadow soldiers. Roar. 2 shadowy soldiers emitted silent roars, their bodies instantaneously transforming into 2 streaks of black light, racing close to the ground. Moving with astonishing speed as they locked onto the rapidly retreating crimson gold tail flame in the sky, relentlessly pursuing their target. Their objective was clear and cold, either to reclaim the fleeing prey or to seize their own hearts. Upon the back of the giant purple-feathered eagle, only the desperate cries remained, accompanied by the eerie sounds of the shadow's terrifying tearing and swallowing. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, cradling the soft yet trembling little healer in his arms, urged his speed to the utmost limit. With each powerful flap of the blazing wings, thunderous sounds erupted, temporarily distancing him from the swirling sands and the chilling murderous aura that clung to him like a leech. The frantic escape had only just begun. Chapter 73, The Flight. Luo Chen held the little healer tightly as he pushed his blazing wings to their maximum potential, the scarlet gold streak tearing through the dusky veil of sand. Trailing a long fiery tail behind him, each massive wing beat resonated like thunder, the ferocious gusts carving deep ravines into the sand dunes below. The fighting spirit within him surged forth like a torrent unleashed, yet it rapidly diminished under such high-speed consumption. In their frantic dash of several dozen miles, they left behind the terrifying storm that had engulfed the giant purple-feathered eagle. The roar of the storm and the bellowing of thunder gradually faded into obscurity. Yet the bone-chilling murderous intent, akin to a relentless parasite, continued to pursue them without the slightest abatement. Only when the cataclysmic vortex connecting heaven and earth vanished from sight did Luo Chen dare to slightly reduce his speed. The fiery wings behind him dimmed considerably, and their flapping frequency slowed. He staggered to a halt on the leeward side of a towering sand dune, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently like an old bellows. The energy expenditure of a 3-star fighter sustaining such extreme aerial maneuvers far exceeded his expectations. Sweat mixed with sand trickled down from his brow, leaving his complexion pale as parchment. The little healer's feet touched the ground, her body still trembling, her heart racing with fear. She gripped Luo Chen's arm tightly, her fingers cold, her voice trembling with an uncontrollable quaver. Luo Chen, what on earth was that? It actually devoured humans. How terrifying. Recalling the image of the shadow's claws extracting hearts and consuming them with ease, a wave of nausea surged in her throat, nearly causing her to retch. Luo Chen, too, felt a lingering dread. Leaning against the scorching sand dune, he struggled to calm his tumultuous blood and racing heart. He closed his eyes, desperately searching the depths of his mind for any fragments of memory regarding Dou Qi. Shadow? Stormcore? Cannibalism? And that overwhelming pressure of a Dou Wang? Did such a creature exist in the original text? No, absolutely not. I do not know either. Luo Chen opened his eyes, filled with gravity and confusion, his voice low and hoarse. However, the aura of that thing was terrifying, truly terrifying. It was neither a magical beast nor a human. It resembled a pure embodiment of malevolence. The intensity of its presence was surely on par with a Dou Wang, perhaps even stronger. He recalled the shadow tearing through the five-star fighter's rocky armor, as if it were mere paper. A chill crawled up his spine once more. If they had been just a fraction slower earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The two individuals exchanged a glance, each perceiving in the other's eyes a profound sense of relief at having survived calamity, intertwined with an abyss of dread. The sinister specters amidst the tempest represented a horror that transcended their comprehension. Luo Chen, refusing to linger in hesitation, swiftly retrieved a jade vial from his ring and poured out 3 plump, pale blue recovery pills. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed them all. The pills dissolved instantly, transforming into 3 gentle, yet insufficiently potent streams of warmth that coursed through his nearly desiccated meridians, striving to rejuvenate the parched vortex of battle energy within him. Just as he prepared to steady his mind and attempt to connect with the central system of the myriad world memories within his body, hoping to glean clues about the shadowy figure, a chilling hum reverberated through the air. A frigid, lethal aura, akin to 2 poisoned ice spikes, pierced through the fabric of space without warning, locking onto Luo Chen and the little medical fairy in an instant. Panic surged through Luo Chen as his scalp prickled, and his heart, which had just begun to stabilize thanks to the pills, resumed its frantic pounding. He abruptly turned his head, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks. In the distance, 2 indistinct black streaks tore through the air at a speed that instilled despair, hurtling towards the sand dune where they stood. Although their velocity paled in comparison to Luo Chen's previous explosive fiery wings, it was still far beyond that of an ordinary Grand Master. They're back. The little medical fairy cried out in alarm, her once rosy complexion drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with despair. Why won't they leave us alone? Luo Chen's heart plummeted to the depths of despair, a frigid fury and an overwhelming will to survive igniting within him. It's their presence. They have locked onto our scent. That ghastly entity seeks to consume us. He bellowed, not allowing himself a moment's thought as he pulled the little medical fairy into his embrace, his arms tightly encircling her slender waist. Fire wings. Activate. Luo Chen shouted hoarsely, disregarding the sharp pain coursing through his meridians as he forcibly drew upon the meager remnants of battle energy that had just begun to replenish. A dull crimson-golden radiance erupted from his back, barely managing to coalesce into the formidable wings of flame. Yet this time, the wings appeared far more ethereal, their edges flickering uncertainly, far less solid and brilliant than before. With a vigorous flap, Luo Chen, cradling the little medical fairy, transformed once more into a precarious streak of light, skimming perilously close to the surface of the sand dune as they fled for their lives. Behind them, 2 shadowy soldiers, akin to weightless phantoms, pursued relentlessly, their faceless visages turned towards Luo Chen's fleeing form, emitting an eerie sound that resembled the grating of countless pebbles within a metallic conduit. Found these 2 little pests, let us take them back for a reward. No rush to return, let's have some fun with them first. It seemed as though they were conversing, their voices laced with a mocking tone directed at Luo Chen and the little medical fairy, the sound woven with a malevolent rhythm that unsettled the mind and sent shivers through the soul. In quick succession, both shadow soldiers raised their indistinct arms simultaneously, moving in an unnaturally rigid yet rhythmically primal manner as they swiftly formed intricate seals before them. The intricate and enigmatic seal technique twisted the surrounding light with each movement of his fingers, gathering a nauseating, corrosive dark energy that surged wildly in his palms. With a whoosh, 2 fist-sized spheres of pitch-black energy, their surfaces writhing as if countless minuscule insects crawled upon them, instantly took shape. They resembled eyes from the abyss, silently tearing through the air at a speed surpassing sound, hurtling towards the radiant golden light ahead. Wherever they passed, the air sizzled with a faint corrosive sound. Luo Chen exerted every ounce of his strength to propel the ashen wood flame wind step, the azure wind and fiery sparks swirling beneath his feet, augmented by the blazing cloud wings behind him, pushing his speed to its utmost limit. His nerves were taut to the extreme, and his soul perception spread like a spider's web behind him. Just as the two black energy spheres were about to reach him, a thunderous warning resonated from the depths of his soul. Danger! Luo Chen roared, clutching the small healer tightly, and executed an extreme evasive maneuver midair. The power of wind and fire erupted beneath him, propelling his body sideways several feet as if struck by an invisible hammer. The two dark energy spheres grazed the edge of Luo Chen's battle attire, their chilling, corrosive aura causing his protective energy to emit a hissing sound, as if splashed with strong acid, dimming its brilliance. A prickling pain coursed through his skin. The small healer shut her eyes tightly, her heart nearly leaping from her chest, acutely aware of the deathly aura that brushed past them. With their attack having missed, the two shadowy soldiers displayed no emotional fluctuation. They raised their arms once more, executing two identical, bizarre seal techniques. To Luo Chen's horror, the black energy spheres that had just narrowly missed them and should have struck the distant sand dunes instead arced back through the air, defying logic, tracing sticky, unnatural trajectories as they abruptly turned to lock onto them with an even more malevolent intent. What the heck? These wretched things have tracking capabilities. Even with Luo Chen's resilient spirit, he could not suppress a string of curses. This relentless, energy-defying pursuit was nothing short of despicable. As the two deathly spheres rapidly enlarged in his vision, the hope of evading them through sheer speed was but a delusion. In that critical moment, a fierce glint ignited in Luo Chen's eyes. "Hold on tight, little healer," he bellowed decisively, with his left arm still tightly cradling her, shielding her behind the barrier formed by his body and fiery wings. He raised his right hand in a flash, fingers spread wide. A primal roar erupted from deep within his throat as he unleashed all of his battle energy, as a 3-star battle master, into his right arm. The dual-hued energy of crimson and azure surged forth like two roaring dragons from his dantian, violently crashing along the intricate pathways of his arm. In an instant, his right arm became enveloped in this vibrant energy, causing his sleeves to shred into tatters. Beneath the exposed skin of his arms, a crimson and azure glow of fighting spirit flowed like molten lava, with veins protruding, emitting faint sounds of strain. The raging energy was frantically compressed and concentrated within his palm. Fragmented star, cracked rock. Boom. A large crimson and azure energy handprint suddenly formed before Luo Chen's palm. The handprint was remarkably solid, with clear palm lines visible, its edges ablaze with fierce flames, while a violent gale that could tear apart anything swirled within. This was a high-level fighting technique, optimized through the memory core of the myriad realms, infused with the primordial flame Luo Chen absorbed from the Sun Heart Flame Spirit, its power far exceeding that of its peers. The moment the handprint took shape, the surrounding space seemed to be slightly distorted by the overwhelming force of destruction, while the sand and stones below were crushed into fine powder, creating a shallow pit. "Break for me." Luo Chen's eyes widened with fervor, his right arm's muscles taut, exuding an indomitable aura as he fiercely struck towards the two black energy spheres hurtling toward him. The gigantic crimson and azure handprint, akin to the palm of a celestial deity, advanced with the terrifying might to incinerate all and shatter mountains, boldly confronting the two chilling, writhing black orbs. In the next instant, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted above the desert. The destructive crimson and azure energy clashed violently with the dark, corrosive energy, like two ferocious beasts from different realms, colliding, tearing, and annihilating. Blinding light illuminated the dim sand dunes in an instant. The violent shockwave expanded in a circular frenzy, leveling the dunes within several dozen feet, forming a massive circular pit. The swirling yellow sand was swept skyward by the shockwave, creating a tumultuous sandstorm. Luo Chen bore the brunt of it. He felt as if his right arm had crashed against a swiftly approaching mountain of mysterious iron. An indescribable, chilling force with potent corrosive properties surged back through the fragmented star, cracked rock handprint. Uft. The crimson and azure handprint, after barely holding for less than a breath, was covered in spiderweb-like black cracks. The pitch-black energy, like maggots gnawing at bones, frantically eroded and dismantled the energy structure of the handprint. Although the handprint successfully neutralized and detonated most of the energy from the two black spheres, a condensed stream of tangible black energy, akin to a venomous serpent, penetrated the shattered defenses of the handprint, striking fiercely against Luo Chen's hastily formed fighting spirit garment. Bang! The crimson and azure garment on Luo Chen's body flickered violently, emitting a piercing, sizzling sound, as if hot oil splashed onto snow, instantly corroding through. The residual immense force and that chilling corrosive energy struck squarely against his chest. Ugh! Luo Chen felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, pain surging through his chest, a sweetness rising in his throat. And he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the air with a shocking crimson mist, cradling the little medical fairy in his arms. He was hurled away like a kite with its string cut by the violent shockwave, crashing heavily onto the sand dozens of feet away, rolling over several times before coming to a stop, carving a deep trench in the ground. Luo Chen, the little medical fairy, protected tightly in Luo Chen's embrace at the last moment, experienced relatively less impact, but still tumbled and felt disoriented. Ignoring her aching body, she struggled to crawl out of the sand and rushed to Luo Chen's side with a tearful voice. As I gazed upon the tattered fabric of Luo Chen's chest, revealing a charred black mark, tendrils of a chilling black aura lingered around its edges. Blood continuously trickled from the corners of his mouth, and tears instantly welled up in the eyes of the little medicine fairy. Luo Chen, what has happened to you? Please, do not frighten me. Luo Chen coughed violently, each spasm expelling bloody foam. He felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, and the area on his chest, tainted by the dark energy, sent waves of bone-deep, chilling agony coursing through him, as if countless tiny ice needles were stirring within his flesh. Even more terrifying was the fact that this force was attempting to erode his fighting spirit. Struggling to stand with the support of the little medicine fairy, he swayed unsteadily. His complexion pale as parchment, his breath utterly depleted. He fixed his gaze upon the dust-laden sky ahead. As the haze slowly dissipated, two shadowy figures suspended in the air came into view. They seemed to have been pushed back slightly by the shockwave of the earlier explosion. Yet their forms remained solid and unharmed. The faceless visages were locked onto him and the little medicine fairy, emanating a chilling intent akin to that of a butcher eyeing its prey. The recent clash had made Luo Chen acutely aware of the vast chasm in strength between the two sides. His stellar fragment and cracking rockhand flame blast, the most potent single-target attack refined by the system, had failed to fully neutralize the pursuing energy sphere unleashed by the adversary. Merely the residual shockwave and penetrating energy had left him, a 3-star dome master, gravely injured and coughing blood. His fighting spirit was on the verge of depletion. The power of these two ghastly beings undoubtedly reached the realm of high-level Great Dome Masters, perhaps even the pinnacle of 9 stars. Coupled with their uncanny tracking attacks and corrosive energy, there was no hope for victory. Cough, cough, Sienner. Luo Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice hoarse yet resolute, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on the encroaching shadows. Fetch me the recovery pills, and buy me some time. Today, it seems we must fight for our lives. The little medicine fairy observed the bloodied profile of the youth, noting the unwavering flame of defiance burning in his eyes. The tide of her fear receded, replaced by a resolute determination to share his fate. She nodded emphatically, her expression devoid of any cowardice, filled instead with a steadfast resolve to protect him. Yes, the little medicine fairy released her support of Luo Chen, unhesitatingly retrieving a jade vial from her spatial ring. She poured out 2 recovery pills and pressed them into Luo Chen's hands. Subsequently, with a flick of her wrist, a gleaming longsword appeared in her grasp, the very weapon Luo Chen had gifted her, a low-grade mysterious tier longsword. With a resonant sound, the sword was drawn, producing a clear, melodious ring. The little medicine fairy took a deep breath, her focus sharpening immensely. She understood that her combat prowess paled in comparison to Luo Chen's. Yet the poisonous fighting spirit granted by her cursed body was her trump card. She had to buy Luo Chen the time necessary to consume the pills and recover even a sliver of his fighting spirit. Without hesitation, she swiftly drew the blade across her left palm. Crimson blood surged forth, but rather than healing her wound, she urged the faint toxic energy within her body, mixing it with her blood and quietly applying it to the cold blade. A thin, nearly imperceptible dark purple aura flickered at the edge of the sword, barely visible to the naked eye. This is the utmost limit of her capabilities, using her own venomous blood as a catalyst to momentarily enhance the toxicity of her blade. With a firm grip on the sword saturated with her toxic blood, her petite frame radiated astonishing courage as she stepped forward. Resolutely positioning herself in front of the severely injured Luo Chen, the tip of her sword pointed defiantly at the 2 looming shadows of death. The sandy wind tousled her slightly disheveled hair, and her exquisite, ethereal visage was now etched with an unwavering determination that brooked no infringement. Luo Chen, gazing at the slender yet steadfast silhouette before him, felt a profound tremor in his heart. No longer hesitating, he swiftly consumed the 2 recuperative pills bestowed by the little healer, simultaneously channeling his energy with fervor to extract every ounce of potential from his meridians. Greedily absorbing the medicinal essence of the pills, a faint dual-hued radiance of crimson and azure flickered across his form. Engaging in a silent, yet perilous tug-of-war with the tenaciously corroding black energy in his chest. The two shadowy soldiers hovered several dozen feet away, seemingly intrigued by the sudden display of defiance from the two insignificant prey below. Their faceless heads tilted slightly, as if engaging in a wordless exchange. In the next instant, they simultaneously raised their indistinct arms. Without the need for incantations or gestures, they simply pointed downward. Swish, swish. Two beams of pitch-black light, exuding a suffocating aura of death, tore through the air like judgment spears from the abyss, instantaneously slicing the distance to strike at the little healer standing resolutely in front and at Luo Chen, who was desperately regulating his breath on the precipice of life and death. Chapter 75, A Life and Death Line. The two inky black beams, radiating a potent essence of mortality, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, swiftly traversing dozens of paces, aimed directly at the little healer and the beleaguered Luo Chen. Before the beams arrived, the chilling and bone-chilling intent to kill already pricked the skin and sent shivers through the soul. Not on my watch. The little healer shouted with a voice as resolute as ice. In that moment, her feeble purple poisonous energy erupted without reservation. The sword hummed as a more concentrated and ominous grayish-purple aura ignited around its blade. With a swift twist of her delicate wrist, she traced an arcane trajectory with her sword, murmuring obscure syllables to unleash the poisoned sword rain. This was an advanced martial technique from the mystic tier bestowed upon her by Luo Chen when Xianju's space ring. Buzz. In an instant, several energy sword phantoms, composed entirely of deep purple and imbued with a potent corrosive poison, manifested before her and Luo Chen. Each poisonous sword appeared as solid as reality, its tip exuding a disquieting venomous brilliance, emanating a terrifying aura capable of dissolving energy and corroding metal. Go! The little healer commanded with a swift point of her sword. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous phantoms of poisonous swords shot forth like purple arrows unleashed from a bow, shrieking through the air as they charged toward the two lethal beams of darkness. Thud, thud, thud. The clash between the poisonous swords and the beams was fierce. The dark energy of death and the bone-corroding toxic energy clashed violently, annihilating one another. The momentum of the beams was gradually diminished by the layers of toxic swords, emitting a sizzling, piercing sound as the dense black radiance visibly dimmed and thinned. However, despite the formidable nature of the advanced mystic tier technique, the little healer's own strength remained ultimately limited. After piercing through the fifth phantom of the toxic sword, the two dark beams, diminished by merely 30%, surged forth with overwhelming force, striking fiercely. Clang! The young healer had anticipated this moment, her hands firmly gripping the hilt as she channeled her entire energy into the blade, positioning it defensively across her chest to withstand the onslaught. The sound of metal clashing resonated loudly, sparks flying amidst the corrosive purple miasma. An irresistible force surged through the sword into her body, causing her to emit a muffled groan, as if struck by a heavy hammer, her delicate form trembling violently. The sand beneath her feet exploding into a shallow crater. Though her feet were firmly anchored in the sand, the tremendous power propelled her backward, carving deep furrows into the ground as she was driven back several paces. With a sudden cough, crimson blood erupted from the corner of her mouth, staining the fabric of her attire. Her complexion turned ashen in an instant, her hands gripping the sword trembling as the skin split at her palms, blood trickling down the hilt and sizzling upon contact with the scorching sand. She swayed slightly, yet her gaze remained fixed on the two shadowy figures that were raising their arms once more, showing no sign of retreat. Luo Chen was still incapacitated. She could not falter. Luo Chen, catching a glimpse of the young healer spitting blood from the corner of his eye, felt a pang of anguish. But he was presently racing against death. Any distraction could lead to his demise. He fervently activated his techniques, the potency of two recovery pills nourishing his nearly depleted meridians like twin springs, while the black corrosive force within him battled fiercely against the red and azure energies. As he desperately sought to restore his own energy, he also racked his brain for a solution, pondering whether there existed a method to break the stalemate. For all his techniques seemed ineffective against the shadowy soldiers. Suddenly, a thought struck him: the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. The powerful technique employed by Xiao Yan in battle through the heavens, which combined into a devastating fire lotus to inflict damage upon foes. While he possessed a unique all-attribute energy. Could he not perhaps amalgamate different energies to achieve a similar effect? Without delay, he summoned the system. System, urgent request. Please analyze whether my diverse energy attributes can be fused to create a technique akin to the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. In his mind, the system's analytical results emerged like a beacon in the darkness. Confirming host's command, commencing analysis. Analysis result, feasible. Methodology guidance. Differentiate energy attributes. Forcibly guide with soul power. The core lies in energy compression and instantaneous balance. Wood represents vitality. Fire signifies destructive eruption. Use fire as the foundation, wood as the catalyst. Compress to the critical point and then detonate. Procedure. Differentiate the original flame and wood spirit energy. Envelop and guide the initial contact with soul power. Forcibly merge and compress into a lotus seed form. Continuously inject energy to stabilize and finally detonate. Caution. Repulsion is exceedingly strong, and the burden on the soul is immense. A slight misstep could result in self-immolation before harming the enemy. Do you confirm execution? Confirmed. Luo Chen roared within, his eyes ablaze with a reckless determination. The concept of the Buddha's wrath lotus was his only hope for survival. He hesitated no longer, immersing his consciousness within, his soul power acting as the most delicate probe, swiftly locking onto the two distinctly defined sources of energy within his Dantian cyclone. Boom. The crimson golden flames erupted first. It was the primordial fire, infused with the essence of the sun heart flame, fierce and domineering, embodying the will to incinerate all things. The temperature surrounding Luo Chen surged abruptly, causing the air to distort and boil, while the grains of sand beneath his feet began to melt and crystallize. Bathed in the scarlet golden radiance, he resembled a deity of fire descending upon the earth. Immediately following, a distinct and vibrant azure energy surged forth. This was the pure wood spirit combat aura nurtured by the wood Yanqing Emperor longevity technique, gentle yet resilient, containing a formidable life-catalyzing power. The emerald light intertwined with the crimson flames, but like water and fire, they were sworn enemies. Upon contact, a violent confrontation of energy erupted. Crackling sounds echoed. The clash of crimson and azure at the periphery of Luo Chen's body resulted in wild collisions, annihilations, and explosions. Countless minuscule energy sparks erupted, emitting a cacophony akin to the sound of frying beans. The tumultuous energy currents surged around him like a rampaging wild stallion, tearing his already tattered garments into shreds, revealing a robust torso besmirched with sweat and blood. An indescribable agony enveloped Luo Chen in an instant. It was not merely the searing pain of flesh being torn, but a torment where his very soul was relentlessly tugged and crushed by two diametrically opposed energies. It felt as if countless red-hot brands and icy steel needles pierced his consciousness simultaneously. Veins bulged on his forehead, writhing like a coiled dragon. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. Blood once again trickling from the corners of his mouth, while his body trembled violently, as if on the verge of being utterly shattered by the ferocious energy. Luo Chen. The little healer's heart raced as she beheld Luo Chen's contorted visage and the terrifying red and azure energy tempest surrounding him. Yet, she understood that she could not afford to be distracted. The two shadow soldiers had made their move again. In the distance, the two shadow soldiers hovered, their featureless black faces seemingly revealing a flicker of cold confusion for the first time. They sensed the destructive aura contained within the red and azure energy storm, though faint. It radiated a warmth and vitality that instinctively repulsed them. However, the actions of this insignificant insect provoked an irritation akin to being taunted by ants. One shadow soldier lowered its gaze to inspect a tiny wound on its arm, eroded by the residual poison of the previous corrosive sword rain. Although the shadows around the wound writhed and quickly mended it, the lingering trace of grayish-purple toxin continued to corrode the shadow energy constituting its being, emitting a faint sizzling sound, bringing forth an unprecedented sting. A low, hoarse growl, reminiscent of countless grains of sand grinding together, emanated from the shadow soldier, filled with a sense of offended wrath, as the little healer, undeterred by her injuries, forcibly summoned the toxic combat aura that surged with the unbinding of part of her seals. She formed hand seals. A far denser and more viscous grayish-purple toxic mist converged wildly in her palms, coalescing into a palm-sized imprint that exuded a heart-stopping aura. Heavenly Mist Poison Palm. The palm imprint howled forth, directly targeting one of the shadow soldiers. Roar. The locked shadow soldier was utterly enraged. It did not evade. The indistinct arm abruptly rose, transforming from a mere energy beam attack into the stance of a true warrior. Fingers converged like a blade. The shadow energy intensely coalesced, morphing into a pitch-black energy blade, its edges glimmering with an eerie light. It descended fiercely against the gray-purple imprint of toxic mist. Chapter 76. The Annihilation Lotus. With a whoosh, the shadow blade tore through the air, striking the core of the toxic mist imprint with precision. The tumultuous shadow energy clashed violently with the bone-corroding poison. The imprint was instantly cleaved apart, the dissipating mist frantically eroding the shadow blade, producing a shrill sound of corrosion. Yet, the power of the shadow soldier was evidently superior. The residual shadow blade, unyielding in its momentum, surged forward with a chilling wind towards the little medical sage. Her pupils contracted as she endured the pulsating pain in her meridians and the backfire of the poisonous gas. With a swift change of pace, she drifted sideways like a willow in the wind, narrowly evading the impending strike. Simultaneously, her sword carved an intricate arc, infused with the remnants of toxic energy, targeting the vulnerable side of the shadow soldier's energy blade. Clang! Sizzle! The tip of her sword accurately struck the side of the shadow blade. A tremendous force surged forth, causing her hands to split deeper, nearly forcing the sword from her grasp. Yet, this strike successfully altered the trajectory of the blade ever so slightly. The obsidian gleam of the blade grazed her shoulder, drawing forth a spurt of blood, corroding her garment, and revealing a rapidly expanding charred wound on her pristine skin. A surge of agony overwhelmed her, and the little medical sage let out a muffled groan, her movements momentarily stilled. Meanwhile, another shadow soldier had silently maneuvered to her rear. A pitch-black claw, imbued with a chilling intent to pierce through all, stealthily reached for her vulnerable back. The timing was insidiously impeccable. "Be careful!" Luo Chen's frantic shout echoed, laced with desperation, yet he was ensnared in the critical moment of merging his fighting spirit, utterly unable to assist. The little medical sage's hair stood on end. At the brink of life and death, the instinct of her cursed body was awakened. She abruptly twisted and spun, her sword like a venomous serpent striking back. The blade's edge was saturated with a dense gray-purple toxin. Clang! The long sword narrowly parried the dark claw. The jarring sound of metal scraping filled the air, sparks flying. The immense force numbed her arm, nearly bending her sword in two. Simultaneously, the cold, corrosive energy from the claw surged through the blade into her arm. Gushing forth, she could no longer endure. A torrent of blood, mingled with the gray-purple toxin, erupted from her mouth. Like a kite severed from its string, she was sent flying backward, her sword slipping from her grasp, spinning in the air before embedding itself deeply into the sand. She crashed heavily onto the dune, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Struggling, she found she lacked the strength even to raise her arm. Helplessly watching as the two shadow soldiers approached her like harbingers of death, the shadow of death enveloped her completely. She could even discern the traces of her own blood staining the dark claws. Despair washed over her like a cold tide, drowning her awareness. Exhausted, she closed her eyes, bracing for the excruciating pain that would pierce her chest. Two shadowy soldiers hovered above her, their faceless countenances gazing down upon their helpless prey. One of them slowly raised its bloodied claw, poised to silently strike at the heart of the little healer. Swift as lightning, in this moment of dire peril, a thunderous roar erupted, imbued with boundless rage, as if it had surged forth from the molten depths of hell. "You two wretches, get away from me!" Luo Chen's figure appeared before the little healer as if he had teleported, clad in blood and tattered garments. His exposed torso bore the scars of energy conflicts, while the black mark of corrosion on his chest remained fearsome. Yet, his right hand was raised high. Above his palm, a lotus flower floated. It was a blossom of breathtaking beauty, yet exuded a peril so chilling it could freeze one's very soul. A lotus of annihilation. The lotus platform, roughly the size of a palm, was composed of the purest, most ferocious golden red flames, with golden flames flickering at its edges, capable of incinerating all. The petals displayed three colors. One, a deep, ink-like black that seemed to devour light, the power of extinction derived from the pure compressed flame energy. Another, a vibrant green brimming with life, the essence of wood spirit energy, and the heart of the lotus, a chaotic hue oscillating between golden red and emerald. A preliminary fusion of the two energies, constantly twisting and shifting, radiating an unstable and destructive aura. The tricolored calamity lotus spun slowly, each rotation warping the surrounding space violently, collapsing under its weight with an unbearable buzzing roar. The interplay of the three colors, golden red, pitch black, and emerald, illuminated Luo Chen's bloodied visage, rendering him akin to a deity or demon. An indescribable, destructive aura, potent enough to instill dread even in Dou spirits and novice Dou kings, stirred as if a slumbering ancient beast was awakening. This was the calamity lotus of extinction, forcibly fused under the precise guidance of the system, using his soul as a crucible and his life as a wager. The claws of the two shadow soldiers halted abruptly, mere feet away from Luo Chen and the little healer. For the first time, the faceless visages of the soldiers revealed the emotion of horror. The destructive aura emanating from the spinning tricolored lotus made the shadowy energies constituting their forms tremble instinctively with fear. This was a power capable of utterly obliterating their existence. Experience my technique. Calamity lotus of extinction. Go. With flames of madness igniting in his eyes, Luo Chen hurled the tricolored Calamity Lotus. A culmination of all his Dou Qi, soul power, and latent life potential, with every last ounce of strength toward the two shadow soldiers, now within arm's reach. At the moment the lotus left his hand, it was as if all his strength had been drained. He collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath. Blood pouring from his mouth and nose. The tricolored Calamity Lotus, once released, moved slowly, almost appearing weightless. Yet, wherever it passed, the space fractured like fragile glass, creating minute black fissures. Below, the grains of sand silently dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind a vacuum-like trail. The two shadow soldiers emitted a shrill, unearthly wail, a sound so anguished it seemed inhuman. This was the primal fear that stemmed from their very souls. They yearned to escape, to dissolve into shadows and merge with the void. Yet, that seemingly slow Calamity Lotus appeared to have ensnared the very core of their souls, an invisible force of destruction binding them firmly in place. In the next moment, the Calamity Lotus grazed the edges of their indistinct forms. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Then, with a thunderous roar, an indescribable light of annihilation instantaneously consumed everything. In the field of vision, only an endless, pure brilliance remained. The intensity of that light rendered even the sun dim in comparison. Following this was a terrifying sound, loud enough to shatter eardrums. As if the entire world was collapsing. A colossal mushroom cloud, over 100 yards in diameter, composed of intertwined energies of crimson gold, pitch black, and emerald green, erupted deep within the Tagore Desert, soaring towards the leaden gray sky. The frenzied shockwave of energy spread out in a circular frenzy from the explosion's epicenter. Akin to a cataclysmic tsunami, the earth lamented. Towering sand dunes, as fragile as mere building blocks, were instantaneously leveled. The swirling yellow sands were swept up by the shockwave, forming a murky wall of dust that reached towards the heavens and spread in all directions. At the explosion's center, a massive pit, unfathomably deep and dozens of yards in diameter, abruptly emerged. Its walls were as smooth as mirrors, exhibiting a crystalline structure resembling glass, formed by high-temperature melting and rapid cooling. At the moment he cast the Calamity Lotus, Luo Chen embraced the exhausted little medicine sage, activating the burning woodwind step to carry her away from the blast radius. Using the last of his strength, he collapsed over her, his dimming Yun Xian wings instinctively unfurling to form a fragile shield of flames. Protecting both of them beneath its cover, thunderous booms resounded, as if struck by an invisible hammer. The terrifying shockwave slammed against the fiery wings. The shield shattered instantaneously. The residual force crashed against Luo Chen's back like a heavy hammer. With a cough, darkness enveloped Luo Chen's vision as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Feeling as though every bone in his body was disintegrating, he and the little medicine sage were tossed like leaves in a tempest, violently hurled through the air, rolling countless times before crashing heavily onto the slope of a sand dune hundreds of yards away, sinking deep into the sand. The world seemed to lose its sound, leaving only the sharp ringing in his ears and the thunderous beating of his heart. The scorching wind, laden with sand and the scent of charred remains, incessantly battered against their faces. Chapter 77, Heresy. Uncertain how much time had passed, the cataclysmic roar and blinding light gradually receded. Struggling, Luo Chen lifted his head from the sand, shaking off the grains, and after administering recovery pills to both himself and the little medicine sage, he could hardly attend to the searing pain coursing through his body and the chilling encroachment upon his chest. His first instinct was to gaze toward the center of the explosion. At the edge of the enormous pit, charred crystalline remnants still emitted wisps of smoke from the extreme heat. Within the depths of that pit lay two distorted forms, resembling charred, blackened bodies. They were the two shadow soldiers. Yet at this moment, they had utterly lost any trace of life. The shadow energy that constituted their forms seemed to have been completely shattered and obliterated by the devastating tricolored energy. The charred bodies were marred by a labyrinth of fissures, resembling the cracks of shattered porcelain. More eerily, these two ashen figures were visibly disintegrating into countless tiny, ash-like black particles, beginning from the crevices, slowly drifting away, decomposing, and ultimately leaving behind only two dark imprints upon the sandy ground. Had they truly vanished? Luo Chen gasped laboriously, observing the gradually dissipating shadows, and the taut strings of his heart finally loosened completely. An indescribable wave of fatigue and the sensation of surviving a calamity surged through him. He could no longer bear it, coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, and his body slackened, collapsing onto the scorching sand, devoid of the strength to move even a finger. Beside him, the faint yet anxious voice of Xiao Yan reached his ears. She struggled to crawl through the sand, her garments torn in multiple places, revealing skin marred by burns and abrasions, her complexion as pale as paper, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. Clearly having endured significant trauma and internal injuries. She gazed at the increasingly spreading black marks of corrosion on Luo Chen's chest and his utterly diminished vitality. Her eyes filled with concern and dread. "It's nothing." Luo Chen managed to force out a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. His voice so hoarse it was almost inaudible. "Those two apparitions are finally dealt with." Xiao Yan nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes, yet she stifled them from falling. Cautiously, she approached, wishing to assess Luo Chen's injuries, but hesitated, fearing to touch his wounds. At that moment, a momentary silence was interrupted by the system's notification sound in Luo Chen's mind, resonating with a subtle tremor. Beep. High concentration of shadow source material residue detected. Analysis in progress. Analysis failed. Energy structure exceeds current database recognition scope. Energy fluctuation characteristics recorded. Warning. This energy possesses high corrosive properties and spatial activity. It is advised that the host steer clear of the residual area. Shadow source material? A chill ran down Luo Chen's spine. An enigmatic energy that even the system could not identify? What on earth was this? Could it be related to the strange shadow at the center of the storm? What secrets lay hidden in the depths of the Tagar Desert? A deeper coldness than before crept into Luo Chen's heart. Had his crossing into this world of Dou Qi triggered anomalies? He glanced at the similarly battered and weary Xiao Yan beside him, then looked at the last remnants of black particles slowly vanishing, with only one thought remaining in his mind. He must recover swiftly. He must grow stronger. Otherwise, next time, fortune may not favor him. "We need to find a place." Luo Chen struggled to speak, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. "We can't hold out much longer. Even a random fighter could spell our doom." Xiao Yan nodded resolutely, attempting to lift Luo Chen, but she too had reached her limits. As she raised his arm, a wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to collapse once more. Trembling, Luo Chen retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring, pouring out several pills for both himself and Xiao Yan. In the depths of his consciousness, he called out to the system, his voice laden with unprecedented exhaustion. "Host, please provide instructions." The cold electronic voice responded promptly. "Scan for nearby safe resting points," he commanded the system. Command confirmed. Scanning in progress. After a brief moment of silence, the system responded. To the northwest, approximately 7.8 miles away, a small oasis has been discovered. Vegetation is abundant, and a stable water source exists. Energy fluctuation scan. No threats from advanced life forms detected. Safety coefficient is relatively high. Path planning in progress. An oasis. A flicker of hope ignited in Luo Chen's dim eyes. There is an oasis over 7 miles to the northwest, he managed to articulate with great effort. The little healer's spirits lifted, and after consuming the pill provided by Luo Chen, she felt somewhat revitalized, a glimmer returning to her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the turmoil of her blood and the excruciating pain from her wounds, channeling the remnants of her toxic energy to combat the chilling encroachment on her shoulder wound. Supporting Luo Chen, she placed his arm over her frail shoulder, wrapping her other arm around his waist. "Bear with it," the little healer whispered, her voice imbued with a hint of determination. Summoning her last reserves of strength, her steps were unsteady yet resolutely directed toward the path indicated by the system. Moving forward one painstaking step at a time, each footfall sank into the scorching sand, leaving deep and shallow imprints, each step sending jolts of pain through their injuries. The blazing sun seared their backs, and the wounds stung even more under the sweat-soaked torment. Yet, the will to survive propelled them onward, akin to dying travelers in the desert, staggering toward the elusive water source and the promise of life. The 7 to 8 miles stretched before them, seemingly endless under their grievous conditions. As their vision began to blur and their throats parched as if ablaze, a vibrant patch of green, emblematic of life, finally emerged at the edge of the dunes. A modest yet vibrant oasis nestled within the boundless golden sea of sand. Towering poplar trees offered shade, their trunks surrounded by dense shrubbery, and at the center lay a crystal-clear crescent-shaped pond, shimmering enticingly under the fierce sunlight. Reaching the oasis, the little healer, driven by her last instincts, stumbled alongside Luo Chen into the cool shade beneath the trees. The refreshing, moist air enveloped them instantly, granting a moment's respite. They could no longer endure, collapsing almost simultaneously beside the gnarled roots of the poplar, leaning against its rough bark, gasping for breath, greedily inhaling the fragrant air laced with the scent of grass and moisture. Meanwhile, miles away, amidst the bloody wreckage of fallen flying beasts, a shadowy figure composed entirely of pure darkness, having just feasted upon the heart of the last alchemist, suddenly paused. Its indistinct head lifted slightly, as if sensing something. A raspy, dry sound, akin to two rough metal plates scraping against each other, emanated from where its mouth should have been, echoing clearly amidst the remnants of the storm's howl. Has my loyal subordinate's essence vanished? Slowly, it straightened its distorted shadowy form, facing the direction of the explosion. Though the distance was great, the residual waves of destructive energy, however faint, were distinctly conveyed to its perception. An intriguing little insect, the shadow's face twisted, seemingly mimicking an expression of curiosity. He extended his claw, formed from a viscous shadow, which had just extracted a heart, and delicately licked the still liquid dark red blood that clung to the tip. The scent stirred a slight palpitation within him. He hesitated. The lingering aura of the tricolored destructive energy emanated a heat and vitality that instinctively repelled and threatened him, as if it were innately designed to counter his dark existence. Although that power was feeble, its essence of destruction commanded his respect. Ultimately, greed triumphed over caution. He resolved to investigate. The shadow's form rippled, melding into the air like ink dissolving in water, transforming into a dim stream of light that was almost imperceptible to the eye, silently darting towards the explosive pit. Chapter 78. Lurking. The shadow's speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of the previous shadow soldiers. However, as he reached the battlefield's edge, hovering in midair and gazing down into the unfathomable, 100-zhang-wide crystal pit, his shadowy form quivered slightly, betraying the turmoil within him. What pure destruction! His raspy voice carried a weighty tone. He refrained from approaching the pit's bottom, instead sensing the residual, still ferocious energy field from a distance. The black particles slowly disintegrating into nothingness at the pit's base only heightened the turbulence of shadows in his eyes. Anticipation creased the corners of the shadow's mouth, twisting into an eerie, inhuman arc, stretching nearly to the roots of his ears. What flavor might your heart possess? A heart imbued with such power must surely be exceptionally sweet. He extended his shadowy tongue to lick his lips, composed of the same darkness, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Just as he reveled in the fantasy of savoring a delicacy, two formidable auras, like torches in the night, approached rapidly from another direction. The shadow abruptly turned, his gaze penetrating the fabric of space, locking onto two figures racing towards him from the distant horizon, a black-clad youth burdened by a heavy weapon, and an icy-haired elder. Humph! The shadow scoffed disdainfully. Another pest drawn to the scent. Yet, his body had not fully recovered. He sensed the faint aura of a combat emperor emanating from the elder, despite being sealed, and pondered his own injuries, which had yet to heal completely. He needed to continue searching for sustenance. Casting a glance at the residual destructive energy at the pit's bottom, he weighed the pros and cons. Now is not the time. His raspy voice bore a hint of regret, but more so a cold calculation. It would be wise to withdraw and let you grow a bit plumper. No sooner had he spoken than his form contracted like ink seeping into sand, fading and melding into the omnipresent shadows of the air, vanishing without a trace as if he had never existed. Almost immediately after the shadow's disappearance, the sound of two figures breaking through the air drew near. Xiao Yan, stepping onto the heavy weapon, soared down with a grave expression as his purple wings unfurled at the edge of the pit. Hai Buodong followed closely, his white hair billowing in the fierce wind, icy blue eyes sharp as a hawk, scanning the horrifying battlefield that resembled a sight of meteor strikes. What is this? Even Hai Buodong, well-versed in the world, was taken aback by the scene before him. A vast chasm, its walls glazed with a crystalline sheen, the air thick with the remnants of tumultuous energy and the acrid scent of charred matter, along with the lingering aura of devastation. What could have caused such a phenomenon? He murmured to himself, his cold gaze filled with shock and confusion. Xiao Yan was equally shaken, yet his thoughts were more occupied with the earlier judgment of his mentor. He hurried to the edge of the pit, cautiously extending his soul's power to meticulously sense the residual energy fluctuations. Master, he called out urgently in his heart. The aged and solemn voice of his mentor resonated within Xiao Yan's mind, confirming, indeed, Xiao Yan. Although the residual core energy is chaotic and violent, the fierce incinerating essence within it is of the same origin as the fire attribute techniques previously wielded by Luo Chen. Furthermore, the life-infused wood attribute essence is unmistakable. Luo Chen, Xiao Yan exclaimed in disbelief, his face reflecting utter incredulity. Could this truly be the work of brother Luo Chen? When did he acquire such world-shattering power? The scale of this chasm far exceeded his imagination. Moreover, the voice of his mentor, imbued with deep perplexity and a hint of barely detectable suspicion, conveyed that this fire attribute energy, wild and domineering, possessed an original will to incinerate all, its purity and destructive characteristics rivaling that of the. Yet, upon surveying all known, none could completely match it. How strange! How peculiar! Suppressing the tempest of emotions within, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the pit's floor, where he immediately noticed the remnants of black particles, akin to ashes, that had yet to dissipate completely. Master, look! What is this? He exclaimed, pointing to the bottom of the pit. His mentor's soul perception swiftly honed in on the sight. This! The voice of his mentor rose abruptly, filled with an unprecedented gravity, coldness, and an eerie stillness, carrying a potent spatial vitality and corrosive nature. Identical to the remnants we sensed at the sight of the flying magical beast's carcass, as well as those lingering on the corpses. The assailants of Luo Chen and his companions must have been these entities. Did Brother Luo Chen truly encounter an attack from this creature? Would he be all right? Xiao Yan's heart tightened instantly, anxiously glancing at his mentor. Master, we must search the vicinity at once. After a brief silence, his mentor's soul power spread out like quicksilver, meticulously probing every corner of the battlefield. Soon, he captured a few faint traces, nearly obscured by the explosive energy. Xiao Yan, look! His mentor guided his perception. In addition to Luo Chen's fiery essence and the wood attribute aura, there is a faint yet exceptionally pure grayish-purple energy, imbued with a toxic and cursed significance. Following the guidance, Xiao Yan indeed sensed that familiar yet disquieting essence. It was the aura of the girl who had been beside Brother Luo Chen during their trials in the Qingshan town's magical Beast Mountain range. The accursed poison body. Precisely, his mentor affirmed, they must have been aboard that flying magical beast and encountered an assault while crossing the Taggart Desert. The mentor's soul power gestured toward the distant silhouette of a massive eagle and the scattered remains of corpses lying miles away. The attackers are these enigmatic black creatures. In his struggle for survival, Luo Chen likely found himself cornered, unleashing such an all-consuming power. His mentor's voice carried a tinge of melancholy. Hao Buodong, unbidden, found himself at the edge of the pit. He crouched down, his fingertips a slender icicle, which he cautiously thrust towards a lingering black particle at the pit's bottom. Upon contact, the black particle quivered violently, releasing an intensely chilling aura that corroded a small dent into the tip of the icicle. Hao Buodong's pupils constricted, and he hastily withdrew his finger, a grave expression settling upon his face. This entity was exceedingly sinister. Rising to his feet, he cast a serious glance at Xiao Yan and declared, "Young man, this malevolent thing is not new to me." Instantly, the gazes of Xiao Yan and Yao Lao converged upon him. Hao Buodong's eyes turned icy as he recalled, approximately 2 or 3 years ago. After my fierce battle with the Queen Medusa, when my powers were sealed, I found myself injured in the depths of the Taggart Desert, where I also encountered a similar storm. He gestured toward the remnants of the tempest in the distance. In the center of that storm, this eerie black shadow manifested. The aura was chaotic, fluctuating in strength, with the presence of great Dou masters, Dou spirits, and even entities of Dou kings and Dou emperors mingling among them. Dou emperors and above. Both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao felt a chill race down their spines. Indeed, Hao Buodong nodded gravely. After their appearance, they seemed to be searching for something within the storm, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. I initially thought it to be a rare phenomenon of the desert, but I never expected them to resurface after such a long time. Moreover, they have attacked passing caravans. He glanced meaningfully at the deep pit and the distant remnants of flying magical beasts. Yao Lao remained silent for a moment, his aged voice resonating with unprecedented seriousness in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan, agree to his terms. We must find thee at once. This desert, and perhaps the entire northwestern continent, is on the brink of turmoil. The urgency to find thee and enhance our strength cannot be overstated. He paused, adding, perhaps during our search for we may also encounter that lad, Luo Chen. He is gravely injured and accompanied by the girl with the cursed poison body. They too are in dire need of a safe haven to recuperate and grow stronger. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety for Luo Chen and his trepidation regarding the ominous shadow. His gaze sharpened, resolute once more. Turning to Hao Buodong, he spoke earnestly, Elder Hao, I accept the conditions you mentioned. I will do my utmost to procure the materials needed for I implore you to assist me in tracing the whereabouts of A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Hao Buodong's ice-blue eyes. Excellent. It is settled. With the agreement forged, Hao Buodong set off in a particular direction. Xiao Yan lingered at the edge of the pit, casting one last glance at the harrowing battlefield, his eyes sweeping over the slowly dissipating black particles. A complex expression etched upon his face. Luo Chen, Xiao Yan murmured to himself, his fists unconsciously clenching. What earth-shattering calamity have you unleashed? You must survive. I am eager for our true confrontation. Chapter 79, An Ambiguous Atmosphere. Deep within the oasis, the dense shade of the poplar trees shielded one from the harshness of the desert, leaving only the cool, moist air and the unique fragrance of the flora. The waters of Crescent Lake are crystal clear, revealing the intricate play of dappled shadows cast by the trees. A gentle breeze stirs the surface, creating ripples that animate the vibrant life force in the air, almost tangible in its richness, as it rejuvenates the weary souls of the two individuals. Luo Chen sits cross-legged, his mind delving deep within, diligently circulating the wooden immortal's longevity technique. In this uniquely favorable environment, the profound technique exhibits extraordinary efficacy. The energy vortex in his dantian resembles a parched sponge, greedily absorbing the abundant life force that permeates the atmosphere. The cool, invigorating green energy flows like a gentle stream through his meridians, where it swiftly repairs and fortifies the membranes of his veins, previously ravaged by shadowy energies, restoring their resilient vitality. The charred mark on his chest, once besieged by a chilling, corruptive force, is gradually melting away under the onslaught of this vibrant life force. Akin to snow exposed to the blazing sun, faint tendrils of unsettling black mist escape from the wound's edges, only to be purified and obliterated by the surrounding pristine energy. The penetrating pain and chill that once gripped him are receding rapidly, giving way to a warm comfort and a profound sense of returning strength. Beside him, the little healer is equally immersed in this revitalizing experience. The poisonous energy within her, once tumultuous, has now become gentle and manageable under the harmonious influence of the abundant life force. The charred wound on her shoulder, marred by the claws of shadows, now emits a diminished hissing sound as the grayish-purple toxic gas and cold energy erode each other. Fresh granulation tissue, spurred by the potent life force, is diligently mending her injuries. The pallor of her face transforms visibly, regaining its rosy hue, while her breath stabilizes from its previous frailty. Even the restlessness induced by her toxic constitution is temporarily quelled. Time slips by silently in this tranquil oasis brimming with miracles. After an indeterminate duration, the last vestige of chilling corruption within Luo Chen is entirely expelled, and his once dry meridians are now replenished with pure energy. Even more resilient and expansive than before his injuries, the Dantian's energy vortex spins steadily, the aura of a 3-star battle master crystallizing solidly, almost brushing against the threshold of 4 stars. He exhales a long breath, tinged with a faint black mist, and slowly opens his eyes, which glimmer with restrained brilliance, mirroring the shimmering surface of the lake. Clenching his fist, he revels in the surging power within him and an unprecedented sense of ease. A blend of gratitude for surviving adversity and awe for this wondrous oasis. What a remarkable place, he murmurs softly, his gaze sweeping over the modest oasis, curiosity intensifying. A typical oasis could never possess such concentrated and pure life energy. This vitality is nearly comparable to that of some high-grade wood-attributed treasures from nature. At that moment, a delicate sound emerges nearby. The little healer has also completed her final adjustments, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she gradually opens her clear, water-like eyes. Instinctively stretching her body and loosening her limbs, a relieved smile graces her face. Her injuries are fully healed, her energy restored, and she feels unprecedentedly well. Luo Chen, I turn my head in delight, eager to share my joy with him, only to be unceremoniously caught in the gaze of his bright eyes, which now held a hint of daze and fervor. Luo Chen was equally taken aback. The young healer, having endured a series of arduous battles and fully summoned the essence of her cursed body, found her garments in tatters. At this moment, as she stretched her body, the already shredded fabric could hardly conceal her emerging delicate form. Her slender shoulders, exquisite collarbone, and the skin, as pale as snow, were left vulnerable to Luo Chen's gaze. The young maiden's recently restored rosy cheeks radiated a healthy flush, while a few strands of damp, dark hair clung to her smooth forehead, adding an irresistible allure. Suddenly, Luo Chen felt a surge of warmth rush to his head, rendering his face as crimson as a boiled shrimp, the color creeping down to his ears and neck. His mind blanked, his gaze seemingly pinned in place, unable to avert. Following the intensity of Luo Chen's almost burning stare, the young healer curiously glanced down at herself. Ah! A shriek sharp enough to startle any birds, if there were birds in the desert, sliced through the tranquility of the oasis. In an instant, the girl's face transitioned from pink to a vibrant red, and then to a deathly pale, as if the flames of embarrassment threatened to erupt from her wide, beautiful eyes. She quickly crossed her arms over her chest, curling into herself, her voice laced with indignation. You, Luo Chen, you lecher, do not look. Turn around immediately. Forgive me. It was unintentional. I saw nothing. Luo Chen stammered, awakening from his stupor, leaping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Incoherently apologizing while turning away at the swiftest pace of his life, his back now facing the young healer, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. His face burning as if it could fry an egg. Behind him, the sounds of hurried rustling accompanied by the girl's muffled, indignant gasps filled the air. Luo Chen stood stiffly, frozen in place, wishing he could bury himself in a sand pit. After what felt like an eternity, a soft voice, barely above a whisper and steeped in embarrassment, reached his ears. "All right, it's fine." Only then did Luo Chen cautiously turn around. He beheld the young healer clad in a brand new light purple dress. Though simple in design, it elegantly accentuated her blossoming figure. She kept her head bowed, nervously twisting the hem of her dress, her ears and neck still flushed with a captivating hue, too shy to meet Luo Chen's eyes. The atmosphere was thick with embarrassment, almost palpable. Clearing his throat, Luo Chen attempted to shatter the suffocating silence, his voice somewhat unsteady. "I truly apologize, dear healer. I swear, it was not my intention. I was just disoriented after recovering." His efforts at explanation felt feeble even to him. "Enough." The young healer suddenly lifted her gaze, her face still flushed, glaring at him with a mix of anger and shyness. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, conveyed more shyness than ire. She playfully thumped her little fist against Luo Chen's arm, her touch as light as a feather, exclaiming, "You still dare to mention it? Should I continue? I shall truly become incensed." Luo Chen was taken aback by her bashful and indignant demeanor, hastily raising his hands in surrender. All right, I shall say no more." The two exchanged glances, only to quickly avert their eyes, the blush that had just faded from their cheeks creeping back. The oasis was enveloped in the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind and the soft gurgle of the crescent pool. The air thick with an awkward ambience of ambiguity. Chapter 80. The Wood Elemental Seed? Luo Chen sensed that if this continued, he would surely perish from embarrassment. He swiftly diverted the conversation, donning a new set of sleek black attire, and feigned seriousness as he began to explore the oasis. "This oasis is teeming with vitality. It must be extraordinary. Let us search diligently. Perhaps there are rare treasures to be found." As he spoke, he pretended to observe the surrounding trees and pool with curiosity. The little healer was eager to move past the earlier awkwardness. Her cheeks flushed as she replied softly, "Emicham." She trailed a few steps behind Luo Chen, her gaze unable to resist stealing glances at his upright silhouette, her heart racing slightly. Luo Chen appeared to stroll casually, yet his sole perception had already dispersed like a spider's web, meticulously probing every inch of the oasis. Upon reaching the center, near an unassuming gray stone tablet half buried in the sands beside the clear crescent pool, his steps abruptly halted. The stone tablet, only half a person's height, bore a rough surface, marred by the erosive marks of time, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. However, as Luo Chen approached, the pure wood elemental energy within his dantian surged uncontrollably, as if drawn by an irresistible force. The sensation was akin to a famished traveler catching the aroma of food, or a magnet detecting a similar pull. Beep. High concentration, high purity would attribute source energy fluctuations detected. Energy level analysis confirms attribute. Wood elemental seed. Grade assessment. High level profound. Location confirmed. Core area of the stone tablet directly ahead of the host. Warning. Elemental seed energy is sealed by a special spatial restriction and requires specific wood attribute energy guidance to manifest. In his mind, the cold electronic notification rang out like a thunderclap. Wood elemental seed. High level profound. Luo Chen's heart raced, nearly leaping out of his throat. This was akin to a pillow being delivered to a sleepy head. He had been troubled by the balance of his dual wood and fire attributes and the stability of the Annihilation Lotus. If he could absorb this seed imbued with immense vitality, not only would his wood attribute energy experience a qualitative leap, solidifying his foundation, but more importantly, the life-giving properties of wood would harmonize better, catalyzing the destructive force of fire. The fusion of the Annihilation Lotus would become more stable, more powerful, and less prone to backlash. Intense excitement threatened to burst from his chest, yet he forcefully suppressed it, allowing only a hint of astonishment and confusion to grace his features. He crouched down, his fingers gently brushing against the cold, rough texture of the stone tablet. "What is it, Luo Chen?" The little healer, noticing his unusual expression, curiously approached, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary stone tablet. "Is there anything special about this stone? It appears to be just a regular tablet." Luo Chen took a deep breath, striving to infuse his voice with the conviction born of personal perception. "No, little medicine immortal. This stone tablet is far from ordinary. Just now, as I channeled my energy, the wood attribute combat aura within me became extraordinarily vibrant in its proximity to it. Moreover," he gestured toward the entire oasis. "Do you not find the vitality here excessively potent? The source may very well lie right here." He focused his mind and attempted to cautiously channel a thread of pure wood attribute combat aura into the stone tablet, akin to a probing needle. Buzz. The moment the combat aura made contact with the surface of the tablet, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The seemingly lifeless gray stone tablet momentarily flickered with an exceedingly faint emerald glow, though it was but a fleeting flash, swift as an illusion. Both Luo Chen and the Little Medicine Immortal distinctly perceived it. There is a response. The Little Medicine Immortal exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes brimming with wonder. Luo Chen's heart raced with exhilaration. Indeed, the system notification was unequivocally accurate. He immediately intensified the flow of combat aura. Buzz. This time, the emerald glow no longer merely flickered weakly. It ignited like a spark, suddenly radiating from the point of contact with Luo Chen's palm, swiftly spreading forth. The light flowed and danced across the surface of the stone tablet as if it were alive, the traces eroded by wind and sand appearing to be imbued with life, transforming into intricate and arcane symbols rich with ancient charm. These symbols entwined like vines, gleaming with a profound and pure green light, emanating an intoxicating essence of life. The entire vitality of the oasis seemed to respond to a supreme summons, converging frantically towards the stone tablet. The surface of Crescent Moon Pool churned violently, rising in a mist of emerald green vapor, akin to delicate veils of smoke. The surrounding poplar trees and shrubs swayed vigorously without wind, their branches and leaves radiating an even more vibrant green light, resembling countless joyous sprites rushing toward the stone tablet in jubilant celebration. The brilliance upon the tablet intensified, ultimately coalescing into an immensely concentrated pillar of pure life energy, soaring skyward. Around this pillar, the space began to visibly distort, pulsating with a deep and sacred hum, as if an ancient portal, sealed for countless ages, was being forcibly opened. Heavens! This magnificent and sacred spectacle utterly astonished the Little Medicine Immortal. Her beautiful eyes widened in awe, fixated on the resplendent pillar of light and the ever-pulsating space. Just as the radiance reached its zenith and the spatial fluctuations reached their peak, the towering light pillar abruptly began to retract. The space before the stone tablet rippled like water, and an oval portal, composed entirely of pure emerald light, gradually materialized. At the edges of the portal, countless tiny, softly glowing green petals appeared as if conjured from thin air, elegantly fluttering around the light gate like living sprites, cascading down and exuding a refreshing fragrance of flora. The interior of the portal was unfathomably deep, seemingly connecting to another world. The vaguely discernible sights were not filled with the songs of birds and blossoms, but rather remnants of crumbling walls, massive vines entwined around toppled stone pillars, exuding an aura of ancient desolation, yet harboring a resilient essence of life. A spatial passage? The little medical fairy gasped in astonishment, her delicate face etched with disbelief. This stone tablet was somehow connected to an independent realm? A portal? Luo Chen stared at the ethereal light gate before him, utterly dumbfounded. He hastily summoned the system. System, did you not say that the spirit seed was near the stone tablet? How has a portal materialized? Target spirit seed energy fluctuation source confirmed. Located within the space connected by the light gate. Space scan. No high-level life form energy reactions detected, but weak spatial fluctuations and energy remnants are present, presumed to be from an abandoned relic. The host may enter for exploration. The system succinctly explained. Luo Chen gazed at the enchanting yet unfathomably mysterious light gate, his heart racing. The stone tablet was the key, the source of the profoundly vibrant life force. That mysterious tier wood-type spirit seed lay just beyond this luminous doorway. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement and shock within him. Although the world beyond appeared desolate, the immense spatial passage and life force it sustained must be extraordinary, surely accompanied by unknown risks. He turned to the little medical fairy, equally astonished by the spectacle, and a flicker of determination and curiosity crossed his eyes. He reached out, gently grasping her cool hand. The delicate softness sent a subtle thrill through his heart, yet his focus remained on the world beyond the gate. Little medical fairy. Luo Chen's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tension mixed with heightened excitement. Beyond this light gate may very well be the source of this oasis's life force. I have a strong premonition that within lies opportunities of great benefit to us. Would you dare to join me in exploring? The little medical fairy, captivated by the resolute glimmer in Luo Chen's eyes and the warmth radiating from his palm, felt her momentary hesitation swiftly replaced by curiosity and trust. She nodded vigorously, her face alight with adventurous eagerness and resolve. Yes, I will accompany you, no matter what awaits inside. The two exchanged a glance, each perceiving the unwavering determination reflected in the other's eyes. Without further hesitation, Luo Chen tightened his grip on the little medical fairy's hand, while his other hand quietly gathered combat energy, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. He inhaled deeply, pulling the little medical fairy along with him as he resolutely stepped forward, their figures vanishing into the verdant light gate that radiated vitality and ancient aura. As they entered, the light gate rippled gently like water, then swiftly dimmed, fading along with the stone tablet into the air. The oasis returned to its previous tranquility, with only the ripples of the crescent pond and the rustling of leaves remaining, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. The residual life force lingering in the air, now significantly diminished, bore witness to the events that had unfolded. Chapter 81. The Giant Tree. Stepping through the light gate felt akin to transcending the boundaries of time and space. The scene before them instantaneously shifted. No longer the tranquil vitality of the oasis, but an overwhelming expanse of desolation and vastness. A fierce wind howled past their ears with a mournful wail, reminiscent of countless lost souls lamenting. The leaden gray clouds hung heavily overhead like an immense, despair-soaked curtain, so low it seemed almost within reach. The dim lights struggled to penetrate the cloud cover, casting the entire world in a suffocating haze of gray. Beneath their feet lay cracked and parched black earth, devoid of life, riddled with deep, bottomless fissures resembling grotesque scars upon the land. As far as the eye could see, there were the ruins of shattered walls. Massive stone columns lay toppled and fragmented, half buried in the black sand, resembling the bones of a colossal beast. The once grand hall now merely a shattered foundation with a few solitary, weathered walls standing tall, their surfaces entwined with thick, gnarled vines of an eerie dark hue. On the scattered boulders, indistinct bas-reliefs whispered tales of a long-extinguished glory and forgotten stories. The air was thick with the ancient, weighty scent of dust, as if it had solidified through eons, mingled with a faint whiff of sulfur and an indescribable sense of solitude emanating from the depths of the soul. Was this the world beyond the door? The young healer clutched tightly to Luo Chen's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and a hint of barely perceptible trepidation. The scene before her was older, more desolate, and steeped in a haunting melancholy than any ruins she had ever envisioned. The fierce wind whipped up black sand, striking against their exposed skin with a sharp sting. Luo Chen, equally shaken, surveyed the forsaken ruins, a profound sense of the passage of time washing over him. This was no ordinary relic. It exuded an ancient aura, as if it had absorbed the rise and fall of countless epochs. Incredible, he murmured, his voice lost to the howling wind. Who could have anticipated that deep within the Taggart Desert lay such a heart-stirring, lost domain? He gazed toward the main hall, which had partially collapsed yet still hinted at its former grandeur, filled with awe and curiosity. System, pinpoint the location of the spirit seed. Luo Chen silently commanded, for the system was his greatest ally in this moment of exploration. Command confirmed. Target energy fluctuation source of the wood-type spirit seed has been locked. Route planning in progress. The cold, electronic voice responded swiftly, an invisible guiding line that only Luo Chen could perceive materializing clearly in his consciousness, directing him around the ruins. Follow me. Luo Chen tightened his grip on the young healer's hand, his gaze sharpening with focus. No longer lost in wonder, he followed the system's guidance, leading her through the vast expanse of the ruins amidst the raging winds. The remnants of walls rushed past them, colossal stone heads half buried in the earth, their hollow eye sockets staring up at the leaden sky. The shattered steps bore strange claw marks. Occasionally, they spotted scattered, dull metallic fragments on the ground, inscribed with unrecognizable, bizarre patterns. Everything here exuded an ineffable strangeness and danger. After walking for a while, the guiding line finally led them to the side of the main hall, to a relatively open depression. The sight before them made both Luo Chen and the young healer hold their breath. In the center of the desolate, blackened earth, a towering tree stood resplendently. The tree stands resplendent in a profound, ink-green hue, as if it has absorbed the essence of countless epochs. Its bark, rugged and gnarled, is adorned with ancient, enigmatic natural patterns. It may not be particularly tall, yet its trunk is remarkably robust, resembling a coiling dragon that powerfully extends its limbs in all directions. Most astonishingly, amidst this desolate wasteland, where even the wind carries an air of lifelessness, the crown of this colossal tree flourishes with verdant abundance. Each leaf appears to be meticulously sculpted from the finest jade, exuding a rich emerald radiance that seems almost tangible. A magnificent vitality emanates from the tree, like a warm tide, rippling outward and creating a vibrant sanctuary with a radius of several dozen yards. Within this realm, even the raging winds become gentle, and the air is suffused with a refreshing fragrance of flora. This lush greenery stands in stark, yet sacred contrast to the surrounding barren, charred earth. It seems this is the place. Luo Chen exhaled deeply, his heart racing with excitement. Before him, this life-affirming ancient tree undoubtedly serves as the manifestation or abode of the spirit seed. The intensely concentrated wood elemental energy even invigorates the wood spirit fighting energy within him. The little healer stepped into this verdant expanse, her body trembling with disbelief and delight. How invigorating and rich in vitality. Unable to resist, she inhaled deeply, feeling every pore greedily absorbing this pure life energy. Even more astonishingly, the toxic essence within her, previously requiring constant vigilance to suppress, became unexpectedly docile and tranquil under the nurturing and soothing influence of this overwhelming vitality. It was as if the restless toxins had been purified and calmed by this pure life force. Luo Chen approached the gnarled roots of the giant tree, reaching out to feel its rough, yet warm bark. A cool, vast surge of life energy immediately flooded into him, revitalizing his spirit. System, what is this place? What about this tree and this ruin? Luo Chen urgently inquired within his mind. Deep scanning analysis of the ruins indicates an age of extreme antiquity, far exceeding the standard historical database. Unable to ascertain a specific time. Energy spectrum analysis. Detection of residual energy with multiple fighting attributes, indicating highly divergent spatial law fluctuations and annihilation traces of shadow essence, of the same origin as the energy of the shadow soldiers encountered by the host. The core of the ruins, main hall area, possesses a high-intensity spatial seal, with energy levels far exceeding the host's current tolerance. Approaching forcibly poses unpredictable risks and is strongly discouraged. Current area analysis. A stable spatial barrier exists, strength, Dou Qi level, isolating external threats and surveillance. Energy environment. Wood attribute essence is highly concentrated, with the energy density exceeding that of the outside world by more than 15 times, possessing special activity, making it exceptionally suitable for the host and companions to cultivate and solidify their foundations. Comprehensive recommendation. The host can safely cultivate within this protective barrier, refining the fighting energy essence to its utmost limit before absorbing the spirit seed, thereby maximizing the potential of the spirit seed, solidifying foundations, and minimizing risks. The meticulous analysis of the system instilled a sense of reassurance in Luo Chen, yet simultaneously heightened his astonishment regarding the origins of this relic. An ancient era? The laws of an altered space? A spatial barrier at the level of a combat sovereign? And that shared essence of shadowy origin. All of this pointed to a grand narrative far beyond his imagination. Little medical fairy, Luo Chen addressed the serene figure beside him, who was with closed eyes, absorbing the abundant vitality and wearing a tranquil smile. I sense that this area seems to be protected by an exceptionally powerful spatial barrier. It is quite secure. Moreover, the energy of heaven and earth here is astonishingly rich, far surpassing that outside, by at least a dozen times. It is truly an exquisite place for cultivation. The little medical fairy opened her eyes, sparkling with delight. Indeed, I can feel it too. Here. The restlessness of the poison within me has calmed significantly, and I feel exceptionally comfortable. Moreover, my combat energy circulates much faster. Luo Chen nodded, a smile gracing his face. Precisely. After enduring numerous fierce battles, although our injuries have healed, our foundations still require fortification. This place, with its pure and secure energy, is ideal for us to cultivate for a while, allowing us to optimize our conditions and enhance our strength before we set off to the Cloud Empire. As for the other areas of this relic, he cast a glance at the ominous ruins of the main hall in the distance. They may not be suitable for us to explore at this moment. The little medical fairy, fully trusting Luo Chen's judgment, nodded obediently. Yes, I will follow your lead. This place is truly remarkable. I believe cultivating here will yield exceptional results. Without further ado, the two settled down beside the ancient tree, finding a gnarled, yet relatively flat root to sit upon. The lush vitality and pure energy of heaven and earth enveloped them like a tangible substance, as if they were immersed in a warm spring of energy. Chapter 82. The relic. Luo Chen closed his eyes, calming his mind, and began to cultivate the wood Yanqing Emperor's longevity technique and the Crimson Sun leaving fire technique. The dual attributes of combat energy surged through his meridians, greedily absorbing the immense external energy, engaging in profound refinement and solidification. Time passed unmeasured as Luo Chen's combat energy steadily ascended, his consciousness fully immersed in the state of cultivation, resonating deeply with the abundant primordial energy of wood around him. Suddenly, the scene before him warped and transformed. It was as if his soul had been forcibly extracted and plunged into a kaleidoscopic realm filled with destruction and cries, fragmented across time and space. The sky was no longer leaden gray, it shattered abruptly. Like a tattered cloth torn by countless colossal claws, it revealed a tumultuous, chaotic void of pitch-black darkness. Across the horizon, immense, dark purple calamity lightning streaked like the whips of annihilation, ruthlessly lashing at the fragmented earth. With each strike, a terrifying spectacle of spatial collapse ensued. The ground lamented as it sank, fracturing. Lava, akin to the blood of the earth, erupted from unfathomable fissures, painting the sky a vivid scarlet. And above that broken firmament, densely packed like a swarm of locusts obscuring the entire sky, were countless grotesque forms, composed purely of shadow, evoking sheer terror. Their breath was chaotic and violent, even the weakest emanating the oppressive aura of a battle king, intertwined with terrifying energies that made Luo Chen's very soul feel frozen. Battle sovereign, battle saint, perhaps even stronger. At the forefront of this boundless legion of shadows loomed a colossal and solid silhouette, devoid of a distinct form, as if it were an ultimate darkness that devoured all light. When Luo Chen's consciousness inadvertently brushed against it, an indescribable terror descended upon him, as if the weight of the entire universe bore down upon him. With a gasp, it felt as though his soul was being crushed within the illusion, and a mouthful of blood was expelled. Merely being swept by the residual gaze of that entity made him feel as insignificant as dust, poised to be obliterated at any moment. Just as Luo Chen's consciousness was on the verge of being entirely shattered by this overwhelming force that transcended time and space, a thunderous roar erupted. The magnificent hall below, which remained relatively intact, still stood in the illusion, radiating an ancient brilliance, suddenly erupted with blinding light. A colossal golden shield, refined to perfection and composed of countless intricate runes, soared skyward, instantly enveloping the entire core area of the ruins. That overwhelming pressure was significantly mitigated by the shield. Subsequently, within the shield, figures radiating powerful auras ascended into the sky, clad in archaic yet resplendent armor or robes, wielding uniquely shaped weapons. Each face bore the marks of determination and a resolve to embrace death. They formed a formation in the sky, unfurling a radiant path composed of numerous treasures and their own energies. At the end of this luminous path, at the pinnacle of the main hall, a figure gradually emerged into the void. It was a woman. Her appearance seemed to instantaneously become the sole source of light in this shattered realm. Behind her, 7 beams of different hues, perfectly intertwined, flowed like the vibrant display of a peacock's tail, dimming the brilliance of the sun and moon around her. Her visage transcended the limitations of mundane language. Her brows resembled distant mountains, imbued with the essence of creation and the majesty of overseeing all beings. Her eyes, clear as the deepest starry river, seemed capable of penetrating the cycles of eternity. In a mere moment of eye contact, Luo Chen felt his soul submerged in her vast wisdom and power, nearly losing himself within her presence. Her nose was delicately sculpted, her lips as pale as the cold plum blossoms of winter, exuding a breathtaking beauty amidst their icy allure. Her skin rivaled snow, radiating a lustrous jade-like sheen, as if untouched by mortal dust. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing lightly in the wind, adding to her ethereal grace. Her figure was both graceful and poised, embodying a grand aura capable of upholding the heavens while exuding supreme majesty. It was as if her very presence represented the embodiment of laws, the cornerstone of order. She treaded the luminous path, slowly approaching the front lines, confronting the shadowy leader that obscured the sun and sky. It seemed as though they were engaged in a silent exchange, with powerful waves of intent distorting the very fabric of space. Yet, Luo Chen could discern no words, only the chilling, cruel, and fundamentally irreconcilable essence of their discourse. With a roar that shook the heavens, the shadow leader shattered the negotiation like glass, akin to the call to arms. In an instant, the world dimmed and chaos surged. The woman radiated an astonishing multitude of resplendent runes, a power as vast as the starry sea surged within her. With a mere gesture, a prismatic beam of light, capable of cleaving the heavens, tore through the chaos, striking at the shadows. Behind her, the guardians surged forth like moths drawn to a flame, erupting with the most brilliant vitality, wielding their magical artifacts in a fearless charge against the boundless legion of darkness. On the opposing side, infernal flames raged. Countless shadowy soldiers let out silent roars, transforming into a rolling tide of black, propelled by a will to annihilate all in their path. At the forefront, several formidable shadows unleashed a terror that rivaled the woman's own, their dark forms eclipsing the sun, advancing toward the prismatic radiance. Boom, boom, boom. An indescribable cataclysm erupted. Light and darkness collided violently, annihilating all. The fabric of space crumbled like fragile glass, shattering into fragments. Shards of cosmic law scattered like meteors. The earth was reduced to dust in the aftermath. Lava evaporated. Stars trembled. The very essence of space fractured. It was a brutal spectacle. This was a war of gods and demons. Luo Chen's consciousness felt like a fragile boat amidst a raging sea, nearly shattering under the weight of this horrifying scene. He witnessed the Guardians bravely battling within the torrent of shadows, their artifacts shattered, bodies torn apart, blood staining the broken sky. He beheld the clash between the prismatic light and the overwhelming shadows, each collision causing the entire realm to groan under the strain. He saw the woman's unmatched figure. Despite being besieged by terrifying phantoms, remaining regal and formidable, the seven-colored divine light annihilating all, yet a streak of shocking golden blood trickled from her lips. The cataclysmic battle seemed to stretch on for an eternity, akin to the passage of several epochs. Ultimately, with a sound reminiscent of the universe's lament, both sides appeared to have paid an unimaginable price. The boundless legion of shadows, as if erased by an invisible eraser, instantly became sparse and dim, ultimately vanishing like a receding tide into the depths of the shattered void, leaving uncertain whether they were entirely obliterated or exiled and sealed by some powerful force. As for the Guardians, they were nearly decimated, with only a few faint presences remaining. The woman of unmatched beauty now bore a dimmed seven-colored radiance, her exquisite visage etched with profound fatigue and a hint of sorrow. Just as the battle concluded and the world fell into a profound silence, her gaze seemed to pierce through the endless river of time and space, landing with uncanny precision upon Luo Chen's consciousness. Luo Chen felt as if his very soul had been frozen by that gaze. Within it resided an intricate tapestry of emotions, surprise, understanding, deep concern, and an almost imperceptible sense of entrustment. The woman spoke not a word. It seemed she had exhausted her final reserves of strength. Suddenly, the seven dimming prismatic lights behind her trembled violently before detaching from her form, transforming into streams of varying hues, each imbued with an essence of supreme origin. Shooting like meteors toward the distant horizon, vanishing instantaneously into the depths of the shattered void. Amidst the scene, a vibrant emerald radiance, brimming with vitality, gracefully traced an elegant arc as if endowed with a spirit of its own, ultimately descending precisely upon the location of the towering dark green tree where Luo Chen stood. The luminous energy merged with the colossal tree, which erupted in an unprecedented resplendent green brilliance, illuminating the surrounding desolate earth with a flourishing vitality. Having accomplished this, the figure of the woman wavered momentarily in the void, casting a profound glance as if to etch this fractured homeland into her very soul, before transforming into a cascade of shimmering light, vanishing entirely into the expanse of heaven and earth.